She ran from her wedding and never looked back. 4 years later, she walked into a boardroom and found the man she left waiting. He offered her a job she couldn't refuse, pulling her into a world of secrets, seduction, and a child's future hanging in the balance. What happens when the past you escaped demands your future? Blast Between Us, a web novel, Billionaire CEO Romance. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The morning light is thin and gray over Edinburgh, the kind of light that makes stone look silver and glass look cold. Solene Okwu stands in the reception atrium of Locke Blackthorn Holdings, her portfolio case held at her side with both hands, her thumb pressing against the leather strap as if steadying herself before a long exposure. The building is brutalist and unapologetic, a reclaimed 1,972nd tower on the edge of the new town, its facade striped with reflective panels that catch the city in fractured slices. She has photographed it twice already, once for a design quarterly, once for herself at dawn. She did not know whose name was on the deeds. The receptionist smiles and gestures toward the lifts. 18th floor, the campaign briefing, the retainer that could change everything. Solene steps into the lift and watches the numbers climb. Her reflection in the brushed steel is a woman in a charcoal wrap dress, her hair pulled into a low puff, her makeup minimal, her face unreadable. She has practiced this stillness for years. The trick is to treat every room like a frame. Step in, assess the geometry, find the vanishing point, and decide what belongs in the shot. She can frame anything into something bearable. The doors open onto a glass-walled corridor that runs the length of the floor, and she follows it to the end, where a boardroom waits behind frosted partitions. Through the haze, she catches shapes: a table, chairs, a projection screen, several figures already seated. She pushes the door open. The room resolves. Des Rafferty is there, leaning against the far wall with his arms crossed, his copper hair catching the ceiling light. 2 junior creative associates she does not recognize. A woman in a tailored navy suit with an earpiece, security or legal, sitting at the far end. And at the head of the table, standing as the door opens, is Declan Blackthorn. The ground does not fall away. The room does not spin. Solene has imagined this moment enough times in the dark of her small flat that her body has built a dull tolerance for the shock. But the tolerance is a lie, because her ribs lock and her breath hooks, and the portfolio case suddenly feels too heavy to hold. He is different. No, that is not right. He is the same. The same dark hair, longer on top, neat at the sides. The same steel gray eyes that used to find her in a crowded room before she knew she was being looked for. The same tall, lean frame that once fit against hers in a Norfolk field at midnight, both of them convinced the future was a shape they could hold together. But he is different now in the way he wears himself. The softness is gone, the uncertainty she remembers from those last weeks before the wedding, the quiet fear he tried to hide behind logistics and reassurance. That softness has been planed away and replaced with something harder. A stillness that does not invite, a calm that announces itself as control. He looks at her the way he would look at a contract before signing. Not surprised. She should have known from that alone. Solene forces one step into the room, then another. She sets her portfolio case on the table and slides into the nearest chair, because standing might reveal how badly her knees are shaking. "Thank you for coming, Ms. Okwu." Declan's voice is the same, lower now maybe, or she has forgotten the exact grain of it. "We reviewed your submission last month. It was the strongest by every metric." The board agreed. Her submission, the one she sent to a generic applications inbox, addressed to a creative director she had never met. She checked the company website before applying. The CEO bio showed a man in his early 30s with a generic studio portrait and no name that triggered recognition. Declan Blackthorn. She did not make the connection. Blackthorn Holdings. Not Blackthorn and Sons, not Blackthorn Associates. Just Blackthorn, stripped of the family suffix he always hated. She looks at Des, who gives her a small, careful nod that tells her nothing. The campaign runs 10 weeks, Declan continues. 7 primary locations across Scotland, starting here in Edinburgh. You will have full creative autonomy within the visual brief Rafferty developed. Your rate is the one we agreed, plus a per diem, travel, accommodation, and a completion bonus if we hit the launch window. He recites it the way he used to recite property law statutes, each detail placed with surgical precision. The way he used to tell her he loved her, she remembers suddenly. The same exactness, the same refusal to let anything important go unspoken. There is one condition, he says. Her throat closes. She waits. The schedule is fixed. I have signed off on this personally because the campaign is a flagship product, and any delay costs us momentum across 3 concurrent launches. I need to know now whether you can commit to that timeline without revision. The question hangs. He is waiting for her answer. Professional, clean. Nothing in his face suggests they have ever shared a bed, a future, a child. She has rehearsed this. Not this exact question, but the principle. Keep it professional. Keep the walls up. Get the work, take the money, leave before anyone can ask for more. I can commit to the timeline, she says. Her voice comes out steady. 4 years of practice. Declan holds her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Then he nods once and turns to Des. Rafferty will walk you through the location schedule and the team structure. If there are any issues with the creative brief, flag them within 48 hours. After that, we move on consensus. He is dismissing her. The briefing is over and she has barely sat down. Solene keeps her face still while her mind races. He did not blink when she walked in. He did not hesitate. He offered her the campaign as if she had been the only candidate, and maybe she was. She checked the application portal. There were 17 other submissions. She saw the names. But Declan's lack of surprise says something else. It says he knew she would be standing in this room today. It says he planned for it. She reaches for her portfolio case and stands. Des. She nods toward the creative director, who straightens and leads her toward the door. She feels Declan's gaze on her back as she walks out, heavy, measuring, the kind of look that maps what it sees. The door slides shut behind her, and she follows Des down the glass corridor, her heart beating hard enough to feel in her temples. You handled that well, Des says quietly, not looking at her. He's not easy in a room. I've handled worse. Des' mouth twitches. I don't doubt it. They reach a smaller meeting room with a table covered in location binders and floor plans. She steps inside and sets her case down again, and only then does she let herself breathe. He knew. He knew she was coming. He knew her portfolio. He knew her rate. He knew everything she had built in the 4 years since she left him standing in a Norfolk church with the congregation watching, and the flowers wilting, and the music stopped. And he offered her the job anyway, or because of it. She looks out the window at the Edinburgh skyline, gray and clean, and tries to find the frame that will make this manageable. She cannot. For the first time in 4 years, Solene Okwu does not know what she is walking into. And the worst part, the part that makes her stomach drop, is that Declan Blackthorn is not surprised to see her, which means he already knows more than she has told him. Which means the trap is already set, and she walked into it with both eyes open. Chapter 2. The terms are printed on heavy stock, the kind that costs more than her monthly grocery budget. Solene reads each clause twice while the small meeting room fills with the sound of the heating system and her own careful breathing. Des sits across from her, not hovering, not rushing. He sorted the location binders into a neat row and has been scrolling through something on his tablet since they sat down, giving her space to decide, or waiting for her to bolt. She focuses on the words, creative autonomy within the visual brief. She has that in writing. Rate per diem, travel, accommodation, completion bonus. All there. 10-week fixed schedule, no revision without consensus. Consensus. That means Declan. She runs her thumb along the ledge of the page and feels the paper's weight. High-grade cotton blend, the kind of document that gets filed in leather boxes and pulled out during disputes. Is there a boilerplate? She asks. Des looks up. For the retainer option, yes. Standard terms, 90-day notice period, first refusal on future campaigns, exclusivity on competing property portfolios within the UK market. 90 days. You negotiate. That's just the starting position. She turns the page. The retainer sits in a separate addendum, 3 pages of small print and generous figures. A monthly base that would cover rent, bills, Amma's nursery fees, and still leave margin for the savings account she has been scraping together for 2 years. She would not have to worry anymore. Not about the slow months, not about the gaps between commissions, not about saying yes to work that drains her because the mortgage calendar says she has to. The terms are so good they feel weighted, like a door that opens only one way. Where is the revision clause? Des taps his tablet. Page 7, subsection 4. She finds it, reads twice. Schedule revisions require written agreement from both parties. Campaign launch dates are non-negotiable. Both parties, not just Declan. She can hold the timeline too. You pushed for this structure, she says. It is not a question. Des sets the tablet down slowly. I pushed for your portfolio. The structure is Blackthorn's. He signed off on every term before I sent the offer letter. Before you sent it. Not before I applied. A pause. Des's copper hair catches the low light as he shifts in his chair. He knew your application was in the pool. He did not interfere with the selection process. But he knew. He knows everything that crosses his desk. She looks back at the retainer addendum. The numbers blur and focus again. She thinks of Amma's face this morning, pressed against the bedroom window, watching the rain streak the glass. Mama, are you shooting a castle today? Not a castle. A corporation. The same corporation owned by the father who does not know she exists. Unless he does. The thought sits in her chest like a stone. If Declan knows about Amma, this contract is not a job offer. It is a chess move. If he does not, then the coincidence is too large to trust, and she has no idea what he actually wants. Either way, she is standing in a room full of his decisions. She looks up at Des. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked. He does not look away. And because I want this campaign to be good. It will not be good if you spend 10 weeks waiting for the floor to drop. Then tell me what I am walking into. I cannot. He says it without apology. He is my oldest friend. I will not triangulate for you. But I will tell you that he has not touched this campaign's creative direction once. He approved every visual concept I brought him. He approved your rate without adjustment. He signed the schedule the same day I sent it. She waits. That is not how he usually operates. Des adds. He usually rewrites everything, twice. The silence stretches. She hears footsteps in the corridor outside, the distant ring of a phone, the low hum of a building running at full capacity. She looks at the contract again. 10 weeks, 7 locations, her name at the top, his signature block waiting at the bottom. If she signs, she is choosing this. She cannot tell herself later that she had no options, that the trap closed before she saw it. The trap is visible. She is stepping into it anyway because the alternative is going home to her cramped flat with her mother's gentle worry and Amma's bright questions and the same slowly leaking financial ceiling she has been patching for 3 years. She takes the pen from her bag. Des does not react. She signs each page with deliberate care, initialing every addendum, dating the final sheet. Her handwriting looks steadier than she feels. The ink dries dark against the heavy paper. I will send scanned copies by end of day, she says. Des nods. I will have legal confirm receipt. She slides the contract across the table and stands, gathering her portfolio case and scarf in one motion. The room feels smaller than it did when she walked in. Or maybe she feels larger, packed with decisions she cannot undo. Solene. She stops at the door. Des has not moved from his chair. His tablet is dark. His eyes are the color of weathered stone, and for a moment, he looks less like a creative director and more like someone carrying a message he is not authorized to deliver. He wanted you here, Des says. I did not know why until I saw your face when you walked into that boardroom. I still do not know why, but he wanted you here specifically, and that is not nothing. She holds his gaze. Careful, she says. That almost sounded like triangulation. His mouth curves, a fraction. It sounded like a warning. Keep your eyes open. He will not tell you what he is building until the frame is finished. She lets the door close behind her. The corridor stretches ahead, glass and steel and the distant gray of the Edinburgh sky through floor-to-ceiling windows. She walks toward the lift, her heels clicking against the polished floor, the contract's weight in her bag pulling at her shoulder. She passes a reception desk where a woman with sharp cheekbones and a headset is arranging courier envelopes. The woman glances at her, smiles professionally, and looks back down. Solene presses the lift button and watches the floor indicator climb. 3 floors. 2. 1. The doors slide open. She steps inside and presses for the ground level, and only when the doors close does she let her shoulders drop. He wanted her here. Not her portfolio, not her reputation, not the specific quality of her light reading. Her. Solene Okwu, the woman who left him in a church with the organs silent and the guests holding their breath. She should have asked more questions. She should have pushed harder on the retainer timeline, demanded an out clause, made him put the exclusivity limits in writing before she signed. But the numbers were too good. The offer was too clean. And Dez's warning keeps circling in her mind like a line she cannot stop repeating. He will not tell you what he is building until the frame is finished. The lift stops. She steps into the lobby, a vast atrium washed with pale winter light, and sees a figure near the main entrance. Tall, dark coat, steel gray eyes that find her the moment she clears the turnstile. Declan. He is not waiting for her. He is standing near the doors with his phone in one hand and a set of keys in the other, speaking to someone she cannot see. But his gaze tracks her across the marble floor, steady and patient, the way he used to watch her from across a crowded room in another life. She does not slow down. She does not look away. She walks past him with her head high and her bag containing a signed contract she may already regret, and she feels his attention follow her all the way to the revolving doors. The cold air hits her face. She steps onto the Edinburgh street, and the trap she chose with both eyes open closes behind her. Chapter 3. The flat smells like onions and garlic before she even gets the key in the lock. Solene pushes the door open and steps into the narrow hallway, where a pair of small red Wellingtons lies abandoned near the radiator, and a pink hair clip has lodged itself between the skirting board and the mat. She drops her portfolio case against the wall and listens. From the kitchen, the rhythmic scrape of a knife against a chopping board, the murmur of the radio tuned to something bright and brass-heavy, and underneath it, a smaller sound, a hum, pitch wandering off-key, the same fragment of a song Amma has been circling for weeks. Solene closes her eyes for one breath. The tension in her shoulders shifts from acute to familiar, the kind of weight she has learned to carry without dropping. "Mama!" The hum stops. Small feet slap against the floorboards. Amma appears at the end of the hallway, clutching a piece of paper in both hands. Her hair is a wild corona of curls, escaping the 2 braids Neka wrestled her into that morning. Her cheeks are flushed from the warmth of the flat. Her eyes, brown and bright and impossibly knowing, catch the low light from the kitchen doorway. "Mama, look, I made the castle." Solene crouches. Amma shoves the paper into her hands. It is a castle, if castles are defined by vertical lines, zigzag crenellations, and a single oversized window with a smiling face peering out of it. The son in the corner has sunglasses. "You made the castle," Solene says, and the words come out steady because they have to. "This is an excellent castle. Does the son always wear sunglasses at your castle?" "Because he is cool," Amma says, with the gravity of someone explaining weather to a slow student. "Of course, my mistake." Amma presses closer, tucking herself under Solene's arm. Her small hand finds the collar of Solene's coat and holds it, a habit she has had since she could grip. Solene breathes in the smell of her, soap and warm bread and the faint dust of crayon. "Did you shoot the big building today?" "I looked at the big building. The shooting starts next week." "Can I come?" "Not this time, little light." "Because it is secret?" Solene's throat tightens. She keeps her voice light. "Because it is work. Same reason you cannot come to nursery with me." Amma considers this. Her forehead wrinkles. That is not the same. Nursery is boring. Buildings are tall. They are. Very tall. I will tell you about them at bedtime. Aman accepts this with a nod, already turning back toward the kitchen. Nika made puff puff. I could smell it from the street. Solene follows her daughter down the narrow hallway, past the coat hooks where 3 generations of scarves hang overlapping, past the row of Ama's drawings taped to the wall at eye level. The flat is small, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom where the pipes groan when the shower runs, a kitchen that doubles as the dining room, and the place where Nika rules from the stove. But every corner is lived in, marked by the specific chaos of a child and a grandmother who refuses to let a space feel temporary. Nika is at the counter, her back to the door. She is rolling dough with the efficient economical movements of someone who has fed a family across 2 continents. The radio crackles through a news bulletin. A pot of stew simmers on the back burner. "You are late," Nika says without turning. "Traffic." Traffic does not make your footsteps heavy. Solene sets the contract on the narrow counter beside the stove. Nika glances at it, then at her face. Her mother's eyes are dark and sharp and have never missed a thing Solene tried to hide. "Puff puff first," Nika says. "Then you tell me why you look like someone who won and lost in the same hour." Ama has already climbed onto her chair, the paper castle laid flat beside her plate. She is narrating to herself, a murmured story about a king who lived in the smiling window and only came out when the cool sun was wearing sunglasses. Solene sits. She takes a piece of the warm, sugar-dusted dough from the plate Nika slides toward her. The sweetness dissolves on her tongue. The flat hums around her, radio and steam and her mother's quiet presence and her daughter's running monologue. And she lets herself feel it for exactly as long as the moment allows. Then the doorbell rings. Ama looks up. "Is it the postman?" "It is 7 o'clock, Nika says. "Postmen go home at tea time." Solene wipes her fingers on a napkin and stands. The bell rings again, shorter this time, a precise pressure. She opens the door. A man stands on the narrow landing. He is young, early 20s, wearing a Blackthorn Holdings driver's uniform, the dark wool jacket with the stylized L and B embroidered at the collar. He holds a thick manila envelope in both hands. "Ms. Okwu, I am sorry to disturb you at home. Mr. Blackthorn asked me to deliver this directly." Solene takes the envelope. It is sealed. Her name is printed across the front in a clean, unfamiliar hand. "Mr. Blackthorn said to tell you the itinerary has been updated for the morning. The car will collect you at 6:30 instead of 8. He apologizes for the short notice, but says the revised schedule will make sense when you see the location." She does not open the envelope. She does not thank him. The driver shifts his weight. "I am to wait for your confirmation. Tell him I received it." "Ms. Okwu," he asked for a yes or no. She looks past him, down the stairwell, toward the street where the Blackthorn car is idling at the curb. The windows are tinted. She cannot see inside. "Tell him I will confirm in writing when I have reviewed the changes. You can go." The driver hesitates. Then he nods, turns, and descends the stairs. Solene closes the door. She stands in the narrow hallway with the envelope in her hands, the weight of it nothing special, the implication of it pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Nika appears in the kitchen doorway. Her eyes move from Solene's face to the envelope. What is that? A revised itinerary. "For one, tomorrow morning. He moved the call time without asking me." Nika says nothing. She wipes her hands on her apron and waits. Solene tears the seal. Inside, a single sheet of heavy paper, letterhead embossed at the top, a new schedule printed in precise columns. First location shoot, Ledmere Estate, Perthshire. Call time 700, weather window critical. She reads it twice. Then she notices the handwritten note at the bottom, in a slant she recognizes from 4 years ago, from grocery lists left on kitchen counters and letters she never answered. "Consider it a test run. Come early and you will see why I chose you. Declan." Her thumb brushes the ink, the stroke of the D, the sharp angle of the final N. He wrote this himself. He did not dictate it to an assistant. "Mama, who is at the door?" Ama's voice, bright and curious, drifting from the kitchen. Solene folds the note back into the envelope. "No one important," she says. "Just work." But her hand is trembling. just slightly, and she knows her mother has seen it because Nika is already turning back to the stove, reaching for another piece of dough, letting the silence hold the question she will ask later, when Amma is asleep and the flat is quiet and Solene has nowhere left to hide. She takes a breath. She walks back into the kitchen, sits down at the table, and picks up the puff-puff her mother set aside for her. The night is not over. The envelope sits at her elbow like a third presence at the table. She can feel it there, its knowledge and its demand, while Amma draws a second castle and Nika hums along with the radio and the stew bubbles on the stove. 6:30. He moved her call time without asking. He sent a driver to her home. He wrote her a note in his own hand. The trap she signed into is built with smaller bars than she thought. Declan is not waiting for the campaign to begin. He is already in motion, adjusting angles she did not know he could reach. She finishes the puff-puff. She drinks her tea. She helps Amma wash her face and brush her teeth, and chooses a bedtime story about a lighthouse keeper who lived alone and learned to let people in. When Amma is asleep, Solene sits on the edge of her own bed, the envelope open beside her, and reads the itinerary again. Come early, and you will see why I chose you. She does not sleep well. She does not sleep much at all. And at 5:15, when the sky over Edinburgh is still the color of bruised slate, she is dressed, packed, and standing at the window, waiting for the Blackthorn car to return for her reply. Chapter 4. The Blackthorn car is waiting at the curb when Solene steps out of her building at 5:30. Same driver, same polished silence. He opens the rear door without a word, and she slides into leather that still smells new, the heater already cutting the Edinburgh chill. The envelope is in her bag, the itinerary memorized, Declan's handwriting burned behind her eyes like a negative exposed too long. The drive is quiet. Streetlights pulse past in amber intervals. She watches the city thinned into suburbs, then farmland, the sky shifting from bruised slate to a pale, reluctant gray. Ledmu Estate appears through the mist like a photograph developing. Iron gates, a long drive lined with mature oaks. The house itself is Georgian, 5 bays of warm stone, a central pediment supported by columns that catch the morning light at an angle she already wants to shoot. But the car does not slow. The driver takes a curve she did not expect, following a service road that skirts the main house and drops into a shallow valley. A modern structure emerges from the landscape, glass and steel set into the hillside, its roof planted with sedum so it seems to rise from the earth rather than sit upon it. Solene's breath catches. She knows this building. She studied it in architecture journals years ago, a private gallery commissioned by a collector who died before the project was finished. The photographs that ran in the journals were good. She can do better. The car stops near a set of glass doors. The driver kills the engine. Mr. Blackthorn is already inside, Ms. Okwu. The rest of the team will arrive within the hour. He asked me to tell you there is coffee in the East Gallery. She gathers her equipment. She does not hurry. When she steps out, the air is cold and clean, carrying the smell of wet grass and stone. The gallery's interior is a study in controlled light. The architect designed a series of interlocking volumes, each one oriented to capture a different hour of the day, so the building itself becomes a clock. Solene stands in the entry, turning slowly, her eye already tracking sightlines and shadow gradients. She does not need to find Declan. She knows where he is before she sees him. He stands in the East Gallery, hands in his coat pockets, facing a wall of glass that looks out onto a sunken courtyard. The light falls across his shoulders. He does not turn when she enters. The coffee he promised is on a side table. She ignores it. I did not authorize the schedule change. He turns. His face is unreadable, but something shifts in his posture, a relaxation that looks almost like relief. You would not have come early if I had asked. You do not get to decide that. I know how you work, Solene. You prepare alone. You scope a location before the crew arrives, before the pressure of an audience shapes your process. I saved you 2 hours of waiting for the team to clear out. She sets her bag down. The floor is polished concrete, warm underfoot, underfloor heating bleeding into the slabs. You sent a driver to my home. You did not give me a choice. I gave you the same thing you gave me 4 years ago, a change of plans with no warning and no discussion. I am showing you what it felt like. The air between them sharpens. She holds his gaze. Is that what this is? A lesson in symmetry? I want you to shoot this building the way only you can see it. That requires conditions I can control. I control the schedule. I control access. I control who is in the room when you work. Then you do not understand how I work at all. She turns her back on him, unpacks her camera, checks the light meter, adjusts her lens, begins walking the perimeter of the East Gallery, tracing the geometry with her feet before she commits a single frame. Declan does not follow, but she feels his attention, a pressure against her spine, constant and calibrated. The team arrives at 7, Des first, coffee in hand, copper hair catching the low light. He gives Solene a look that lands somewhere between curiosity and warning. Then the stylist, the lighting tech, the project coordinator whose name Solene has already forgotten. They set up. Solene works. The first hour is clean. She finds the gallery's rhythm, the way the morning light spills through the clerestory windows and pools on the floor in geometric sections. She shoots the courtyard from 3 angles, the steel staircase at the north end, the cantilevered balcony that seems to float without support. She is good at this. She knows she is good. Declan stands at the edge of every frame, watching. At 8:30 he speaks for the first time since her arrival. The light is flattening the facade. You are losing the texture in the stone. She lowers the camera, turns. Excuse me? I said the facade is flattening. Your angle is too square to the elevation. A 3/4 approach would catch the shadow differential. The team goes quiet. Des studies his coffee cup like it holds answers. Solene takes a breath, measured, controlled. I am aware of the shadow differential. I am shooting the interior volumes first, as I planned, because the facade will gain texture when the sun clears the ridge at 9:15. If I shoot it now, I will have to reshoot it later because the light will shift. That wastes an hour I could use for the Northwest Gallery. Declan's jaw tightens. I reviewed your portfolio. You shoot elevations at oblique angles. You always have. You are avoiding the facade because I asked you to be here early, and you want to deny me the satisfaction of watching you work at your best. The room holds its breath. Solene sets the camera down on a draped case. She walks toward him, past the lighting tech, past the stylist, until she is close enough to see the flecks of silver in his gray eyes. You hired me because I see things other photographers miss. That takes trust. If you want to stand over my shoulder and correct my composition, you can pick up a camera and shoot it yourself. I will send you an invoice for the consultation. Des makes a sound, a cough or a swallowed laugh. Declan does not blink, but he steps closer, his voice dropping low enough that the team cannot hear. You left me in a church full of people, Solene. I stood at the altar for 40 minutes while your mother handed out apologies to guests who had traveled from 3 countries. I have earned the right to watch you work. Earned it, yes. You think humiliation earns you access to my process. I think 4 years of silence earns me the right to understand what I lost. The campaign is a means, the building is a context. But you are the subject, Solene. You always were. Her pulse slams against her ribs. She keeps her face still. Then you are wasting your budget on the wrong shot. She turns, picks up her camera, walks to the Northwest Gallery without looking back. Behind her, she hears Des say something low to Declan, and Declan's reply, too quiet to catch. She shoots the Northwest Gallery for 40 minutes without interruption. The light is perfect, the architecture generous, and she loses herself in the work, the way she always has. When she finishes, she reviews the images on her screen. She scrolls through them, checking focus, exposure, composition. The facade shot from the angle Declan suggested appears in the sequence. She does not remember taking it. She stares at the image longer than she should. The exposure is precise, the texture sharp, the shadow differential exactly as he predicted. She closes the preview. She does not look at him for the rest of the morning, but she feels his attention, constant and calibrated. And when the light finally clears the ridge at 9:15 and she steps outside to shoot the facade properly, she catches herself framing the elevation, not at the square angle she planned, but at the 3/4 approach he recommended. The image is better. She knows it, and she hates that he knew she would need that correction. The same way he knew she prepares alone. The same way he knew she shoots facades at oblique angles. The same way he remembered the tea she drinks when she is tired. When she returns to the East Gallery for the final set, Des intercepts her near the coffee table. "You are bleeding." She looks down. A line of red runs along the edge of her right hand, thin and precise, where she must have caught a sharp edge on the staircase railing. She wipes it on her sleeve. "It is nothing. He is watching you clean blood off your coat and calling it nothing. That is not nothing to him." She follows Des's gaze. Declan stands at the far end of the gallery, phone pressed to his ear, but his eyes are fixed on her hand. The call ends. He pockets the phone. He walks toward her, and this time the team parts to let him through, because something in his expression has shifted, the controlled surface cracking just enough to show what sits beneath. He stops in front of her, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a folded handkerchief, white, monogrammed at the corner. "Hold pressure for 5 minutes. There is a first aid kit in the car. I know how to treat a cut. I know you do. Take the handkerchief anyway." She takes it. Their fingers do not touch, but the cloth is warm from his body heat, and she wraps it around her palm without looking at him. "The Northwest Gallery shots are strong," he says. "Send them to Des by end of day. We review tomorrow." He turns, walks away, passes through the glass doors and into the courtyard without looking back. Solene stands in the East Gallery, his handkerchief pressed to her bleeding hand, the image of the facade she took at his angle still glowing on her camera screen. She does not know whether she just won or lost the first battle. But she knows, with a certainty that settles into her bones like cold water, that Declan is not playing the same game she is. He is building something. The frame is almost finished, and when he reveals it, nothing between them will survive unchanged. Chapter 5. The gallery falls quiet after Declan leaves. The team hovers near the coffee station, pretending not to watch her wrap his monogrammed handkerchief around her palm. Des appears at her elbow, his copper hair catching the low gallery light. "Let me see." "It is fine." He takes her wrist anyway, gentle but firm, turning her hand to inspect the cut. The edge of the handkerchief blooms red. "Hold it above your heart. 5 minutes minimum. Do not argue with Miss Solene. I have 3 sisters and a niece who think stair railings are a personal challenge." She lifts her hand. The bleeding slows. "Better. Keep the handkerchief, by the way. He has a drawer full of them at the office. Monogrammed linens are his one visible luxury." She does not ask why Des knows that. She does not want to know how deeply Declan's stillness runs through every part of his life. The team disperses into the courtyard for the next setup. Solene stays at the review station, scrolling through her images on the laptop, calibrating exposures and checking tonal range. The facade shot sits in the sequence. She pulls it up, enlarges it to full screen. The angle is exactly what Declan described. 3/4 turn, shadow differential across the stone, the glass elevation catching the ridge light at the precise moment she pressed the shutter. She did not remember making that choice. She zooms in on the corner joint, where the steel meets the limestone. The texture is sharp, the contrast balanced. She closes the image. She opens it again. In the courtyard, a conversation rises and falls. She hears Declan's voice, low and measured, replying to someone about the lighting schedule. She does not look up. The next hour passes in the work rhythm she trusts. She shoots the east facade at full square, her original plan. She shoots the interior atrium from the mezzanine. She shoots the stairwell where the light falls like a blade at midday. Each frame she checks against the 3/4 shot on her screen. None of them match it. The angle he suggested is simply better. The composition has a tension her squared approach lacks. She can admit it to herself, in the privacy of her own focus, because she has always been honest about craft even when everything else is a negotiation. The admission stings anyway. At noon, the crew breaks for lunch in the back gallery. Solene stays at the laptop, sorting contact sheets, marking selects. Des joins her with 2 cups of coffee. He sets one at her elbow. "Cream, no sugar, am I right?" She takes the cup. "Yes. 4 campaigns we have worked together, and I have never guessed your coffee order until now." But he remembered. She does not ask who he means. She does not need to. He also remembered you need alone time before a shoot, that you shoot facades at oblique angles, that you mark your contact sheets with a dictation recorder instead of notes. Des sits on the edge of the table. His stone-colored eyes hold hers. "I have known Declan for 18 years. I have never seen him prepare for a campaign like this one. He studied your entire portfolio. He pulled your application before I even opened the shortlist. He approved every location based on the light conditions at the time of day you prefer to shoot. Des, I am not warning you. I am telling you so you are not blindsided when the frame finishes. She sets the coffee down. You said that before? The frame? What does it mean? He looks at her for a long moment. Something flickers in his expression, a weight he carries but does not drop. It means he has a plan, and when it is ready, he will show you. You will not see it coming. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give you without breaking a trust older than this campaign. He stands, picks up his own coffee, walks toward the courtyard. At the door, he stops. He made mistakes with you the first time. He knows that. He spent 4 years turning himself into someone who does not repeat mistakes. You should understand what that means, Solene. A man who does not repeat mistakes is a man who has stopped being careless. But he has not stopped wanting. The door closes behind him. She stares at the facade shot on her screen. She does not open the preview again. She does not need to. The image is burned into her memory, the way Declan's certainty is burned into every interaction she has had with him since she walked into that glass boardroom. The crew returns. The afternoon shoot runs long, the light shifting faster than the forecast predicted. Solene works through the frustration, adjusting her settings, chasing the exposure before it disappears. She does not see Declan for the rest of the day, but she feels his absence the way she would feel a room go quiet after the hum of a machine stops. By 4:15, the location is wrapped. The equipment is packed. The team stands in the courtyard, discussing the transfer to the next morning's site. Solene checks her phone. 2 missed calls from Neka. A voice message from Amma, singing a song about a cat who wears boots. She presses the phone to her ear and listens to her daughter's voice, bright and unguarded. And for 30 seconds she lets herself exist outside the gallery, outside the campaign, outside the trap she walked into with open eyes. Then she pockets the phone and walks toward the car. Des catches her at the gate. You are in the second car. He is in the first. Separate route back to Edinburgh. I did not ask. I know. I am telling you anyway. He holds the door for her. She climbs into the back seat, laptop bag across her knees, the monogrammed handkerchief still wrapped around her palm. The car pulls away from Ledmuir Estate. The gallery disappears into the trees. She looks down at the handkerchief. The monogram is small, neat, stitched into the corner in dark gray thread. DCB, Declan Connor Blackthorn. She folds it into her coat pocket. She does not know why she does not leave it on the seat. The car takes the long road back, winding through Perthshire farmland, past stone walls and sheep pastures and the gray November sky settling toward dusk. Her phone buzzes. A text from an unsaved number. The area code is Edinburgh. The message is short. The handkerchief is yours. Keep it. She types back, Who is this? The reply comes immediately. You know who this is. She sets the phone face down on the seat. The car drives on, and in her pocket, the folded linen presses against her palm like a promise she did not agree to carry. Chapter 6. The rain starts before the cars reach the site. It comes slanting off the Firth of Forth, cold and determined, turning the sandstone facade of the old customs house into a sheet of dark glass. Solene watches it from the back seat, camera bag zipped across her chest, the handkerchief still folded in her pocket. The driver pulls into the cordoned street. Crew members scatter under awnings, dragging equipment cases toward the arched entrance. Solene counts the seconds between rain shifts, calculating exposure windows, already knowing the morning light is lost. She steps out into it anyway. The cold hits her neck, slides under her collar. She does not flinch. She has worked in worse. She will work in this. She is setting her lens when she hears the car door behind her. She does not turn. Your call time was 7:30. I like the rain. Declan's voice is close, closer than she expected. It strips the noise from a frame. She adjusts her aperture. Then you will love this shoot. City exteriors, you prefer these to the gallery? It is not a question. She answers anyway. I prefer light I did not order. She walks toward the customs house entrance, leaving him in the wet. She feels his attention follow her the way it has followed her since the boardroom, a pressure she cannot outpace. The first hour is chaos. The crew fights the weather, repositioning diffusers, wiping lenses, resetting gear between downpours. Solene works fast, capturing the facade in fragments, the limestone wet and black against the gray sky, the arched windows catching reflection like half-closed eyes. She does not think about Declan. She does not think about the handkerchief in her pocket. She shoots. Then the rain shifts direction and pins her against the east wall. She presses her back to the stone, camera protected under her coat, and waits for the squall to pass. The water runs off the gutter above her, a curtain between her and the street. He steps under the arch beside her. She does not have room to move away. "You are soaking. I noticed." The crew moved to the north porch. There is coffee. "I know." She does not look at him. She watches the rain instead, the way it beads on the limestone, the way it pools in the carved lettering above the door. She says, "You are getting wet." "I noticed." She almost smiles. She catches herself before it forms. "I want to stay until the light shifts." "It will not shift for another 40 minutes. "I know." He is still standing beside her. Water darkens the shoulders of his coat. She can smell the wool, the rain, something clean and faintly sharp beneath it. "You used to wait out storms in the churchyard," he says, "behind the south wall. You said it was the only place the wind stopped." Her chest tightens. "Norfolk," she says. The word feels too heavy for its shape. "Norfolk," he repeats. She remembers that wall, the heat of it in summer, the moss between the stones, the way she would lean against it and watch the bell tower and pretend she was not waiting for him. She does not say this. "You do not have to stand here," she says. "I know." He does not move. The rain falls, and she feels, with a sharpness that aches, that she has stood in this exact silence before, sheltering from weather she cannot outrun, with a man who never leaves the same way she does. The light shifts at 10:15. Solene steps out from under the arch and works the facade in the new exposure, the stone warm now, the wet fading. She shoots the entrance, the keystone, the date carved above the door. She does not look back to see if he has followed. She knows he has. At lunch, she sits apart from the crew, on an overturned crate near the service entrance, her sandwich untouched. The rain has stopped, but the air is still wet, heavy, pressed against the skin like a held breath. Des finds her first. "That was good work this morning, the sequence on the east elevation." "It was adequate." "It was better than adequate." He sits on the crate beside her. The wood creaks under his weight. "You know he is not going to stop watching you." "I know." "Does it bother you?" She considers the question. The answer should be yes. It should be simple. "It bothers me that I am getting used to it." Des nods. He does not say anything else. She eats half the sandwich. The other half she gives to a stray dog that appears at the gate. The afternoon shoot moves inside. The customs house has a great hall, 2 stories of arched windows and a ceiling painted with faded ships. The light falls in columns, dust moving through them like slow tide. Solene sets up on the mezzanine. She frames the hall from above, the crew moving through the light, the shadows pooling under the arches. She is adjusting her focus when she sees him. He is standing at the far end of the hall, near the fireplace. He is not looking at her. He is looking at her wrist, at the burn scar. She lowers the camera. He does not look away. She stands very still, the camera hanging from her neck, her left hand exposed in the column of light. He knows that scar. She remembers the day she got it. The dark room, the chemical smell, the hot glass that kissed her skin before she could pull away. She remembers telling him about it the next morning, holding her wrist out for him to see, and he had traced the edge of it with his thumb and said it looked like a map of somewhere he wanted to go. She had laughed. He had kissed the scar. She had believed, in that moment, that he would keep kissing it for the rest of their lives. He is not kissing it now. He is standing at the far end of a hall in a customs house in Edinburgh, 4 years and a daughter and a secret between them, and he is looking at her wrist with a familiarity that feels like trespass. She does not move. Neither does he. The crew works around them, oblivious. A light stand shifts. A cable runs across the floor. Someone calls for a gel change. Solene picks up her camera. She turns back to the viewfinder. but her hand trembles, just slightly, and she knows he has seen it. She does not look at him again for the rest of the shoot. She feels his gaze every second. The cars are waiting at 6. The crew loads equipment in the rain that has started again, a fine mist now, almost invisible in the dark. Solene stands near the gate, coat collar turned up, laptop bag across her body. Des passes her. "You are in the second car, separate route. Same as yesterday. Same as every day." He says it gently. She does not answer. She climbs into the back seat. The door closes. The engine starts. Her phone buzzes. She looks at the screen, the unsaved number. "You held your wrist the same way, in the churchyard, after your grandmother died. You held your wrist and looked at the sky, and I did not know how to help you." She stares at the words. A second message comes. "I still remember how to help you, Solene." She types back, "Do not text me again." The reply comes, "Then tell me to stop wanting." She turns the phone off. The car pulls away from the customs house. Edinburgh slides past the window, wet and glittering, and she presses her palm to her coat pocket where the handkerchief still lives, a folded weight she promised herself she could put down. She has not put it down yet. And he knows. He has always known. Chapter 7. The editing suite is a glass box on the 4th floor, monitors lining the long wall like a command center, and Solene has been standing at the main screen for 40 minutes, clicking through contact sheets while the creative team shifts behind her. Declan is at the far end of the table. He has not spoken since the meeting started. Des runs the session, pulling selects, marking favorites, and the rhythm is clean until they reach the customs house sequence, the east elevation, the moment the rain broke. "Number 12 is the strongest," someone says. "The light through the arch." "The shadow is too deep," Solene says. "It flattens the keystone. Then we fix it in post. Then it is not the building." The room goes quiet. Solene looks at the screen. Number 12 is the shot she took from under the arch, standing beside him, the air charged and wet and full of memory. The composition is good. It is not true. Number 14. "That angle is wrong," another voice says. "The perspective pulls the eye off the facade. The facade is not the subject." She says it without thinking. The words land and she feels the shift in the room because she has just repeated what he told her at the gallery. Declan looks up. He does not smile. He nods, once, almost imperceptibly, and she is grateful for it and furious at her gratitude. The back and forth continues. The teen argues for safety, marketability, the kind of image that sells squiffle footage. Solene argues for the structure itself, the weight of the stone, the way the light behaves when it hits something that has stood for 300 years. They reach a stalemate. Someone turns to Declan. "Declan, we need a decision on the hero image for the customs house spread." He does not look at the screen. He looks at her. She holds his gaze, and she does not want to need his approval. But the room is waiting, and she is the hired eye, not the client, and the power imbalance is architecture, not accident. Number 14. The room goes still. "The angle is unconventional," Declan says, "and that is why it belongs. The building has been photographed the same way for 50 years. If we want people to see it, we have to show it the way someone is actually looking at it." He is talking about the campaign. He is not only talking about the campaign. Solene does not breathe. Des breaks the silence. "Number 14 for the spread. We will run number 12 as a detail inset." The team murmurs assent. The meeting moves to the next location. But Solene has not moved. He backed her. In front of the board, the creative team, the people who report to him. He chose her eye over the safe option, her instinct over market consensus, and she cannot decide if it is strategy or trust or another piece of the frame he is building. She cannot afford to hope it is trust. The meeting breaks at 11. The team filters out for coffee, stretching, the low hum of a room that has been too still for too long. Solene stays at the screen, clicking through the contact sheet again, looking for the flaw she knows is not there but needs to find to stay level. Des passes behind her. That was unexpected. What was? His direct involvement. He usually delegates image selection to me. Maybe he is micromanaging. Maybe he is watching you work. She does not answer. Des leaves. She is alone with the screen and the silence and the knowledge that she just won a battle she did not want to fight. But the victory tastes like consequence, not relief. The door opens. She expects Des returning with coffee. It is not Des. It is a woman she does not recognize. Tailored suit, dark hair pulled tight, a tablet in one hand and the precise posture of someone who carries authority without needing to announce it. Solene Okwu. Yes, the woman walks to the table. She sets the tablet down. She does not introduce herself for a moment, letting the silence work. Maiwen Pritchard, General Counsel. Solene's spine tightens. Mr. Blackthorn's legal department. I know what General Counsel means. Maiwen's mouth curves, not quite a smile. Of course you do. She pulls out a chair and sits across from Solene, not at the head of the table, not in a position of dominance, but close enough that the conversation becomes intimate, careful, watchful. The campaign is generating attention, early coverage, trade press, some interest from broader outlets. That is good. It is good. It also creates visibility. Solene waits. Visibility means exposure. Exposure means your professional history becomes searchable. Your personal history becomes searchable. Is there a question coming? Maiwen tilts her head. I am not here to interrogate you. I am here to make sure you understand the landscape. The Blackthorn name is a target. Anyone associated with it becomes a target by extension. I have nothing to hide. The words come out sharp, and she knows they are not entirely true, but the lie is necessary. A shield she has been carrying long enough to forget its weight. Maiwen studies her. Good. Then you will not mind if we keep things clean. She stands. She picks up the tablet. But at the door, she pauses. You have a daughter. Solene's blood goes cold. Her name is not in any of your public profiles. It is not in the application materials you submitted. It is not in the campaign files. Maiwen's voice is calm, measured, not a threat but an assessment. I found it in an hour. The press will find it faster. She leaves. The door clicks shut. Solene stands alone in the glass box, the monitors still glowing, the contact sheet still open, and she presses her palm flat against the table because her hands are shaking. He knows. Declan knows. And Maiwen knows that he knows, or Maiwen knows something he does not. But either way, the secret she has been carrying is no longer hers alone to control. She pulls out her phone. She opens the unsaved number. She types, "We need to talk." Not about the campaign. She sends it before she can stop herself. The reply comes 60 seconds later. When and where? She stares at the words. The trap is finished. She walked into it with her eyes open, and he has been waiting for her to realize it. Tomorrow, the gallery at Ledmuir, after the team leaves. I will be there. She turns the phone off. She does not put it back in her pocket. She holds it in her hand like evidence, like something she might need to explain later. Like a door she just opened and cannot close again. Chapter 8. The train platform is empty when she arrives. Edinburgh Waverley at 6:42 a.m., the lights still low and gray, the air carrying rain that has not decided to fall. Solene stands with her equipment case and a single bag, watching the engine idle at the platform edge, and tells herself this is logistics, a working journey. 3 hours north to the Highlands location, no different from any other transit day. The door to the rear carriage opens before she reaches it. Declan stands in the gap. He wears charcoal gray, no tie, the collar open at the throat. His coat hangs from a hook inside the compartment. He has been waiting. There are seats in the main carriage. This one is quieter. I did not ask for a quiet carriage. I know. He steps aside. She should refuse. She should turn, walk the length of the platform, find a seat among the other passengers, bury herself in a contact sheet until they reach the Highlands. The choice exists. The train has not moved, but her feet carry her forward. The compartment is small. A table bolted to the floor, 2 seats facing each other, a window that runs the length of the wall. The upholstery is warm gray, the wood polished to a low shine. A tea service sits on the table, already arranged. She stops. You did this. I made a call. Before I agreed to sit here. Before you knew we would be on the same train. She sets her equipment case down. She does not sit. You assumed I would come. I assumed you would not want to spend 3 hours in a crowded carriage with the crew. You could have told me. I am telling you now. The train shudders. The platform begins to slide past the window. They are moving. She sits. The tea service is familiar. The pot, the cup, the small dish of honey on the side. She recognizes it because she has seen it in her own kitchen, in her own hands, on 100 mornings when the world was smaller and the man across from her was the only person she trusted to see her before coffee. Builder's tea. Honey. A splash of milk. He remembers. She pulls the cup toward her and does not thank him. The first 30 minutes pass in silence. She works, her laptop open, the contact sheets from the customs house chute arranged in a grid she already knows by heart. She flags exposures, notes adjustments, pretends the compartment is empty. He reads. A leather-bound document, a pen in his hand, annotations she cannot see. He does not watch her. He does not need to. The compartment is too small for his presence to be anything but constant. Outside, the city thins. Tenements give way to fields, the gray stone of Edinburgh softening into the green and brown of the lowlands. The sky is heavy. Rain begins to streak the glass. She looks up. He is not reading. He is looking at the window, at the rain, at the reflection that holds both of them. How long did you study my portfolio? He does not turn. Long enough. Long enough for what? Long enough to know you shoot better in overcast light, that you frame left heavy when the subject is internal and center-weighted when it is structural, that you use a dictation recorder for notes because you think faster than you type. Her hand stops over the keyboard. That is not in my portfolio. No? Then how? He sets the pen down. He turns to face her fully, and the movement is unhurried, deliberate, the kind of patience that has been practiced into precision. I asked the people who worked with you, the assistants you trained, the second shooters who carried your bags, the editors you hired for post-production. She feels the words land like stones dropped into still water. You investigated me. I learned you. There is a difference. There is. I made sure I understood which one I was doing. She pushes the tea away. The honey smell is suddenly too close. And what did you learn? He holds her gaze. That you still sleep on the left side of the bed, that you drink tea before coffee even when you need the caffeine more, that you hum when you are composing a shot and do not realize you are doing it, that you stopped wearing the silver earrings you used to wear because Amma pulls at them when you carry her. Her breath stops. The name. Her daughter's name. He says it like he has known it for years. The train rocks through a curve. The tea rattles in its cup. She is very still. How? I told you. I learned you. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She stands. The compartment is too small. The walls are too close. The window a sheet of streaked gray. The air thick with the scent of tea and wool and him. Did Merwin tell you? Merwin reports to me. Did you send her? No. She does not believe him. I do not believe you. He stands. He does not move toward her, but the compartment contracts anyway, the space between them narrowing without a step being taken. I did not send her. I did not authorize her visit. She acted on her own assessment of risk. Her assessment. She is a good lawyer. She sees threats before they form. And I am a threat. You are a vulnerability. The word lands differently than she expected. Softer. Heavier. She turns to the window. Her reflection stares back, pale and blurred by rain. There is a difference, he says it quietly. I know. I made sure I understood which one you are. The train slows. A station. Small. A single platform and a stone building with a painted sign. She watches it pass without seeing the name. I need space. The compartment is yours. I need space from you. He does not answer. He picks up his document. He moves to the door. I will be in the forward carriage. The tea will stay hot. He leaves. The door clicks shut. She stands alone in the quiet compartment with the rain and the steam and the knowledge that he has known about Amma for far longer than she has been ready to admit. She presses her palm to the window. The glass is cold. Her hand is shaking. She does not know if it is fear or fury or the terrible pull of a man who learned her instead of simply remembering her, and she does not know which one is more dangerous to survive. Chapter 9. The compartment is too quiet. She stands at the window as the train pulls away from the small station, fields replacing the platform, the sky darkening toward evening. The rain has not stopped. It streams across the glass in uneven rivers, distorting the landscape into something soft and unreadable. She does not sit. She does not reach for the tea. She presses her palm flat against the cold glass and feels the vibration of the train through her bones. The motion is steady. The tracks are old. The rhythm should be calming. It is not. He knows Amma's name. He said it like a fact he has carried long enough to stop tasting strange. She closes her eyes. The compartment is dim, the light softening as the afternoon fails. The reflection in the window is fading, her own face dissolving into the darkening fields beyond. She should call Neka. She should call Amma. She should do something other than stand here with her hand against the glass and her heart beating too fast for a conversation that has already ended. The door slides open. She does not turn. The train has been delayed. His voice is low, careful. He has not crossed the threshold. A signal failure north of Perth. We are holding at the next stop for at least 2 hours, possibly longer. She keeps her palm on the glass. I asked them to bring dinner to this carriage. There is no point sitting in the dining car with the crew. She turns. He is standing in the doorway, one hand on the frame, the other holding a leather folio. His coat is off. His sleeves are rolled to the forearm. She notices the thin white scar at the base of his left thumb. You did not have to leave. I said I would. You did not have to come back. He does not answer. She watches him for a long moment. The train sways. A lamp on the wall flickers, and the light shifts across his face, catching the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the set of his jaw. Why did you... He steps inside. He closes the door. Because you asked for space. You did not ask me to stay gone. He sets the folio on the table. He does not sit. He stands on the other side of the compartment, the width of the carriage between them, and waits. She looks at him, at the man who learned her habits from strangers, who studied her applications, her locations, her light preferences, who knows which side of the bed she sleeps on and which earrings she stopped wearing. 2 hours, at least. She moves to the banquette. She sits. She pulls her laptop from her bag and opens it without looking at him. Then I will work. He sits across from her. He does not open his folio. The train holds still. She works, or she pretends to work. Her cursor blinks at the contact sheet grid, the same images she has already flagged, already notated, already memorized. She scrolls through them without seeing. The lamp casts a warm pool of light over the table. Outside, the rain continues. Inside, the silence is a third person in the compartment, watching them both. She closes her laptop. The churchyard. He looks up. Tell me why you remember it. Because you were there. That is not an answer. It is the truth. She shakes her head. We spent 4 years together. You remember one afternoon in a churchyard because I was caught in the rain. I remember every afternoon. The words land quietly. No weight behind them, just fact. She looks at his hands, the scar at his thumb, the way he holds them still on the table, palms open, as if he has nothing to hide. The day after my grandmother died, she says. You came to my flat at 6 in the morning. You did not knock. You let yourself in with the key she gave you. You made tea and sat on the floor while I cried on the sofa. You did not say a single word for 3 hours. He watches her. You stayed until I fell asleep. When I woke up, you had cleaned the kitchen. You had washed the dishes. You had left a note on the counter that said, I will come back at 6. And you did. I know. I never thanked you. The dishes. That is not what I mean. She looks at him directly. You showed up. You did not try to fix it. You just stayed. And I never told you what that meant to me. The train rocks. A distant horn sounds, low and long, swallowed by the rain. You left 6 months later. His voice is even. No accusation, no heat. After my grandmother died. After the wedding was planned. After Blythe proposed and I said yes because I did not know how to say no to a life that felt safe. You left 6 months after the dishes. 6 months and a week. Precise. I remember. She looks down at her hands. I know you do. The silence stretches. She wants to ask him. The question is there, pressing against her teeth, demanding to be spoken. Why did you prepare for me? Why did you interview my assistants? Why did you learn my light preferences and my left-side sleeping habits and the earrings my daughter pulls? Why did you build a campaign around a woman you claim to have lost? She opens her mouth. His phone lights. A single chime. A message. The screen glows on the table between them, and she sees his face change before he touches it. His jaw tightens. The softness in his eyes vanishes, replaced by something harder, something she recognizes from the boardroom, from the moment he chose number 14 over market consensus. The look of a man making a calculation. He picks up the phone. He reads. His thumb moves over the screen. He sets it down face first. Do you need to answer that? No, Declan. I said no. She watches the line of his mouth, the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand stays flat on the table, fingers spread, as if anchoring himself to something solid. Who was it? A name you do not need to know. Was it Merriman? No. Then who? He looks at her. The train starts moving. A slow, grinding lurch, the wheels finding purchase, the carriage swaying as the signal ahead clears. He does not answer. She waits. The tea has gone cold. The rain keeps falling, and Declan Blackthorn sits across from her with his phone face down on the table, his face unreadable, and a silence between them that feels suddenly, dangerously incomplete. Chapter 10. They arrive at the Highland estate in a break of weather. The clouds part as the convoy pulls through the gate, light spilling over the valley in long gold sheets. The house sits at the base of a ridge, granite and slate, 3 centuries of wind scouring its corners into something softer than the original mason intended. Solene steps out of the car and breathes. The air smells of wet stone and heather. A stream runs somewhere below the property line, audible but not visible, a constant low rush beneath the wind. She does not look for Declan. She does not need to. She feels him behind her, the weight of his attention a pressure at her back as she circles the east wing, finding the light, reading the building the way she reads every building, in shadow lines and sill depths, and the way the moss grows thicker where the damp lives longest. The crew unpacks. Des hands her a coffee without speaking. She takes it. The suit begins. They fall into it. That is the only word for it. Fall. Because it is not deliberate, not negotiated, not anything either of them chooses. They simply work, and the work fits. Declan stands at the perimeter of every frame, watching. He does not interrupt. He does not suggest. He waits until she lowers the camera, and then he asks a question that sharpens what she already sees. The light will shift in 20 minutes. Do you need the west elevation before it does? Yes. Then I will clear the path. He does. He moves a lighting rig himself, redirects a crew member, steps aside when she needs the line. No fuss, no acknowledgement that he just did her job for her. By the 3rd hour, she stops noticing. By the 4th, the rhythm is seamless. She shoots the main hall while he adjusts a reflector without being asked. She moves to the library and finds the windows already opened to let in the cross breeze she prefers. She does not ask how he knew. She does not want to know. At lunch, the crew eats on the terrace. Never seen him work a shoot before, one of the lighting techs says, low, to no one in particular. Me neither. He is usually gone by the 2nd hour. They look at her. She eats her sandwich and does not answer. By late afternoon, the light is the color of old honey. She is shooting the west facade, the last good angle before the sun drops behind the ridge, and Declan is there, off to her left, not in the frame, not speaking, just present. She lowers the camera. You are hovering. I am watching. There is a difference? No. She almost smiles. She catches herself, lists the camera again. The keystone is cracked, she says, above the window. The repair was done in a different stone. I know. Did you choose this building because of the crack? I chose it because the light here breaks at an angle you cannot predict. You told me once that unpredictable light is the only kind worth chasing. She lowers the camera. She turns. He is looking at her the way he looked at her in the churchyard. The same stillness, the same patience. I said that 8 years ago. It is still true. Yes, she says. It is. The wind lifts her scarf. She catches it before it slips. Behind them, the crew is packing the last of the equipment. The light is fading. The shoot is nearly done. She should feel relieved. She does not. She feels the rhythm of the day still running through her, the way Declan moved with her, anticipated her, did not need to ask what she needed because he already knew. She feels dangerous. Solene. His voice. She turns. He is standing at the edge of the terrace, phone in hand, face unreadable, the same look from the train. The one that came after the message. What? There is someone here to see you. Who? He does not answer. She walks toward him, past him, down the steps, and there he is. Blythe Harmon stands on the gravel drive beside a hired car, hands in his coat pockets, hair windswept. The same quiet decency she remembers. The same careful way of holding himself, as if asking permission to take up space. He looks at her. Solene. Blythe. I need 5 minutes, honest ones. Behind her, she hears Declan's footsteps stop at the top of the steps. He does not leave. He does not interrupt. He waits, the way he has been waiting all day, all campaign, all 4 years. She looks at Blythe, at the man she almost married, at the life she fled. I can give you 5 minutes, she says, and here's how her voice sounds, careful, measured, a tone she has used only with Declan since this campaign began. Blythe hears it too. His face tightens. Alone? He says. She turns to look up at Declan. He has not moved. 5 minutes, he says, and his voice is flat, controlled, the boardroom voice. Then I'm coming back out. He turns. He walks inside. And Solene stands on the gravel between 2 men who have both waited 4 years for something she has never given either of them. Chapter 11. The gravel crunches under her boots as she walks toward him. Blythe does not move. He stands beside the hired car with his hands still in his coat pockets, watching her approach the way someone might watch a door they have been waiting to open for years. She stops 3 feet away, close enough to see the new lines at the corners of his eyes, the gray threading his hair at the temples that was not there 4 years ago. The same kind mouth, the same careful posture, the same way he has of standing as though he knows he is not quite welcome but hopes to be tolerated. Blythe. Solene. The wind lifts between them. She catches her scarf before it slips. You look well, he says, and the words are simple, unguarded, exactly the kind of thing he would say, exactly the reason she could never hate him, no matter how much she wished she could. I am. I look well because I am well. Good. He holds her gaze. Does not look away. Does not make it easy. I am not here to make this harder, he says. I came because I need to understand, not to punish you, not to collect a debt, just to understand. She nods. It is the least she can give him. They walk. Not toward the house, not toward the crew, but along the edge of the drive where the gravel gives way to grass and the grass drops into the stream below. The water moves fast, cold, the color of slate. He matches her pace the way he always did. A half step behind, never crowding, never forcing her to adjust. You vanished, he says. Not just from the wedding, from everything. Your phone changed, your email went dark. Your mother would not tell me where you had gone, and I did not push because I thought you would come back when you were ready. She watches the water. I know. I waited a year, then I told myself to stop. Then I waited another year anyway. I know. I am not saying this to make you feel guilty. I am saying it so you understand what I am asking for now. I am not asking for an apology. I am asking for the truth. She stops walking. He stops too. She turns to face him. The truth, she says, and the words feel foreign in her mouth, too large, too sharp, is that I should never have said yes to you. He does not flinch. I know. You know? I suspected. On the day, in the months after. I told myself it was cold feet. Then I told myself it was something I did. Then I realized it was never about me at all. She looks at him, really looks, and for the first time in 4 years, she lets herself see what she did to him. Not the public humiliation, the empty church, the guests with their phones and their whispers, the quiet aftermath, the years of not knowing. I was afraid, she says. Of what? Of settling. Of becoming someone who stayed because it was safe instead of because it was right. Of waking up at 50 and realizing I had chosen comfort over truth. And I could not tell you that because you had done nothing wrong, and the only way to explain it would have been to tell you that you were not the problem, which would have been worse. He is quiet for a long moment. You could have told me. I know. I would have let you go. I would have been hurt, but I would have let you go. I know that too. Then why did you run instead of telling me? She looks down at her hands. Because running was faster. Because staying to explain would have meant staying long enough to be asked questions she could not answer. Because the real reason she could not marry him had a name, and that name was waiting in a church at the other end of Norfolk, and she had already broken him once. I was a coward, she says. No, you were something else. What? He looks at her, and his eyes are steady, and there is no cruelty in them. You were in love with someone else. The words land like stone. She opens her mouth, closes it. It is all right, Blythe says, and his voice is gentle in a way that hurts more than anger would. I always knew. Not at first, but in the months after, when I replayed everything, I saw it. The way you looked past me, the way you held yourself separate even when you were standing beside me, the way your grief after your grandmother died was too big for what I could give you, because you were grieving more than her. You were grieving someone you had already left. Solene's throat tightens. I am sorry, she says. I know. I am sorry I could not tell you. I know that too. He reaches into his coat, pulls out a folded envelope. This came to my office 6 weeks ago, addressed to me, no return address, inside a newspaper clipping about the Blackthorn campaign, and a post-it note with your name and the date of the first shoot. She stares at the envelope. Who sent it? I do not know. No postmark. Hand delivered to the receptionist. I thought about throwing it away. I thought about letting you stay hidden. But I could not spend the rest of my life wondering what you would say if I gave you the chance to say it. He holds it out. She does not take it. I did not tell Declan I was coming here. Declan? The name pulls something free in her chest. Blythe watches her face, and something in his expression shifts, the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place. It was him, Blythe says, and it is not a question. She cannot answer. I thought so, he says quietly. I hoped I was wrong, but I thought so. The wind picks up. She shivers. Blythe takes a step closer, not to touch her, just to block the wind, the same instinctive decency he has always had. You love him, he says. She does not answer. You still love him. Blythe, just tell me the truth, Solene. That is all I came for. I will go back to Norfolk and I will not look for you again, but I need to know that I was not crazy. I need to know that the thing I felt standing between us was real. She looks at the envelope in his hand, at his face, at the man she almost married because she was too afraid to say no to safety. Yes, she says. It was real. He nods. He puts the envelope back in his coat. He looks at her for a long moment, and then he does something she does not expect. He smiles. It is a small smile, wistful, tired, but it is not bitter. Then I hope he is worth it, Blythe says. I hope he is worth what it cost both of us. He walks back to his car. She stands in the wind, watches him open the driver's door, watches him stop with one hand on the frame. Solene. Yes. The child, the one in the clipping. They mentioned a child in the caption. Is she his? The question stops her breath. She does not answer. He reads the silence. Then he nods once and gets into the car and drives away. She does not move until the sound of the engine fades. When she turns, Declan is standing at the top of the terrace steps. He has not moved from where he stood when Blythe arrived, but his face is different now. The flat boardroom composure is still there, but beneath it, something else. Something that looks like the moment before a door closes. How much did you hear? He does not answer. Declan. The child, he says. In the clipping, he asked if she was mine. Her heart stops. And you did not answer. 4 years, Solene. 4 years, and you let him think he was the problem. You let him carry it. You let me carry it. And somewhere in between, you made a child that you have kept from both of us. He takes a step down, then another. I heard enough, he says, and I realized I've been asking the wrong questions. What do you mean? He stops in front of her, close enough that she can see the scar at the base of his left thumb, the one he got the summer before everything broke. I have been asking what you are hiding, he says. I should have been asking what you plan to do when hiding stops working. The wind lifts her scarf again. She catches it. This time, she holds on. Chapter 12. The wind lifts her scarf again. She catches it. This time she holds on. Declan does not move from the bottom step. The space between them is 3 feet of gravel and 4 years of silence, and he fills it with nothing but the weight of his waiting. He asked if she was mine, Declan says. His voice is flat, controlled, the voice he uses in boardrooms. And you did not answer. She opens her mouth, closes it. There is no version of this conversation that ends with her still holding the pieces she came in with. I did not know what to say, she manages. The truth would be a start. The truth is complicated. The truth is a child, he says, and his voice cracks on the last word, just barely. A hairline fracture in the composure he wears like armor. A child. A daughter. 4 years old. Declan. 4 years, Solene. I have spent 4 years asking myself what I did wrong, what I could have done differently. Whether you left because I was not enough, or because I was too much, or because something in me was so fundamentally broken that you could not bear to stand beside me for another hour. She shakes her head. Do not, she says. Do not make this about what you lost. Then what do I make it about? The years I will never get back? The first word she spoke? The first step she took? The sound of her laugh? Her throat closes. You do not even know what her laugh sounds like, he says. And you kept it from me. You kept all of it from me. I kept her safe. From what? From me? She does not answer. The gravel shifts under his weight. He takes a step closer. Blythe knew, he says. He stood here and asked if the child was mine, and he knew. He knew before he asked. How long has he known? He did not know. He suspected. Because you never told him either. Because I never told anyone. Why? The question lands like a stone. She looks past him, at the ridge, at the sky going slate and violet, at anything except his face. Because the moment I told you, I stopped being the only one who got to decide. Decide what? Everything. Where she lives, how she grows up, whether she spends her life being passed between 2 people who could not make it work. That is not how it would have been. You do not know that. I know I would have been there. You were not there, she says, and her voice breaks at last. You were not there when I found out I was pregnant. You were not there when I spent the first 3 months throwing up in a bathroom I could barely afford. You were not there when she was born, or when she would not stop crying, or when I had to choose between buying film and buying nappies because I could not afford both. You were not there. He goes still. I would have been, he says, and his voice is quieter now. If you had told me you were going to leave, she says, I would have stopped you. The words hang between them. The wind drops. You left me at the altar, he says. You did not give me a chance to stop anything. She closes her eyes. When she opens them, he is still there. I did not know how to tell you, she says. After what I did, after how I left. How do you walk back into someone's life and say, by the way, I am carrying your child, after I spent 6 months convincing myself I could build a life with someone else? You let me think I meant nothing. You meant everything. That was the problem. He stares at her. She does not look away. I could not trust myself to want you and keep you, she says. So I chose the only thing I could control. I chose silence. Silence. The word echoes between them. I should have told you, she says. Every day for 4 years, I have known I should have told you. But every time I picked up the phone, I saw your face at the altar. And I knew that the moment I told you, you would never look at me the same way again. I am looking at you now. Yes, and I do not know what you see. He takes a step closer, then another. He stops when he is close enough that she can smell the cold air on his coat, the faint cedar of his skin. I see someone who chose control over trust, he says, and I understand why. But I do not know how to build anything with someone who will disappear the moment the truth gets hard. She flinches. He sees it. He does not soften. Blythe asked if she was mine, he says, and you did not answer. But I heard the question, and I heard your silence. So I am going to ask you now, directly, and I need you to answer me with your voice, not your silence. He waits. She feels the wind against her face. Is Amma my daughter? The question is simple, direct. She has been running from it for 4 years. Yes, she says. She is yours. The sound he makes is not a word. It is something between a breath and a wound. He turns away, walks 3 steps toward the terrace, stops. When he turns back, his face is unreadable. I need a moment, he says. She nods. He walks up the steps. At the top, he stops. We are changing the route for the next shoot. What? The schedule, the next location. We are changing it. Why? He does not answer. He looks at her. I need to know she is safe before I let you disappear again. Then he walks inside, and the door closes behind him, and she is alone in the dark, with the sound of the stream and the echo of the word she has been carrying for 4 years. Yes, she is yours. Chapter 13. The crew sets up in silence. Solene stands at the edge of the new location, a crumbling Victorian observatory perched on a hill above the Moray Firth, and watches the clouds stack over the water like a developing photograph. Declan changed the route without consultation, without explanation. This building was not on the original schedule. It is beautiful, all peeling white stone and corroded brass, a structure designed to look at the sky while slowly falling apart. She does not know if he chose it because she would love it, or because it is the only place within 2 hours that could be readied on a few hours' notice. She does not know which answer would be worse. Des finds her by the equipment cases, his copper hair catching the gray light, a cable slung over one shoulder. Stop brooding, he says. It makes the lighting look wrong. I am not brooding. You are brooding so hard I can practically see the aperture closing. She picks up her camera body, checks the sensor for dust, buys herself time. You changed the shoot location, he says, not a question. He changed it. Left my name off the notice, too. Found out from the transport coordinator at 5 this morning. He leans against the stone balustrade. He has never done that before. Changed the location? Acted like a man who just got told something he cannot unsay. Solene goes, still. Des watches her with those weathered stone eyes, patient, waiting. I am not going to ask you what happened, he says. I know him. If he wanted me to know, he would have told me. But I am going to tell you something, and I need you to hear it. She waits. Declan has run campaigns in 4 countries. He has overseen shoots in buildings so expensive the security team outnumbered the crew. He has never once stayed past the 2nd hour. He has never once personally approved a location based on light. He has never once changed a route in defiance of the schedule because he needed to know someone was safe. The word lands between them. Safe. He is doing things I have never seen him do, Des says, and I have known him long enough to watch him rebuild himself from nothing. This is not a business decision. This is personal. And if you were going to keep pretending it is not, you were going to break him again. I am not pretending anything. You are standing at a shoot location you did not choose, with a crew that got yanked across the Highlands at dawn, and you have not asked him a single question about why he picked this building. She opens her mouth, closes it. Des nods once. That is what I thought. He walks back toward the equipment cases, and she stands alone at the edge of the observatory, the wind whipping her scarf against her throat, the words settling like sediment in still water. The shoot begins badly. Solene cannot find the composition. The observatory is built for looking up, for tracking stars and planets, and every frame she takes feels like a photograph of absence rather than structure. The brass telescopes sit empty. The glass domes are clouded with salt and age. The building is a skeleton of purpose, and she cannot make it live. Declan watches from the entrance, his coat dark against the white stone. He does not approach. He does not speak. He stands with his hands in his pockets and his jaw tight, and every time she glances at him, he is already looking at her. By the third hour, the crew has gone quiet. They feel it too. The shift, the weight. Solene climbs the spiral staircase to the upper dome, looking for an angle that will give her something true, and the stone steps are slick with moss and condensation. Her boot slips. She does not fall cleanly. She pitches sideways, her hip hitting the edge of a stair, her hand catching a corroded railing that gives under her weight. The camera swings on its strap, cracking against the stone. And then Declan is there. He moves faster than she has ever seen him move. His hand closes around her arm before she can complete the fall, his other hand bracing her waist, pulling her upright and against the wall in a single motion. They are chest to chest. His breath is ragged. "You are going to kill me," he says. His voice is raw. "You are going to walk off a building or fall down a stair or disappear into a city I cannot track, and you are going to leave me standing here with nothing but 4 years of questions I will never get to ask." She cannot move. His hand is still on her arm. His fingers are trembling. "I have planned everything," he says. "Every location, every schedule, every moment of proximity. I told myself that if I controlled the conditions, I could control the outcome. And then you nearly fell, and I realized I cannot protect you from the one thing that is actually going to destroy me." She stares at him. "What thing?" He does not answer. His gaze drops to her mouth. Rises. He steps back, releasing her arm slowly, as if the motion costs him something. "The stair is slick," he says. "Have someone lay down grip tape before you go back up." He turns, walks down the spiral staircase, leaves her standing in the cold dome with the taste of his fear still sharp in the air between them. She watches him descend until his head disappears below the curve of the stair, and she thinks about what he did not say, what else he is terrified of losing. The afternoon light fails. Solene shoots until the sky goes bruised, and the crew starts packing cases in the dim. She captures everything: the empty telescopes, the clouded domes, the brass fittings corroded by salt air. She does not know if the images are good. She does not care. When she comes down the stairs, the grip tape is already laid. She did not ask anyone to do it. Des is coiling cables by the door. He looks at her once, twice, and says nothing. Declan is not in the observatory. She finds him outside at the edge of the hill, looking at the water. The wind is picked up. His coat presses against his back, and he does not turn when she approaches. "I want to call her," he says. She stops. "I want to hear her voice. I want to know what she sounds like when she laughs. I want to know if she sings when she thinks no one is listening." He does not turn. "But I do not know how to ask for that without making it sound like I am taking something you are not ready to give." She stands beside him. The firth is dark. The clouds are breaking apart over the water. "I will send you a recording," she says. "Tonight. Of her singing." He turns. His eyes are the color of the sea. "What do you want in return?" "Nothing." "That is not how this works." "I know." She looks at him. "But I am tired of keeping score." The wind moves between them. He reaches into his coat and pulls out his phone, taps the screen once, and holds it out to her. "Tell her good night for me," he says. "When you call, tell her someone is thinking of her who has been waiting a very long time to know her name." She takes the phone. The screen is lit with a contact page. His unsaved number. Beneath it, a single line of text he has already typed. Her mother is braver than she knows. She looks up. He is already walking back toward the observatory, his silhouette sharp against the failing light, and she realizes he has just given her something she did not ask for and cannot return. Permission to leave, and the certainty that he will still be here when she comes back. She looks down at the phone. The text glows, and at the tree line, 200 yards down the hill, a figure lowers a camera and walks backward into the dark. Chapter 14. The library bars is oak and leather and low gold light. Solene sits at a table by the window with her laptop open, the contact sheets from the observatory loading in strips. The innkeeper brought tea without being asked, and a decanter of whiskey that neither of them has touched. Declan sits across from her, his coat draped over the chair beside him, his sleeves rolled to the forearm. He has not said a word in 20 minutes. She scrolls. The images are better than she thought. The failing light gave the domes an elegiac quality, the brass fittings catching the last glow like dying stars. She marks 3 for the campaign and flags 1 for herself. "You cropped the telescope," he says. She looks up. "In the 4th frame, the one you just flagged. You cut the eyepiece out of the composition." She looks at the image. He is right. "I wanted the emptiness," she says. The telescope without the eye suggests absence. The whole building suggests absence. It is an observatory that has not looked at the sky in 30 years. "You are photographing what is no longer there." "Yes." He leans back. The leather creaks. "That is what you do with every building you love," he says. "You photograph the negative space, the part that used to be filled." She does not answer. He reaches for the decanter, pours 2 fingers into a glass, and does not drink it. He just holds it, turning it in his hand, watching the liquid catch the light. "The train," he says. "Customs House, Ledmere. You framed every facade at an oblique angle. You never shoot a building head-on." "Frontal composition flattens depth," she says. "It tells the viewer what the building wants to be seen as. Oblique reveals what it is actually holding." "And what is the observatory holding?" She looks at the screen. "A man who asked for something," she says, "and a woman who does not know if she can give it." The silence stretches. He sets the glass down without drinking. "You label your contact sheets by emotional temperature before you sort them by location," he says. "Cold rooms first, warm rooms second, thresholds third." She stares at him. "I have never told anyone that." "No. How did you know?" He meets her gaze. "I studied your workflow for 3 months before I approved the shortlist. You have 37 campaign images in your public portfolio. Every single one is classified in your metadata the same way. Cold, warm, threshold. You do not do it consciously. It is muscle memory." She feels the skin on her arms tighten. "You analyzed my metadata." "I analyzed everything I could reach without crossing a line I could not uncross." "Let me stop you," Solene says. "Let me understand. How many—" the words stick. "How many tests did you run on me?" "I interviewed everyone you worked with. I tracked your location patterns during the 2 years before the campaign. I cross-referenced your shoot dates with public gallery openings in private commission timelines. I mapped the geometry of your compositions against every building you have published." He says it flatly. "I wanted to understand how you see because I no longer understood what you were thinking." "And you believe that is not a line?" "I believe I stopped well short of your address book, your bank records, your phone logs, and your daughter's nursery registration." His voice drops. "Marwyn did not stop there." Solene's breath catches. "She found Amma's name in an hour," Solene says. "You told me she acted independently." "She did. I did not authorize the search, but I did not stop her from telling me the results." Semantics. "No," he leans forward. "It is the difference between wanting to know and choosing to act. I wanted to know if I had a child. I chose not to approach you until I could do it in a way that did not threaten the life you had built. By manufacturing a campaign. By creating a context where you could say no." She laughs. It comes out hollow. "You gave me a contract I could not afford to refuse. That is not a choice. It is a choice you made." His voice is steady. "You signed it. You showed up. You stayed. Every morning you woke up and decided to walk into the same room as me. That is not my architecture. That is yours." She wants to argue. She cannot. She looks at the laptop screen. The observatory domes stare back at her, empty and corroded and full of everything that used to be there. "I do not know how to do this," she says. "What?" "Trust you. Trust that you are not waiting for the right moment to use what you know against me." "I am not. You said you planned everything. Every location, every schedule, every moment of proximity." "Yes. How am I supposed to believe that you are not also planning how to take Amma from me?" The question hangs between them like glass. Declan does not look away. "I am not going to take her from you," he says. "I am going to prove that I belong in her life. That is not the same thing." "How long will that take?" "As long as it takes." She holds his gaze. The tea has gone cold. The whiskey sits untouched. The night presses against the windows, and somewhere in the dark, a figure with a camera walked backward into the trees, and Solene does not know if she is safer now than she was 4 hours ago. "What do you need from me?" Declan says. "To believe that I am telling the truth," she thinks. "I need you to stop predicting what I am going to do before I do it." He is silent. "I need you to stop being 3 steps ahead of every conversation. I need you to stop knowing how I label my contact sheets and what I had for breakfast and which side of the bed I sleep on. I need you to be a person I am meeting for the first time, because that is what this is. We are not the same people we were in Norfolk." "I know. Then act like it." He looks at her. Then he closes his laptop, pushes back his chair, and stands. "You are right," he says. "I have been treating this like a problem to solve instead of a person to meet." He picks up his coat. "I am going to bed. You have my number. If you send the recording, I will listen to it. I will not ask for another. The next move is yours." He walks toward the door. "Declan." He stops. "Thank you," she says, "for the grip tape." He does not turn. "You almost fell," he says. "I would have caught you anyway." The door closes behind him. Solene sits alone in the gold light with her laptop open and the observatory domes staring at her, and she realizes that she does not know whether she is relieved or disappointed that he left. Her phone buzzes, a text from an unsaved number. Her mother is braver than she knows. The offer is still open, no expiration date. She reads it 3 times. Then she opens her voice memos, finds the file labeled "Amma Sings, Bath Time," and presses send. The message delivers. No reply comes. She closes the laptop, pours the cold tea into a potted fern, and walks upstairs to a room that smells of heather and old wood and the weight of a decision she is not ready to name. Her phone lights again as she is pulling back the covers. Not a text, a photo. She opens it. Her breath stops. It is her, standing at the edge of the hill, silhouetted against the firth with Declan beside her. The angle is from below, from the tree line. The camera is professional grade. The composition is deliberate. The caption, "Looking for the light, Blackthorn's secret weapon." Who is the child? No sender name, no number, just the image and the question, and the cold certainty that someone has been watching her all day. Chapter 15. The train arrives in Edinburgh at 10:15, and Solene steps onto the platform with the anonymous photograph still burning in her chest like a brand. She checks her phone again. No new messages, no replies. The photo sits in her gallery like a splinter she cannot dig out. The tree line angle, the silhouette, the question. Who is the child? She locks the screen and walks. The flat smells of onions and palm oil when she pushes through the door. Nneka is at the stove, back turned, wooden spoon moving in the same rhythm she has used for 30 years. Amma is on the floor with a stack of wooden blocks, building something that leans at an impossible angle. "Ma!" Solene crouches. Amma launches herself into her arms, small and solid and smelling of soap and sleep. Solene holds her longer than usual, pressing her face into the curve of her daughter's neck. "You smell like outside," Amma says. "I was outside." "All day?" "All day." Amma pulls back and studies her face with the focused attention that always makes Solene feel seen in ways she does not want to be. "You look tired, Mum." "I am tired." He stalks, appealing at a stare. "You should go to bed. I usually quite clear much, but you didn't getting a little bit diseased. So should you." "I am not tired." Amma gestures at the block tower. "I am building." Solene looks at the structure. It is tall and crooked and somehow still standing. A tower of unlikely geometry that reminds her of something she cannot name. "What are you building?" "A house." "For who?" "For everyone." Amma picks up another block. "It has to be big enough." Nneka turns from the stove. Her eyes move over Solene with the precision of someone who has been reading her daughter's face for 31 years, and Solene looks away too late. "Eat first," Nneka says. "Then bed." "I am not hungry." "Then sit and watch us eat. You can do that." It is not a suggestion. Solene sits. The kitchen is warm. Amma chatters through her dinner, describing the castle she has been drawing, the cat she saw from the window, The song she sang at bath time. Solene's chest tightens at the mention of the recording, the one she sent into the dark without a reply, but she keeps her face still. Nika says nothing until Amma is in her pajamas, tucked under Nika's arm on the sofa, half asleep while the television murmurs colors across the room. Then she looks at Solene. "You are not sleeping." "I am sleeping." "You are not sleeping here. Your body is in the room. The rest of you is still on that train." Solene opens her mouth, closes it. Nika waits. "We finished the observatory shoot," Solene says. "It went well." "That is not what I asked." "I know." The television light shifts. Amma's breathing deepens, her body going heavy against Nika's side. Solene watches her daughter's face relax into sleep and feels the weight of every secret she has ever carried pressing down on her ribs. "How long?" Nika says quietly. "Are you going to do this?" "Do what?" "Pretend that carrying everything alone is the same as protecting her." Solene's hands go still in her lap. "I am protecting her." "You are protecting yourself." Nika's voice is not unkind. It is flat and factual, the tone of a woman who has seen too much to be impressed by silence. "You are keeping the truth so close that it has become a cage. She lives in that cage with you, Solene. She does not know it yet, but she will." "She is 4. She will be 5, then 6, then old enough to understand that her mother never told her father she existed." Nika pauses. "What will you say to her then?" Solene's throat closes. "I do not know. That is the truth, at least." They sit in the quiet. Amma shifts, murmurs something in her sleep. The word sounds like window or wind or a name Solene does not want to hear. "Something happened," Nika says. "At the shoot. Something more than work." Solene thinks of Declan's hand on her back, the grip tape on the stairs, the voice memo she sent into the void. She thinks of the photograph that arrived afterward, the professional composition, the question that felt like a blade. "Someone is watching me," she says. Nika does not flinch. "The same someone who sent that envelope to Blythe?" "I do not know. Maybe." Solene presses her palms against her thighs. "They took a picture of me. With Declan. At the observatory. They asked who Amma is." "Did they name her?" "No, not yet. But they will." The words land like stones. Solene looks at her daughter, small and trusting, and entirely unaware that someone in the dark has already begun drawing a target around her life. "I should have told him," she says. 4 years ago. I should have told him the moment I knew. Yes, I was afraid. I know. I am still afraid." Nika reaches over and takes Solene's hand. Her palm is warm, calloused from a lifetime of work, steady in a way Solene has never been able to replicate. "Fear is not the problem," Nika says. "Fear tells you to be careful. That is useful. But when fear tells you to stay silent while someone else decides when your truth comes out, that is not caution anymore. That is surrender." "What do I do?" "You decide who tells Amma's story, before someone else decides for you." Solene looks at her daughter's face, soft in sleep, the crescent birthmark behind her right ear that she has never seen on anyone else, the one Declan has never had the chance to recognize. "I do not know if I am ready." "Then be ready anyway." Nika releases her hand. "You do not get to choose the moment. You only get to choose whether you are the one speaking when it arrives." The clock on the wall ticks. Amma stirs, blinks, and looks at Solene with eyes that are too direct for a child who has just woken. "Mom?" "Yes, baby." Amma rubs her face. "At nursery today, Alara said buildings have fathers." Solene's blood goes cold. "What?" "Buildings have fathers. That is what Alara said, because her dad builds things at work, and he said every building has a father who made it, even if you cannot see him." The words hang in the air. Nika is very still. Amma yawns, oblivious. "Is that true? Does every building have a father, even the ones we cannot see?" Solene cannot answer. She looks at her daughter's face, innocent and curious, repeating a phrase that lands like a warning she cannot outrun. The flat feels suddenly too small. Somewhere out there, a person with a camera knows her daughter's face, and tomorrow, Solene will walk back into Declan Blackthorn's orbit, into the campaign, into the proximity she has been trying to control, carrying the question she has never let herself ask aloud. How long before the world decides for her? Chapter 16. The chute is in the old bank vault on George Street, a sandstone monolith turned into Blackthorn's Edinburgh flagship. Solene frames the vaulted ceiling from a ladder while the team sets up diffusion panels below, and the morning moves in sharp, productive silence. Declan arrives without announcement. She feels him before she sees him, a shift in the room's pressure, a stillness that settles over the crew like weather. He stands at the back of the space, hands in his coat pockets, watching. She does not look at him. She does not need to. His presence is a current she has learned to navigate, and today the current is useful. The light catches the ceiling's carved limestone in a way that demands a 6-second exposure, and she holds the composition longer than usual, letting the shadow deepen before she releases the shutter. Good, Des says from behind her. That one has teeth. She climbs down. The roll of film comes out, goes into the drying cabinet. She loads another back without checking the exposure, trusting her hand. Declan moves to the far wall, traces the line of an old ventilation grate with his fingers. The original architect used the air shafts to create visual rhythm. Every fourth panel is a false vent. Solene turns, camera still raised. I know. Then why did you crop the 3rd and 7th in your last sequence? The room goes quiet. She lowers the camera. Because symmetry is not the subject. The pattern breaking is the subject. His mouth does something that is almost a smile. That is what I told the board when they asked why the hero image from the customs house was not the safe angle. You told them that? I told them the campaign was not about buildings that look finished. It is about buildings that look alive. The crew exchanges glances. Des hides a smile behind his coffee cup. Solene lifts the camera again. Then get out of my light, Declan. He steps aside. She shoots. The session opens up after that, a rhythm she has not felt since before, when work was the one language that never required translation. Declan stays at the edge of the frame, not directing, not interfering, just present in a way that makes the space feel larger rather than smaller. She catches him watching her hands as she adjusts the aperture ring. She catches herself, not minding. By late morning, the contact sheets are electric. Des spreads them across a marble counter, and even the junior assistants stop pretending to work. The images have a quality that is difficult to name. They are not just technically precise, they feel inhabited. The vault breathes. The limestone glows like bone. The press office is going to eat these alive, Des says. They are not for the press office, Solene says. They are now. He taps the 3rd frame. This one goes to the board preview. I am calling it now. She should argue. She should protect the edit. But the image is good, sharp in a way that makes her chest tight, and she cannot find the lie in what he said. Declan approaches the counter, studies the spread without touching. His fingers hover over the 3rd exposure, the vault shot, the one that caught the teeth. This is why I hired her, he says, low, for Des only. But Solene hears it. The air between them shifts, loaded with something that is not quite truce and not quite surrender. She looks at his hands, the thin white scar at the base of his left thumb, the way he has not once tried to take credit for the frame she captured. She almost says thank you. She does not. The afternoon passes in a haze of light readings and lens changes, and the quiet friction of two people learning to move around each other without cutting. Solene shoots the vault from every angle, and each frame feels like a conversation she did not know she was having. By 5, the crew is packing. Des is already on the phone with the post-production team, his voice rising with excitement. Solene stands at the vault's entrance, reviewing the last series on her camera's display, and for a moment, she lets herself feel the shape of a good day. Then she sees the lens. Across the street, at the edge of a construction scaffolding, a figure in a dark coat raises a long camera and points it directly at her. She freezes. The figure lowers the lens. The face beneath the hood is pale, male, mid-40s, a mouth set in a line that is not quite a smile. He does not move when she stares at him. He holds her gaze for a beat, then raises the camera again and shoots. A flash, a click. Then he turns and walks into the crowd. Declan. Her voice is not steady. He is beside her in 3 strides. What? She points. There was a man on the scaffolding. He was photographing me. Declan's jaw tightens. Did you recognize him? No, but the camera was professional. He knew what he was doing. He pulls out his phone, types something fast, then looks at her with an expression she cannot read. Wait here. Declan, wait here. He crosses the street before she can argue, disappearing into the pedestrian flow. The crew notices the tension, their chatter faltering. Des looks up from his call, sees Solene's face, and cuts the conversation short. What happened? Someone was watching us. Des's expression goes flat. The same someone who sent you the photograph at the hotel? I do not know. He was wearing a hood. I only saw his face for a second. Did Declan go after him? Yes. Des curses under his breath. That is exactly what the man wants. A reaction, something to photograph. Solene's stomach turns. Declan returns 5 minutes later, alone, his face unreadable. He has gone. I lost him on the Royal Mile. He looks at Solene. But I gotta look at his face. I know who he is. Who? Gregor Ilves, tabloid photographer, Glasgow-based. He specializes in wealthy families and private damage. The name lands like a stone. What does he want? Right now he is testing, seeing how close he can get before you notice. Declan's voice is flat, controlled. The shoot yesterday, the observatory. He was likely the one on the hill. Solene thinks of the photograph that arrived at the hotel, the caption asking who the child is. How long has he been following me? I do not know, but I am going to find out. He turns toward the vault's interior, where Merwin Pritchard has appeared without Solene noticing, a tablet in her hand, her dark hair pulled tight. She does not look surprised to see Declan agitated. Mr. Blackthorn? Merwin. I have been monitoring the social tags on the campaign since this morning. She turns the tablet toward him. Someone posted a cropped image of the vault entrance with the caption, Blackthorn's secret weapon on location. The post is geotagged to this address and was uploaded 14 minutes after Solene entered the building. Solene's blood runs cold. Who posted it? Anonymous account, created today, no followers. Merrin's voice is calm, clinical. It has already been shared 300 times. Declan takes the tablet, studies the screen. His face reveals nothing. Delete it. Already done, but the damage is done in terms of visibility. The press office has been alerted. Merrin's eyes flick to Solene, measuring. If Mr. Ilves decides to make a story of this, it will not take long for someone to connect the dots to your daughter. The word hangs in the air. Daughter. Solene feels the room contract. The crew is watching. Des is very still. Declan has not moved. You need to decide, Merrin says, whether you want to control the narrative or let Gregor Ilves control it for you. Solene looks at Declan. His jaw is tight. His hand is clenched around the tablet. And in his eyes, she sees something she has not seen before. Fear. Not for himself, for her. For the little girl who asked if buildings have fathers. The vault feels suddenly cold. The good day is gone, replaced by the weight of a camera that has already begun collecting evidence. Solene does not know how much time she has, but she knows, with terrible clarity, that the silence she has held for 4 years is no longer hers to break. Chapter 17. The vault air settles cold against Solene's skin. Merrin's tablet has been tucked away, but the question still hangs between them, an unpaid debt. Declan turns to Solene. We are done for the day. The light is still good, she says. I have 3 more panels. The light will be good tomorrow. His voice leaves no room for argument. Des, strike the kit. Everyone back to the office for early close. The crew moves without questioning him. Cables coil, diffusion panels fold. Des catches Solene's eye and gives a single nod, the kind that says do not fight this one. Declan is already on his phone, typing something fast. When he finishes, he looks at her with that unreadable calm she has learned to distrust. My car is outside. I am taking you home. I can take the train. You can take my car. He steps closer, voice dropping so only she can hear. Ilven knows where you shoot now. He does not know where you live yet, and I intend to keep it that way. The logic is clean. She hates that she cannot argue with it. The car is black, sleek, anonymous. Declan holds the door for her, then slides in on the opposite side, leaving a full seat of space between them. The driver pulls away without needing directions. Solene presses her forehead to the cool glass of the window. The Edinburgh streets blur past, gray light, wet cobbles, a city that has become her shelter, suddenly feeling porous. "I am not going to lock you down," Declan says quietly. She does not turn. "That sounds exactly like what someone would say before locking me down. I meant what I said at the hotel. The next move is yours." A pause. "But I can help you make that move safely. That is different from control. By arranging my transport, my schedule, the security around my daughter, by offering options you would not have alone." She turns to look at him. His profile is sharp against the moving city. He is not watching her. He is watching the street, the reflections in the windows, the way the car's path unfolds. "Did you know Ilviz was following me before today?" "I knew someone was. I did not know who until I saw his face." "How long have you known someone was watching?" He's quiet for a beat. "Since the observatory. I saw movement in the tree line before you did. I thought it was a deer. You did not tell me." "Because I was not sure. And because telling you would have made you look over your shoulder every minute of every shoot." He finally meets her eyes. "You are harder to frighten than you think, but you are not unbreakable." The honesty catches her off guard. She looks back out the window. They are passing through Stockbridge, close to her flat. The familiarity of the streets should calm her. Instead, she feels watched even here, even inside a car with tinted windows. "I have a daughter," she says. "She is 4 years old. She thinks the world is made of block towers and songs about cats in boots. I have done everything to keep it that way." "I know. And now there's a man with a camera who wants to turn her into a headline." "Yes." She presses her palm flat against the glass. "What would you do if you were me?" "Exactly what you are doing." His voice is low. "Figure out who is behind it. Buy time. Protect the child at all costs. And if the cost is running again?" The silence stretches. "I would hope," he says finally, "that you have better reasons to stay than you did before." The car pulls up outside her building. Solene reaches for the door handle. "Wait!" Declan gets out first, scans the street, then opens her door. The gesture is automatic, not performative. He has done this 1,000 times, she realizes. Opened doors for people he is responsible for. "I am going to have someone watch this street for the next few days," he says. "Plain clothes, unmarked car. They will not approach you or your mother or Amma. They will simply be here. And if I say no, then I will do it anyway and hope you do not notice." She almost smiles. Almost. "I appreciate the honesty. It is the only currency I have left with you." She steps past him, then stops. "Declan." "Yes." "The school run, Thursday mornings. I leave the flat at 8:17, walk to the corner, wait for the green light, cross, and drop Amma at the gate by 8:28. She looks at him. "Why did I just tell you that?" "Because you want me to know what Ilvers already knows. Or because you already knew it and I am testing how honest you actually are." His face does not change, but something in his eyes flickers. Recognition or calculation, she cannot tell which. "The school run," he says slowly, "is posted on the nursery's public calendar. Pick up and drop off windows, the crossing guard schedule, the street closure times for the parent parking bay. I looked it up the day Marae found Amma's name. 3 years ago. Yes. And you memorized it." "I memorize everything that might matter." He holds her gaze. "The crossing guard's name is Bill. He has been there 11 years. He knows every child by sight. The nursery director is a woman named Caro Meeks. She has a golden retriever named Mungo who visits on Fridays. The classroom window faces east. The morning light hits it at 8:34, which is when they open the blinds for circle time." Solene's breath catches. The detail is too precise, too intimate. He has not simply looked at a calendar. He has watched. He has timed. He has learned the rhythm of her daughter's mornings the way he learned the geometry of her compositions. "You watched them. I watched the building." His voice is careful now. "I never approached. I never spoke to anyone. I stood across the street twice, 3 years ago, to see if the photographs Maywin found matched the life I could have had." Then I left. And you never went back? No. But you still know the crossing guard's name. I told you. I memorize what matters. The street is quiet. A taxi passes. A woman with a pushchair rounds the corner ahead. Solene feels the space between them humming with information she does not know how to process. He was there, across the street from her daughter's nursery, watching, learning, wanting. And he never approached. That restraint, she realizes, is the most frightening thing about him. Because it means every move he makes now is deliberate. Nothing is impulse. Nothing is accident. Why are you telling me this now? Because Ilse is going to find that nursery calendar if he is not already. He is going to stand on that corner with a long lens and photograph my daughter walking in through the east-facing gate. And I would rather you hear from me what I know than discover it in a photograph someone else sends you. Solene's throat tightens. She thinks of Amma's hand in hers at the crosswalk, the way she swings her lunchbox and counts the cracks in the pavement. The small rituals Solene has guarded with her whole life. You are not going to approach her. Not until you say I can. And if I never say you can, the question is sharp, a test. Declan looks at her for a long moment. The city light catches his face, shadows pooling under his eyes she had not noticed before. He looks tired. He looks like a man who has spent 4 years waiting for permission to exist in his own daughter's life. Then I will watch from across the street for the rest of my life, he says. And I will memorize every detail you let me see. Something in Solene's chest cracks. She walks into the building without looking back, but she feels his gaze on her all the way to the door, heavy and constant, like a hand she has not decided whether to take. In the stairwell, she stops. Her hand is in her coat pocket. Her fingers close around the monogrammed handkerchief she has carried since Ledmere, the one with his initials she has never been able to throw away. She pulls it out. The fabric is soft, worn. He would have noticed she still has it. He notices everything. The entry buzzer sounds behind her. She freezes. It sounds again, long, insistent, not a visitor, someone who knows the code. She does not move. The buzzer sounds a third time, and then her phone vibrates in her pocket. A text from an unknown number. I am outside. He left. We need to talk about the photographs he has already taken of the child. Your mother let me in the back way. I am on your landing. Solene's blood turns to ice. She stares at the screen. The words do not rearrange themselves. They stay fixed, final. A door that is already open behind her while she stood frozen at the front. Your mother let me in the back way. Neka. Solene's hand tightens around the handkerchief. The fabric bunches against her palm, and she thinks of Declan's face in the street, the way he said, I will memorize every detail you let me see. She left him standing there, and while she walked up the stairs, someone else walked in. She does not know who sent the text, but the text knows her landing, knows Neka, knows she lives here. The stairwell hums with silence. The third step creaks under her weight when she shifts, and the sound echoes in the narrow space. The landing is 15 feet above her. She should call Declan. She should turn around, walk back into the street, and tell him the perimeter is already breached. The car has not pulled away yet. He is probably still standing on the pavement, watching the building. She does not call him. Instead, she climbs. Each step is deliberate. The banister is cool under her hand. The wallpaper she has passed 1,000 times, faded roses on cream, blurs at the edges of her vision. The landing comes into view. A figure stands against her door. Tall, female, dark hair braided back, a coat that costs more than Solene's rent. Merwin Pritchard. Solene stops on the top step. You. Me. Merwin's voice is calm, clinical, the same tone she used in the vault. Your mother recognized me from the hospital where I volunteered last year. She remembered my face. She let me in through the garden gate. My mother did not know who you were. She knew I worked for Blackthorn. She knows you were in danger. That was enough. Solene's pulse hammers. You could have called. You could have waited until morning. I could have. Maiwen's eyes are steady. But Gregor Ills does not wait until morning, and neither does the person who paid him to stand on that scaffolding. The air between them goes still. Paid him. Tabloid photographers do not stake out a mid-tier architectural shoot because they love brutalism. Someone told him where you would be. Someone told him who you are. Maiwen reaches into her coat pocket. You wanted to know who sent Blythe Harmon that envelope, who has been photographing you from the tree line, who posted the geotagged image of the vault entrance. She pulls out her phone. I know who it is. Solene does not move. The hallway light flickers. Maiwen turns the screen toward her. On it is a photograph, not of Solene, not of Amma. A man, mid-40s, pale skin, a mouth set in a line that is not quite a smile. Gregor Ills. But he is not holding a camera. He is standing in a room Solene recognizes. A room with a wide window that looks out onto the Firth of Forth. A room where she stood 3 days ago, arguing about a contact sheet. The customs house. And behind him, seated at a table, is a woman with dark hair pulled tight. Maiwen Pritchard. Solene's stomach drops. Ills did not find you, Maiwen says quietly. I led him to you. The corridor tilts. I work for someone else, Maiwen says. Someone who wants Declan Blackthorn to lose everything he rebuilt. And you, Solene, are the crack in the foundation he cannot afford. Chapter 18. The handkerchief is still in her hand. Solene does not remember folding it, does not remember tucking it back into her pocket, but the fabric is there, bunched against her palm like a piece of proof she cannot put down. Maiwen has not moved from the door. The silence stretches. The bare bulb above the landing flickers once, and the faded roses on the wallpaper seem to shift in the uneven light. You led him to me, Solene says. You sent the envelope. You posted the image. I did. Declan trusts you. Declan trusts precision. I gave him that. Precise legal work, precise containment, precise risk assessment. Maiwen's voice does not waver. But I do not work for Declan Blackthorn. I never have. Solene's hand tightens around the handkerchief. Then who? Maiwen tilts her head. The gesture is almost sympathetic. Someone who watched Declan burn Norfolk to the ground and rebuilt himself in Edinburgh. Someone who knows exactly how many bodies he stepped on to get here. Someone who has been waiting for the right pressure point. And I am the pressure point. You are the crack. The child is the earthquake. Maiwen's eyes are steady. I did not come here to threaten you. I came to offer you a choice. The people I work for do not want you hurt. They want Declan dismantled. There is a difference. Solene's laugh comes out hollow. You led a tabloid photographer to my daughter's nursery. You posted her location online. You sent my ex-fiancé to confront me at work. That is not a choice. That is a siege. It is leverage. Maiwen steps back from the door, hands visible, coat open. And I am giving you the chance to use it before they do. The words land like a slap. Solene does not speak. Maiwen's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen, then returns her gaze to Solene. I will be at the Blackthorn office until close of business tomorrow. After that, I will be unreachable. If you want to know who signs my checks, you have until then. She walks past Solene. The stairs creak under her weight. The front door opens, closes, and the lock clicks back into place. Solene stands alone on the landing. Her hand is still clenched around the handkerchief. She does not know how long she stays there. Long enough for the hall light to flicker again. Long enough for her breathing to settle. Long enough for the silence to become something she can think through instead of drown in. Her phone vibrates. She looks down. Blythe, I need to see you. One last time. I will be at the cafe on Clyde Street. I will wait until you come or until the staff locks the door. Solene stares at the message. She should call Declan. She should tell him Maiwen is compromised, that the threat is inside his own building, that the person he trusted to protect the company has been feeding information to an enemy she has not named. She does not call him. She walks down the stairs, out the front door, and into the Edinburgh night. The cafe on Clyde Street is almost empty. Blythe sits at a table near the back, a cup of tea untouched in front of him. He looks the same as he did at the Highland estate, wind-bitten, careful. A man who has spent 4 years learning how to hold himself together after someone pulled the floor from under him. Solene slides into the chair across from him. He does not smile. He looks at her for a long moment, and the silence is not hostile, it is searching. "I thought about not coming," she says. "I know. I thought about staying in the street, walking past the window, letting you wait until the staff locked the door." Blythe wraps both hands around his cup. "But you came anyway, because I owe you an answer." Solene pushes her hair back. The motion is sharp, unfinished. "You asked me at the estate if I loved someone else. I said yes, but that was not the whole truth." He waits. "I loved you," she says. "I did. Not the way I loved him, but I loved you enough to try. I said yes to your proposal because I thought safety could be enough. I thought if I chose carefully, if I built a life that looked right from the outside, I could learn to feel the way I was supposed to feel. And when you could not?" Solene's throat tightens. "I ran, because staying would have meant telling you the truth, and I did not have the courage to break your heart to your face. I took the coward's way out. I left you in a church full of people and let you carry the humiliation alone." Blythe looks down at his tea. The steam curls between them. "I knew," he says quietly. "Not about him. I did not know his name until the envelope arrived. But I knew you were not all the way in the room with me. I knew there was a part of yourself you kept locked away. And I thought if I was patient, if I was steady, you would eventually hand me the key. I wanted to, but you could not." The words settle between them. Solene feels the weight of them, the shape of a confession that has taken her 4 years to speak aloud. Blythe sets down his cup. His hands are steady. "I am not going to tell you I forgive you. I am not there yet. But I am also not going to pursue you, or sue you, or drag your name through the mud. I came to Edinburgh to understand why my life blew apart. Now I understand. That is enough. It should not be. Maybe not." He meets her eyes. "But I have spent 4 years being angry at a version of you that did not exist. You were not cruel. You were afraid. That is a different kind of damage, but it is also the kind I can learn to live with." Solene's vision blurs. She blinks hard. "Leaving can save a person once," Blythe says. "It saved you, I think. You walked out of that church and you built something real in Edinburgh. A daughter, a career, a life that fits you. That took courage I did not give you credit for." He leans forward. "But if you turn leaving into a creed, Solene, it will hollow you out. You will spend the rest of your life walking out of rooms before anyone can disappoint you, and you will end up alone in a life that looks perfect from the outside and empty from the inside." The words hit like a punch. Solene does not answer. "I do not know what you are going to do about Declan Blackthorn," Blythe says. "I do not want to know, but I know you are still running from that church. And I know you are tired. I could see it in your face at the estate. I can see it now." He stands. He leaves a note under his cup, enough to cover both their drinks and more. "I hope you stop," he says. "I hope you let someone stay." He walks past her, and the door swings closed behind him, and the bell above it chimes once. Solene sits alone at the table. The cafe hums around her. The barista rinses cups. A kettle hisses. A man at the counter laughs at something on his phone. She does not hear any of it. She pulls Declan's handkerchief from her pocket. The initials are there. D.C.B. She has carried it for days now. She has not washed it. It still smells faintly of him, cedar and rain and something clean she cannot name. She folds it carefully, precisely, and tucks it back into her pocket. Then she pulls out her phone. She opens the thread with Declan. The last message she sent him is the voice memo of Amma singing. He never replied. She types 3 words. "I need you." She presses send before she can stop herself. The cafe door opens. A figure steps inside. Pale skin, mid-40s, a mouth set in a line that is not quite a smile. Gregor Eels. He looks directly at her table, and he raises a camera. Chapter 19. Declan does not ask what she needs. He reads the 3 words for a full 16 seconds, the screen glowing against his palm in the dark of his car, and then he starts the engine without replying. The drive from his flat to Clyde Street takes 11 minutes. He makes it in 8. He finds her still at the table at the back of the cafe, her hands wrapped around a cup gone cold, her face turned toward the window where the streetlight pools on wet cobblestones. The chair across from her is empty. So is the table beside her. Isla is gone. Declan pulls out the chair and sits before she can speak. You texted me. I did. I did not reply because I wanted to see your face when I got here. Solene looks at him. Her eyes are red at the rims, but she is not crying. The composure has been rebuilt fresh. It sits on her like a coat put on over still wet skin. He was here, she says. Isla. He walked in, raised the camera, and walked out again without taking a single shot. Declan waits. He stood there for maybe 4 seconds, long enough for me to know he could have taken anything he wanted. Then he lowered the camera, nodded once, and left. That was not a warning, Declan says. That was a message. What kind of message? That he is not afraid of being seen, that he wants you to know he is watching. Declan's voice is flat. It is a different kind of pressure. He is telling you he owns the space between when you notice him and when he acts. Solene sets down her cup. The ceramic clicks against the table. I saw Blythe. I know. He told me I am still running from that church. Declan does not answer. He said if I make leaving into a creed, it will hollow me out. The words hang between them. Declan's jaw works once. A muscle tightens along the line of his throat. He is not wrong, he says. Solene looks up. I spent the first year after you left wanting to burn everything down, Declan says. Every building I had ever renovated, every contract I had ever signed, every relationship that reminded me I had been stupid enough to trust someone with my future. His voice is quiet. It took me 18 months to stop being angry and start being patient. And I did not become patient because I was wise. I became patient because I learned that anger could not build anything. It could only break what was already finished. Solene holds her breath. I do not trust people, Declan says. I trust process. I trust systems. I trust the work. People lie. Numbers do not. Schedules do not. A well-lit building does not wake up one morning and decide it would rather be somewhere else. He leans back. That is what the 4 years made of me. Not a man who plots revenge. A man who stopped believing in anything he could not verify. Solene's throat tightens. And me? You are the one exception. His voice drops. You are the thing I could not verify. You are the variable I could not control. And I have spent every day since you left trying to decide whether that makes you the most dangerous person I have ever known, or the only one worth the risk. The air between them thickens. Solene feels the pull, the old hunger, the part of her that still remembers what it felt like to be seen by him before the walls went up. She opens her mouth, and then he looks at her. There is something in his eyes, a shift, a recalculation. The vulnerability is still there, but it is no longer unguarded. It is measured, weighed. He is watching her watch him, testing whether the confession landed the way he intended. The trust she was about to offer closes like a door. You are doing it again, she says. Doing what? Measuring the effect. Declan holds still. You tell me the truth and you mean it. I believe you mean it. But then you watch to see what it buys you. Solene shakes her head. That is not trust, Declan. That is strategy dressed up as honesty. For a long moment, he does not speak. Then he nods once. You are right. The admission is clean. No deflection, no defense. I do not know how to stop, he says. I do not know how to say something true and not track its impact. That is what the 4 years taught me. To calculate, to anticipate, to never leave a move unexamined. He meets her eyes. Tell me how to learn it. I will do it. The question lands in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. She does not have an answer. And then her phone vibrates against the table. She looks down. The screen shows a notification from an unknown number. No preview text, just a single image loading. She taps it open. The photograph fills the screen. It is Amma. Her daughter stands at the nursery gate, holding Neka's hand, her face turned toward the camera with the clear, guileless expression of a child who does not yet know she should look away. The image is crisp, Professional. Taken from close enough to catch the small crescent birthmark behind her right ear. The same crescent Declan carries behind his own. Solene's blood turns to ice. She looks up at Declan. His face has gone pale. "Tell me you did not send this," she says. "I did not." "Tell me you do not know who did." His silence is the only answer she needs. Chapter 20. The boardroom at Locke Blackthorn Holdings is a glass box suspended above the city. The morning light cuts through the eastern wall in clean diagonal slices, and the campaign images glow on the monitor wall at a scale that makes Solene's chest tighten. Her work. Blown up to 3 meters across. The customs house at oblique angle. The vault interior with its brass doors thrown open. The observatory shot she thought she had lost until she found it in the third frame. The way the light fell through the broken dome and turned absence into something sacred. 14 images, every one of them hers. Declan stands at the head of the table with his back to the windows, and he does not look at the screen. He looks at the faces around the table. The investors, the marketing director, the woman from brand strategy who has not stopped nodding since the third slide. "This is the first phase," Declan says. "The full campaign runs through autumn, but the visual language is set." He lets the silence hold. The marketing director speaks first. "When do we get the full deck for the Glasgow launch?" "End of week." The woman from brand strategy leans forward. "The vault shot should lead the print campaign. That is the image that tells the story." Solene's pulse jumps. The vault shot, the one she fought for. Declan turns to her. "Solene?" It takes her a moment to realize he is giving her the floor. "The vault works because it does not try to sell the building," she says. "It shows what the building contains, the weight, the history, the fact that the space was designed to hold something valuable." The marketing director nods. "That is exactly the language we need." The approval comes in waves. A handshake from the strategy lead, a nod from the silent investor at the far end, a round of murmured agreement that builds into something close to consensus. Solene lets herself breathe. She has done it. The campaign is hers. But there is a photograph of her daughter in her pocket with a crescent birthmark visible behind the ear, and she cannot afford to enjoy this. The meeting breaks into clusters. Coffee is poured. Laptops closed. Des catches her eye from across the table and gives a small nod that means, "Well done." She should feel it, the victory. Instead, she watches Declan. He is standing near the windows, speaking to the marketing director in low, unhurried tones. His posture is easy, open, the kind of relaxed authority that comes from having built a room full of people who trust his judgment. But Solene sees the tension in his jaw, the way his thumb presses against the side of his phone, the way his gaze flickers to Merwin Pritchard as she enters the room. Manniling moves like someone who owns the air she walks through. Tailored suit, dark hair pulled tight, a tablet tucked under her arm. She does not look at Solene. She crosses directly to Declan and waits for the marketing director to step away. Solene should not be able to hear them. They are standing too far from her cluster. The room hums with conversation, but there is a gap in the noise, a brief pocket of silence, and Solene catches a fragment of Marine's voice. "Personal complications contained?" Declan does not answer immediately. He looks at Marine with an expression Solene cannot read, a cool, measuring stillness that makes her stomach turn. "Yes," he says. Marine tilts her head. "And the other matter?" "Handled." The word lands like a door closing. Solene watches them. Declan does not look at her. Marine does not look at her. But the space between them feels suddenly full of something Solene cannot name. Personal complications. She knows what that means. She is the complication. She and Amma. The photograph in her pocket, the birthmark that mirrors his own. But Merwin said the other matter, another category of risk, one Solene has not been told about. She finds Declan in the corridor 20 minutes later, after the boardroom is emptied and the coffee cups have been cleared. He is standing alone at the end of the hall, staring at his phone. She does not announce herself. She simply walks to where he stands and stops. "Who is the message from?" Declan looks up. "The board approval came through," he says. "That is the message." "You are lying." He holds her gaze. "I am not. You are leaving something out." Declan's jaw tightens. He does not answer. Solene steps closer, close enough to see the small lines at the corner of his eyes. The exhaustion he is trying to hide. Merowyn asked you about personal complications, she says. And about something else, something you told her was handled. Declan's thumb stills on the edge of his phone. What else do you want to know, Solene? I want to know what you are not telling me. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, I am not telling you the things that will put you in more danger than you already are. The answer lands like a wall. You do not get to decide what danger I can handle. I am not deciding for you. His voice drops. I am deciding for Amma. The name hits her chest like a physical blow. You do not get to use her name to justify secrets. The photograph on your phone is from a man who knows where your daughter goes to nursery. Declan's voice is flat. That is not a secret. That is a fact. And until I know who sent it and why, I will not give them more information about what matters to me. Solene's throat closes. What matters to me? He is talking about Amma. He is also talking about her. She walks out of the corridor before she can say something she will regret. The lobby is bright. The glass doors let in the cold morning air. Solene stops in the center of the marble floor and lets the chill settle over her skin. She should leave. She should take her daughter and her mother and disappear into the life she built before Declan Blackthorn found her again. But the campaign is real. The work is real. And the photograph in her pocket is proof that running will not work this time. Because whoever sent that image knows where Amma goes to nursery, and they have no reason to let Solene vanish quietly. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A text from a number she does not recognize. The board was impressed, but the real test is still coming. She stares at the screen. No name, no context, just the message. She looks up. Across the street, beneath the awning of a closed bookshop, Gregor Eels raises a camera. He does not lower it. He does not walk away. He watches her through the lens for 3 full seconds before he nods once and disappears into the crowd. Solene's blood runs cold. She turns back toward the building. Declan is standing in the entrance, his face unreadable. He saw Eels. He saw her reaction, and he did not move. Solene walks toward him, her heels sharp against the marble. Tell me what handled means, she says. Declan's eyes do not leave her face. It means I am going to end this. How? He does not answer. And Solene realizes, with a cold certainty that settles into her bones, that he will not tell her, because he already has a plan, and she is not part of it. She is the variable he cannot control, the one thing he could not verify, and he is moving forward anyway. Chapter 21. The convoy leaves Edinburgh before dawn, 3 cars threading through wet streets with the crew and the gear and the silence Solene has not learned to break. She sits in the second car. Des drives. Declan occupies the front passenger seat, his profile cut against the gray window glass, his attention fixed on the road ahead. He's not looked at her since the boardroom. Solene watches the city thin into farmland, then moorland, then the first distant teeth of mountains she cannot name. The sky hangs low and bruised. Rain comes in sheets across the A9, turning the world to water and reflection. Weather's closing in, Des says, his voice too casual. Might lose the light by 4. Declan says nothing. Solene's phone vibrates in her pocket. She does not pull it out. She knows it is Neka, or Amma, or the anonymous texter who tracks her movements like a predator learning a kill route. The photograph of Amma's birthmark burns against her thigh. Declan's silence burns worse. He told her he would end this. He did not tell her how. He watches her through the lens of his own calculation, and she is the variable he refuses to share. Solene presses her palm flat against the window. The cold vibrates through the glass. She thinks of the lighthouse keeper in the bedtime story, the one who bolted the door for years and then forgot why. She has been the lighthouse keeper. She is still the lighthouse keeper. But the door is not locked anymore. It is just jammed, and she does not know if she wants to force it open or board it shut. The ferry terminal at Kyle of Lockhouse is nearly empty. The wind is brutal. Solene steps out of the car and the sea air hits her like a wall of salt and iron. She pulls her coat tighter and watches the vessel hum against the pier, steel groaning against concrete. the dark water heaving below. The crew unloads equipment in practiced silence. Des directs them with clipped gestures. Declan stands apart, hands in his coat pockets, eyes on the horizon where Skye rises like a bruise against the sky. She boards last. Below deck, the cabin is fluorescent and cramped. She finds a seat by a fogged porthole and pulls out her phone. 1 bars of signal. 1 missed call. Home. Her chest tightens. Amma does not call often. Neka does not call unless something has shifted in the small geometry of their life. Solene presses the callback button. The signal dies. She tries again. Nothing. The ferry shudders as it pulls away from the pier, engines thrumming through the deck plates, and the last bars of service vanishes from her screen. No signal now until we dock. She looks up. Declan is standing in the doorway of the cabin. He is watching her the way he always watches her, like she is a composition he is trying to solve. "I know," she says. He steps inside. The door closes behind him with a hydraulic sigh. "Was that Amma?" Solene does not answer. Declan crosses the cabin and stops in front of her. He does not sit. He just stands there, close enough that she can smell the cold wool of his coat and the faint cedar of his skin, the same scent she once pressed her face into and called home. "The missed call," he says. "The name on the screen." She looks up at him. "Yes." Something flickers in his eyes. Pain, hunger, grief. She cannot name it, and she does not try. "She is fine," Solene says. "Neka would have called again if she was not. You do not know that. I know my mother. And your daughter." The question lands like a blade slipped between ribs. Solene stands. The cabin feels smaller now. The ferry rises and falls on the swell, the sea pressing against the hull like something alive and hungry. "Do not," she says. "Do not what?" "Do not use her to punish me." Declan's jaw tightens. A muscle jumps beneath the skin. "I am not punishing you." "Then what are you doing?" He is quiet for a long moment. The ferry groans. Water slaps against steel. Then he says, "I am trying to understand how you carried her for 9 months and never once thought I deserved to know." The words hit her low and hard. She does not answer. She cannot, because she has no answer that does not make her the villain of this story. She finds the deck 10 minutes later. The wind is savage. The sea stretches gray to every horizon, and Skye looms closer, dark and jagged and beautiful in the way things are beautiful when they can kill you. She grips the railing and lets the cold fill her lungs. Her phone is dead. No signal, no texts, no anonymous threats carrying photographs of her daughter's face. For the first time in weeks, she is unreachable, and she does not know if that feels like safety or a trap. The ferry horn sounds. The dock approaches. Solene watches the island rise to meet them. Behind her, she hears the cabin door open. She turns. Declan is standing in the doorway, his phone pressed to his ear. He says nothing. His face is still, too still. He pockets the phone and walks toward her. His stride is unhurried. His eyes are unreadable. "Who was that?" she asks. He reaches her at the railing. The wind tears at his coat. No one. The lie is so flat, so practiced, that she feels it settle between them like a locked door. "Declan." He looks at her. And for the first time since the boardroom, something in his expression cracks. Not into warmth, into something harder. "We should get ashore," he says. He turns and walks toward the gangway. Solene stays at the railing. The ferry docks. The gangway lowers. Crew members begin hauling equipment onto the pier. And Solene realizes, with a cold certainty that settles into her bones, that the real test is not on Skye. It is waiting for them when they return. Her phone is dead in her pocket. Amma tried to call, and Declan just received a message he will not describe. Chapter 22. The island hits them before they clear the gangway. Wind howling off the quillins, salt spray misting the air, the light shifting from gray to silver to something bruised and greenish at the edges. Skye does not welcome. Skye endures. Solene steps onto the pier and feels the ground move differently. Solid, but wrong, like the earth remembers it is volcanic. Declan is already ahead, speaking to Des with low, clipped words. His back is to her. His shoulders carry the weight of that phone call, the one he lied about, the one that turned his face to stone. She lets him go. The crew unloads equipment. Des divides the day's locations into morning and afternoon blocks. The first stop is a sea arch on the northern coast, a granite formation battered by tide and centuries, and it is the kind of structure that should make Solene forget everything else. It does not, but she works anyway. The beach is black sand and shattered shell. The wind tears at her coat, whips her scarf loose, sends her hair stinging across her face. She sets up at the base of the arch, looking up through the gap where rock is worn thin enough to let Skye through. Declan stands 30 feet back. He does not speak. He does not direct. He just watches, and for once, his watching does not feel like surveillance. It feels like waiting. She frames the shot. The light is wrong, too flat. The sea mist has swallowed the contrast. She lowers the camera. 20 minutes, she says. The fog will lift or it will thicken. If it thickens, we lose this location. Des checks his phone. Forecast says rain by 11. Then we shoot now or not at all. She turns back to the arch, and Declan says, "What do you need?" She looks at him. He is not asking to test her. He is not asking to prove he can provide. He is asking because he does not know the answer, and he trusts her to tell him. The realization hits her like the wind off the sea. "A ladder," she says, "and someone to hold the diffusion panel on the seaward side. The wind will tear it out of the stand." Declan nods once. He walks to the van and pulls out the ladder himself. Des raises an eyebrow but says nothing. The crew watches. Declan Blackthorn, CEO of a company that owns half of Edinburgh's waterfront, carries an aluminum ladder across black sand and sets it against the seaward face of the arch. "Tell me where," he says. Solene climbs. The wind screams. The ladder shifts beneath her weight. She finds her angle, the spot where the arch frames the horizon like a wound, and she calls down for the panel. Declan holds it. He does not complain. He does not check his watch. He stands in the salt spray with the diffusion panel braced against the wind, and he waits. She shoots. The light breaks through. A seam of silver opens in the cloud, striking the arch, turning the stone to something living. She gets it. 3 frames. Perfect. She lowers the camera and looks down. Declan is looking up at her. There is no calculation in his face, no strategy, just the raw, unguarded attention of a man who has stopped measuring the effect of his own actions. "Got it?" he asks. "Got it." He holds the panel steady until she climbs down. She lands on the black sand and stands close enough to see the salt crusted on his collar, the wind-reddened skin at his cheekbones. "You did not have to do that," she says. "I know." "Then why?" He looks at her. The wind tears between them. "Because you asked." The second location is a ruined chapel at the island's edge. Slate roof long gone, walls standing only by memory. The floor is grass and heather and the bones of old prayers. Solene walks the perimeter. The light is soft here, sheltered by the ridge. The rain holds off. She frames the east window, the one that still holds a sliver of colored glass, blue as a vein, blue as the sky after the storm is past. Declan stays by the door. He does not direct. He does not suggest. He lets her work, and the absence of his control is so disorienting that she nearly misses the shot. She catches herself, lowers the camera, turns to face him. "You are doing that on purpose." "Doing what?" "Giving up control." He does not deny it. "I told you I did not know how to stop calculating," he says. "I am trying to learn." The words land in her chest like stones dropped into deep water. She does not answer. She turns back to the window, but her hands are steady now, and the shot she takes is the best of the day. They shoot until the light dies. 4 locations, miles of coast, salt, wind, exhaustion, and the strange intimacy of working beside someone who does not try to lead. Declan carries equipment. He holds panels. He fetches water. He does not once tell her where to stand or what to frame, and she does not know what to do with the trust he is showing her. Because it is not strategy. She has seen strategy. She has felt it in the boardroom, on the train, in every calculated gesture he made to reel her back into his orbit. This is different. This is surrender, and it terrifies her more than his control ever did. The inn is a whitewashed building at the edge of a small harbor. The rooms are small, the windows salt-crusted, the heating struggling against the island's damp. Solene stands at her window and watches the sea turn black. The missed call from Amma burns in her mind. She still has not reached them. There is no signal here either. The innkeeper warned her. The village gets service only when the weather is clear, and the weather is not clear. She pulls out her phone. No bars. She thinks of Amma's voice. The way she says, "Mum like it," is the beginning of every story. A knock at the door. She opens it. Declan is standing in the hallway. His hair is damp. His shirt is wrinkled. He looks nothing like the man in the glass boardroom. "Dinner," he says. "Des found a pub that serves food until 9. I am not hungry." He does not argue. He just waits. And she realizes with a start that he is not going to push. He is not going to strategize. He is not going to control. He is leaving the choice to her. "Give me 5 minutes," she says. He nods. She closes the door and presses her palm flat against the wood. The windows rattle in the wind, and Solene wonders if this is what trust feels like. Not surrender, not safety, but the terrifying space between control and chaos, where someone you hurt is still choosing to wait for you. She grabs her coat. The pub is warm and too bright. Des has already ordered. The crew is scattered across 2 tables, laughing at something she cannot hear. Declan holds out a chair. She sits, and when their knees brush beneath the table, neither of them moves away. Later, walking back through the dark, the wind dies. The sky clears. Stars appear over the water. Solene stops at the harbor wall. The air smells of salt and seaweed and something clean that has no name. Declan stops beside her. She looks at the stars and thinks of the observatory. The night he changed the route. The night she learned he had been watching her longer than she knew. "Who called you on the ferry?" The question comes out before she can stop it. Declan is silent for a long moment. Then he says, "Someone who does not want me to succeed." That could be anyone. It could. She turns to face him. "Tell me who." He meets her eyes. "If I tell you, you will not trust anything I say after." The warning lands. "I do not trust anything you say now. Then there is no reason to tell you." She wants to argue. She wants to demand, but she is tired. And the stars are too bright. And he is standing beside her, close enough that she can feel the warmth of him cutting through the cold. "I asked you what to do," he says. "I am still listening." She does not answer. She walks back to the inn. But his footsteps follow, steady and unhurried, and when she closes her door, she leans her forehead against the wood and listens to the silence on the other side. He does not knock. He just waits. And that is worse, because she is starting to believe he actually heard her. Chapter 23. The storm hits 2 hours after midnight. Solene wakes to the sound of wind battering the window frame, salt spray hissing against glass. The inn groans around her, old bones complaining. She lies still in the narrow bed and watches the curtain billow where the seal has failed. No signal. Still no signal. The missed call from Amma sits in her chest like a stone she cannot swallow. She throws off the blanket, pads to the window. The harbor has vanished into white. Waves crash somewhere below, invisible but audible, the island eating its own shoreline. She presses her palm to the cold glass. "Mom," the word in Amma's voice. She closes her eyes. A knock at the door, soft, deliberate, not urgent. She knows who it is before she opens it. Declan stands in the hallway in shirt sleeves, barefoot, hair disheveled. He looks like he has not slept either. "The power is out at half the rooms," he says. "Yours?" She glances back at the lamp. Dead. "Mine too." Des found candles and whiskey in the bars. The crew is already there. She should say no. She should close the door and lie in the dark and stare at the ceiling until morning. Instead, she reaches for her coat. The bars is small and low-ceiled, with a fireplace that someone has managed to light. Des sits at a corner table with 2 of the crew, a bottle of single malt between them. He raises his glass when they walk in. "Knew the storm would smoke you out." Solene takes the chair across from him. Declan sits beside her. close enough that she can feel the heat of him without touching. Des pours 2 glasses, slides one to her. To bad weather and good whiskey. She drinks. The liquid burns going down, settles warm in her stomach. The fire pops, the wind howls. The crew tells stories about worse storms, worse locations, worse clients. Des laughs at his own jokes. The whiskey levels drop. And Declan says nothing. He sits beside her, glass in hand, watching the fire like it holds answers to questions he has not asked. At some point, the crew drifts away. Des excuses himself with a look at Declan that Solene cannot read. Then it is just the 2 of them and the dying fire. The candles have burned low. She should go to bed. She should stop pretending this is safe. She stays. What are you thinking about? The question slips out before she can stop it. Declan does not look at her. The first time I saw your work. She goes still. It was 3 years ago. A friend sent me a link to a portfolio site. I did not know it was yours until I opened the first image. He turns his glass in his hands. A customs house at low tide. The light was wrong in every technical sense. Overcast, flat, no drama. He pauses, and it was the most honest photograph I had seen in years. Lilini's throat tightens. You did not know it was mine? No. He looks at her now, but I recognized the way you see, the way you frame absence instead of presence, the way you let the building hold the silence. She cannot breathe. I spent 4 years looking for traces of you, Solene, in galleries, in architecture journals, in the credits of campaigns I had no stake in. His voice drops. I found you in a customs house in Fife before I ever confirmed you were still in Scotland. The fire pops, the wind screams, and Solene realizes the past has been alive for him all along, not buried, not edited, alive. I did not know, she whispers. You were not supposed to. She looks at his hands around the glass, the thin white scar at the base of his thumb. You never stopped looking. No, even after I left. Especially after you left. The words land like a blow. She should dig up. She should walk away. She should protect herself from the weight of what he is telling her. She stays. I tried to hate you, he says. It did not take. Declan, I am not saying this to make you feel guilty. I am saying it because you asked what I was thinking. He sets the glass down. I was thinking that I have spent 4 years looking at buildings and seeing the ghost of your framing. And now you are sitting beside me in a storm, and I do not know what to do with the fact that you are real again. The fire gutters. The candle beside her goes out. She is sitting in the dark with the man she ran from, and he is telling her that her absence was not an ending. It was a wound that never healed. I do not know what to do with it either, she says. He looks at her. The space between them feels electric, charged with years of silence and longing, and things neither of them has said aloud. She reaches for the whiskey bottle, pours another finger, drinks. Then she says, Tell me about the customs house. His mouth moves, not quite a smile. The light was flat, the tide was out. The building looked like it had been waiting for someone to notice it. And I stared at it for 20 minutes before I realized I was looking for your signature in the corner. She laughs, a broken sound. You would not have found it. I do not sign my work. I know, I checked. She shakes her head. You checked. I checked everything, Solene. The metadata, the upload date, the gallery credit, the camera body. His voice is quiet, almost confessional. I wanted it to be you, and when I confirmed it was, I sat in my office for an hour and did not move. She looks at his hands, the scar, the way he still holds his glass like he is afraid of breaking it. What did you do after the hour? He meets her eyes. I started planning how to find you. The words hang in the air between them. The storm howls, and Solene realizes, with a clarity that cuts, that he has been moving toward her for 4 years, not away, not through, toward. She should be afraid. She should be angry. She is neither. She is sitting in the dark with a man who has been looking for her in every corner of a world she thought she had disappeared from, and she does not want to leave. I should go to bed, she says it like a question. Declan nods. He stands, offers his hand. She takes it. His palm is warm, his fingers close around hers. They walk through the dark hallway together, past the dead lamps and the creaking stairs, past the windows where the storm has painted the glass white. She stops at her door. He stops beside her. The silence is heavy with everything they have said and everything they have not. "Good night, Declan." "Good night, Solene." He does not move. She turns the handle, and when she steps inside, she leaves the door open a crack. Just a crack. Just enough. The wind finds the gap and whistles through, and she lies on the bed in the dark and listens for the sound of him standing on the other side. She does not hear him leave. She does not fall asleep. And in the morning, when she opens the door, the hallway is empty. But there is a candle on the floor outside her room, still warm, still burning. Chapter 24. She does not think about the candle. She thinks about it all morning. It sits on the floor outside her room, wax pooled at the base, the wick still sending up a thin curl of smoke. She crouches and touches the side. Warm. He must have replaced it sometime in the night. She leaves it there. The storm has passed. The sky is the color of unpolished silver, and the sea beyond the window is flat and gray. She stands in the doorway with her boots on and her camera bag over her shoulder, and her hand still pressed to the warm glass of the candle. She is pretending she did not notice. He is at the end of the hallway, leaning against the wall, watching her. He is wearing the same clothes from last night. His hair is dark and disheveled, and there is a shadow along his jaw that was not there yesterday. He looks like he has not slept. He looks like he has been waiting. "You left that," she says. "I know." "Why?" He pushes off the wall, walks toward her, stops at a distance that is too close for safety and too far for comfort. "Because I wanted you to know I was still here." She swallows. "The candle could have burned out." "I checked it." "All night?" "Yes." The word lands in the hollow space between them. She should say something professional. She should thank him for the gesture and walk past him and find Des and start the day's work. She should close the door she left open and pretend it never happened. She does not. She reaches out. Her fingers brush the collar of his shirt. The fabric is damp. He has been standing in the hallway long enough for the sea air to soak through. "You are cold," she says. "I did not notice." She pulls him forward. He comes. His hands find her waist, her hips, the curve of her spine, slow and careful, like he is afraid she will shatter if he moves too fast. She presses her face into his chest and breathes him in. Salt and stone and the faint heat of his skin beneath the cold. "Solene." She does not answer. She wraps her arms around him and holds. His breath catches, his hands tighten. He pulls her into the room without asking, and she lets him. The door closes behind them. The bed is narrow, and the sheets smell of linen and damp wool. He stands at the edge of it, watching her with those gray eyes that have always seen too much. "Tell me," she says. His hands go still. "Tell you what?" "Tell me what you want." He takes her face in his hands. His thumbs trace the line of her cheekbones. His voice is raw. "I want to stop measuring. I want to stop calculating. I want to be in a room with you and not know what comes next and be able to survive it. And I want you to stay." She pulls him down. The kiss is not gentle. It is 4 years of silence, 4 years of distance, 4 years of lying to herself about what she needed. His mouth is hungry and careful at the same time, and his hands move over her like he is memorizing her, like he is trying to learn her body again after a long and brutal absence. She does not think. She does not plan. She lets him undress her, slow, piece by piece, until she is bare in the gray light, and he looks at her like she is the only real thing he has seen in years. "You are beautiful," he says. She shakes her head. "I am older." "You are beautiful." His hands find the burn scar on her wrist. He traces it with his thumb, once, twice. She remembers the university darkroom and the shattered chemical bottle, and the way he held her hand in the A&E waiting room. She remembers the number of times he visited her while the wound healed. She remembers everything. I am still angry at you, she says. I know. I do not trust you. I know. Then why are you still here? He pulls her against him, bare skin to bare skin, and the warmth of him is almost unbearable. Because I never stopped loving you, Solene. She cannot breathe. Even after you left, even after the silence, even after I found out about Amma, his voice breaks. I tried to stop. I built a company. I built a life. I built a version of myself that did not need you. And every single day, I missed you. She kisses him again. This time, it is softer. This time, she is crying. Their bodies find each other in the narrow bed with a tenderness that devastates her. He is slow. He is careful. Every touch says, I remember. Every pause says, I am sorry. Every breath says, I am here. She does not speak. She cannot. When he moves inside her, she wraps her legs around his waist and pulls him closer. And for one stolen night, there is no distance left between them at all. Chapter 25. She is gone before the light fully breaks. Declan watches from the doorway as Solene pulls on yesterday's shirt, shoves her feet into boots, and grabs her camera bag in a single fluid motion. The window has gone pearl gray at the edges, and she sees it before he does. The sky shifting, the mist thinning, a seam of gold opening over the sea. I have to catch it, she says, already moving. Stay, sleep. I will be back before breakfast. She is gone. The door clicks shut. The room goes quiet. He stands there in the aftermath of her, in the smell of her skin and the tangle of the sheets, and he does not know what to do with his hands now that she is not in them. He should dress. He should find Des. He should start the day like a man who has not just spent the night relearning the shape of the woman who broke him. Instead, he sits on the edge of the bed. The room is small and plain. White walls, a pine dresser, a window seat where she folded her coat last night. Her work bag is open on the floor. He sees the edge of her dictation recorder, a lens cap, a crumpled receipt. He looks away. The phone rings. It is not his. His is still in his coat pocket, silent and dark. The sound comes from her bag, a thin, bright trill that cuts through the morning quiet. Her work phone. The one she leaves on the dresser when she steps out. He should let it ring. He should let it go to voicemail. The phone rings again, and he is moving before he decides to, crossing the room and pulling it from the bag, the screen lit with a single word. Home. His thumb hovers over the answer button. He knows what he should do. He knows this is not his call to take. He knows Solene will be back in 15 minutes, 20 at most, and she will see the missed call and return it in private, and he will never know what was said. He presses answer. Hello? A pause. Then a small voice, bright and impatient, the kind of voice that has never learned to wait. Mummy? His hand tightens on the phone. This is not Mummy, he says. His voice sounds strange, distant, like it belongs to someone else. Who is this? It is Amma. Who are you? The name lands in his chest like a stone falling through deep water. He knows this name. He has known it for 3 years. He has whispered it in the dark of his office, traced the letters on his palm, imagined saying it aloud in a room where she could hear him. He has never heard it spoken by the person who owns it. I am... He stops. His throat closes. I am a friend of your mother's. Oh. A pause. Are you the one with the big car? He blinks. The big car? The one Mummy went to work in. Nika said it was very shawny. He remembers the courier he sent to Solene's flat 3 weeks ago. The driver, the instructions, the car that pulled up to a narrow Edinburgh tenement and waited while a little girl watched from the window. Yes, he says, that is my car. I like cars, Amma says, but I like trains better. Mummy took me on a train once. It had a window you could open. Did it? Mm-hmm. I put my hand out and the air went whoosh. She makes the sound high and enthusiastic, and he hears it, the exact cadence Solene uses when she is explaining something she loves. The same rhythm, the same lift at the end. His eyes burn. Is Mummy there? Amma asks. I wanted to tell her something. She's not here right now. She stepped out to take a picture of the sunrise. The sunrise? Yes, she is working. Oh, another pause. Is it a pretty sunrise? He looks at the window. The gold seam has widened, spilling light across the water, turning the mist into something luminous and soft. Yes, he says, it is very pretty. I wish I could see it. He closes his eyes. Maybe she will show you the picture, he says. She takes very good pictures. I know, Amma says, and there is a small, proud weight in her voice. She took a picture of me once, and I was wearing my red boots. Do you have red boots? No, he says, I do not. You should get some. Red is the best color. Is it? Yes. Nika says red means courage. That is what she said. Amma pronounces the word carefully, like she was testing it. Rage. He cannot speak. Mister, are you still there? I am here. I have to go now. Nika is calling me for breakfast. Tell Mummy I called, okay? I will tell her. Bye-bye. The line goes dead. He stands there with the phone pressed to his ear, listening to nothing, the silence ringing louder than her voice. She comes back 20 minutes later with the sunrise caught on her memory card and her cheeks flushed with cold. She finds him sitting on the edge of the bed, her work phone in his hand, his face unreadable. You are awake, she says. He does not answer. She stops. Her eyes drop to the phone. Her smile falters. What happened? He holds the phone out to her. She takes it, slowly, her fingers brushing his. Your daughter called, he says. The color drains from her face. I answered it. She stares at him. The phone hangs between them, small and ordinary, carrying the weight of a voice that just changed everything. She asked if I had red boots, he says. Solene's hand trembles. Declan looks up at her, and his gray eyes are wet. I heard her voice, Solene. I heard her say my name before she knew who I was. He stands. He is close enough to touch her, but he does not. I have been waiting for that voice for 4 years. His voice breaks. And now, I do not know what to do with it. Chapter 26. She does not let herself fall apart. That is the first thing. She takes the phone from his hand. Her fingers are steady now, the tremor gone, replaced by something colder, something that knows it cannot afford to break in front of him. She checks the call log. She sees the duration, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. She sees the green icon that means the call was answered, not missed. She scrolls past it, opens her messages, checks for anything from Nika. Nothing. She looks up at Declan. His face is still wet. How long ago? She asks. 20 minutes, maybe more. And you have been sitting here the whole time? Yes. You did not call me back. There is no signal, he says. I could not. She wants to believe he means the technical fact. She wants to believe he means the island, the mountains, the weather closing in. But she hears what he is not saying. He could have waited outside. He could have walked down to the shore and waved his arms until he found a pocket of reception. He could have tried. He did not try. She puts the phone in her pocket. She holds the strap of her camera bag. She feels the weight of the sunrise she just captured, the light she thought was a beginning. I need to finish the shoot, she says. Solene, I need to finish the shoot, and then we are going to talk about this. Not now. Not until I can think. He nods. The movement is small, almost imperceptible, but she sees the relief in it, the way he folds into the permission to delay. She walks past him. She does not touch him. She does not look back. The morning shoot unfolds like a wound that refuses to close. Solene moves through the second location, an abandoned crofter's cottage overlooking a sea lock, and she does everything by muscle memory. She checks the light. She adjusts the aperture. She frames the roof line against the sky, the way the slate has buckled with age, the way the door hangs open on one hinge, welcoming nothing. She does not see any of it. Behind her, the crew works in silence. Someone hands her a lens. Someone moves a reflector. She hears Dez's voice, low and clipped, redirecting a light stand. She hears footsteps on stone. She does not hear Declan. He is there. She knows he is there because she can feel him, a pressure at the edge of her awareness, a body occupying space she refuses to acknowledge. He does not speak. He does not approach. He stands at the periphery, watching, waiting, holding the terrible composure of a man who has learned to endure anything except the thing he actually wants. She focuses. She shoots. She moves to the next frame. The work is the only thing that does not lie to her. They finish the second location by noon. The crew packs the gear in silence. Des asks her something about the afternoon schedule, and she answers without hearing her own voice. She walks to the edge of the loch. The water is flat and gray, the mountains on the far shore blurred with mist. She pulls out her phone. 1 bars. She tries to call home, but the call drops before it connects. She puts the phone away. Declan appears beside her. She does not turn. "I should not have answered it," he says. "No, you should not have." "I knew it while I was doing it. I knew it was wrong, but I could not stop myself." She turns now. She looks at him. His face is stripped of every layer she has seen him wear: the CEO, the strategist, the man who measured his own confessions. He looks like someone standing in the middle of a road that just collapsed beneath him. "You heard her voice," Solene says. "Yes. You know her name. You know what she sounds like when she is happy, when she is impatient, when she is proud of her boots." "Yes." "You know she calls Nika by name. You know she likes trains. You know she has never learned to wait." His jaw tightens. "I know. And now you are going to want more." He does not answer. He does not deny it. She feels the thing she has been holding in her chest crack open. Not the anger she expected, not the betrayal, but something older and rawer. The knowledge that she has been keeping a door locked, and he has just found the key. "The shoot ends tomorrow," she says. "We go back to Edinburgh. We finish the campaign, and then we figure out what happens next." "What happens next?" he repeats. "Yes." "Together?" She looks at him. The wind pulls at his coat. His hair is disheveled. He looks nothing like the man in the boardroom who offered her a contract she could not refuse. "I do not know yet," she says. It is the most honest thing she has told him all week. The afternoon shoot is even worse. They are at a sea arch, the same location where Declan held the diffusion panel for her the day before. She stands in the same spot. She looks at the same light. But everything is different now, because he is not beside her. He stays with the crew this time. He does not offer to help. He does not ask what she needs. He gives her the space she said she wanted, and the space feels like a punishment. She shoots badly. She knows she is shooting badly. Her focus is off. Her composition is slack. She looks at the images on her screen and sees nothing worth saving. Des walks over. He stands beside her and does not speak for a long moment. "Rough morning," he says. She does not answer. "The light will shift in an hour. You will get another pass." "Will it matter?" Des looks at her. His eyes are the color of weathered stone, patient and old. "It always matters," he says. "The work is the only thing that survives the people who make it." She looks at him. She wonders how much he knows. She wonders if Declan told him, or if he simply watched the morning unfold and drew his own conclusions. "I need to make a call," she says. He nods. He does not ask to whom. She walks away from the crew. She finds a hollow in the rocks where the wind drops and the sound of the sea is muffled. She pulls out her phone. 1 bars. 2. She calls home. It rings. Once, twice, 3 times. Amma picks up. "Mommy!" The word hits her like a hand over her mouth. "Baby," Solene says. Her voice breaks. "Baby, I am so sorry I missed your call." "It is okay," Amma says. "Nika said you were working. She said you were taking pictures of the sky." "I was. I am. I called you this morning," Amma says. A man answered. He said he was your friend. Solene closes her eyes. "He sounded sad," Amma says. She cannot speak. "Was he sad, Mummy?" "Yes," Solene says. "I think he was very sad." "Oh." A pause. "I told him he should get red boots. Red is the best color. It makes you brave." Solene presses her hand over her mouth. "I know, baby, I know." "Nika says I have to eat my lunch now. Can I go?" "Yes, you can go." "Bye-bye, Mummy." "Bye-bye, Amma." The line goes dead. She stands in the hollow of the rocks with the phone pressed to her chest and the wind pulling at her coat, and she understands that everything has changed. Not because Declan answered the call, not because he heard his daughter's voice, because Amma heard his. And she already knows. He was sad. Chapter 27. She finds him at the edge of the car park, standing alone where the tarmac gives way to gravel and grass and the long slope down to the sea. He is not looking at her. He is looking at the water, at the light going flat and metallic as the afternoon tilts toward evening. His hands are in his coat pockets. His shoulders are set in the shape of a man who has been waiting for a blow that keeps not landing. She stops 10 feet away. I spoke to her. He turns. His face is careful, watchful. I know. I saw you on the rocks. She said you sounded sad. Something moves behind his eyes, too fast to name. She said I should get red boots. Because red makes you brave. Yes. The wind pulls between them. A gull cries somewhere overhead, sharp and lonely. You heard her voice, Solene says. You heard her ask for me. And you decided to stay silent instead of coming to find me and telling me what you had done. I told you the moment you came back. 20 minutes later, Solene. 20 minutes, Declan. You sat in that room for 20 minutes with my phone in your hand, knowing I was out there photographing the sunrise, knowing I had no signal, knowing I could not reach anyone or be reached, and you did nothing. His jaw works. What would you have done? I would have told you. Would you? He takes a step toward her. His voice is low, controlled, the voice of a man who is holding something back by the thinnest margin. Would you have told me, Solene? Because you have had 4 years. 4 years of mornings and evenings and birthdays and Christmases. 4 years of watching her grow, of learning her voice, of knowing what she looks like when she is happy, and what she sounds like when she is scared. And you did nothing. The words hit like a fist. That is different, is it? Yes. She takes a step forward, meeting him, because I was protecting her. I was keeping her safe from a man who could have taken everything from me. From a man who could have used money and lawyers and corporate power to decide what her life looked like without ever asking what I wanted. I never would have done that. You do not know that. Her voice cracks. You do not know what you would have done, because I never gave you the chance. And that was the point, Declan. I did not give you the chance because I could not afford to lose her. I could not afford to gamble everything on the hope that you would be fair. He stares at her. The wind whips his hair across his forehead. You made that choice for me, he says. You decided what I deserved and what I did not. You decided that silence was justice. You decided that my daughter would grow up not knowing I existed because you were afraid of what I might do. Because you built a campaign to trap me, Declan. Because you knew about her for 3 years and you said nothing. Because the only way you could think to approach me was to turn my own career into a net. Because I did not know what else to do. The shout tears out of him raw and ragged. He stops. He breathes. His hands come out of his pockets and he presses his palms together like he is trying to hold something steady. I did not know what else to do, he says again, quieter this time. I found out about her through a postcard from your mother. A postcard, Solene, with a photograph and a date and a name written on the back in careful handwriting. And I sat in my office with that card in my hands and I could not breathe. She says nothing. And then I had a choice. I could force the issue, hire lawyers, demand tests, make you fight me in court, or I could wait. I could find a way to reach you that did not start with war. You chose manipulation. I chose proximity. His eyes hold hers. I chose to give you a chance to see me before you had to decide whether to hate me. I chose to let you choose. The words land between them, heavy and impossible. And you never told me, she says. You never said, I know about Amma. You never gave me the dignity of a conversation. You just built your campaign and waited for me to walk into it. I was afraid. Of what? Of losing her before I ever held her. The admission strips him bare. He stands in front of her with nothing left to hide. No strategy, no frame, no controlled reveal. Just a man who has been outside a door for 4 years, waiting for someone to open it. She feels the anger still burning in her chest. But it is not pure anymore. It is tangled with something softer, something that looks like the shape of his grief and recognizes its own. "I am not going to apologize for keeping her safe," she says. "No one is asking you to. I'm not going to say I was wrong to protect her from a legal battle that could have destroyed her. From a man who saw her as a problem to be solved through a campaign strategy." His face tightens. "She is not a problem. She is my daughter. She is my daughter first." He flinches. The word hits exactly the way she meant it to. "Solene. No, you do not get to stand here and make this about what I owe you. You do not get to act like I stole something you had a right to when you had a right only if I gave it to you." 4 years, he says. 4 years, Solene. I missed her first word. I missed her first step. I missed the sound of her laugh before she knew what a joke was. And you are standing here telling me I had no right to any of it. She opens her mouth. How old is she? The question stops her cold. He asks it again, his voice gone quiet and flat. The voice of a man who has already done the math but needs to hear the number from her lips. How old is she, Solene? When was she born? The wind howls, the sea churns, the light is dying over the water. She feels the truth pressing against her ribs, demanding to be spoken. November 15th, she says. She was born on November 15th. His face goes gray. 4 years ago. Yes. He closes his eyes. 4 years ago, you were carrying our daughter through a Norfolk winter while I was sitting in a church in Shockwave watching the doors stay closed. She cannot answer. There is no answer that fixes it. He opens his eyes. He looks at her like he is seeing a stranger wearing a familiar face. How long have I been standing outside that door, Solene? The question hangs in the salt air between them, unanswered and unanswerable. Neither of them moves. Neither of them speaks. And somewhere behind them, at the top of the path that leads back to the inn, a phone camera clicks. Chapter 28. The click echoes off the stone and sea air. Solene's head whips toward the path. A shape moves at the top, backlit by the last light, already turning, already gone. Heavy footsteps retreating fast toward the inn. Not a guest, not crew. Someone who came up through the gorse and knows exactly how to leave without being followed. She looks at Declan. He has not moved. His face is still gray from the November 15th blow, but his eyes track the same shadow she watched disappear. Was that Gregor Ilvers? He says. Flat, certain, like he has been expecting this moment for 3 years and is only surprised it took this long. You knew he was here. I knew he was on the island. I did not know he would follow us to the car park. She wants to scream at him for the calm in his voice, the way he states facts instead of feeling them. But the anger has nowhere clean to land anymore. She told him about November 15th. He told her about the postcard. They are standing in the wreckage of 4 years of silence, and they both know the photograph of them in this moment is already on its way to someone who will use it. I need to finish the shoot, she says. Declan blinks. What? The light is dying. I have 2 locations left, and if I do not shoot them now, we lose the schedule. The crew is waiting. Des is waiting. And I am not letting your campaign fall apart because we stood in a car park and tore each other open. She turns and walks toward the path. Her legs are shaking. Her hands are shaking. But the camera is still in her bag and the composition is already forming in her head, the way it always does when the rest of her life is burning. She shoots better when everything else is chaos. She has always hated that about herself. Solene. She stops, but does not turn. Finish the shoot. We will talk when we are off this island. Pause. There's his footsteps on the gravel, following her at a distance that feels like both respect and defeat. The crew is waiting at the Sea Ark's location when she arrives. Des stands by the equipment cases, copper hair catching the last gold light, watching her approach with the expression of a man who has already guessed exactly what happened. You want me to ask? He says as she reaches for her camera. No. Good. Because I do not want to know. But he says it while looking past her, at Declan, who has stopped 20 meters back and is not coming closer. Des's eyes narrow. He sets down the diffuser he was holding and walks toward the edge of the rocks where Declan stands. She should not watch. She should focus on the light, on the composition, on the crew waiting for direction. But her hands are adjusting settings on muscle memory, and her eyes track the two men on the rocks, knowing that whatever Des says to Declan will tell her more than Declan ever does. Declan? Not now, Des. Now! You have been running this campaign like a chess game, and I have let you because I thought you knew what you were doing. But she just walked past me looking like someone cut her open with a glass shard, and you are standing here watching her work like she is a piece on your board. She is not a piece on my board. Then stop treating her like one. Declan's jaw tightens. The wind whips his hair across his forehead, and he does not brush it away. I told her the truth, all of it. The postcard, the campaign, 3 years of knowing. She knows everything now. Good. That is good. But knowing is not the same as processing, and processing is not the same as repairing. And you're standing here with that look on your face, the one you get when you are already calculating the next move instead of sitting in the damage. What would you have me do, Des? Walk away? Let her finish the campaign and disappear back to Edinburgh and never see my daughter? I would have you stay present, right here, in this moment. Feel it. Do not plan your way out of it. Do not build a frame around it. Just feel it. Declan goes very still. The words hit somewhere deep, someplace Des clearly intended them to land. If you keep treating precision as a virtue, Des says, quieter now, you will lose her. And you will lose the child you have been waiting to hold for 4 years. Because no strategy in the world will make that little girl love you if her mother cannot bear to look at you without flinching. The word flinch lands like a slap. Solene's hand tightens on the camera. She should not be hearing this. She should walk away, go check the light meter, give them privacy. But her feet will not move. I do not know how to be anything else, Declan says. Then learn. That is what she asked me, on the ferry. She asked me to learn how to trust honestly, and I do not know if I can. Des is silent for a long moment. When he speaks again, his voice is gentler than Solene has ever heard it. You spent 4 years building walls made of process and control because you could not bear the alternative. But the alternative is the only thing that will save you now. You have to let her see you fail. You have to let her see you not know. You have to let her see you hurt without trying to fix it. I do not know how. Then let her teach you. That is what she said, is it not? She said yes. She said she would teach you. Declan's shoulders drop. Something cracks open in his posture, some rigid architecture of his spine that she has watched him hold since the moment she walked into that glass boardroom. Yes, he says. She did. The light shifts, the last gold sliding into the blue hour. Solene raises the camera and starts shooting before she can think about it. The sea arch against the dying sky, the foam catching the last reflection, the rock that has stood here for centuries watching people tear each other open and put themselves back together. She shoots until her arms ache and her eyes burn and her mind goes quiet. Behind her, the campaign schedule still holds, but the person who stood 20 meters back is gone. And when Declan returns to the edge of the location, he is carrying the ladder she asked for the day before. He does not say a word. He just sets it in place, steps back, and waits. She shoots until the light is gone. The crew packs in silence. Dis calls times in the ferry departure. No one asks what happened. No one needs to. She is heading for the van, camera bag heavy on her shoulder, when she hears Declan's voice behind her, low and rough. Solene. She stops, turns. I do not know how to be anything else, but I meant what I said. I want to learn. She looks at him standing in the dark with nothing left to hide. A man who has been standing outside a door for 4 years, holding a candle that should have burned out. And she feels the anger still there, the grief, the betrayal. But underneath it, something else. Something that sounds like the shape of November 15th, the date she has held alone for 4 years, now spoken aloud between them. Get on the ferry, she says. We will talk when the campaign is done. It is not forgiveness, it is not trust, but it is not a door closing either. Chapter 29. The ferry cuts through gray water, Skye shrinking behind them like a wound closing. Solene sits by the window in the main cabin, camera bag at her feet, hands wrapped around a paper cup of tea she has not tasted once. The seat beside her stays empty. Declan stands at the opposite railing, phone pressed to his ear, back to her. She watches his shoulders shift as he speaks, too far to hear the words, close enough to read the tension in his spine. He has been on the phone since they boarded. Merwin, probably. Or someone else. Someone who knows what happened on the island. The mainland rises ahead, green and solid and full of things she is not ready to face. She finishes the cold tea in one swallow, tastes nothing. The car meets them at the pier, the same sleek black sedan that brought them here 3 days ago. The same driver. The same polished interior, but the leather smells different now. Closer, like a trap that has already snapped shut. Declan opens the rear door for her. She steps past him without meeting his eyes. The drive south is 2 hours of heavy silence broken only by the driver's occasional navigation updates. Solene stares out the window at the passing landscape, the locks and hills and stone walls, and tries not to think about the photograph on someone else's phone, the one that captured the worst moment of her life in perfect focus. Declan sits on the opposite side of the back seat, as far from her as the cabin allows. His hands rest on his thighs, still and deliberate. He is not checking his phone. He is not looking at her. He is just sitting, waiting, the way he waited outside her door all night with a candle that should have burned out. She hates that she notices. Inverness station appears too fast, the train already waiting on the platform, a private carriage at the rear. Declan arranged it before they left the island, probably while she was shooting the sea arch in the dying light, trying to hold the frame steady while her hands shook. The carriage is familiar. The same polished wood, the same deep seats, the same table with the same tea service. But the warmth she felt on the northbound journey, the dangerous comfort of being known, has curdled into something else. Every detail now reads as surveillance, as evidence of how thoroughly he mapped her before she ever stepped into that boardroom. She takes the seat facing forward. He takes the seat facing her, leaving the width of the table between them. The train pulls out of the station. Neither of them speaks. 20 minutes pass, maybe 30. The landscape blurs into farmland and sky, and Solene watches it slide past the window because watching Declan is worse. Because every time she looks at him, she sees the confessions they carved into each other on that island. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her coat pocket, expecting Amma's name, expecting Neka's. Instead, she finds a text from an unsaved number, one she has seen before, the same sender who told her the board's approval was not the real test. The campaign is not the only thing returning from Skye. Congratulations on surviving the crossing. She reads it twice. The blood in her veins turns slower. What is it? Declan's voice is low, careful. He is watching her the way he watched the candle, the way he watched the light shift on the observatory stairs, with the attention of a man who has learned to read disaster before it arrives. Nothing. She puts the phone away. Wrong number. His jaw tightens. He does not believe her, but he does not push. The train slows approaching a station, brakes hissing, platform sliding into view. Solene looks up expecting an empty stop, a quick resumption of speed. Instead, she sees a figure standing alone on the concrete, dark hair pulled tight, tablet clutched against her chest like a shield. Marwyn Pritchard steps into the carriage without waiting for an invitation. She looks crisp and composed, a woman who has never been caught off guard in her life. Her eyes sweep the compartment, landing on Solene first, then Declan, then the loaded space between them. She takes the seat beside Declan without asking, crosses her legs, and sets the tablet on the table. "I assumed you would want to discuss the next steps before you reached Edinburgh," she says, "given what happened on Skye." Solene's stomach turns cold. "What do you know about what happened?" Marwyn's smile does not reach her eyes. "Enough." Declan's hand comes down on the table, flat and hard enough to rattle the teacups. "Merwyn, out. I am here to protect the company's interests, Declan. That is my job. And the company's interests took a very clear hit the moment Gregor Eels walked away with a photograph of you and your former fiancé locked in what I can only describe as an extremely editorial confrontation." Solene feels the air leave the compartment. "You know about the photograph." "I know about the photograph, the car park, the postcard, the child, and the 3 years Declan has been aware of her existence. I also know that you, Solene, have been operating under the assumption that this was a private matter. It is not. It has not been private since the moment I sent Eels to follow you." The words land like a blade. Solene turns to Declan. "You told her." "I did not tell her anything." His voice is flat. controlled, the voice of a man locked in a room with a bomb. Merwin has been building a file on both of us since before the campaign started. For her employer. Correct. Merwin opens the tablet, pulls up a document. And my employer has decided that the photograph of you two on the island, combined with the existing evidence of a child who shares Declan's birthmark, constitutes sufficient material to move forward. Solene's hands are shaking. She presses them flat against her thighs. Move forward with what? Merwin looks at her with something almost like pity. A formal paternity petition, a custody framework, and a media strategy that neither of you will control. The train is still moving. The landscape is still sliding past. But Solene feels the ground beneath her vanish, replaced by the same vertigo she felt standing at the altar 4 years ago. The moment she realized she had nowhere left to run, Declan reaches across the table, does not touch her, just rests his hand on the polished wood, palm up, an offering she does not know how to take. Solene. She looks at his hand, looks at Merwin's tablet, looks at the window, at the blur of fields and sky, at the world that is about to learn every secret she has spent 4 years protecting. And she understands, with terrible clarity, that the campaign ending will not be the end. It will be the beginning. Chapter 30. Solene lets herself into the flat with her own key, moving through the dark hallway on muscle memory, coat still buttoned, bags still slung across her chest. The train is still vibrating under her skin. Merwin's voice is still playing in her skull. A formal paternity petition, a custody framework, a media strategy that neither of you will control. She stops in the kitchen doorway. Amma is asleep in her bed. Nika sits at the small table with a cup of tea gone cold, her hands wrapped around the ceramic like she has been waiting for the sound of the lock. You are late. Nika's voice is quiet, measured. The campaign ended yesterday. You did not call. There was no signal on the island. You had a train. You had a car. You had hours to find a phone. Solene sets her bag on the floor. The kitchen light is too bright. The space is too small. Everything the wrong scale after the vastness of Skye. I know. I should have called. Nika studies her face the way she studies a wound before deciding whether to clean it or let it bleed. Something happened. It is not a question. Solene pulls out the chair across from her mother and sits. Her knees feel wrong, her hands wrong, the whole architecture of her body misaligned. Merwin Pritchard boarded the train at Stirling. She knows everything. The photograph, the postcard, the 3 years Declan has known about Amma. Her employer is filing a paternity petition. They are going public. Nika's face does not change. Her hands stay wrapped around the cup. But something behind her eyes shifts, a door closing, a lock turning. Declan reached across the table and offered me his hand, Solene says. And I could not take it. I could not move. Because you do not trust him. Because I do not know whose hands are clean in this story. His, yours. She lets the word hang. Mine. Nika sets the cup down. The ceramic clicks against the wood. You went to Skye carrying a secret that was already broken. You came back carrying a war you did not start. And you want to blame Declan for the shape of the battlefield. I blame him for engineering the campaign, for answering my phone, for wanting to know his daughter. Solene's throat closes. Nika leans forward. Her voice drops, not softer, sharper. I raised you to tell the truth, Solene, not to hide behind it. I was protecting Amma. You were protecting yourself. Nika's hand lies flat on the table, palm down, a gesture of stopping, not reaching. You convinced yourself that silence was safety, that if Declan did not know, he could not take her, that if you did not name the fear, it could not touch you. But the fear touched you anyway. It has been touching you for 4 years. Solene's vision blurs. She blinks hard. I was pregnant when I left the church. I know. I carried her through a Norfolk winter while he sat in that empty building wondering what he did wrong. I know. If I had told him, you would have had to trust him. Nika's voice is quiet now, the flat of a blade held still. And you do not trust anyone. Not him, not me, not yourself. The words land in Solene's chest like stones. She does not have a reply. She does not have anything. Nika stands, walks to the counter, opens the cookbook she keeps propped against the kettle. the one with the stained spine and the markers tucked between the pages. She freezes. Her hand hovers over the open page. Her breath catches, a sound Solene has never heard her mother make, a crack in something that was supposed to hold. What is it? Neka does not answer. Solene rises, crosses the kitchen, looks over her mother's shoulder. Between 2 pages of the cookbook, pressed flat like a dried flower, is a postcard. The image is familiar. A photograph of Amma at the nursery gate, hair mussed, hand raised in a wave, the crescent birthmark visible behind her right ear. On the back, in Neka's handwriting, a date and a name. Amma, November 15th. Solene's blood turns to ice. You kept a copy. Neka's hand is still hovering. She has not touched the postcard. She looks at it like it is a thing that might burn her. I sent the original 3 years ago. I walked to the post box on Morrison Street and I put it in, and I told myself I was doing the right thing. You told yourself? Solene's voice breaks. She forces it steady. You told yourself that sending my daughter's photograph to a man I had not spoken to in a year was the right thing? Amma was growing. She was learning to speak, to run, to laugh, and she had no father. She did not know she was missing one, but I knew. I carried that knowledge every day. Every time she asked about the buildings in your photographs, every time she traced a window on the fogged glass, every time she wanted to know if the tall buildings had daddies too. Solene presses her palm against the counter. The edge digs into her skin. You made that choice without me. Someone had to. Neka turns, finally, and looks at her daughter with eyes wet and unbroken. Because you were never going to make it yourself. You were going to wait until the secret became a lie, and the lie became a wall, and the wall became the only thing Amma knew about her father. The postcard sits between them. A photograph, a date, a name, a choice that was not Solene's, made by the woman who raised her, for reasons that are not wrong and not forgivable. The front door opens. Amma's voice cuts through the silence, small and sleepy, trailing behind the sound of bare feet on the hallway floor. Mummy, you came back. Solene turns. Amma stands in the doorway in her nightdress, hair tangled, one hand rubbing her eye. She looks at Solene, then at Neka, then at the postcard on the counter, the one with her own face printed on it. What's that? Neither of them answers. The postcard waits. The truth waits. And Solene understands that the campaign ending was never the beginning of anything. It was the moment the door she left open finally closed behind her. Chapter 31. The card in the kitchen sits between them like a live wire. Amma's bare feet pad closer. She reaches for the counter edge, pulls herself up on her toes, and studies the photograph with the same quiet absorption she uses for everything new. That's me, she points at her own face. At the gate. Nena took that. Neka's hand finally moves. She closes the cookbook, hiding the postcard between its pages, and turns to face Amma with a smile that costs her something visible. Before you went inside that morning, you were waving goodbye. Amma accepts this. She yawns, rubs her eye, and looks at Solene with the particular gravity only a 4-year-old can manage. I waited up for you. I know, sweetheart. Solene's voice comes out thin. She crosses the kitchen, kneels, and pulls Amma into a hug that lasts longer than usual. I'm sorry I didn't call. The ferry had no signal. Granny said you were coming home. Granny was right. Amma pulls back, studies Solene's face with the same focus she gave the postcard, and then touches her mother's cheek with a small, damp hand. You look sad. Solene's throat closes. She blinks, forces air into her lungs, and finds a smile that is not quite real, but close enough for now. I'm just tired. It's been a long few days. Did you sleep on the island? Some. Amma considers this, then nods with the solemn approval of someone who has decided the answer is acceptable. She turns, shuffles toward the hallway, and stops at the doorframe. Nena, can I have the postcard? The question lands like a stone in standing water. Neka's hand hovers over the book. She looks at Solene, a silent question, a plea for direction. Solene nods. There is no point hiding anymore. Neka pulls the postcard free and holds it out. Amma takes it carefully, her small fingers curling around the edges, and looks at it again with the same quiet wonder. It's a good one. She tucks it against her chest. I'm keeping it. She disappears into the hallway. Her footsteps recede, a door clicks shut, and the silence she leaves behind is heavier than the one before. Solene waits until she hears Amma's bedspring settle, then she turns to her mother. 3 years. Neka does not flinch. She does not look away. 3 years ago, I walked to the post box on Morrison Street and mailed your daughter's photograph to a man I had never met. You met him at the wedding. Solene's voice is flat. You met him the day I did not marry him. I met a man who stood at the altar watching the door. I did not meet him. Neka's voice is quiet, but there is iron in it. I saw the photograph the two of you took at the coast, the one you kept in your drawer for months after you came home. I saw his face. I saw the way you looked at him, and I saw the way you looked at nothing after you left. Solene's hands find the counter edge again. The granite is cool against her palms. You did not have the right. I had the right as her grandmother. Neka's voice cracks, the first fracture in her composure. I watched her learn to walk. I watched her learn to talk. I watched her ask why other children had fathers and she did not. And I carried the knowledge that her father was alive somewhere, breathing, probably wondering, and that you had decided for all of us that he did not deserve to know. He did not know I was pregnant. Solene's voice rises, then drops, forced level. I left before I knew, before I could tell him. And when you knew, when you held the test in your hand and understood that the man you left was carrying a child he would never meet. What did you decide then? Solene's jaw tightens. I decided I would not spend the rest of my life fighting him for her. You decided that without asking him what he would do. I knew what he would do. Solene's voice breaks on the last word. He would fight for her. He would use every resource, every lawyer, every piece of leverage he had, and he would win, because men like him always win, and I would be left with nothing. Neka is quiet for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is not hard. It is something worse. Tender. You do not believe that. You never believed it, Mother. You believed it would be easier to be alone than to risk needing him and losing anyway. You believed the story you told yourself because the truth was too heavy to carry. Solene presses her palm against her chest. The pressure does not help. The postcard. She forces the words out. What did it say? Neka's eyes close. When they open, they are wet. I wrote her name, the date, the weight of her at birth, the first word she spoke. And I wrote, she has your birthmark. The air leaves Solene's lungs. The crescent. Yes. She knew. Neka knew. She knew the mark behind Amma's ear was the one she found in the hospital photographs, the one that matched the man in the wedding pictures, the proof that could not be argued or denied. You gave him proof. I gave him a chance to decide if he wanted to be her father or not. Neka's voice trembles. I could not decide that for him, and I could not let you decide it alone. Solene's vision blurs. She blinks, and the kitchen swims back into focus. Did he reply? No. Did he ever contact you? No. Did he ever acknowledge receiving it? Neka shakes her head. I did not know if he saw it. I did not know if he threw it away or kept it or burned it. I only knew I had sent it, and that was enough to live with. Solene stares at her mother, the woman who raised her, the woman who came from Lagos when the baby was born, who held her through the worst nights, who built a life around a lie to protect the child at its center. The same woman who dismantled that lie with a postcard and a stamp. How did you find his address? Neka's breath catches. I found the older photographs, the ones from before, the ones with the wedding invitation still in the box. Solene's hands drop to her sides. It takes her a moment to realize her mother is still speaking. Dec, she listens. And I wrote the letter first. A proper letter, but I could not send it. It said too much and not enough. So I bought the postcard at the corner shop, the one with the castle on the front, and I wrote what he needed to know and nothing more. The postcard, the castle, the same image Amma just carried to her room. You chose a castle. She talks about buildings the way you talk about light. I thought he should know that. The kitchen is very quiet. The refrigerator hums, the kettle sits cold. The night presses against the windows like a held breath. Solene's phone vibrates on the counter. She does not look at it. "You should answer." Nika's voice is barely a whisper. Solene picks up the phone. The screen shows a text from an unsaved number, a single line. He will want to meet her now. Are you ready for that? Solene stares at the words. The sender knows. Someone else knows. The secret has been bleeding out through cracks she did not see. She looks up at her mother. Nika is watching her with eyes that have already seen the answer. "No," Solene says. "I am not ready." But the phone stays in her hand, and the text waits. And somewhere in the dark, a man who has known about her daughter for 3 years is deciding what to do with that knowledge. Chapter 32. The rain starts again before Solene reaches the car. She drives north through streets she has photographed 100 times, the wipers beating a rhythm she cannot feel. The address is already in her phone. She typed it 3 times and deleted it twice before sending the message. "Where are you?" His reply came in 30 seconds. The gallery. 10 minutes. The lockbox office. Not the boardroom, not the train. Somewhere neutral. Or the version of neutral a man like him can manufacture. Solene parks at the curb and kills the engine. The gallery windows are dark except for a single light burning at the far end behind the frosted glass partition that separates the public space from the private offices. She knows this building. She has studied its lines, its proportions, the way the fall light hits the limestone facade in late afternoon. She photographed it for her portfolio 3 years ago, long before she knew who owned it. The door is unlocked. She steps inside. The air smells of polished concrete, fresh paint, and something floral from the arrangement on the reception desk. Her footsteps echo as she walks the length of the gallery, past the empty frames waiting for the campaign launch, past the spot where her own prints will hang in 6 weeks if the schedule holds. Declan is standing behind the partition with his back to the door, looking out at the dark street through a window that reflects only the room behind him. He does not turn when she enters. "You said tomorrow," he says quietly. "After the campaign." Solene sets the postcard on the desk between them. He turns. His eyes drop to the image, the little girl in the red boots, the gait, the birthmark that matches his own. His face does not change. That is what undoes her. He does not flinch, does not look away, does not pretend not to recognize it. "I know," he says. "You knew before you hired me." "Yes." "Before you put my name in the selection pool." "Yes." She picks the postcard up, holds it between them like evidence. "This is my daughter. My daughter. You saw this 3 years ago and you did not come to me. You did not call. You did not send a letter. You built a goddamn campaign around her photograph and you waited for me to walk into a boardroom so you could watch me figure it out on your terms." He does not answer. His hands are still at his sides. "Say something." Her voice breaks on the last word. "Tell me I am wrong. Tell me you tried to find me. Tell me any version of this that makes it something I can survive." He takes a breath. When he speaks, his voice is low and careful. The same voice she heard giving notes in the vault. The same voice she heard saying her name in the dark on Skye. "I confirmed it first." He meets her eyes. "The postcard was enough to suspect. I needed to be certain before I acted on anything. I hired someone in Norfolk. They verified the birth certificate, the health records, the date. By the time I knew for sure, she was already a year old." A year. I did not know what to do with that knowledge. His jaw tightens. "I could have filed a paternity action. I could have forced the DNA test through the courts. I could have exposed you, her, everything, and let the legal system decide how much access I deserved. But you did not. No, because you are a good man. Because I was afraid." He says it flatly, without drama. "I was afraid that if I came at you with lawyers and petitions, you would disappear. You would take her somewhere I could not find you, and I would lose her before I ever held her. So I chose the one thing I knew would bring you back. The campaign, the location schedule, the private carriage, the candle. Every perfectly timed piece of proximity she thought was chance." "You built a trap," she says. "I built a door." He takes a step toward her, stops when she does not move. I gave you a reason to stay in one place for 10 weeks with a contract you could not walk away from without losing everything. I gave myself time to show you who I am now, not the man you left, the one I became after. Solene's hands are trembling. She presses them flat against the desk. You watched me for 3 years. No, you watched my work. You knew my style. You knew where I was shooting, what I was shooting, how I was surviving. You followed my life from a distance, and you never once picked up the phone to ask me what I needed. He is quiet for a long moment. When he speaks, his voice is rougher. I typed your number 100 times. I never sent a single message because I did not know what I would say that would not sound like an accusation or a demand. I had no right to demand anything from you, but I could not let the silence continue. I could not let her grow up without knowing if I had tried. Tried? She tastes the word like ash. You call this trying. I call it restraint. His eyes hold hers. I had the resources to force a legal war. I had the evidence to prove paternity in 30 days. I chose proximity instead. I chose to let you see me before you decided to hate me. That is the only honest thing I have done in 4 years. Solene picks up the postcard. Her fingers trace the edge of the photograph, the gait, the small face looking up at the camera with Neka's hand on her shoulder. You told yourself this was kindness? I told myself it was the least damaging option. Because you always know what is best. Because I did not trust myself not to ruin it. He says it without shame. I did not trust myself to meet her and not want every day after that. I did not trust myself to see you and not want to keep you. So I built a container, a controlled environment, a campaign with a beginning, a middle, and an end, so I would not spiral into something that hurt either of you. Solene looks at him, the gray eyes, the line of his jaw, the hands that held a candle outside her door all night. Did it work? No. His voice breaks for the first time. Nothing about this has worked. I am still in love with you. I still do not know what to do with her photograph when I am alone at night. I still lie awake wondering what her laugh sounds like when she is not talking to a stranger on the phone. He stops, breathes, and I still do not know if you will ever forgive me for wanting any of it. The gallery is very quiet. The rain has stopped. The light behind the partition casts long shadows across the floor. Solene looks down at the postcard in her hands. I do not know if I can forgive you, she says, but I know I cannot keep running from the truth of what you did, or what I did. She holds his gaze. Tell me you will meet her properly. No campaign, no strategy, just you and a 4-year-old who wants to know why a man who answered her mother's phone sounded so sad. Declan's throat works. His hands are shaking now, barely at his sides. Tell me the terms, he says. No terms. She shakes her head. You wanted to learn how to trust. This is where it starts. You show up with nothing but yourself, and you let her decide if she wants to give you anything back. She turns toward the door. Solene. His voice stops her. She looks back. He is still standing in the same place, but something in his posture has shifted. The control is still there, but underneath it, she sees the man who left a candle burning all night. Thank you, he says. She does not answer. She walks out into the wet Edinburgh night, the postcard pressed against her chest, and her phone vibrates in her pocket. She pulls it out. The unsaved number. A single line. The campaign is not the only thing launching this week. He will have his first meeting with her before the prints go up. That is not a threat. That is a promise. Solene stops on the pavement. The street is empty. The gallery windows are dark. Someone is watching. Someone has always been watching. And they know exactly what happens next. Chapter 33. Solene stands on the wet pavement, the phone glowing in her hand. The campaign is not the only thing launching this week. He will have her first meeting with her before the prints go up. That is not a threat. That is a promise. Her thumb hovers over the screen. No number, no name. Just the cold precision of someone who knows exactly where she is standing, exactly what she just agreed to. She should go home. She should walk away, unlock her flat door, check on Amma, and pretend the past hour did not hollow her out. Instead, she turns. The gallery lights are still on. Declan is still inside. She pushes the door open before she can talk herself out of it. He is standing where she left him, hands at his sides, the postcard on the desk between them. He looks up when she enters, and the hope that crosses his face is so raw she nearly stops breathing. "I need to tell you something," she says, "and I need you to hear it without trying to fix it." He waits. She holds up the phone. "Someone texted me while I was walking out. They know I just agreed to let you meet her. They know about the launch. They know about everything." She watches his face. The shift is barely perceptible, a tightening at the jaw, a stillness in the gray eyes that was not there before. "Unsaved number," he says. "You know about it." "I know it exists." His voice is careful. "I do not know who it belongs to." "Then who is watching us, Declan? Who has been watching us this entire time?" He does not answer. And in the silence, something cracks open inside her. "You want to meet her?" Solene's voice rises. "You want to walk into her life and be her father, but you do not even know who is circling us. You built a campaign to trap me in your orbit, and you never considered that someone else might be building a trap around both of us." "I considered it." "Then what are you doing about it?" "I am standing here," his voice is quiet, "telling you the truth, letting you decide." She laughs. It is not a warm sound. "Letting me decide? You have been deciding for me for 3 years. You decided I needed to be in this room. You decided the campaign was the right way to reach me. You decided that watching from a distance was better than picking up the phone. I decided that you would disappear if I forced the issue. And you were right." The words tear out of her. "I would have. I would have taken Amma and I would have disappeared so completely you would never have found us. Because that is what I do, Declan. I leave. I run. I burn the bridge behind me and I tell myself it was the only way to survive." She stops. Her chest is heaving. 4 years, she says. I told myself I was protecting her. I told myself you were better off not knowing, that you would only want control, not love, that I was saving everyone from a disaster. But that is not why I did it. The words are coming now, and she cannot stop them. I did it because I was ashamed, because leaving you at that altar was the cruelest thing I have ever done, and admitting I was pregnant would have meant admitting I ran while I was carrying your child. It would have meant you knowing the full weight of what I stole from you, and I could not face that. So I edited the story. I made you the villain so I could live with myself. Declan has not moved. His face is unreadable, but his hands are shaking. And you, she says, you let me believe I was the only one keeping secrets. You let me carry the guilt of hiding her, and all the while you knew. You knew, and you said nothing because you wanted to control how I found out. She steps closer. You wanted me to owe you. You wanted me to see the campaign, see your patience, see your restraint, and feel grateful. You wanted to be the one who handled it correctly so I would have no right to be angry when the truth finally surfaced. His jaw tightens. That is not, do not. Her voice is sharp. Do not tell me what your intentions were. I have spent 4 years telling myself noble stories about why I kept her from you. I know exactly how the lies taste. He is silent. The gallery hums with the low thrum of the lights. Rain streaks down the windows. You are right, he says finally. She blinks. I am not saying it to placate you. His voice is rough. I am saying it because I have been sitting with the postcard in my desk drawer for 3 years, telling myself I was being patient, responsible, strategic. And that is not all I was doing. He meets her eyes. I was punishing you. Not deliberately, not in a way I admitted, but I was. I wanted you to feel the weight of what you had done. I wanted you to walk into that room and see me and realize how much you had cost me. I wanted you to feel small so I could feel powerful. He stops, takes a breath. And I wanted to be the one who handled it with grace so I could hold that over you too. The confession lands between them like a stone dropped into still water. Solene does not know what to do with it. She had prepared herself for defensiveness, for deflection, for the wall of control he wears like armor. She had not prepared for this. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked me to stop calculating. He says it simply. And because I want to meet her more than I want to win. The silence stretches. I am not going to pretend I know how to do this, he says. I do not know how to be a father. I do not know how to show up without wanting to manage every variable. But I know I want to try. He looks at her, and I know I cannot do it without you setting the terms. She stares at him. What? I want to meet her, but I will only do it if you tell me exactly what you need from me. Every condition, every boundary, every fear. He pauses. I will obey them, not because I agree, not because I understand, but because you are her mother, and I have no right to take that from you. Solene's throat is tight. You do not get to say things like that. Why not? Because it makes me want to believe you. He steps closer, not reaching for her, just closer. Then let me earn it. Set the terms. I will follow them. She looks at him, the man who built a campaign to trap her, the man who left a candle burning all night, the man who held her secret for 3 years and still found a way to bring her here. I need time, she says. I need to think about what I actually need from you, not what I think you can give, what I actually need. Take it, and I need you to tell Mywin that you will not let her employer dictate how this happens. I already told her. Tell her again. He nods. And I need you to promise me something. Anything. If there is anyone else watching us, anyone you are not telling me about, you tell me now, because I cannot walk into this with more secrets between us. He holds her gaze. One, he says. There is one person I have not told you about. Someone who helped me find you. Someone who sent me the link to your portfolio 3 years ago. She feels the floor tilt. Who? He hesitates. A friend. Someone who has been watching both of us longer than either of us knew. Solene's phone buzzes in her hand. She looks down. The unsaved number. Ask him to show you the photograph of the windows, the one he keeps in his office safe. Ask him who took it. Chapter 34. The sound of her own breathing fills the silence between them. Solene stares at the phone. The text glows. Ask him to show you the photograph of the windows, the one he keeps in his office safe. Ask him who took it. She looks up at Declan. What photograph? His face changes. Not alarm, something older, something guarded that he has kept so long it has settled into bone. The windows, she says, reading from the screen. In your office safe. Who took it? He does not answer immediately. The gallery lights hum. Rain slides down the glass. A friend, he says. The same friend who sent me the link to your portfolio. The same friend who has been watching us longer than either of us knew. Yes. She holds up the phone. And the same friend who is texting me right now? I do not know. He runs his hand through his hair. I do not know if it is the same person. I have not been able to reach them in months. The contact went quiet. I assumed they had reasons. I did not push. She wants to laugh. She wants to scream. Instead, she hears her own voice, flat and exhausted. Who are they, Declan? He hesitates. The hesitation tells her everything. He is still weighing what to share. Do not calculate it, she says. Just tell me. The photograph is of a set of windows in a building that no longer exists, a warehouse on the Blythe docks that was demolished 6 years ago. He pauses. You photographed it 3 weeks before it came down. You posted the image on an old portfolio site you have since deleted. She remembers. A gray morning. A building that had already surrendered to neglect, its windows boarded and broken, but the light through the gaps had been extraordinary. She had climbed a fire escape to get the angle right. You kept it. I kept it because it was the first thing I found after I knew you were still working. Before the postcard, before the campaign. It was proof that you were still out there, still making things beautiful. She wants to hold on to her anger. She can feel it slipping. Show me. He opens the safe in the floor of his office closet, a heavy door, a combination he does not bother hiding from her. The photograph is inside a plain portfolio sleeve, no frame, no label. He hands it to her. It is her image, her composition. The windows at dawn, light breaking through rot and dust, the world outside barely visible through the gaps. She remembers the cold metal of the fire escape under her palms, the diesel smell from the docks, the certainty that this was the only thing she knew how to do well. Who sent it to you? Her name is Carrie's Vane. He says it carefully, like the name has weight. She was a curator at the Talbot Rice Gallery when you had a student exhibition there. She remembered your work. She found out I was looking for you, and she just happened to send it to you. She knew we had history. She thought I deserved to know you were still alive. Solene stares at the photograph. She is the friend, the one who has been watching. She never told me she was watching you. She sent the link, told me you were freelancing in Edinburgh, and then went quiet. I assumed she did not want to be in the middle of whatever happened between us, and now she is texting me from an unsaved number. Declan's jaw tightens. I cannot explain that. The knock at the gallery door saves them from the silence that follows. Solene turns. Through the glass she sees Merwin Pritchard, dark hair sleek despite the rain, tablet pressed against her chest like armor. Declan does not move to let her in. I did not invite her, he says. Then she is here for me. Merwin raises her free hand and taps her watch. The gesture is precise, unhurried, a reminder that time is a resource she has already accounted for. Solene crosses to the door and pulls it open. I am not ready to talk to you. Merwin steps past her into the gallery anyway. You are out of time for readiness. Her voice is calm, clinical. Gregor Ilves has been making inquiries at Amma's nursery. He has not obtained entry, but he has asked enough questions that the staff are alarmed. One of them called the police. The police called Blackthorn Holdings because your daughter's father is listed as the emergency contact on her file. Solene's stomach drops. That is not possible. It is possible because Declan had himself added to the emergency contact list 6 weeks ago, before the Skye shoot. He did it through a solicitor's letter citing pending paternity proceedings. Solene turns to Declan. You did what? I did it to protect her. His voice is taut. If something happened at the nursery and they could not reach you, I needed them to be able to reach me. I did not tell you because I knew you would see it as a violation. It is a violation. It is also the reason the police called me instead of letting a tabloid photographer walk into your daughter's classroom. The silence stretches. Solene can feel the walls closing in. Merwin does not wait for permission. The situation is accelerating, she says. Indecision is now a liability. My employer is prepared to file the paternity petition within 72 hours. Gregor Ilves will have a photograph of Amma on a front page within the week unless we move first. And your silence, Solene, your refusal to control the narrative, has already created the vacuum the press will fill. So I should what? Announce to the world that my daughter is Declan Blackthorn's secret child before she knows her own father's name? Yes. Miriam says it without flinching. You control the timing, you control the framing, you control who speaks for your family. You wait, and Gregor Ilves controls it for you. He will name Amma, name Declan, name the abandoned wedding in Norfolk, and the story will be about scandal rather than a family finding its way back to each other. Solene's hands are shaking. Declan steps forward. We're not doing this without Solene's consent. Moran turns to him. Then convince her, because Gregor Ilves is not going to ask for her permission before he publishes. The gallery feels smaller than it did 5 minutes ago. Solene looks at the photograph still in her hands, her own work, her own windows, light through broken things. She thinks of Amma pressing her face against the glass of the conservatory cafe, drawing windows on fogged glass, asking if buildings have fathers. She thinks of Declan kneeling in a public place, letting a 4-year-old press a toy window into his palm as if granting entry. 72 hours, she says. Merwin waits. If I agree to control the narrative, what does that look like? A joint statement. A photograph of the 3 of you, taken on your terms. A brief interview with a journalist who will follow your ground rules. The paternity petition filed with your cooperation rather than against it. And my daughter? She is named as Declan's heir. She is protected by Blackthorn's legal resources. She becomes a story of careful reunion rather than exposed scandal. Solene looks at Declan. Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that if I do this, you will still show up the way you promised. No strategy, no management. Just you. He meets her eyes. I promise. Merwin is already pulling up a calendar on her tablet. I will have a draft statement to you by morning. We have 48 hours to get ahead of Gregor. After that, the choice is no longer yours. Solene nods. She does not feel ready. She does not feel brave. She feels like a woman standing at the edge of a door she has been trying to keep closed for 4 years. And for the first time, she does not reach for the lock. Chapter 35. The editing suite smells of toner and overcooked coffee. Solene has been here since 7, pulling final selects across 3 monitors, her dictation recorder hanging unused against her collarbone because she does not trust her own voice to speak the notes aloud. The campaign lands in 3 days. She has 14 images locked, 14 frames that will announce Locke Blackthorn Holdings as something more than a property conglomerate, 14 arguments for why architecture is not about square footage, but about the way light holds a room after the people leave. Des appears in the doorway with 2 paper cups. You've been staring at the vault shot for 11 minutes. It is not right. It was approved by the board. The board does not know what right looks like. She drags a hand across her face. The shadow line on the east wall reads wrong. The diffusion panels caught the reflection, and it flattens the depth. Des sets a cup beside her elbow. Then fix it. I cannot fix it in post. I need to reshoot. The vault is not available until next week. Then the campaign launches with 13 images. Des is quiet for a beat. Then he pulls the second chair to her desk, sits, and watches the vault shot without speaking. Solene waits. There is a frame from the observatory, he says finally. The one where the staircase spiral pulls the eye upward, and the grip tape on the 3rd step catches the light. That frame has what the vault shot is missing. The vertical pull. Yes. She pulls the observatory folder, finds the frame, drags it beside the vault shot, and lets the 2 images sit next to each other. The difference is immediate. The observatory image breathes. The vault shot is competent, correct, and dead. I need to reshoot. You need to decide if the campaign is about perfection or about the work that is already done. Solene looks at him. Since when do ye counsel compromise? I do not. He takes a long drink of his coffee. I am telling you that the vault shot is not the problem. The problem is that you are editing like someone is watching over your shoulder, and it is making you safe. She should argue. She should tell him that safety is exactly what the situation requires, that every frame must be bulletproof, because Gregor Ills is circling, and Merwin's clock is ticking, and Declan's promise is dangling like a thread she does not trust to hold. Instead, she looks back at the observatory frame. She remembers the cold on that hill, the wind cutting through her coat, the way Declan had laid grip tape on the 3rd step without being asked, anticipating her need before she named it. She deletes the vault shot from the final selects. Des does not react. He just stands, picks up his empty cup and says, "Send me the new sequence by 4. She works through lunch. The images rearrange themselves under her hands. The observatory spiral takes the lead position. The Edinburgh Customs House follows at an oblique angle that catches morning light across the keystone. The hotel restoration, shot from the courtyard instead of the lobby, holds position 3 because its frame contains a door standing open, and that is what the campaign needs. An invitation rather than a statement. By 3:45, she has 13 images. She sends the sequence to Des, then she opens the raw files from Ledmuir Estate, the ones she shot on the first morning before she knew what the campaign was, before she understood that Declan had built this entire machine while imagining her behind the lens. She has not looked at those frames since the day she took them. They are good. She can see that now without the static of her own resistance. The steel and glass gallery sitting into the hillside, like it grew there. The reflection of clouds moving across the facade. The decision to shoot from the gravel path instead of the formal approach, letting the building recede rather than assert itself. She saves the 3 strongest Ledmuir frames into a separate folder. Not for the campaign, for herself. Des replies at 4:07. Sequence locked. Board signs off tomorrow morning. You are done. She reads the message 3 times. Done. The campaign is finished. The work is submitted. The 10 weeks of forced proximity, location shoots, surveillance, and confession are behind her. She should feel relief. Instead, she feels the silence of the editing suite pressing in, and she realizes she has no idea what comes next. She starts clearing the workspace, external drives into her bag, contact sheets stacked. The dictation recorder finally goes back around her neck. She opens the file browser one last time to confirm the sequence is transferred correctly, and that is when she sees it. a folder she did not create. It is labeled Reference, Not for Shoot, and nested inside the campaign master directory, buried deep enough that she would never have found it without this final pass. She clicks it open. Mood boards, dozens of them, arranged in chronological order, going back 18 months. Each one built around a single conceptual thread. Architectural photography that treats absence as presence. Buildings that hold their silence. Frames that let the viewer stand inside the emptiness. Her style, her signature. She scrolls through the date stamps. The earliest mood board is from 22 months ago, long before the campaign was approved, long before Declan could have known she would agree to the contract. But he did know, because he built the campaign around her, not around her portfolio, not around her reputation, around her eye, her way of seeing. The specific compositional grammar she developed in a university darkroom and refined across 4 years of freelance survival. She finds a note pinned to the final mood board. Declan's handwriting, scanned and attached as a JPEG. If she says yes, the entire visual language stays. No substitutions. She is the frame. Solene stares at the words until they blur. She is not angry. That is the strangest part. She should be furious. Another layer of orchestration, another piece of evidence that their entire reunion was engineered. But the mood boards are not strategy. They are proof that he saw her work before he saw her again. That he recognized her eye before he knew how to find her. That the campaign was never about trapping her into proximity. It was about building a container big enough to hold what she could make. The distinction matters. She closes the folder. She does not delete it. Her phone buzzes, a text from the unsaved number. You found the mood boards. What else do you think he kept? The question lands like a blade between her ribs. She looks at the sequence of 13 images, her work, her eye, her terms. She looks at the closed folder, his faith, his waiting, his certainty that she was the only person who could make this campaign breathe. She does not know which version of Declan is real. The one who kept a photograph of windows in his safe. The one who built a visual empire around her signature. The one who added himself as her daughter's emergency contact without asking. She types a reply. Who are you? The response comes immediately. Someone who wants you to see clearly before you decide. Chapter 36. She finds Declan in the gallery. He is still there, standing beneath the vault shot she deleted from the final sequence, hands in his coat pockets, watching the image like it holds answers he cannot reach on his own. The space is empty. The crew is gone. The only light comes from the track fixtures and the gray Edinburgh evening pressing against the tall windows. Solene stops at the threshold. She expected to find him at his desk, on his phone, orchestrating something. Instead, he is just standing, still, waiting, and the posture disarms her because it is not strategic. It is patient. He turns when he hears her steps. I thought you had gone home. Not yet. She crosses the floor. Her footsteps echo in the empty gallery, 13 locked images watching from the walls like witnesses. She stops 3 meters from him, close enough to see the tension in his jaw, far enough to leave room for retreat. I want to set the terms. He does not pretend to misunderstand. Tell me. First meeting, no campaign, no Blackthorn, no strategy. She counts on her fingers. You come alone. No car service, no driver, no security. You meet her somewhere she feels safe, not somewhere you choose. Agreed. You do not bring anything. No gifts, no toys, no gesture that has been planned. If she asks you a question, you answer it honestly, or you tell her you need time to think, but you do not deflect. You do not charm. His mouth tightens. Agreed. You let her lead. If she wants to show you something, you follow. If she wants silence, you sit in it. If she decides she does not like you, you do not push. You accept it and try again another day on her terms. Solene, I am not finished. He closes his mouth. She feels the power in the silence, the strange weight of him letting her hold it. She has never seen him yield this way. Not truly. Not without a countermove waiting. But his hands stay in his pockets. His eyes stay on hers. You do not use this meeting to gather information, she says. You do not study her for material you can use later. You do not walk away with notes. You walk away with the experience of meeting your daughter and nothing else. Nothing else. And if I ask you to leave, you leave. No argument. No negotiation. You go. He holds her gaze. Yes. One word. No elaboration. No qualification. She searches his face for the tell, the micro-shift that betrays the hidden calculation. She has spent 10 weeks learning to read the gap between what he says and what he plans. She does not find it now. What about Mayorwen? She asks. What about her? She has a timeline. 72 hours, a joint statement, a photograph, a controlled narrative. If I pause that to let you meet Amma first, I need to know you will not use the meeting to accelerate her plan. Declan's jaw tightens. I will tell Mayorwen the narrative holds until you say otherwise. If she pushes, I will hold the line. You have held her line before. No, the word lands hard. I have held my own line and let her believe it was hers. That ends now. If you want proof, name it. She considers him. The offer is clean. It is also the kind of offer he would make if he wanted her to believe he had stopped calculating while still calculating beneath the surface. But the mood boards are still open in her mind. 22 months of preparation built around her eye. The note in his handwriting. She is the frame. You told me the friend who sent you my portfolio link was Carrie's vein, she says. You told me she has been unreachable for months. Is that true? Yes. Did you stop looking for her? His hesitation is barely a breath, but she catches it. I stopped using my usual channels, he says. I did not stop wondering where she went. Why? Because if she is the person texting you, I want to know why she is watching from the dark instead of walking through the door. His voice drops. And if she is not, I want to know who is. The admission costs him something. She sees it in the way his shoulders settle after he speaks, the way he lets the uncertainty sit between them without trying to control it. She makes a decision. Tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock, the Conservatory Cafe at the Botanic Gardens. There is a table near the big glass wall where she likes to watch the birds. He goes still. You will be early, she says. You will sit where she can see you before she has to talk to you. You will not stand when we arrive. You will not reach for her. You will wait for her to decide. How will I know her? The question should be absurd. He has seen photographs. He has heard her voice. He knows her birth date and her birth weight and her first word and the shape of the birthmark behind her right ear that matches his own. But the question is not absurd. It is the most honest thing he has said all week. She will be wearing red boots, Solene says. She picked them herself. She will tell you they make her brave. Declan's throat moves. Thank you, he says. 2 words, no strategy behind them, no frame. She should leave now. The terms are set. The meeting is arranged. She has given him what he asked for, controlled the conditions, protected her daughter's first experience of her father. But she does not leave. Solene. His voice stops her at the threshold. The mood boards. She turns. I built them because I believed you were the only person who could make this campaign breathe, he says. But I also built them because I needed to see your work every day. I needed to remember what I had lost. The silence holds. I am not asking you to forgive me for how I went about it. I am only telling you that the faith was not manufactured. It was the truest thing I had left. She looks at him for a long moment. Then she walks out of the gallery. Her phone buzzes at the elevator. A text from the unsaved number. You set the terms. He accepted. But are you ready for what happens when he keeps his word? She stares at the screen. The elevator arrives. The doors open. She does not step inside. Chapter 37. The conservatory air is warm and damp, thick with the smell of wet earth and flowering jasmine. Sunlight falls through the glass roof in long gold sheets, catching the steam rising from the tea counter and the bright red of the boots already swinging under the table. Solene sits with her hands wrapped around a cup she is not drunk from, watching her daughter watch the birds. Amma has been still for nearly 4 minutes, which is a record. She is pressed against the glass wall with her paw flat, tracking a wren that hops along the stone ledge outside, her red boots dangling above the floor. You said a man was coming, Amma says without turning. I did. Is he the one who answered your phone? Solene's chest tightens. Yes. Why? The question is simple. 4 years old, direct, uncalculated. It deserves the same. Because he wants to meet you, Solene says, and I think you might want to meet him too. Amma considers this. Her palm leaves a small print on the glass. Does he like buildings? I think he does. Good. She twists on the chair, craning her neck toward the cafe entrance. Where is he? Solene looks past her daughter toward the door that opens onto the main path. The cafe is quiet for a Saturday, a few tables occupied by students and a family with a baby. No one has entered in the last 10 minutes. She checks her phone. No texts. 3:03. He is late. The thought lands wrong. Declan is never late. Declan arrives early and waits because arrival is a statement, and he controls every variable. If he is not here, something has changed. Then she sees him. He is not late. He has been standing outside the glass wall for God knows how long, on the path that runs along the conservatory's curved edge, his hands in the pockets of a dark coat, watching Amma through the pane. He is not trying to hide. He is also not trying to enter. He is waiting to be seen. Amma's head turns. She follows Solene's gaze, and her small body goes still. Who is that? She whispers. You know who it is. Amma stares at him through the glass. The wren has gone. The whole world has gone. There is only the man on the path, and the little girl in red boots, and the 4 feet of air and light between them. He looks sad, Amma says. Solene does not answer. She cannot. He looks sad, Amma repeats, like he did on the phone. Then she slides off the chair and walks toward the door. Solene follows because that is what she does. She follows her daughter into rooms and out of them, through airports and train stations and the long hallways of hospitals when Amma had the fever that would not break. She follows because Amma leads and Solene trusts the direction. But this time, Amma is not walking toward the door that leads out. She is walking toward the glass. She presses her palm against it, right where she left the print. And on the other side of the pane, Declan does something that makes Solene's breath catch. He presses his palm to the same spot. Amma's hand is small against his. She cranes her neck up. He is kneeling now, his face level with hers, separated by a sheet of glass that throws his reflection back at him so that he looks like a man standing at the edge of his own life. Amma taps the glass. Once. Twice. Then she turns and pulls the door open. Hello, she says. Mummy says you like buildings. Declan's throat moves. He stays on one knee on the path, his hands visible, his weight back, exactly as Solene told him, exactly as she asked. I do, he says. Me too. Amma studies him. Why are you sad? The question hits him like a blow. Solene sees it in the way his chest stops moving, the way his hands stay open at his sides instead of reaching. Because I missed someone for a very long time, he says. Your mummy? No. His voice cracks on the word. Someone I had not met yet. Amma tips her head. She is wearing the red boots, and she is brave, and she does not know that the man kneeling in front of her has been waiting for this moment for 3 years, that he built a campaign and a company and a whole version of himself just to earn the right to kneel on this path and let her decide if he matters. You look familiar, Amma says. You have seen photographs. No, she shakes her head firmly. Not photographs. You look like the man in my window. Solene goes still. What man in your window? Amma does not look at her. She is still watching Declan, her small face serious, her voice patient, the way children are patient when adults are slow to understand. The one who visits at night, Amma says, when I cannot sleep. He stands under the street lamp and watches the flat. Declan's face drains of color. Solene's blood turns cold. Amma, she says, and her voice is steady because it has to be, because if she lets the terror through, her daughter will feel it. What are you talking about? The man with the camera. Amma waves a hand. He comes when the lights are off. He stands under the big light and looks up at my window. I wave sometimes, but he never waves back. Declan rises to his feet, slowly, carefully, his hands still visible. Amma, he says, and his voice is the gentlest Solene has ever heard it. When did you last see him? Last night. She squints up at him. He was there when Neka turned the kitchen light off. I saw him from my room. The world tilts. Gregor Ilves has been watching the flat. He has been watching the flat at night. and Amma has been waving at him. Chapter 38. The gallery hums with the particular energy of a launch that lands. Bodies packed against the polished concrete walls, champagne flutes catching the light, voices rising in that excited register that means the work has landed harder than anyone expected. Solene stands at the edge of the main room, her back against a pillar, watching people move through the installation. They stop at each frame. They lean in. They point and talk in low voices that travel. The vault shot is gone from the sequence. 13 images hang in its place, and the sequence breathes, the observatory spiral pulling the eye through the whole journey so that even the missing frame feels deliberate. 12 minutes, Des says, appearing at her elbow. Average dwell time on the observatory piece. That is not normal. She does not look at him. What is normal? 4. 5 if the light hits right. He raises his glass. You broke them, oh whoa. They are standing in front of your work, forgetting to drink. She lets herself feel it, just for a moment. The heat of the room, the weight of strangers seeing what she saw, the strange alchemy of having her eye validated by people who do not know her daughter's name or the man who built this campaign around her. Where is he? Des does not ask who. East balcony. Malin cornered him for the last hour. He shook her about 20 minutes ago. Solene finds her way through the crowd without planning the route. The balcony doors are open to the cool Edinburgh night, and Declan stands at the rail with his back to the gallery, his shoulders loose in a way she has almost never seen. Your general counsel looks like she swallowed glass. He turns. The streetlight catches the line of his jaw, the shadows under his eyes. She wanted me to do a round of press with the architecture editor. I told her the work speaks for itself tonight. It does. He holds her gaze. Yes, it does. The silence between them is not empty. It is full of everything they have not said since the conservatory, since Amma's small voice describing the man under the street lamp, since the horror of discovering that the threat was already inside the perimeter of their fragile arrangement. Have you heard from the police? He asks. Surveillance cameras. The building has a blind spot on the east side where the street lamp sits. They are pulling footage from the neighbors. Solene, she knows what he is asking. She has been asking herself the same question all day. I am not running, she says. I told you I would stay and talk when the campaign was done. The campaign is done. Talk is not the same as stay. No, but I am still here. He turns fully to face her, his hands resting on the rail. The city spreads behind him, lights and rooftops and the cold dark of the Firth beyond. There is a flat in Moorhay Place, he says. 3 bedrooms, garden access, secure entrance, private parking with camera coverage. She goes still. Declan, I am not offering to buy you. I am offering a place where your daughter can sleep without seeing a stranger under the street lamp. His voice stays level. You pick the landlord. You pick the lease terms. I will cover the difference between what you pay now and what it costs. No paper trail attached to me. No obligation beyond a roof that locks. You planned this? No. He shakes his head. I started looking after Amma told us about the Watcher. I found it yesterday. I called the letting agent this morning. She should be furious. The old reflex rises in her chest, the certainty that every offer from him carries a hidden ledger. But he is not hiding the calculation. He is showing her the math and leaving the choice entirely to her. That is not manipulation, she says slowly. That is solving a problem I did not ask you to solve. I know, I am sorry. He holds her eyes. I do not know how to stop trying to fix things for you. I am learning. The noise of the gallery spills through the doors, a swell of laughter and clinking glass. Somewhere inside, people are praising her work, her name, her eye. Here on the balcony, a man is offering her safety without strings, and she does not know if she is ready to take it. But she knows she is not running. I will look at the flat, she says. No promises. His throat works. That is more than I deserve. The door swings open behind them, and Solene turns to find Maywin standing in the threshold, her face unreadable. Mr. Blackthorn, Ms. Okwu. She does not step onto the balcony. Forgive the interruption. There is a development. Declan's body shifts, a subtle tightening that Solene recognizes from every boardroom and shoot and negotiation she has watched him navigate. What kind of development? Marmwin's eyes flick to Solene, then back to Declan. Gregor Ilves has obtained a document he should not have. It will be published within the hour unless we move first. The champagne in Solene's stomach turns to ice. What document? Marwyn does not blink. A copy of the postcard, the one your mother sent, with the photograph of Amma and the birthmark visible. Chapter 39. The postcard. Solene's hand finds the balcony rail. The metal is cold, solid, the only fixed point in a world that just tilted. Show me. Marwyn does not move. Ms. Okwu, I think it would be better if we... Show me what he has. Declan is already crossing the balcony, his body coming between Solene and the open door as if he can block the news with his shoulders. Where did Ilves get it? We do not know yet. My team is tracing the chain. Marwyn's voice stays flat, professional. What we do know is that he has already sold the image to a syndicate. The first outlet is running it at midnight unless we file an injunction. Then file it. Declan's jaw set. Injunction, cease and desist, whatever. On what grounds? Man does not flinch. The postcard is Ms. Okwu's property. It was sent through the postal service. Others will argue public interest and the right to report on the parentage of a prominent business figure's child. The court will not hear a privacy claim against a document that was voluntarily mailed. Solene's stomach turns. The postcard, the one Nneka licked and stamped and pushed through a brass slot on Morrison Street 3 years ago, thinking she was giving a man a chance to know his daughter, thinking she was brave. It was never a secret. It was a paper trail with a return address. She finds her voice. What does the postcard show? The photograph. Marwyn's eyes are careful now. Your daughter in the red boots, facing the camera. The birthmark behind her ear is visible if you know where to look. The date stamp and her name are on the reverse. Her name. Solene hears herself repeat it. Amma's name. Yes. The gallery noise swells behind Marwyn. Laughter. A glass breaking somewhere. Someone is having a wonderful night. Declan turns to Solene. His face is stripped of strategy, stripped of anything except the question he is about to ask. Tell me what you want to do. She blinks. You are asking me? I am asking you. He holds her gaze. Not Marwyn, not the lawyers. You. If you want to fight this in court, we fight. If you want to draft a statement before they publish, we draft it. If you want silence, I will find a way to buy you silence. He steps closer. But I will not move without your agreement. Not on this. The old reflex whispers. He is orchestrating again, letting you choose so you cannot blame him later. But there is no ledger in his eyes. There is only the same fear she has been carrying since Amma pressed her palm to the conservatory glass and said the man under the street lamp looked like him. She does not know, Solene says. Amma does not know who you are. If this goes public before I tell her, she will find out from strangers. Then we tell her first. Tonight? Tomorrow morning. An hour from now. Whenever you say. He does not look away. I will stand beside you or I will stand in the next room. Whatever she needs. Moran clears her throat. Mr. Blackthorn, the timeline can wait. He does not turn. Solene, look at me. She looks. The postcard is already out of our hands. We cannot unsend it. But we can decide what happens next. Together. Together. The word lands like a stone in still water. She has spent 4 years refusing to trust anyone with the weight of a decision that touches Amma. 4 years of carrying everything alone because alone was the only way to guarantee the choice was hers. But alone is also how she got here. Alone is how Nneka found the post box. Alone is how the Watcher found the street lamp. Alone is how the enemy found every crack in the walls she built. Show me the postcard, she says. The actual image. I need to see what they are publishing. Marwyn hesitates. Miss Okwu. Show me. Marwyn pulls out her tablet. Her fingers move across the screen in quick, efficient gestures. Then she turns it around. Solene's breath catches. It is a good photograph. Sharp focus, warm light, the soft orange of the late afternoon sun catching Amma's hair. Her daughter standing in the red boots, one hand raised in a wave, the castle on the postcard front visible in the corner. The crescent birthmark behind her right ear is unmistakable if you know Declan has the same one. And beside Amma's image, on the reverse side, neatly printed in Nneka's handwriting, Amma Okwu, born 15 November, weight 3.2 kilograms. First word, Window. She has your birthmark and your mother's laugh. She deserves to know her father. Solene's hand finds the tablet edge. She holds it steady. What outlet? Metro Herald. Digital and print. Marion's voice is quiet now. They have a 25,000 copy run and a verified syndication deal with 3 regional papers. The online version goes live at midnight. Midnight. Less than 2 hours. I need to go home, Solene says. I need to see my daughter. Declan is already moving. I will drive you. The press will be watching the building by now, Marion says. If you leave together, then they will see us leave together. Solene hands the tablet back. Let them. She walks through the gallery without seeing the faces that turn toward her, without hearing the congratulations still floating in the champagne-scented air. The photographs on the walls pass in a blur of light and shadow, her work, her eye, her signature grammar, and none of it matters now. Declan catches up at the elevator. He presses the button without speaking. The doors open. She steps inside. He follows. When the doors close, they are alone in a box of chrome and glass, descending through a building full of people who do not yet know that her daughter's face will be in the morning papers. Thank you, she says, for not making that decision for me. His reflection in the polished doors is still. I meant what I said. I am learning. The elevator reaches the lobby. The doors open onto the marble floor, the glass entrance, the street beyond, and on the pavement outside, 3 men with cameras are already waiting. Declan's hand finds the small of her back. Straight to the car. Do not stop. Do not answer. She steps forward into the flash of the first strobe, and the night explodes into light. Chapter 40. The car moves through Edinburgh in a blur of wet streets and reflected light. Solene watches the buildings slide past, each one a frame she would normally compose in her mind, the way the street lamp catches the sandstone, the shadow pooling under a closed shop awning. Tonight she sees nothing but her own reflection in the glass. Declan drives with both hands on the wheel, his jaw set, his eyes cutting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Are they following? Not yet. His voice is flat, controlled. But they will know where you live within the hour. Maywen will have told them by now, or they already have the address from Ylvis, the postcard. Naka's handwriting on the reverse. She deserves to know her father. My mother, Solene says. She mailed it from Morrison Street, 3 years ago. She never told me. I know. You knew she sent it. You never told me either. I knew she sent it. His hands tightened on the wheel. I did not know she kept a copy. I did not know it could surface like this. And now my daughter's face is in every newsroom in the city. He does not answer. There is nothing to say that would undo what is already moving toward them. The press is running, the pixels loading, the headline already written by someone who has never met Amma and does not care that she likes red boots because they make her brave. The car turns onto her street. Solene's breath catches. 3 vehicles she does not recognize are parked along the curb. A van with a satellite dish on the roof. A sedan with a man in the driver's seat, phone raised to his ear. Another car, engine running, headlights off. They are here already, she says. Declan pulls the car to the curb half a block short. He kills the engine and the lights, and for a moment they sit in the dark, the only sound the tick of cooling metal and the distant hum of the city. I can go in alone, he says. I can clear them. How? He turns to face her. In the dim light from the street lamp, his eyes are the color of the sea before a storm. I do not care what it costs. I will call every officer on the force. I will have them moved, arrested, whatever it takes. Tell me what you need. It is the same offer he made on the balcony. Solve it, fix it, make it go away. The reflex of a man who has spent his life believing that enough leverage can close any door. But some doors cannot be closed with money. I need to see my daughter, Solene says. I need to tell her who you are before she reads it on a screen. He holds her gaze. Then let me come with you. To the door, inside, into the room. I want to be there when she learns my name. She should say no. Every instinct that has kept her safe for 4 years tells her to guard this moment, to keep it between mother and child, to let Declan wait on the other side of a door the way he waited on the other side of the conservatory glass. But the glass is gone now. There is nothing between them but the truth. She does not know you, Solene says. She has met you once, She called you the sad man. I remember. If she is scared, if she does not want you there, you leave. You wait in the kitchen. You do not push. I will not push. And when she asks why you did not come before, you tell her the truth, that you did not know, that you would have come if you had. His jaw tightens, and the part where I did know, the 3 years. Do I tell her that? Solene closes her eyes. The question lands like a blade between her ribs, because the answer is not simple. The answer is that she robbed him of those years, and he robbed her of the choice to give them back. And neither of them can explain that to a 4-year-old who only knows that the sad man from the cafe is her father. Not tonight, she says. Tonight we tell her who you are. The rest comes later. He nods. Once, a soldier accepting orders. They walk the half-block together. The men in the cars do not move, do not approach, but Solene feels their eyes on her back like a physical weight. One of them raises a phone and takes a photograph. The flash cuts through the dark, and she hears Declan's breath change. Do not stop, he says. She does not stop. The flat door opens before she reaches it. Nika stands in the gap, her face carved from stone, her eyes moving from Solene to Declan and back. The news, Nika says. It is already on the television. Solene pushes past her into the living room. Amma is sitting cross-legged on the sofa, still in her day clothes, a half-eaten bowl of rice balanced on her knee. She is watching the screen with the focused attention of a child who does not yet understand what she is seeing. The image on the screen is the postcard. Amma's face, her red boots, the crescent birthmark behind her ear. The chyron beneath it reads, Blackthorn Heir, secret daughter of property mogul Declan Blackthorn. Mummy, Amma says, not looking away from the screen. Why is my picture on the television? Solene crosses the room in 4 steps and sits on the sofa, pulling Amma into her lap. The bowl of rice tips, lands on the cushion, but neither of them moves to catch it. That is a good question, Solene says, and I am going to answer it, but first I need you to look at me. Amma turns. Her eyes are dark and steady, her mother's eyes, and Solene feels the weight of every choice she has ever made settle across her shoulders. You remember the man from the cafe? The one who pressed his hand to the glass? Amma nods. He is here? Solene's voice cracks. She does not care. He is in the kitchen, and he is your father. Amma's face does not change. She processes the information the way she processes everything, by sitting very still and letting it settle into the architecture of her understanding. The sad man, she says. Yes. His name is Declan. Yes. Amma looks past Solene, toward the kitchen door. Declan is standing in the frame, his hands at his sides, his face stripped of every layer of control and strategy and corporate armor, until there is nothing left but a man waiting to be seen by his child. He looks different, Amma says. Different how? The window man, the one who watches at night. Amma's brow furrows. He does not look like Declan. He looks like the picture on the television. Solene's blood goes cold. What picture, baby? The one the man showed me. Through the window. Amma points at the screen. That one. He held it up so I could see. Declan steps into the room. His voice is low and careful. Amma, when did he show you the picture? Last night, after Granny turned off the light. She looks at him with the guileless directness of a child who has not yet learned to fear. He said you were my father. He said everyone would know soon. The room tilts. Solene grips Amma tighter, her mind racing through the implications. The watcher did not just observe. He communicated. He showed Amma the postcard image before it was published. He wanted her to know before the news broke. He wanted to be the one who told her. Declan is already on his phone, his voice sharp and clipped. Moreware. The watcher spoke to her last night. He showed her the image. He knew before we did. Find out who syndicated the postcard. Trace every chain. I want a name. He listens. His face goes pale. What? A pause. Then, say that again. Another pause. His hand drops to his side. The phone hangs loose in his fingers. Declan. Solene's voice cuts through. What is it? He looks at her, and she sees something she has never seen in his eyes before. Fear. Not the controlled vigilance of a strategist, but the raw, unguarded terror of a man who has just realized he has been outmaneuvered by someone who knows more than he does. The postcard, he says. It was not stolen. It was given. Given by whom? Neka. Solene turns. Her mother is standing at the kitchen threshold, her hands folded, her face unreadable. I gave it to him, Neka says. 3 weeks ago. He came to the flat when you were at the gallery. He said he was a journalist. He said he wanted to help you tell your story before someone else told it for you. Solene's voice is barely a whisper. You gave him the copy, the one you kept in the cookbook. I thought I was protecting you. Neka's voice breaks for the first time. I thought I was doing what I should have done 3 years ago. Declan steps between them. Who was he? What name did he give? Neka shakes her head. He did not give a name. But you let him in. You let him photograph my daughter. He said it would help. The television screen flickers. The chyron changes. Update. Sources confirm paternity action filed this evening. Blackthorn Holdings declines to comment. Amma tugs at Solene's sleeve. Mummy, is he going to take me away? Solene looks at her daughter, then at Declan, then at her mother, the woman who built the trap and did not know she was building it. No, Solene says, no one is taking you anywhere. But even as she says it, she feels the ground shifting beneath her feet. The postcard is live, the watcher is a step ahead, and someone with a camera and a plan has been inside her home, sitting at her table, looking at her daughter's face while Neka poured tea. Declan's phone buzzes. He looks at the screen. His face goes still. Declan? He does not answer. He is reading. His thumb scrolls, and with every line his shoulders tighten, his breath shortens, the space around him contracts into something rigid and cold. Who is it? He looks up. His eyes are the color of winter. The anonymous texter, he says. They just sent a photograph. Of what? He turns the phone toward her. It is not a photograph of the postcard. It is not a photograph of the gallery. It is a photograph of a door she knows better than any other door in the world. The door of the Norfolk church. The one she ran through 4 years ago, her dress tangled around her knees, her lungs burning, her heart a stone in her throat. Beneath it, a caption. Did you ever wonder what happened after you left? Chapter 41. The television flickers in the corner, muted now, but the chyron keeps rolling. Blackthorn Heir, paternity filing confirmed. Solene cannot look away. The words repeat on a loop, cycling through the same 3 headlines, each one a fresh cut. Her daughter's face is not on the screen yet. It will be. It is only a matter of hours before the postcard image leaks from the syndicate wire to every outlet in the country. Outside, the street has become a carnival of shangwang. 3 news vans angle for position at the curb. A photographer crouches behind a hedge, lens trained on the front door. Another one leans against a lamppost, coffee in one hand, camera in the other, patient as a cat at a mouse hole. Declan stands at the window, edge of the curtain pinched between 2 fingers. He is not hiding. He is reading the crowd. 6 visible, he says. 4 photographers, 2 reporters. The gray car at the end of the street has tinted windows. Could be press, could be someone else. Solene does not ask who someone else might be. She is still holding Amma. Her daughter's weight presses against her chest, small and warm and impossibly fragile. Amma has not cried. She is not asked to watch cartoons. She is simply held on, her fingers twisted into the fabric of Solene's shirt, her face buried in the curve of her mother's neck. Mummy? The word is muffled but clear. Yes, baby. Why did the strangers know my name? Solene's chest tightens. She strokes Amma's hair, the tight coils springing under her fingers. What strangers, baby? The ones on the television. The woman said, Amma Ogu. That is my name. How does she know it? The question lands like a stone in still water. Solene looks at the screen. The chyron has updated again. AMA OKWU. 4-year-old daughter of Declan Blackthorn. Her full name, her age, her relationship to the man standing at the window. They have printed her name. They have printed her daughter's name for the whole country to read. Mummy. I am here, baby. How does she know it? Solene closes her eyes. She has no answer that will make sense to a 4-year-old. She has no answer that will make sense to anyone. Declan turns from the window. His face is controlled, but his hands are not. They are clenched at his sides, knuckles white, the tremor visible even from across the room. I can get the network to pull the name, he says. I can have Maywin file a cease and desist before morning. I can. She is 4 years old. Solene's voice comes out flat, hollow, nothing like her own. They printed her name. They printed her full name. How do I unprint that? How do I put it back in the bottle? Declan does not answer. There is no answer to give. Nika is still standing at the kitchen threshold. She has not moved since she confessed. Her hands are folded, her face unreadable, but her eyes are wet. She is watching Amma the way a woman watches water recede before a wave, knowing the impact is coming and unable to step aside. I did not think they would print her name, Nika says. I thought they would print the picture. I thought they would print the story. I did not think they would name a child. You gave him the copy. Solene's voice cracks. You kept it for 3 years. You hid it in the cookbook. And then you gave it to a stranger who came to my door and said he was a journalist. He said he wanted to help. He showed my daughter the picture last night. He held it up to her minder. He told her Declan was her father before I could tell her myself. Nika's face crumbles. She presses a hand to her mouth. The tears spill over, running down her fingers, dripping onto the kitchen floor. I did not know, she whispers. I did not know he was the one watching. I did not know he would come to her window. I thought I was. You thought you were protecting her. Solene's voice breaks. You thought you were doing what you should have done 3 years ago. I know. You told me. But Mum, you gave my daughter's face to a predator. You put her photograph in the hands of a man who stood outside her window at night and watched her sleep. Nika's legs give way. She slides down the kitchen cabinet, her back against the wood, her hands covering her face. Amma lifts her head. She looks at her grandmother crumpled on the floor. Then she looks at her mother. Mummy, Granny is crying. Yes, baby. Is it my fault? Solene's heart shatters. She pulls Amma tighter, pressing her daughter's head back to her chest. No, no, baby, it is not your fault. None of this is your fault, do you understand? Amma does not answer. She presses her ear to Solene's chest, listening to the heartbeat, finding comfort in the rhythm. Declan's phone buzzes. He looks at the screen. Maywin, he says. The paternity action. She says it was not filed by me. Solene's head snaps up. What? It was not filed by Blackthorn Holdings. It was not filed by my legal team. Maywin is trying to trace the filing, but the court clerk confirmed the petitioner is listed as a third party. Who? Declan reads the message again. His face goes pale. The petitioner is listed as a person with direct knowledge of the child's parentage. The court accepted the filing without requiring the petitioner's identity pending genetic evidence. Someone filed a paternity action against you without identifying themselves? Someone who knows how the system works. Someone who had enough evidence to convince a clerk to accept the filing without a named petitioner. Declan looks up. Someone who has been planning this for a long time. Solene's mind races. The postcard, the watcher, the anonymous texter, the Norfolk church photograph, the paternity action filed by an unnamed hand. They are not fighting one enemy. They are fighting a machine. Amma stirs. Mummy, the window. Solene looks at the curtained window. What about it, baby? The man is back. The room goes silent. Declan moves before anyone else. He crosses to the window, pulls the curtain aside, scans the street. His body goes rigid. Which man? The one who showed me the picture. The one who looks like the window man. He is standing by the gray car. Declan's hand drops from the curtain. He turns. His eyes find Solene's. He is watching us, he says. He is standing at the edge of the pavement, and he is watching the flat. Amma presses closer to Solene. Mummy, is he going to take me away? Solene holds her daughter tight. She looks at Declan. She looks at her mother, still crumpled on the kitchen floor. No, she says. No one is taking you anywhere. But the words taste like ash in her mouth, because the man standing at the edge of the pavement is not running. He is not hiding. He is not afraid of being seen. He wants them to know he is there. And that is the most frightening thing of all. Chapter 42. Declan's hand is still on the curtain when his phone rings. He does not look away from the street when he answers. Marwan, now is not. He stops, listens. The line between his shoulders tightens. Give me 60 seconds. He lowers the phone, turns to Solene. The syndicate has a second batch of photographs. Marwan is 3 minutes out. She wants to set up a temporary command in the kitchen. The kitchen, Solene repeats. Neutral ground. She says we need a joint strategy room or the lawyers will carve us apart separately. Solene looks at her mother, still slumped against the cabinet, face wet, hands shaking. She looks at Amma, pressed tight to her chest, small fingers gripping the collar of Solene's shirt. She looks at the curtained window where a man stands watching, waiting, not hiding. Fine, she says. But the watcher stays visible. I want someone watching him back. Declan types a message, sends it. Des is coming. He will sit in his car at the end of the street and log every movement the watcher makes. Des is not security. Des played rugby for Scotland under 21s. He knows how to read a body, and he does not panic. Declan's voice is flat, practical, a man switching from father to operator. He will not engage. He will record. Solene nods. The agreement feels surreal, like negotiating traffic patterns while the house burns. Amma stirs. Mommy, is the bad man still there? I do not know, baby. He is. Declan says it without hesitation. He has not moved. He is leaning against the car door now, arms crossed, waiting. Waiting for what? Solene hears her own voice thin at the edges. For us to panic, Declan says. For us to make a mistake. For us to do something he can photograph or record or misrepresent. The buzzer sounds. 3 short bursts, controlled, impatient. Marwan. Solene shifts Amma to her hip and stands. Her legs feel hollow, the adrenaline burning out, leaving something cold and heavy behind. I will get the door. Nika's voice comes from the floor, raw and broken. She pulls herself up using the counter edge. I can still do that. I can open the door. Mum, you do not. I can open the door, Solene. Nika wipes her face with the back of her hand. Let me do something that is not destroying my granddaughter's life. The silence is unbearable. Solene nods. Nika crosses the flat. Her steps are slow, deliberate, the gait of a woman carrying a weight she did not have an hour ago. She unlocks the door, pulls it open. Marwan steps inside. She is wearing the same tailored suit from the gallery. Dark hair pulled tight, tablet in one hand, a leather satchel over her shoulder. She looks at Nika, at the tear tracks still visible, and does not pretend not to see them. Mrs. Okwu, I am sorry for the hour. Nika says nothing. She steps aside. Marwan moves into the kitchen, sets her satchel on the table, pulls out a tablet, a notebook, a slim folder. She works with the economy of someone who has done this before, who has walked into other people's crises and built structure from debris. I have 3 teams running, she says without preamble. Digital Takedown is filing takedown notices with every outlet that published before midnight. They are citing minor data protection violations, nothing that will hold permanently, but it buys us 6 to 12 hours of reduced visibility. Press management is drafting a holding statement that confirms Declan is cooperating with the paternity process without naming Amma. We do not release it without your sign-off, Solene. Declan made that clear. She looks up. Security is my concern. The watcher outside is a problem we cannot solve tonight. If we approach him, he photographs the approach and frames it as intimidation. If we ignore him, he stays and escalates. I recommend a stationary watch, logged and timed, with a witness. Des is already en route, correct? Declan nods. Good. Then we have eyes on the watcher without engaging. That is the best we can do until morning, when I can file a formal harassment complaint with supporting documentation. Solene listens. The words make sense, the structure makes sense, but the kitchen still feels like a cage, the windows still feel like targets, and her daughter is still pressed against her chest, trembling. What about the school? She asks. Marwan pauses. What school? Amma's nursery. The school administrator called this morning. I have not checked my phone since the gallery. Solene reaches for her phone. The screen is dark. She presses the wake button. 4 missed calls. 1 voicemail. The last call came in 14 minutes ago. She opens the voicemail, puts it on speaker. Ms. Okwu, this is Margaret Chen from Little Lights Nursery. I am sorry to call so late. We have had 3 reporters contact the front desk this evening asking about Amma's enrollment and whether Declan Blackthorn has ever visited the premises. I wanted to inform you before you heard it elsewhere. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. We are here to support your family. The voicemail ends. The kitchen is silent. Solene sets the phone down on the table. Her hand is shaking. They called the nursery, she says. They called my daughter's nursery. They asked about Declan. They asked if he has ever been there. Minewin's face does not change, but something behind her eyes sharpens. That is escalation. That is not a tabloid fishing for a story. That is someone feeding information to specific outlets with a coordinated timeline. Who? Declan's voice is low. Who has the reach to coordinate a nursery inquiry, a paternity filing, and a media syndication all in the same evening? Merwin does not answer immediately. She pulls a folded document from her satchel, spreads it across the table. I traced the paternity filing. It was submitted through a Glasgow solicitor's office that handles family law for corporate clients. The firm is called Inverness, Drummond & Shaw. They are small, boutique, and they do not take walk-in clients. And they are owned by a holding company registered in the Isle of Man. That holding company shares a director with a private intelligence firm based in London. That firm specializes in corporate sabotage, reputational dismantling, and hostile takeovers. She looks up. The director's name is Elena Vasquez. She worked for Locke Blackthorn Holdings 7 years ago. She was your head of strategic development, Declan. You fired her after an internal audit found she was running a parallel book of business using company resources. Declan's face goes pale. Elena Vasquez, he repeats. She disappeared from the industry after the audit, changed her name, restructured her holdings, built a new firm from shell companies and blind trusts. I have been trying to trace Morin's employer for 3 months. This is the first solid lead I have found. Solene stares at the document. The names blur together. The connections feel infinite, a web she cannot see the edges of. 7 years ago, she says. Before me. Before Amma. This has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with you. More than that, Rez. Elena Vasquez does not want Declan's money. She does not want his company. She wants to dismantle everything he built, piece by piece, and she has been waiting for the right lever. Solene looks at Amma, at her daughter's face, still pressed to her chest, her small body still trembling. I am the lever, she says. Mawin does not deny it. Declan's phone buzzes. He looks at the screen. His expression shifts from calculation to something raw, something closer to fear. Des, he says. The Watcher is moving. Solene's heart stops. Where? Declan reads the message. His hand drops to his side. He is walking toward the building. Chapter 43. The Watcher is moving. Solene stands at the kitchen window, Amma still pressed to her chest, and watches the gray car's driver's side door hanging open like a mouth. The street lamp catches nothing but shadow where the Watcher should be. He is coming, she says. Declan is already at the door, not running, not reaching for his phone, just standing between the kitchen and the entrance, body angled toward the sound of footsteps that have not yet reached the stairs. You stay with Amma, he says. You cannot fight a man you cannot see. I'm not going to fight him. I am going to stand in the doorway and let him decide if he wants to explain himself to a witness. Mawarin is typing. I am logging the timestamp. If he touches the building, we have a trespassing complaint with a documented chain. Nika is still on the floor, but her eyes are on Solene, not the door. The footsteps come, slow, deliberate. A single set of shoes on the pavement, then the gravel of the building's front path, then the hollow thud of the first stair. Declan does not move. Solene counts. 3 stairs. 4. A pause. Then the footsteps retreat, receding toward the street. He stopped. Dez's voice comes through Declan's phone, tinny over speaker. He stopped at the bottom step, stood there for 10 seconds, then turned around. He is back at the car now. He is sitting in the driver's seat. Engine off. Lights off. Declan exhales. Solene feels her knees unlock. That was a message, Merwin says. He wanted you to know he could get closer tonight. He chose not to. That is control, not hesitation. Solene looks down at Amma. Her daughter's eyes are closed now, breathing slow and deep against Solene's chest. The trembling has stopped. The child has exhausted herself into sleep. I need to put her down, Solene says. She carries Amma through the flat, past the kitchen where Neka is pulling herself upright, past the narrow hallway where Declan stands with his back to the wall. She lays Amma in her bed, pulls the covers to her chin, and stands in the doorway, watching her daughter breathe. 4 years. 4 years of this. Of being the only one who stands between Amma and the dark. Of being the one who counts footsteps and checks locks and just not sleep until the sky goes gray. She walks back to the kitchen. Declan is there. No bodyguard, no driver. He came on foot, the way she asked. He walked through Edinburgh's night streets without armor, without a car, without a single visible asset except his own 2 hands. He is standing at the counter with a mug of tea he has not drunk. The nursery, he says. We need a plan for tomorrow morning. Margaret Chen will have reporters outside the gate by 7. Then we get Amma there before they arrive. I can have a car here at 6, unmarked, no logo. And when the reporters figure out which car, then we rotate. Different car every day for a week. Or I drive her myself. Solene shakes her head. You drive her yourself, and you become the story. The CEO daddy doing the school run. That is a front-page photo. I do not care about front-page photos. I care. Amma cares. She is 4 years old, and she has already had a stranger put his face against her bedroom window. Solene's voice breaks on the last word. She covers her mouth with her hand. Declan does not move toward her. He stays where he is, hands visible, weight back, the same posture he used with Amma in the conservatory. Tell me what you need, he says. I need to know she will wake up tomorrow, and the man who showed her that picture will not be standing on the pavement. I cannot promise that, but I can promise he will not get within 10 feet of her without going through me first. That is not a promise you can keep when she is inside a building and you are outside it. No, it is not. He sets the mug down. That is why we need more than a promise. We need a structure, a schedule, a rotation of people she trusts who can be present when I cannot. Who? Solene laughs, and it sounds hollow even to her own ears. Neka, who gave the photograph to a stranger. Des, who has a job and a life. You, who owns a company that someone is actively dismantling. Each of us, alternating, with backup. You sound like you have already planned this. I have been planning it for 3 years. He says it without shame, without apology, just a fact, laid flat on the table between them. I have a list of licensed security personnel who specialize in family protection, not corporate assets. I have a protocol for school transitions. I have a safe room in the Murray Place flat that is not listed on any building plan. Solene stares at him. 3 years, she repeats. Yes, and you are only telling me this now. You asked what I needed. I am telling you the truth instead of managing your reaction. The kitchen is silent. Neka is watching from the doorway, her face gray and hollow, her hands twisted in her apron. She will not stay, Neka says. Solene turns. What? Neka does not look at her. She is looking at Declan. She will not stay. I know my daughter. She is standing here talking about schedules and safe rooms and nursery pickups, but her bag is already packed in her head. She has a go bag in the hall closet. She has a cash envelope in the bottom of her work satchel. She has a plan for every exit in this flat because she has been running for 4 years and she does not know how to stop. Mama, your grandmother taught me that. She ran from Lagos when my father died. She ran from every man who tried to love her after that. She ran until she ran out of places to go, and then she sat in a council flat in Brixton and wondered why she was alone. Nika's voice is raw. You have her eyes. You have her hands. You have her habit of leaving before anyone can leave you. Solene feels the words land like stones. You think I will bolt? I think fear is stronger than love when it is the only voice you have been listening to. Nika steps into the kitchen. I gave that man the photograph because I wanted Amma to have a chance. I wanted her to have a father who would fight for her. And now I see him standing in my kitchen at midnight. No car, no security, no armor, and I know I was right about him. She looks at Declan, but I was wrong about my daughter. I thought she would stay if she had a reason. I forgot that she has been training herself to leave since the day she was born. Solene's hands are shaking. She looks at Declan, at the man who walked through the dark to stand in her kitchen, at the father of her child who has been planning for 3 years and still chose to come on foot when she asked. "I am not running," she says. Nika does not answer. Declan does not answer. The silence is worse than any argument. Solene looks down at her hands. The burn scar on her wrist catches the kitchen light, the darkroom accident, the mark she has carried since university, the one Declan traced with his thumb on the night everything broke open on Skye. "I am not running," she says again, but the words feel thin, like paper over a wound. Declan picks up his mug. He drinks the cold tea without flinching. "Then tomorrow," he says, "we act like people who are staying." Chapter 44. The morning comes too fast. Solene has not slept. She sat on the edge of Amma's bed until the child's breathing evened out, then moved to the kitchen window and watched the gray car until the sky began to lighten. Declan stayed on the sofa. She heard him shift once, twice, never settle. Now she stands at the bedroom door, watching Amma pull on her red boots. "Are we going to nursery?" "Yes. The man with the camera will be there?" Solene's throat closes. "I do not know, but your father will be with us." Amma considers this. She touches the crescent behind her ear, the mark she shares with the man who knelt in a conservatory and told her he missed someone he had not met. "Good," she says. Declan is in the kitchen with Nika. They are not talking. They are standing on opposite sides of the table, holding mugs, waiting. When Solene enters with Amma, Declan sets his mug down and crouches. "Ready?" Amma nods. She takes his hand. Solene watches them walk to the door together, a 4-year-old in brave red boots, and the man who planned for 3 years to earn this moment. The image cuts through her chest like glass. The street is quiet. Too quiet. Declan notices it first. His hand tightens on Amma's as they step onto the pavement. The gray car is gone. The press fans from last night are gone. But there's a man at the corner, leaning against the railing of the tenement across the street, a camera bag at his feet. Not Gregor Yules. Someone younger, thinner, a new face. Solene sees him, see them. "Declan, stay behind me." He does not stop walking. He keeps Amma's hand in his, keeps his pace steady, keeps his body between the man on the corner and the child braced at his side. Solene falls in behind them, her hands shaking, her eyes locked on the camera bag. The man does not raise the lens. He watches them pass. He watches them turn the corner. And then he pulls out a phone and makes a call. The nursery gate is 2 blocks ahead. They make it to the corner before the first camera appears. Not the man from the railing. Someone else. A woman in a gray coat shooting from a parked car, the lens pressed to the glass like a wound. Solene hears the shutter, sharp and wet, and the sound unlocks something in her chest. She turns. "Stop!" The woman does not stop. She keeps shooting, rapid, automatic, the camera chewing through frames. "Stop, or I will break that camera in your hands." Declan is already moving. He does not run. He walks, steady, unhurried, and when he reaches the car, he places his palm flat against the glass, blocking the lens with his body. "Lower it." The woman lowers the camera. "You are photographing a child. You will delete those images now, or I will have my legal team file charges before you reach the end of this street." Freedom of the press, not at a school gate. His voice is flat, controlled. The voice of a man who has spent years learning to sound calm when he is anything but. "You have 3 seconds. The woman hesitates. Then she scrolls back through the images and hits delete. Declan does not thank her. He turns and walks back to Solene, and his hand finds the small of her back, steadying, grounding. "Come on." They walk the remaining half-block to the nursery gate. Margaret Chen is waiting, her face tight, her hands clasped in front of her. We have a secondary entrance, she says. We have moved pickup to the back courtyard for the rest of this week. Staff will escort children directly to vehicles. Solene nods. She cannot speak. Amma looks up at Declan. Will you be here when I come out? Yes. Promise? Promise. Amma accepts this with the unearned trust of a child who has not yet learned that promises can break. She lets go of his hand and walks through the gate. At the door, she turns and waves. Declan raises his hand. The gesture mirrors the one Amma described, the wave she gave the man in the window who never waved back. Except now, her father is the one waving. They stand at the nursery gate until Amma disappears inside. Then, Solene turns to face the street, and her control shatters. Gregor lives. He is across the road, leaning against a lamppost, his camera raised, taking his time. Declan steps forward. You have no reason to be here. I have every reason. Gregor does not lower the camera. The public wants proof, and proof is what I sell. Proof of what? That she is his. Gregor nods toward Amma's school. That the Blackthorn heir is real, that the story is true. The paternity filing, the secret child, the woman who left him at the altar and spent 4 years hiding the evidence. Solene feels heat climb her throat. You showed her the photograph through her window. I showed her what she deserved to know. You spoke to my daughter through glass in the dark, and you call that giving her information? Gregor lowers the camera. For a moment, something flickers in his face. Not guilt, not regret. A shadow of something that might have been conscience once. I am not the one who kept her a secret. Solene moves before she can think. Declan catches her arm. Not hard, not restraining, just present, between her and the lens, between her fury and the man who will use it. Not here, he says. Not in front of the gate. She wants to fight him. She wants to scream. She wants to take the camera and smash it against the lamppost until the glass shatters and the memory card snaps in her palm. But Amma is inside. Amma will come out in 4 hours and ask if the Batman is still there. Solene stops. She breathes. Gregor watches her. He raises the camera one last time, frames the shot, holds it. Then he lowers it. She has your anger, he says. The child. You can see it in the set of her jaw. That will sell well. He steps off the curb into traffic. A taxi swerves. A cyclist shouts. Gregor does not look back. He crosses the street and disappears into the crowd on the other side, his camera bag bouncing against his hip. Solene stands at the nursery gate with her daughter inside, and the man who will not stop standing beside her, and the taste of fury thick in her throat. Declan's hand is still on her arm. He is right, she says. About what? I kept her a secret. I made her invisible. And now every stranger with a lens thinks they have a right to her face. Declan says nothing. He is looking at the corner where Gregor vanished. He will not stop, Solene says. He will keep coming back until he gets the shot he wants. And the law cannot stop him because I mailed a postcard to a man I should have told in person 4 years ago. Declan turns to face her. Then we stop giving him something to chase. What does that mean? It means we stop hiding. It means we control the narrative instead of letting him write it. It means we take Amma to the Botanic Gardens tomorrow, in daylight, with both of us visible, and we let the camera see that she is not a secret and not a scandal. He pauses. It means we give the story to the public before he can sell it to them. Solene stares at him. You want to parade our daughter in front of the press? I want to take her to a public park and let her feed the ducks while her parents stand together. If that draws cameras, so be it. At least we will be the ones choosing the frame. The word lands. Frame. He is not talking about the campaign anymore. He is talking about the shape of their lives, the picture they present to the world, the decision to stop letting other people define what the story means. Solene looks at the nursery gate. Amma is inside, learning to count, drawing castles, wearing brave red boots. I need to call Merwin, she says. No. No? We do not need a legal strategy for this. We need a family decision. His voice is quiet. I told you I would learn. This is me learning. I am not trying to control the outcome. I am asking what you want. She looks at him. At the man who built a campaign around her eye, who kept her photograph in his safe for 3 years, who knelt in a conservatory and promised a child he would stay. What do you want? The question is too big, too raw. too close to the bone of everything she has been avoiding. "I want her to be safe," she says. "That is not what I asked." "I know." She turns away from the gate. Emma's classroom window is visible from here, a warm rectangle of light 3 floors up, and in it, a tiny silhouette in red boots is pressing her palm to the glass. Solene watches her daughter wave, and she does not have an answer. Chapter 45. The flat smells of cold tea and tension when they walk through the door. Neka is at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug, eyes fixed on the silent television. The Chiron has changed. It reads, "Blackthorn Holdings, no comment now, a holding pattern that will not hold for long." Mywin is already there. She has let herself in, tablet on the counter, coat still on, the posture of someone who started working before she arrived. "The syndicate is running the second batch at 6, she says without preamble. 3 images, school gate, you handing Amma to the nursery director, Declan blocking the camera. Solene stops in the middle of the kitchen. That was 40 minutes ago. Digital turnaround is fast when the product is hot. Mywin does not flinch. "I have a proposal." "Of course you do." "Sealed filings, paternity confirmation, time-stamped, court-approved, released on our terms instead of theirs. We control the document, the timing, and the narrative." Declan steps past Solene, sets his keys on the counter. "The child's name stays out. You cannot have sealed filings and public narrative control without. Her name stays out of the press release. Her face stays off the morning news. We confirm paternity exists. We do not confirm whose." Merwin studies him for a beat too long. "That is not how the story will be written. I do not care how it is written. I care how it is lived." Solene watches them argue over her daughter's future like it is a contract clause, and something cold settles in her ribs. "I sign nothing today." Both of them term. "I sign nothing," she repeats, "until I know what the filing actually says, until I have it in my hand and I understand every word." Merrin opens her mouth. Declan lifts a hand before she can speak. She decides. The quiet authority in his voice catches Solene off guard. No negotiation, no strategy, just a wall he has put up between her and the legal machine. Maven closes her mouth, nods once. "Tomorrow morning, then, I will have drafts ready for review by 8. She leaves the tablet on the counter and lets herself out. The door clicks shut. The flat settles into the silence of 3 people who have forgotten how to fill a room with anything except waiting. Neka stands. "I will make tea." Solene does not answer. She is looking at her phone, which is buzzed twice in her pocket and is buzzing a 3rd time now. Blythe. She opens the message. "Norfolk reporter contacted me, asking about the wedding. They have a photograph of the church door from that day." Her thumb hovers. Another message arrives before she can respond. "They asked if Declan paid you to run so he could rebuild a loan. I told them they were wrong, but they have documents, schedules, a witness who placed you at the church at 6 a.m., 3 hours before the service." Solene's chest goes tight. 3 hours before. She was there at 6. She remembers the light through the stained glass, the cold stone floor through her shoes, the way the church smelled of old wood and white lilies, and the life she was about to walk out of. Someone knows. Someone had her on a timeline before she even made the choice. "Who is it?" Declan's voice is quiet. He has moved closer without her noticing. "Blythe. A reporter contacted him about Norfolk. They have documents." "What kind of documents?" "Schedule, witness statement." She looks up. "They know I was there at 6. Declan's face does not change, but something behind his eyes sharpens. "That is not public record." "Then how does someone have it?" He does not answer. He pulls out his phone, types a message, waits. The reply comes in under a minute. "The church has a security system," he says. "Installed 6 months after the wedding. Someone pulled the footage from the date." Solene feels the floor shift beneath her. Footage from 4 years ago still exists. Recordings cycle every 90 days unless flagged. He looks at her. Someone flagged it. Recently. Before all of this started. The anonymous texter, the photograph of the church door, the question. "Did you ever wonder what happened after you left?" "Your friend," Solene says. "The one who sent you my portfolio, Carrie's vein." Declan goes still. If she has been unreachable for months, and someone is pulling footage from the church, and Blythe is being contacted now, she is not the texter. "How do you know?" He holds her gaze. "Because I found her yesterday. She is in a rehabilitation facility outside Inverness. She has been there for 4 months. No phone, no internet, no way to send a text or photograph. The words land like stones. Then who? Declan does not have an answer. Nika sets a cup of tea in front of Solene. The steam rises, fragrant and useless. You need to respond to Blythe, Nika says. Tell him not to engage. Tell him you will handle it. Solene looks at her mother. I do not know how to handle it. Then you learn. The words are not sharp. They are firm. The same voice Nika used when Solene was 14 and crying over a failed exam. The same voice that told her to stand up and try again. Solene picks up her phone. She types, "Do not respond to anything. I will call you tonight." She sends it before she can second guess. A reply comes immediately. The reporter asked if Amma was conceived before or after the wedding. I told them I did not know. But I need the truth, Solene. Not for them. For me. The question burns on the screen. Before or after? Before, when they were still together, still believing they could make it work. After, when she was already gone, already carrying the secret that would change everything. She looks at Declan. He is watching her, steel gray eyes steady, waiting for her to decide what she will share with him and what she will hold back. I need to call him alone. Declan nods. He picks up his keys. I will wait outside. He does not argue. He does not ask questions. He walks to the door and pulls it shut behind him, leaving her in the kitchen with her mother, and a phone that holds a question she has been running from for 4 years. Before or after? She lifts the phone. The digits connect. Blythe answers on the first ring. The truth, he says. That is all I am asking. Solene closes her eyes, and for the first time in 4 years, she tells someone exactly when her daughter was conceived. Chapter 46. The line dies. Solene holds the phone against her thigh, the screen still glowing, Blythe's silence still ringing in her ear. She told him. 4 years of sealed-off truth, spoken into a Norfolk night she cannot see. The words are still raw in her throat. Before the wedding, before the church, before she stood in white and knew she could not stay, before she understood what she was carrying. She told him, Nika is at the sink, back turned, giving her the only privacy the kitchen allows. The tap runs. Water hits porcelain, a deliberate soundtrack of not listening. Solene slides the phone onto the table and stares at her own reflection in the dark glass of the window. The street beyond is quiet. The gray car is still there, engine dead, lights off, a patient shape in the sodium glow. Declan will be waiting outside. He said he'd wait, and he will. That is the terrible thing about him now. He keeps his word. She pulls her coat from the hook and steps into the hallway. He is leaning against the wall opposite the door, hands in his pockets, breath misting in the cold air. He does not ask. He just watches her face and reads what she has done. I told him, she says. Before or after? Before. Declan's jaw tightens. He does not look away. Did he believe you? Yes. A pause. The street lamp flickers once, stabilizes. He said he will not speak to the reporter. He will send me the documents they sent him. He wants nothing from me except the truth, and he has it now. Declan nods, slow, deliberate. And you? The question lands like a hand on her chest. What do you want, Solene? She opens her mouth, closes it. The answer is still not there. His own vibrates. He pulls it out, glances at the screen, and his expression shifts. Not alarm, not surprise, but a flattening. The look of a man receiving information he was waiting for. What? Legal. A production company contacted Blackthorn's archive division 40 minutes ago. They want to license footage from the Norfolk church. Solene's blood goes cold. Footage of what? The wedding. He holds her gaze. They claim they are developing a documentary about the British property boom and want establishing shots of historic Norfolk churches. But the request is specifically for St. Cuthbert's, and specifically for the date. Who sent the request? A subsidiary of a larger media group. Mawin is tracing it now. Solene thinks of the church door, the light through the stained glass, the cold stone floor through her shoes. Someone has been holding that day in reserve, waiting for the right moment to release it. "Show me," she says. Declan hesitates. "Show me what they have." He pulls up his phone, types, turns the screen toward her. It is a still frame, grainy, security camera resolution. The angle is wide, mounted above the church's main entrance. She recognizes the door, the old oak, the iron hinges. She recognizes the figure standing in front of it. Herself, 4 years younger, hair loose, jeans and a dark coat, the same coat she wore when she left the hotel at dawn. The timestamp in the corner reads 6:03. She was there at 6:03. She remembers the cold, the way her breath fogged the air, the way she stood with her palm flat against the wood, not pushing, not leaving yet, just standing, as if the door might tell her what to do. Is there more? A clip, 14 seconds. You arrive, you stand, you leave. Someone cut it. Someone preserved it. Declan's voice is quiet. The system cycles every 90 days unless flagged. This was flagged within the week, by someone with access. The anonymous texter, or whoever is behind them. Can you trace who flagged it? Merwin is trying, but the church uses a third-party security firm. The request was logged under a generic maintenance account. She stares at the frozen image of herself, the woman she used to be, standing at the door of a life she was about to abandon. Play it. Declan's thumb moves. The clip jerks to life. She watches herself walk into frame, halt in front of the door, lift her hand. The motion is slow, uncertain. Her younger self stands there for a long beat, palm against the wood, head bowed. Then she turns and walks away. The door does not open. She does not go inside. She leaves. The clip ends. Solene exhales. She did not realize she had been holding her breath. Someone has been holding this for 4 years, she says. Waiting. Yes. For what? Declan does not have an answer. His phone vibrates again. A message from Merwin. He reads. His face goes still. There is a second bidder. Solene's stomach drops. For the same footage? Anonymous. They contacted the same security firm directly, offering 4 times the production company's rate. No name, no company. Just a numbered account and a request for the unedited file. The street is quiet. The gray car waits. Somewhere in the dark, someone is buying the evidence of the worst morning of her life. Declan looks at her. I can stop the production company, he says. I cannot stop a ghost. The church door stares at her from the frozen screen. She was there at 6:03. She left before 7. And someone has been watching the whole time. Chapter 47. Blythe chose a solicitor's office on Queen Street, a ground-floor room with tall windows that let in the gray Edinburgh morning. No coffee, no pleasantries, just a clean oak table, 2 chairs, and a file folder with the Norfolk crest on the tab. Solene sits across from him. Declan is outside, leaning against the car, giving them space Blythe asked for, and she agreed to. You look tired, Blythe says. I am tired. He nods, does not push, opens the folder. The reporter who contacted me works for a syndicate called Meridian Press. They specialize in acquiring archival material and repackaging it for documentary licensing. Legitimate on the surface. Below it, they sell the raw footage to tabloids under separate agreement. He slides a printout across the table. A company registration, directors' names, a P.O. box in Gibraltar. They claim they bought the church footage from the security firm's archive through a third-party broker. They did not. I spoke to the security firm myself this morning. The footage was flagged and copied by someone using a generic maintenance login 6 days after the wedding. The production company request is a front. Solene's throat tightens. For who? The anonymous bidder Declan told you about. Meridian Press is the show. The numbered account is real. I traced it to a trust based in Luxembourg with a single named beneficiary. He flips another page. Elena Vasquez. The name lands like a stone in still water. Solene stares at the paper. The name is there in black type. Director of Meridian Press. Signatory on the trust. Declan fired her 7 years ago. I know. Blythe closes the folder. She has been building this operation for a long time. The postcard, the watcher, the paternity filing, The church footage. She wants to dismantle him publicly, and she is using you and your daughter as the wrecking ball. Solene's hands are flat on the table. She can feel her pulse in her palms. Why are you telling me this? Blythe looks at her, steady, no heat. Because I can help. The words hang in the air between them. You do not owe me anything, Solene says. I know. You have every right to walk away. I know that too. He leans back in his chair. The leather creaks. I spent 4 years wondering what I did wrong, whether I missed something, whether I pushed too hard or not hard enough. When you told me the truth on the phone, something in me settled. It was not me. It was never me. And that matters more than I can explain. Solene's vision blurs. She blinks hard. I am not offering because I want to get back together, Blythe says. I am offering because I can block the Meridian Press licensing request through a contact at the Church of England Archives office. I can file a preservation objection that ties the footage up in ecclesiastical review for months. I can make Elena Vasquez's acquisition worthless by burying it in process. Why would you do that? Because the reporter asked me something that made me sick. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his jacket, reads from it. Is it true Declan Blackthorn paid Solene Okwu to leave the wedding and then paid her again to come back with the child? Solene's stomach turns. They think he bought my silence. They think he bought the whole story. The disappearance, the pregnancy, the reunion. They are building a narrative that you were a transaction from the start. Blythe sets the paper down. I told the reporter it was a lie, but that they will publish it anyway unless we kill the footage before it becomes evidence for their theory. Solene presses her palms into the table. The wood is solid, real. Why now? She asks. Why help me now? Blythe is quiet for a long moment. Because the kindest thing you can do for your daughter is stop mistaking absence for protection. The words hit like a hand on her chest. You kept Emma hidden because you thought it was safe. You thought distance meant control. But distance does not protect her. It makes her a target for people like Elena Vasquez, because no one knows she belongs to anyone who will fight for her. Solene's throat burns. You are not protecting her by standing alone. You are making her invisible to the people who could help. Blythe slides a business card across the table. His own, a number written on the back. I can have the preservation objection filed by end of day, but I need your permission to act on your behalf. It is your image on that footage, your story. I will not move without you. Solene looks at the card, the name, the number, the door out of one trap and into something she does not know how to name. If I say yes, what do you need from me? A signed authorization, nothing more. And afterward? Blythe stands. His chair scrapes the floor. Afterward, you figure out what you actually want, not what you are running from, not what you are hiding from, what you want. He walks to the door, pauses with his hand on the handle. I do not expect an answer today, but I expect you to stop pretending you do not deserve to have one. He opens the door and steps out. Solene sits alone at the oak table. The business card stares up at her. She picks it up. The edges are sharp, clean. She thinks of Amma's red boots, Declan's hand on the glass. The church door she never opened. She pulls out her phone and types a message to Blythe. Yes, file it. Then she types another to Declan. Come inside. Chapter 48. Solene stands in the doorway of the Queen Street office, phone still warm in her hand. Declan walks up the steps. His eyes move over her face, reading what she cannot say. Blythe is filing a preservation objection, she says. Church of England Archives. He can bury the footage in ecclesiastical review for months. Declan stops a foot from her. His coat smells of cold air in the car. And Elena Vasquez? She is the anonymous bidder. She is the director of Meridian Press. She has been building this operation since you fired her. Declan's jaw tightens. The scar at his thumb catches the reception light. I should have finished it 7 years ago. Instead, she is using me as her wrecking ball. The words land flat. Declan's expression flickers, loss or anger, she cannot tell which. What do you need? He asks. I need to work. He blinks. I need to shoot something that has nothing to do with the paternity filing, or the church footage, or the woman who wants to turn my daughter into a headline. I need to remember why I am good at this. Declan holds her gaze. Then he nods. What do you want to shoot? Solene exhales. She did not know until this moment that she had been holding her breath. The buildings, not the story around them, the buildings themselves. A portrait series that centers Blackthorn's properties, not its scandal. No people, no context, just the architecture. Declan studies her. The silence stretches past comfortable. Approved, he says. Without amendment? Without amendment. Solene's chest loosens a fraction. I want the gallery, the observatory, the Ledmere glass room, the vault. No crew, no Merwin, no schedule pressure. You have the Moray Place keys for as long as you need them. I do not need the flat. I need silence and a camera. Declan pulls out his phone, types for a moment. The gallery is yours from 6 to 9 tonight. I will clear the building and hold the front desk. Solene watches him. The precision of his response. No negotiation, no conditions. Why are you not fighting me on this? Because you asked for something you actually want. The simplicity of it catches her off guard. I do not know what I want, she says. You know what you need right now. That is enough. He steps back, hands in his coat pockets. I will wait outside the gallery, if you want me there. If not, I leave the key with Des and go home. Solene looks at him. The man who built a campaign around her without her permission. The man who has stood at her door through the worst week of her life. Stay, she says, but stay quiet. Declan's mouth moves. Not quite a smile. I can be quiet. The gallery is empty when they arrive. Des has cleared the floor and left a single desk lamp burning near the vault shot. The 13 campaign images hang in their sequence, shadows pooling at their edges. Solene walks the perimeter. Her footsteps echo off the polished concrete. Declan settles on a bench near the entrance, hands loose on his knees, watching. She sets up her tripod at the gallery's eastern wall, where the last light falls amber through the high windows. The building's bones show in this light. The steel beams, the exposed ventilation, the way the glass curtain wall catches the city sky. She shoots the corner where the ceiling meets the window. She shoots the shadow of the stairwell against the far wall. She shoots the reflection of the vault shot in the glass of the observatory piece, image within image. Declan does not speak. 30 minutes pass. 40. She lowers the camera. I need the Ledmere estate tomorrow, early. I will arrange the car. No driver, just the key. Declan pulls a key ring from his jacket, slides a single brass key off the ring and holds it out. Solene takes it, metal warm from his body. The front door code is 2184, he says. The gallery code is Amma's birthday. Her fingers close around the key. You put my daughter's birthday in your private gallery code. I put my daughter's birthday exactly where I could not forget it. The words land in the space between them, honest, unarmored. Solene looks at the key in her palm. I do not know how to trust that yet. I know. She slides the key in her coat pocket. One more thing, she says. Declan waits. I need you to show me what you see when you look at my work. He stands, walks to the observatory piece, the spiral staircase climbing toward light. I see someone who refuses to make buildings pretty, he says. You strip them down to what holds them up. The steel, the load, the tension. You photograph the weight, not the surface. Solene moves to stand beside him. I see someone who has been holding herself up the same way, he continues. Steel and load, no surface, no decoration. His voice drops. I see someone who has been carrying weight she was never meant to carry alone. Solene's throat tightens. And what do you see when you look at me? Declan turns. His gray eyes meet hers in the amber light. Someone I am still learning how to stand beside, instead of in front of. The space between them narrows. Solene can feel the heat of his arm near hers. I asked you to stay quiet, she says. You asked me to stay. Her hand finds his, fingers threading together, his palm warm against hers. Show me the Ledmere glass room the way you first saw it, she says. Before the campaign, before the plan. Declan's thumb traces the inside of her wrist. It was raining. Hard light through the west wall. The steel frame looked like a skeleton holding up the sky. And what did you think? I thought you would know how to shoot this. Solene's breath catches. You built the campaign around something you had not shown me yet. I built the campaign around someone I had not stopped loving. The words hang in the gallery air, unrehearsed, uncalculated. Solene steps closer. Her forehead brushes his shoulder. I do not know what happens after this week. Neither do I. I do not know if I can stay. Declan's hand cups her jaw, lifts her face to meet his, then stay for tonight and decide again tomorrow. His mouth finds hers, slow, deliberate, a question answered by contact. Solene's hands slide up his chest, the fabric of his shirt warm beneath her fingers. The kiss deepens, grief and hunger and 4 years of silence compressed into the space between their bodies. Declan breaks the kiss. His forehead rests against hers. The front desk is empty for another hour. Solene lets the words settle. I am not ready for more than this. Then this is enough. He pulls back. His hands fall to his sides. Shoot the Leadmore room. Call me when you are done. Solene watches him walk to the entrance. He pauses at the door. The code is still Emma's birthday. He steps out into the Edinburgh evening. Solene stands alone in the gallery. The key is warm in her pocket, the camera heavy on its strap. She raises the viewfinder to her eye and shoots the empty space where he was standing. Her phone buzzes 30 minutes later. Marvin. Solene answers. The gallery echoes around her. I found the leak, Maven says. Not the postcard, not the nursery, the launch event. Solene's grip tightens on the phone. The vendor list, catering, security, AV. One of the temp hospitality staff worked for a company that shares a registered address with a Vasquez shell. Solene's stomach drops. Give me a name. Nina Kowalski, 23, hired for the launch canapé service. She was on the floor for 4 hours. Is she still in the country? Disappeared the morning after the launch. Last known address is a flat in Blythe that was vacated 2 days ago. Solene stares at the vault shot, her own work looking back at her. We need to talk to Declan. He is already on his way to my office, Mainwen says. He told me to call you first. Solene closes her eyes. The kiss, the key, the promise of enough. And now, a name that changes everything. Chapter 49. The gallery echoes around Solene as she ends the call with Marwin. Nina Kowalski, 23, disappeared. She stands in the amber light of the empty space, the camera heavy on its strap, Declan's kiss still warm on her mouth. The key to the Leadmere glass room presses against her thigh through the coat pocket. Her phone buzzes again. Declan. I am at Marwin's office, he says. No greeting, no preamble. She is pulling the temp agency records, the company that placed Nina Kowalski registered 6 weeks before the launch and dissolved the morning after. Dissolved. Cleaned, paid out, no trace. Solene walks to the vault shot, her own work, her own eye, the composition she fought to keep. What else did Nina access? The gallery floor, the back corridor, the green room where you briefed the team. Marwin is cross-referencing the access logs against the catering schedule. Solene's throat tightens. She was on the floor for 4 hours. She could have photographed anything, recorded anything, or planted something. Declan says. The word lands cold in her chest. Microphones, trackers, a secondary device. We will know by morning. Marwin has a forensic team sweeping every room Nina entered. Solene closes her eyes. The gallery, the launch. The moment she stood under these lights, believing she had finally made something unbreakable. That is not what I called to tell you, Declan says. His voice shifts. The corporate edge softens. The paternity filing. The court requires a sealed genetic test before it will proceed. Solene's breath catches. When? Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., at a private clinic Marwin has already arranged. The results are sealed. Chain of custody. No third-party access. She stares at the observatory spiral climbing toward the gallery ceiling. We already know what it will say. We know, Declan agrees. But the court needs proof, and Alina Vasquez needs to see that the proof is real. So this is a trap. No, this is a door. Solene's hand finds the key in her pocket, the metal warm from her body heat. If the test confirms paternity, the court grants me standing. That means I can file for shared custody, visitation, a formal parenting plan. It also means Vasquez loses the ability to frame the narrative alone because the legal record will speak first. And if I refuse? Then Vasquez controls the story. The court draws inferences. The press writes whatever she feeds them. Solene turns from the photograph. You want me to walk into a clinic tomorrow and give them my daughter's DNA so a judge can decide how much access you get? I want you to walk into a clinic tomorrow so the record is clean, Declan says, so no one can ever claim we hid from the truth. The silence stretches. I will be there, Solene says. But I will be the one holding Amma, not you, not Merwin, not a Norse. Understood. And if the results are sealed, they stay sealed until I say otherwise. No board members, no investors, no press. Agreed. Solene hears something in his voice. Not relief, not strategy, resolve. I will send the address, Declan says. Be there at 9:30. We did do the paperwork first so Amma does not have to wait. The line goes dead. Solene stands alone in the gallery. The vault shot, the observatory, the empty space where Declan kissed her. She slides the camera into its bag and walks to the entrance. The security panel glows green by the door. She types the code without thinking. Amma's birthday. The lock clicks open. The clinic is white and quiet. Smells of antiseptic and fresh paper. Solene arrives at 9:30 with Amma in her red boots and Nika walking beside them. Declan is already there, standing by the reception desk in a dark coat, hands visible at his sides. Amma tugs Solene's sleeve. Is this where they take pictures? Not pictures, Solene says. Just a quick check, like when the doctor looks at your ears. Amma considers this. Will it hurt? No. Declan kneels, his gray eyes level with Amma's. I will be right here the whole time. You can hold my hand if you want. Amma studies him, her small face unreadable. Do you have a red boot? No. Then how will you be brave? Declan's mouth twitches. I will borrow yours. Amma looks down at her boots, then back at Declan. Okay. She takes his hand. Solene watches them walk into the consulting room. Nika touches her arm. That child knows exactly who he is. She is 4. She is her mother's daughter. Solene follows them inside. The test takes 6 minutes. A buccal swab, a label, a seal. Amma sits on Solene's lap and lets the nurse brush the inside of her cheek without flinching. Is that it? Amma asks. That is it. Can we get ice cream? Declan looks at Solene. After we finish the grown-up papers, Solene says. Amma nods, satisfied. The waiting room clock moves slow. Solene sits with Amma on her lap, reading a picture book about a lighthouse keeper. Declan sits across from them, his hands still, his gray eyes fixed on nothing. Nika stands by the window, watching the street. 20 minutes. 30. The receptionist calls them to a private office. Mowayan is there. A folder on the desk, a sealed envelope beside it. The results arrived 15 minutes ago, Mowayan says. Direct from the lab, no intermediary. She slides the envelope across the desk. Solene's hand hovers over it. Declan does not move. I want you to open it, he says. Celia looks at him. His face is unreadable, but his hands are still. She breaks the seal. The paper inside is clinical, white, legal. 2 columns of figures, a probability statement at the bottom. 99.99% probability of paternity. Solene reads it 3 times. Proof of what she has carried alone for 4 years. Proof of the weight Declan has carried for 3. She slides the paper across the desk to him. Declan reads it. His jaw tightens. His throat moves once. Then he folds the paper carefully and places it inside his coat. No celebration, he says. No announcement. Just the right to do this properly. Solene nods. I want to see Amma tomorrow, Declan says. Not at a clinic, not through glass, at the Botanic Gardens with her red boots. Solene's throat tightens. Visitation terms, supervised. No press, no camera. Agreed. Declan stands. His gray eyes find hers. Thank you for letting the record be clean. Solene watches him walk to the door. He pauses. Ice cream first. The door closes behind him. Solene looks at the empty envelope in her hands. The proof that changes nothing and everything. Amma tugs her sleeve. Mom, can we get the one with the sprinkles? Solene's hand finds her daughter's hair, the tightly coiled curls soft beneath her fingers. Yes, sprinkles. Nika takes her arm as they walk out. That man is going to be a good father. Solene says nothing, because the proof is real, and because Elena Vasquez is still out there, and because the flat in Blythe was vacated 2 days ago. As they step into the Edinburgh morning, Solene's phone buzzes. A text from an unsaved number. Congratulations. The record is clean. So is the next move. Chapter 50. The solicitor's office smells of old paper and someone's lunch. A conference table polished to a gloss. 4 chairs, 3 of them filled. Merwin sits on the left, a tablet in front of her, a printed draft in her hands. Declan sits across from Solene, his coat off, his sleeves rolled once. The family lawyer, a woman named Rona Kilbride with silver spectacles and no patience for silence, reads the first clause aloud. Temporary co-parenting arrangement, duration 90 days, review at term unless mutually extended. Solene's fingers find the edge of the table. The wood is cool, solid. 90 days, she says. What happens at 91 if we do not extend? Rona looks at her. Then the arrangement dissolves and either party may seek formal court-ordered custody terms. Declan does not move. We will extend. You do not know that. I know. I will fight for it. Solene holds his gaze. The truth of what he said settles between them like a stone dropped into still water. Rona clears her throat. Pick up an exchange protocol. Wednesdays after nursery and alternate Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Location, Botanic Gardens Cafe, unless otherwise agreed in writing 24 hours in advance. I want right of first refusal, Solene says. Meaning, if he cannot make a scheduled visit, I get the first option to keep Amma before he arranges alternative childcare. No strangers, no assistants, no one I have not vetted. Declan's jaw tightens. That feels like surveillance. It feels like my daughter. A silence. The clock on the wall ticks. Agreed, Declan says. Solene blinks. He holds her gaze. I want the same right. If you cannot make a pickup or need coverage, I get the first option before Neka or anyone else. Neka is her grandmother. I am her father. The word lands. Father. Solene has never heard him say it aloud in a room full of strangers. Rona makes a note. Mutual right of first refusal. Standard language. Clause 7. Solene nods. Her throat is tight. They work through the schedule line by line. Solene pushes for bedtime inclusion. That visits end by 5, so Amma is home for dinner and bath, and the ritual that anchors her nights. Declan pushes for a Thursday call, a short video call midweek, so Amma does not go 6 days without hearing his voice. He wants consistency, Solene says. She needs to know I am not a stranger who appears on Saturdays. Solene considers this. The logic is sound. The ache behind it is real. 10 minutes, 7 p.m., I will call you and hand her the phone. Agreed. Medical decisions, education, travel. Each clause peels away another layer of control Solene has held for 4 years. Geographical restriction, Rona reads. Neither party may relocate the child more than 50 miles from current residence without written consent or court order. Solene's hand tightens on the edge of the table. The go-bag in the hall closet, the cash envelope in her satchel, the escape route she has kept ready since Amma was born. Declan watches her. His gray eyes know exactly what she is feeling. I am not trapping you, he says quietly. I am asking you to stay. Those sound the same. They are not. Solene looks at the clause again. 50 miles. The distance from Edinburgh to Glasgow. From Edinburgh to the edge of the country she has called home for 4 years. She can still leave. She just cannot disappear. Fine. The next hour becomes a negotiation of language. Solene wants maternal authority preserved in medical decisions. Declan wants shared consultation on major procedures. Solene wants customary religious and cultural practices maintained. Declan wants exposure to both family traditions. Every word is a test, every sentence a standoff. And then Declan surrenders a point Solene expected him to fight. Primary residence with mother, Rona reads. Father's visitation as outlined. Declan does not argue, does not counter. Solene stares at him. You are not going to ask for shared custody? Not yet. Why? He leans forward, his hands still on the table. Because Amma does not know me. Because trust is not built by a signature. Because I want her to want to come to me, not be delivered by a court order. The words are careful, measured, true. Solene feels something shift in her chest, a lock she did not know she was holding. And when she knows you? Then we revisit the terms, together. Rona makes another note. The draft is nearly complete. 17 clauses, 3 appendices, a schedule that maps out the next 3 months of Amma's life in half-hour increments. Solene's head aches. Her fingers are cold. Declan looks exhausted, the kind of tired that sits in the bones. Rona closes the file. I will have the final draft ready for signature by tomorrow noon. Both of you will need to attend in person or send separate counsel if you prefer. Solene nods. Declan nods. And then Marwen speaks. She has been silent for most of the session, observing, typing notes into her tablet. Solene had almost forgotten she was there. One more item. Declan looks at her. We are done. Almost. Marwen does not look up from her screen. One of the board members called this morning. He wants to discuss the optics of the situation. He believes Declan should present a stable family image to calm investor concerns. Solene's blood goes cold. What does that mean? Marwen meets her eyes. It means he wants you and Amma photographed with Declan at a public event, the campaign launch, a charity dinner, something visible that signals unity. Declan's voice is flat. I told you no. You told me no. You did not tell the board. Marwen's tone is even. He is prepared to raise it at the next shareholders' meeting. He wants a vote. Solene's vision narrows. The negotiation, the clauses, the careful words about bedtime and Thursday calls and primary residence. None of it matters if the board decides to use her as a prop. Is that what this is? Solene's voice is quiet. A photo opportunity with a custody schedule attached? Declan's hands are gripping the edge of the table. No. Then why is your board member planning to vote on my daughter's face? He has no answer. Solene stands. The chair scrapes the floor. I need air. She walks out before anyone can stop her. The corridor is empty. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. She presses her palm against the wall and breathes. The draft, the clauses, the surrender. All of it sitting on a table in a room she just walked out of. And somewhere in a glass tower on the other side of the city, a man she has never met is deciding how to frame her daughter for market confidence. Her phone buzzes. A text from Declan. I did not know. I will stop it. She stares at the screen. The question she cannot answer is not whether she believes him. It is whether she can afford to try. Chapter 51. The darkness of the kitchen is absolute. Solene has been standing at the window for 43 minutes, watching the street lamps pool their light on empty pavement, waiting for something she cannot name. She should sleep. The co-parenting draft needs signing tomorrow. Amma needs breakfast and her red boots, and the careful explanation about why a man she barely knows will be waiting at the Botanic Gardens with supervised visitation forms folded in his coat. But sleep will not come. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees the board member's face, a man she has never met, deciding how to frame her daughter for market confidence. She pulls the curtain aside by a centimeter. Declan's car is still there. Not the sleek company vehicle he used earlier. A darker one, lower, the kind that does not draw attention. He parked it across the street 2 hours after she walked out of the negotiation, sent her the text, and then did not leave. She watches the car for a full minute. No movement, no dome light, just the faint orange glow of a phone screen from inside the cabin. He is still here. Solene pulls on her coat over her sleep clothes, bare feet on the cold floor. She does not bother with shoes. The stairwell is silent. The front door locks behind her with a click that sounds too loud in the empty street. She crosses the pavement. Her feet sting against the cold asphalt. She taps on the passenger window. The glass rolls down. Declan looks at her. His gray eyes are dark in the low light. No surprise on his face, as if he knew she would come down eventually. You should be asleep, he says. So should you. He does not argue. Solene opens the door and slides into the passenger seat. The leather is cold. The cabin smells of coffee and the faint crisp of night air coming through the cracked window. She sits there, barefoot, coat pulled tight, not looking at him. How long have you been here? Since you went up? Declan, 5 hours. She turns to face him. The street lamp catches the edge of his jaw, the hollow beneath his cheekbone. He looks exhausted, the kind of tired that sits in the marrow. You cannot sit outside my building every night. I know. Then why are you here? He is quiet for a long moment. His hands rest on the steering wheel, loose, not gripping. Because I cannot bear the thought of missing it. Missing what? The next move. He says it flat, no drama, just fact. Gregor showed my daughter a photograph through her window while I was asleep in a gallery. Nina Kowalski had 4 hours and a dissolved agency, and I did not see it coming. I will not let that happen again. Solene's chest tightens. She looks away, out the windshield at the empty street. You cannot sit guard forever. Watch me. The words are not a threat. They are not strategy. They are a man telling her exactly how far he will go, stripped of armor. She believes him. The street is quiet. A cat moves along the wall. Somewhere far off, a siren rises and falls. Solene wraps her arms around herself. I could not sleep either. What were you thinking about? The board member, the vote, the way Merwen said it like it was already decided. It is not. You said you would stop it. I will. How? He turns to look at her. His eyes are steady. I own 53% of the voting shares. The board can push, but they cannot override. Then why did Merwen bring it up at all? Because she wanted me to know it was coming. Because she is still trying to prove she is on our side, even after everything. He pauses. Was because she wanted to see if you would run. Solene feels the words land. She thinks about the go bag in the hall closet, the cash envelope in her satchel, the escape route she has maintained since Amma was born. She did not run tonight, but she thought about it. Is that why you stayed out here? She asks quietly. To see if I would run? No. His voice is low. I stayed out here because if something happens tonight, I want to be the one who meets it first. Not you. Not Amma. Me. The tenderness of it is unbearable. Solene looks at his hands on the wheel. The thin white scar at the base of his left thumb, the way his knuckles catch the light. She almost reaches for him. Almost. And then a flash catches her eye in the rearview mirror. White. Sharp. Deliberate. She whips around. Amma's silhouette is at the upstairs window. The curtain is pulled aside, her Simone shape backlit by the nightlight in her room, and across the street, at the corner where the new watcher stood this morning, a long lens drops from behind a parked van. The flash fires again. Solene's breath stops. Declan is already reaching for the ignition. Chapter 52. The ignition turns. The engine catches. Declan's hand moves to the gear shift, but his eyes stay on the rearview mirror, tracking the silhouette behind the van. The long lens drops again, another flash, white and cold, cutting through the dark like a blade. Stay down, he says. Solene does not move. She is already twisted in her seat, watching Amma's small shape at the window. The curtain moves. Amma is pulling it aside, pressing her face to the glass. My daughter, Solene hears herself say, is being photographed in her own bedroom. Declan's jaw tightens. He puts the car in gear. Get in the back. Now. No. Solene. I am not hiding in your back seat while he takes pictures of my child. She opens the door. The cold hits her bare feet. She stands, coat hanging open over her sleep clothes, and walks to the edge of the pavement. The long lens swings toward her. She does not flinch. She stands there, barefoot, arms at her sides, and lets him take the shot. Let him have her face, her fear, her fury. Let him see exactly what he is stealing. The camera fires once, twice. Then the van's engine starts. The photographer does not lower the lens. He holds it on her as the van pulls away, slow, deliberate, turning at the corner and disappearing into the dark of the next street. Solene stands there until the taillights vanish. Then she walks back to Declan's car and gets in. Drive. He does not ask where. She gives him the address of the flat, the real one, the one she has kept off every official record since Amma was born. Nika's sister's place in Blythe, where the spare key lives under a loose stone by the back gate. Declan drives. The streets are empty. The city is asleep. Solene watches the buildings slide past and feels something shift in her chest, not giving in, but arrival. The thing she has been running from is no longer behind her. It is in front of her, and she cannot go around it. "Pull over at the corner," she says. He does. She reaches for the door. "I am getting Amma and Nika, and we are not coming back to that flat tonight." Declan's hands stay on the wheel. "Where will you go?" She looks at him. His gray eyes are dark in the low light. He looks like a man who is asking the question without knowing the answer he wants to hear. "I do not know yet." He nods. Then he says it, voice low, no strategy in it. "I have a place. A townhouse in Stockbridge, Blackthorn owned, but it is not listed under the company. No press knows about it. Full security system, cameras, reinforced doors. It has been empty for 6 months. Solene stares at him. "You had a safe house ready?" "Not for this." He meets her eyes. "For me, when the campaign launched and the press started circling, I bought it through a shell trust last year, before I knew about Amma, before I knew any of this was coming. It was supposed to be somewhere I could disappear if the attention got too bad. And now? Now it is somewhere you can go for 48 hours while I find out who sent that photographer and burn them to the ground." The words are quiet, flat, absolute. Solene believes him. She looks at the flat building. The light in Amma's window is still on. Nika's silhouette moves behind the curtain. 48 hours, she says. "Yes. I set the conditions. Not you, not Marwin. Me. Name them. First, I keep my phone. I keep my satchel. I keep the cash envelope and the go bag, and you do not touch either. I would not. Second, no staff I have not approved. No lawyers in the house. No security team inside the door. If that is what you want. Third, I can leave any time. No argument, no negotiation. If I decide this is a trap, I walk." He holds her gaze. "Solene, I am offering you a door, not a cage." She does not smile. She does not soften, but she opens the car door and walks toward the building. 15 minutes later, she is back. Amma is wrapped in her blanket, half asleep, head against Solene's shoulder. Nika follows with a small duffel and a look that says she is too tired to argue and too worried to sleep. Declan does not speak. He drives. The townhouse is at the end of a narrow street tucked between 2 larger buildings, unmarked. No sign, no number, just a black door and a keypad with a single blinking light. Declan enters the code. The door opens. Inside, it is warm, clean, furnished in neutral tones, gray and cream and soft wood. A living room with a fireplace that someone has already set. A kitchen with fresh flowers on the counter. 3 bedrooms upstairs, each with a made bed and towels folded at the foot. Solene stands in the center of the living room, Amma still in her arms, and feels the strangeness of it. The luxury is not seductive, it is surrender. Someone else has prepared this space for her, planned it, stocked it, made it ready for an emergency she did not choose. But she chose to come here. That matters. "Where do you want her?" Declan asks, voice low. "Upstairs, the back room. Windows that face the garden, not the street." He nods. He leads the way. Solene follows him up the stairs, past the landing, into a small bedroom with a single window that looks out over a walled garden. The bed is low. The sheets are white. A small lamp glows on the nightstand. She lays Amma down. Her daughter stirs, murmurs something, then settles into the pillow without opening her eyes. Solene stands there, watching her breathe. Declan is in the doorway. He does not enter. "I will be downstairs," he says. "On the sofa, if you need anything." "I know." He leaves. Solene stays. She pulls the curtains closed, tight, no gap. She checks the window lock. She sits on the edge of the bed and listens to the house settle around her. This is not escape. This is shelter, chosen, conditional, temporary. She tells herself she can leave any time, and then Amma, without opening her eyes, reaches out a small hand and says, "Is this where fathers live?" The question hangs in the dark room. Solene cannot answer. Chapter 53. The solicitor's office smells like old paper and rain. Rona Kilbride sits at the head of the table, silver spectacles low on her nose, 3 documents spread before her in neat rows. Her pen is uncapped. Her face gives nothing. Solene sits across from Declan. They are the only people in the room besides the lawyer, and the space between them is a table covered in ink and obligation. The birth certificate requires amendment, Rona says. Father Field is currently blank. You can complete it now with a joint signature, or you can file a separate declaration at the registry within 30 days of the agreement's execution. Solene's hands are flat on the table. She watches them instead of Rona's face. Joint signature, she says. Today. Declan does not react. He does not look at her, but his hand moves, just slightly, resting on the edge of the document nearest him. Rona slides the form across. Solene reads it. Fine name, Ama Ogu. Date of birth, place, mother's name, father's name, empty. She picks up the pen. The ink touches the paper and she writes Declan's name in her own hand. Blackthorn. She spells it carefully. She watched him spell it 100 times on campaign notes, on shoot schedules, on the corner of her contact sheets, and now she writes it into her daughter's official record. She pushes the form to him. Declan takes the pen. He does not hesitate. He signs below her handwriting, and when he sets the pen down, his fingers stay on the paper for a moment too long. Rona collects the form. 1 copy for the court, 1 for each of you. The registry will issue a new certificate within 14 working days. Solene nods. She does not know what she feels. It is not relief. It is not grief. It is something in between. A room she has entered that has no furniture yet. Declan pulls the next document toward himself. Guardianship. Rona looks at him. Yes, in the event of incapacity or death of both parents, the agreement names a designated guardian. Standard clause. You may name 1 person or a couple. Solene's breath stops for half a second. She has never written this down. She has thought about it, in the dark hours after Amma was born, in the quiet of a train platform, in the moment before sleep. But she has never put a name to paper. Neka, she says. Rona writes it down. If Solene dies, Neka raises Amma, Declan says. If I die, Neka raises Amma. If we both die, Neka raises Amma. Rona looks at him. That is legally binding if you both sign. Then we sign. Solene looks at him. His jaw is set. He is not negotiating. He is giving her something she did not ask for. Why? She says. He meets her eyes. Because she is the one who held Amma when you could not. She is the one who kept her safe. I do not get to override that because I share blood. The room is quiet. Solene signs. Rona stamps the page. The next document is a financial schedule. Declan's contribution. School fees, medical expenses, a trust fund established in Amma's name with an initial deposit that makes Solene's throat tighten. She does not ask the number. She does not want to know. Property provisions, Rona says. The Stockbridge townhouse is to be held in trust for Amma's use as a primary residence until her 18th birthday. Either parent may reside there with her. Neither parent may sell or encumber the property without the other's written consent. Solene reads the clause twice. You put the townhouse in the agreement? It is where she slept last night, Declan says. I do not want her to wake up one day and find the address changed because someone outbid us. It is hers, not mine. Hers. Solene stares at him. Sign it, he says. Please. She signs. Rona turns the page. Custody and access schedule. 1 weeknight visit per week, increasing to 2 after 6 months. Alternating weekends. Holiday rotation. Mutual right of first refusal. All pickups and drop-offs at a neutral location unless otherwise agreed. Solene reads the schedule. It is reasonable. It is structured. It gives her weekdays and Declan weekends, and something in her chest tightens at the shape of it. A life divided into days. Amma will start school in September, she says. Early years program. The catchment school near the flat. Declan nods. I will adjust my travel. You do not have to. I will adjust it. The pen moves. Rona slides the final document across. Emergency medical authorization. Both parents named. Either can consent to treatment if the other is unavailable. Solene reads the clause. It is simple. It is necessary. It also means Declan can take Amma to a hospital without calling her first. Sign it, she says. He does. Rona collects the documents. She stamps each one, dates them, files them into a blue folder that will live in a cabinet somewhere and become the legal architecture of Alma's childhood. "We will file the agreement this afternoon," Rona says. "The court will seal the record, standard practice for minor children. No one outside this room will have access without a direct court order." Declan's phone vibrates. He glances at it. His expression does not change. "Marwen," he says. She is outside. Solene stands. Her legs feel distant, as if the chair has held her too long. Declan stands too. He does not move toward her. "You kept the name," he says. "Hui." "Yes." He nods. "Good." She does not know what that means. She does not ask. They walk out together. Marwen is in the corridor, phone pressed to her ear. Her face is pale. She lowers the phone. "The clerk just called," she says. "Someone requested access to the sealed family court index, used a solicitor's credentials, claimed they were searching for a property lien." Declan goes still. "The credentials were flagged as stolen 20 minutes ago. The clerk refused access, but the request was logged." Marwen's voice drops. The name on the request was Nina Kowalski. Chapter 54. Sunlight through unfamiliar curtains. Solene wakes to the smell of coffee and the sound of a small voice in another room. For a moment she does not know where she is. Then the ceiling registers wrong. The window faces the wrong street, and the weight of yesterday settles back onto her chest like a stone. She finds Alma at the kitchen table. Declan is at the counter, pouring cereal into a bowl. He has not changed clothes. The same shirt from yesterday, sleeves rolled, jaw unshaven. "Daddy found the Cheerios," Alma announces. Solene's hand finds the doorframe. Declan does not correct her. He sets the bowl down and meets Solene's eyes once, brief, asking nothing. "Good morning," he says. She cannot answer. Alma is drawing on a napkin. A house with a triangular roof, 3 stick figures under it. One small, one with scribbled hair, one tall with lines that might be arms reaching down. "Is that us?" Solene says. Alma nods. "That's me, that's you, that's Daddy. We are under the glass roof." Solene looks up. The townhouse has a glass conservatory extension off the kitchen. Morning light pours through it, catching dust motes and the edge of Alma's crayon. "Where did you find crayons?" "Under the sink," Declan says. "I bought them a few months ago, in case." He does not say, in case of what. He does not need to. Neka comes down the stairs, dressed, hair wrapped, carrying an empty mug. She stops at the table and looks at the drawing. 3 figures, she says. "I know," Alma says. "Daddy is tall." Neka sits. She holds the mug. She does not drink. Declan slides a coffee carafe toward her. Milk is in the fridge, sugar in the cupboard above. Neka looks at him. "You prepared for us." "I prepared for the possibility." "That is not the same thing." "No," he says. "It is not." The kitchen settles into a rhythm. Alma eats her cereal. Solene drinks coffee she does not taste. Neka stares at the security report Declan left on the counter. Solene picks it up. "What is this?" "Delivery logs," Declan says. "The caterer who serviced the townhouse before we arrived. Background check came back clean, but Marwen flagged the company name." "Why?" "Because it is the same firm that catered the board retreat last quarter. The same firm that sent a temporary hospitality worker to the launch event." "Nina Kowalski?" "No, different name. Same agency subcontract." Solene sets the report down. Her hand is steady. Her stomach is not. Neka reaches for the report. Her eyes scan the page. "This company," she says slowly. "Premier Hospitality Solutions." "Yes, I know that name." Declan goes still. Neka's finger traces the logo at the top of the page. "They catered a reception at the church hall in Norfolk, 2 years after the wedding. A charity dinner your mother organized." Declan's face does not change, but something in his posture tightens. "My mother used Premier for the Blackthorn Memorial Fund dinner." "Your mother," Neka repeats. "The same company that serviced your board retreat, that sent a worker to your launch, that catered a Norfolk event organized by your mother." The kitchen is quiet. Solene's voice is thin. "You are saying the connection is not random." "I am saying the connection has 3 points of contact," Neka says, "and 2 of them are your family." Declan sets his coffee down. My mother has no knowledge of Elena Vasquez. She has no reason to. Are you certain? He stops. I am certain she would not knowingly participate, he says, but I cannot guarantee she has not been used. Amma looks up from her drawing. Why is everyone quiet? Solene forces a smile. We are just thinking, sweetheart. About what? About breakfast, Solene says. Finish your Cheerios. Amma studies her mother's face, 4 years old and already reading the room like a weather map. Solene's phone vibrates on the counter. Marin's name. She answers. We have a problem, Mon. Premier Hospitality Solutions dissolved its operating license this morning. No notice, no forwarding address. The director of record is a shell company registered in the same building as the Luxembourg Trust. Solene closes her eyes. The temp worker who serviced this townhouse 2 days ago, Mon continues. Her check-in log was filed under a name we cannot verify. The security firm accepted it because the agency was pre-approved. Marinese expect my reviews. It was pre-approved because it catered the board retreat, Solene says. Yes. Which was organized by Declan's mother. A pause. Mawen's voice drops. I did not know that. Neither did he. The line packles. Solene, the temp who serviced that townhouse had access to every room, including the bedrooms, including the safe. There is no safe there is a safe behind the painting in the study. It contains duplicate keys, signed waiver forms, and the emergency contact list for the Shell Trust that owns this property. Solene looks at Declan. His face is pale. The combination was changed 3 weeks ago, he says, after the launch. To what? Merwin says. My daughter's birthday. Merwin is quiet. Who knew the combination? Solene says. Des. Merwin, the property manager, and the security firm that services the townhouse. The same security firm that accepted the temp's pre-approved credentials. Yes. Solene hangs up. She looks at Amma, who is coloring the roof of the conservatory yellow. Finish your breakfast, she says. We are going to spend the day at the gallery. Declan's jaw tightens. The gallery is not. The gallery is swept. The gallery has no catering connection. The gallery has its own security code that only 3 people know. And after that? Solene meets his eyes. After that, we decide whether this house is still safe. Amma holds up her drawing. Can we put this on the fridge? Declan finds a magnet. He pins the picture to the stainless steel door. 3 stick figures under a glass roof. Solene watches him do it. She does not know if she is watching a man who cares or a man who calculates. She does not know if the difference matters anymore. Her phone vibrates again, a text from an unsaved number. The glass roof is beautiful. Does it still feel like shelter? Solene's blood turns cold. She looks up at the conservatory. Morning light, dust motes, a child's drawing, a roof made of glass that keeps nothing out and lets everything in. Chapter 55. The text on Solene's phone glows in the morning light. The glass roof is beautiful. Does it still feel like shelter? She does not answer. She slides the phone into her coat pocket and looks at Declan, who is watching her from the refrigerator, Amma drawing still pinned beneath the magnet. What is it? He says. Nothing I can prove. Amma slides off her chair and presses her palm against the conservatory glass. The sun is warm today. Can we go to the garden with the big trees? Solene's chest tightens. The Botanic Gardens, public, open. The same place Declan proposed for the controlled narrative meeting that never happened. Not today, sweetheart. Why? Because we are going to Declan's gallery instead. Remember the big room with the photographs? Amma considers this. Can I bring my crayons? You can bring everything. Nika watches from the counter, arms crossed. She's not spoken since she connected the premier thread to Declan's mother. Her silence is louder than any accusation. Declan clears his throat. I need to make calls. The security firm, the property manager, the shell company registry. If someone compromised the safe, I need to know what was taken. You changed the combination 3 weeks ago, Solene says. Yes. Who else knew it before the change? He hesitates. The property manager, the security firm's system administrator, and the temp who serviced the townhouse had the old code on file because the agency was pre-approved. So the temp could have taken the old code before you changed it? Yes. Solene picks up Amma's cereal bowl and rinses it in the sink. The water runs hot over her fingers. She does not feel it. Then the text is not a guess, she says. They know about the conservatory. They know we stayed here. They know the glass roof is part of this house. Declan's jaw tightens. The gallery is safe. I will make sure it stays safe. You said the townhouse was safe. He has no answer. Nika speaks for the first time. She needs to hear you say what you will do when you find the leak, not how you will find it. What comes after? Declan meets her gaze. When I find who is feeding information to Vasquez's operation, I will make sure they cannot access any part of my life or Solene's again. That includes my mother's charity network, the security firm, and anyone who touched the premier contract. And if it is someone close to you, then I will handle it. Nika holds his eyes. Good. The drive to the gallery is quiet. Amma presses her face to the window, tracing crescents on the glass. Solene watches the reflection of Declan's hands on the steering wheel. Steady, controlled. The thin white scar at the base of his thumb catches the light. The gallery is empty, clean. The vault shot still hangs at the far end, the glass and steel structure catching the morning light at the same oblique angle Solene captured on the second day of the campaign. She stands in front of it while Declan checks the perimeter. The security code is still Amma's birthday, he says. Only the three of us know it now. Des, me, and you. And the security company. I am changing the provider this afternoon. New firm, new protocols, no connection to the old system. Solene nods. She does not ask how much it costs. She does not ask whether it will be enough. Her phone buzzes. A calendar alert she forgot she set. 6:30 p.m. Blackthorn Investor Dinner, Gallery Annex. She looks at Declan. There is an investor dinner tonight. Yes. I am not attending. He turns from the window. The board member who wants the family photo will be there. So will 3 institutional investors who have been asking questions about the campaign timeline and the paternity story. That is not my problem. It becomes your problem when the investors start asking whether Blackthorn's leadership is distracted by personal scandal instead of focused on the portfolio. Solene's hands still. You want me to attend as a prop? I want you to attend as the campaign photographer, he says. The work stands on its own. If they see you in that role, not as a story, the narrative shifts. And if someone asks directly about Amma, then I will answer. Not you. She studies his face. The gray eyes are steady. The line of his mouth is not a calculation. It is a decision. I will attend as the photographer, she says. Not as your partner. Not as Amma's mother. I will shoot the room, answer questions about the campaign, and leave when the main course is served. Agreed. And if anyone treats me like a headline, I walk out without explanation. I expect nothing less. Amma tugs Solene's sleeve. Are you going to a party? A work dinner, sweetheart. You and Nika will stay in the back office. There are snacks and crayons. Can I draw the glass roof again? Solene swallows. You can draw anything you want. The gallery annex is designed for intimacy. A long walnut table, 12 chairs, soft light from recessed fixtures that warm the stone walls without glare. Solene positions herself at the far end, camera in hand, the lens a barrier between her and the room. She photographs the investors as they arrive. Tailored suits, handshakes measured in pressure and duration. The way a man in horn-rimmed glasses studies the campaign proofs before he greets Declan, cataloging detail before relationship. 3 women enter together. One of them, silver-haired with a pinched mouth, scans the room and lands on Solene. Her gaze is not hostile. It is assessing. You are the photographer, she says, not a question. Yes. The observatory piece is the best work in the portfolio. The light through the broken dome is not sentimental. It is true. Solene lowers the camera. Thank you. I am Helena Voss. I hold 8% of Blackthorn's institutional shares. She extends her hand. I wanted to meet the person who made a building look like a confession. Solene takes her hand. The grip is dry and brief. The campaign is good, Helena continues. Good enough to attract attention, which means it will also attract scrutiny. I understand. Do you understand that the scrutiny is not about the architecture? The question lands like a stone in still water. Solene keeps her voice even. I understand that people see what they want to see. Helena's eyes narrow. And what do you want them to see? The work. A pause. Then Helen nods once and moves to her seat. Dinner is served at 7. Solene shoots the room from 3 angles: the long table, the reflections on the glass cabinets, the way the wine catches the light. She does not sit. She does not eat. She works. Declan speaks about the campaign, the numbers, the timeline, the expansion into 3 new markets. The investors listen. They ask questions about revenue projections and zoning approvals. He answers without notes. Then the man in horn-rimmed glasses leans forward. The launch was exceptional, he says. The press coverage has been substantial, but there is a parallel narrative that your corporate communications team has not addressed. Declan's voice is flat. The paternity story is a private matter. Private matters become public liabilities when they affect share price. The Heir story has already been reported. The question is not whether it is true. The question is whether Blackthorn intends to legitimize the narrative for market confidence. The room goes still. Solene's hands are steady on the camera, but her pulse is not. Declan sets down his glass. The matter you are referring to involves a child, he says. A 4-year-old girl who has never asked to be part of a market calculation. I am not suggesting she should be. I am suggesting that uncertainty creates volatility. A clear statement about family structure, whatever that structure is, removes the uncertainty. And if the statement is no comment? The man's smile is thin. Then the uncertainty persists, and the market prices uncertainty as risk. Helena Voss looks at Solene. The look is not kind, but it is not cruel either. It is patient. Solene lowers the camera. She looks at the man in horn-rimmed glasses, at the 14 faces around the table, at the glass roof of the annex reflecting the evening sky. The campaign, she says, is about buildings that held their ground through weather, neglect, and time. The work speaks for itself. Everything else is noise. She sets the camera on the table. I am done shooting for the evening. She walks out before anyone can respond. In the corridor, she leans against the wall. Her hands are shaking. Behind her, the door opens. Declan's footsteps stop a meter away. You did not have to do that, he says. I know. You did it anyway. She opens her eyes. I am tired of being a story. I am tired of my daughter being a line item in someone's portfolio. I am tired of investors treating her existence as a variable to be managed. Declan is quiet. Then he says, So am I. He takes a step closer. Not strategic, not calculated, just close. I am going back in there, he says, and I am going to make sure they understand that my daughter is not a market variable. How? He meets her eyes. The gray is cold now, unyielding. By telling them exactly what will happen if they treat her like one. He turns and walks back into the room. Solene watches the door close behind him. She does not follow. The corridor is silent. And from the annex, she hears Declan's voice, low and precise, cutting through the murmur like a blade. Chapter 56. The annex falls silent as Declan's voice cuts through. Solene stands in the corridor, the door ajar. She should not listen. She should walk away. She stays. Behind the long table, the investors sit frozen. The man in horn-rimmed glasses is still standing, one hand gripping the back of his chair as if the ground is tilted beneath him. Declan does not sit. He stands at the head of the table, hands flat on the polished surface, leaning forward just enough to make the space between him and the room feel dangerous. The child you refer to, he says, has been alive for 4 years. She has never attended a board meeting. She has never filed a quarterly report. She has never influenced a share price. She is not a risk variable. She is not a market concern. She is not a line item in someone's portfolio analysis. His voice is not loud. It is precise. Each word lands like a stone dropped into still water. She is 4 years old. She draws pictures of buildings with glass roofs. She likes red boots and cereal with too much sugar. She calls me daddy because I'm her father, not because I paid for the privilege. And I will not sit in a room and let men who have never met her reduce her existence to a hedging strategy. Helena Voss watches him. Her face is unreadable. The man in horn-rimmed glasses starts to speak. I did not mean to suggest. You suggested that her existence requires a public statement to stabilize your investment. That is what you said. Those were your words. Declan's gray eyes do not blink. Let me be clear. I will not produce her for photographs. I will not issue a press release framing her arrival as a corporate asset. I will not treat my daughter like a product launch. He straightens. The movement is small, but it shifts the power in the room. If that uncertainty makes Blackthorn Holdings a less attractive investment, then sell your shares. I will buy them myself. The silence stretches. Then Helena Voss sets down her wine glass. The clink is deliberate. Mr. Blackthorn, she says, I believe you have made your position clear. She looks at the man in horn-rimmed glasses. Her gaze is cold. I would suggest we table this discussion. The man does not argue. Declan nods once. The campaign will continue on schedule. The team will deliver the final images by the end of the month. Questions about architecture and market expansion are welcome. Questions about my daughter's role in corporate optics will not be entertained. He steps back from the table. Enjoy the rest of your evening. He does not wait for a response. He turns and walks toward the door. Solene does not have time to move. The door opens and he is there, his face still carrying the cold resolve from the room, but his eyes soften the moment they find her. You stayed, he says. I could not leave. She heard everything? Solene nods. Helena Voss and the man in glasses, the other 12 as well. Declan's jaw tightens. 2 of them will sell. You are certain? One of them is the board member Mayor Wen warned us about. The other is his ally. They will use the confrontation as evidence that I am emotionally compromised. Are you? He looks at her. The gray of his eyes is not cold now. It is tired. Yes, he says, but not in the way they mean. The corridor fills with the sound of footsteps and low voices as the investors begin to leave the annex. Helena Voss passes first. She does not look at Solene. She does not look at Declan. The man in horn-rimmed glasses follows. His face is tight. He steps past them without speaking. The other investors file out in clusters, some avoiding Declan's gaze entirely, a few offering tight nods. 2 men linger near the annex door. One is older, silver-haired, with the bearing of someone used to being listened to. The other is younger, carrying a tablet, speaking in low tones. The older man catches Declan's eye. The look is not friendly. Mr. Blackthorn, he says, I hope you are prepared for the consequences of tonight's performance. I am. The institutional board will want a review. Then review me. The man's smile is thin. I intend to. He turns and walks away. The younger man follows. Declan watches them go. His hands are loose at his sides, but there is a tension in his shoulders that Solene recognizes. The silver-haired man, she says. That is the board member? One of them. The other is the man in glasses. 2. She does not say what she is thinking. That he lost ground tonight to protect a child who does not know what a share price is. That he chose Alma over the board. But he hears it anyway. I would do it again, he says. Every time. The corridor is empty now. The catering staff have begun clearing the annex. The candles on the long table flicker as the doors swing shut. Des appears at the end of the corridor. His copper hair catches the low light. He is not smiling. Declan sees his face. Something shifts in his posture. What? Des walks toward them. His steps are measured. When he reaches them, he does not speak immediately. He looks at Solene, then at Declan. We need to talk. Now. Now! Declan nods. He turns to Solene. I will find you after. She wants to argue. She wants to know what Des has found, but she sees the tightness around Des's mouth, the way his hands are shoved into his pockets, the controlled stillness of a man carrying information he does not want. 20 minutes, she says. 20 minutes. She walks toward the gallery. The cameras are still there, her bag, her coat. Behind her she hears Declan's voice, low and sharp. What did you find? Des's answer is quiet. Solene catches only the last phrase. proof that one of them has been feeding details to a gossip intermediary for weeks. She does not stop walking, but the corridor feels colder now, and the glass roof above her no longer feels like shelter. Chapter 57. The townhouse is quiet when they step through the door. The hallway light is on dim. Nika's coat hangs over the banister. From the back bedroom, nothing. Solene does not take off her shoes. She stands in the center of the sitting room, arms crossed, the heels of her palms pressed against her ribs as if holding herself together by pressure alone. Declan closes the door. The lock turns. He does not come closer. "Say it," he says. "I do not have anything to say." "You are standing like you are about to bolt." She looks down at her feet. She has not taken her shoes off. He is right. She pulls them off with her toes, one, then the other. The wool of the rug is rough against her soles. "Is that better?" "It is not about better." "Then what is it about?" He waits. She can feel him waiting, the stillness of him, the way he does not fill the silence with strategy. "Your board member," she says slowly, used the phrase clear statement about family structure, as if Alma is a footnote in a quarterly report, as if my daughter is a disclosure requirement. "I heard him. One of them has been leaking to a gossip intermediary for weeks. That means someone carried information from your building to a person who sells it. That means Alma's routine, her nursery, the drawing she made this morning, those details are not private. They are inventory." He does not argue. "Des did not name the board member yet," he says. "He wanted to tell me first." "Did you ask him to exclude me?" "No." "Did you assume he would tell you first because I am not part of the inner circle?" He is quiet. "That is what I thought." She walks to the window. The street below is empty. No gray car, no watcher. "You asked me before whether I am emotionally compromised," Declan says. "I told you yes, but you did not ask yourself the same question." She turns. "You asked the investors to see Alma as a person," he continues. "But you are the one standing at a window, looking for threats, because you cannot trust the roof over your head. You are the one who walked out of that dinner because the language of power made you feel small. That is not weakness. It is grief." "For what?" "For the life you thought you could build alone." Her throat closes. "You do not get to name my grief. I am not trying to name it. I am asking you to let me stand in it with you." He takes a step forward, then another. He stops an arm's length away. "I will find out who is feeding the intermediary," he says. "I will stop it. But that is a tactical problem. The real problem is that you still do not know whether I want you here because I love you, or because I need to control the outcome. Can you answer that?" "I can show you." He reaches for her hand. She lets him take it. His palm is warm, his fingers calloused at the base, the grip of someone who works with his hands when no one is watching. "I will not kiss you," he says. "I will not push. But I need you to feel something that does not have a strategy attached to it." He presses her palm flat against his chest. His heart is fast, faster than she expected. "I am afraid," he says. "Not of the board, not of the leak, of losing you again because I was too careful or not careful enough." Her fingers curl against his shirt. "Declan, I know. I cannot let comfort become a shortcut. I know that too. If we fall back into this because it is easier than being alone, we will break the same way we did before." He does not move. His hand stays over hers. "Then do not fall," he says. "Choose." The word sits between them. She wants to. She wants to press closer, to let the heat of his body blur the edges of the night. The investor dinner, the leak, the glass roof that no longer feels like shelter. But that is exactly the problem. Comfort would be so easy, and comfort would be a lie. She pulls her hand back. His arm drops. He does not chase her hand. "I am sorry," she says. "Do not apologize for choosing clarity." "I am not sorry for that. I am sorry that I still do not know if I can trust you." He nods. There is no performance in it, no calculation, just a man receiving a blow he expected and letting it land. The silence stretches. Then the phone rings. Declan checks the screen. His expression shifts. "Merwin," he answers, listens. His face goes still. Solene watches the stillness spread from his mouth to his shoulders, the controlled quiet of a man receiving information he will need to use. "What name?" he says. A pause. Then he looks at her. And the look is not for the boardroom. It is the look of someone who just learned that the enemy is not faceless anymore. "The leaking board member," he says, his voice low. "Marvin just confirmed it." He waits a beat. It is the silver-haired man. The one who promised consequences. The one who said he intended to review Declan's conduct. The one who now sits on a board with full access to every detail of Solene's life. Declan's hand tightens on the phone. He has been feeding details to the gossip intermediary for months. Since before the campaign launched. Since before I even hired you. He does not say the rest, but she hears it anyway. The silver-haired man knew Solene was coming before she did. He knew about Amma before Declan did. And he has been waiting. Chapter 58. Declan's hand is still tight on the phone when Solene watches the stillness settle into something harder. "The silver-haired man," she repeats. "Edmund Voss." Declan's voice is flat. "Helena Voss's uncle." The name lands like a stone. "The investor who sided with you tonight. The woman who tabled the discussion, yes." He is already moving, pulling his coat from the hook by the door. She does not know. Or she does, and she chose her angle before dinner. Solene follows him into the hall. "Where are you going?" "To end it." "Now?" He has been feeding a gossip intermediary for months. He knew about Amma before I did. He has been sitting across from me at board meetings asking about quarterly projections while feeding my life to a fixer. Declan's jaw works. "I am not waiting until morning." He stops at the door. His hand rests on the handle. "You do not have to come." "I know. Stay with Amma. Let Merwin handle the legal motions." Solene looks at him. His profile is cut sharp against the streetlight bleeding through the sidelight window. "You are going to confront him alone." "Des is already on his way. Merwin will meet us at the office." "That is not what I asked." He turns. For a moment, the mask slips. Underneath is a man who has just learned that the enemy has been inside his house for months, eating at his table, smiling at his board reports. "Come," he says, "if you need to see it." She takes her coat. The Blackthorn building is dark, except for the 4th floor. Des is already there when they arrive, red hair catching the emergency light, a slim laptop open on the conference table. Merwin stands by the window, her tablet glowing. "He is on his way," she says. "I told him we found a discrepancy in the quarterly filings that needs his signature before the audit window closes." Declan does not sit. "How long?" 12 minutes. Solene stands by the wall, out of the light. She watches Declan pace the length of the table once, twice, then stop at the head. "Edmund Voss," he says, not a question. Merrim's tablet lights up. He has been a board member for 11 years. He holds 6% of voting shares. His niece Helena inherited 8% from her father 3 years ago. He brought her onto the board. And she knows? If she does, she has not acted on it. She tabled the discussion tonight. That is either ignorance or a very long game. Des looks up from his laptop. The fixer he used is a man named Rollo Parrish, former journalist, now freelance intelligence broker. He sells access, not content. His clients include 3 tabloid desks, 2 private investigation firms, and a shell corporation in Cyprus that I am still tracing. Gregor's name hovers in the air. Parrish knows Ilves, Des continues. They worked together on a story 6 years ago. A football manager's divorce. Parrish fed, Ilves shot. Declan's hand tightens on the back of the chair. Voss went to a fixer to reach Ilves. He did not go through Ilves directly. Because Voss wanted layers between himself and the photographer, Merwin says. Clean separation. If Ilves is caught, he cannot name the board member because he does not know the board member. He only knows Parrish. But Voss knew about Amma before anyone else. She nods. Which means someone else fed Voss the information, and he used Parrish to operationalize it. The door opens. Edmund Voss walks in wearing a dark coat over a tailored suit, glasses glinting under the lights. He stops when he sees Declan, then Merwin, then Des. His gaze slides to Solene, standing in the shadows. "Quarterly filings," he says. "I thought the tone was wrong for that excuse." Declan does not offer him a seat. You have been feeding details about my family to a gossip intermediary for months. Since before I hired Solene. Since before you knew she would arrive in Edinburgh. Voss does not deny it. He takes off his glasses, polishes them on his sleeve, and replaces them. I knew your photographer was the one you left in Norfolk the day after you brought her onto the roster. I had a contact in your project management office who flagged the name. Who? A junior coordinator. She left the company 6 weeks ago. I do not know where she is now. Declan's voice drops. You knew about my daughter. I knew you had a child with the woman who left you. I did not know the child's name until the paternity filing. Voss's mouth curves, not quite a smile. You are very good at keeping secrets, Declan. But I have been on this board for 11 years. I know how to read a calendar. I know how to match a photographer's schedule to your travel patterns. The pieces were not hard to assemble once I knew where to look. Why? Because you are a liability. The market does not care about scandals. It cares about distraction. A CEO who spends half his energy managing a private life he cannot control is a CEO who misses earnings calls, delays acquisitions, and bleeds value. Solene steps forward. Who told you about Amma before the campaign started? Voss looks at her. The appraisal is cold, professional. A woman named Elena Vasquez contacted me 3 years ago. She said she had information about Declan Blackthorn that would eventually affect the share price. She asked me to keep watching and wait for her signal. The name confirms everything. You have been working with Vasquez, Solene says. I have been receiving information from her. I have not given her anything in return. The arrangement was asymmetrical by design. Declan's hand is white-knuckled on the chair. Leaked my daughter's existence to a tabloid photographer. You fed details about her nursery, her routine, her bedroom window. You put a child in the crosshairs of a man who photographs children for a living. I leaked information that was already going to surface. Voss's voice is calm. The paternity filing was inevitable. I simply accelerated the timeline to control the market reaction. If the news broke during earnings season or a major acquisition, the damage would be worse. I chose the window. You chose nothing. You used my daughter as a hedge. Voss's expression does not change. I am resigning from the board tonight. I have already drafted the letter. My shares will be placed in a blind trust administered by my niece. I will have no further involvement with Blackthorn Holdings. Declan stares at him. And you think that is enough? It is what I am offering. You can take it to the other board members and explain why your longest-serving director resigned in the middle of the night. Or you can accept my resignation quietly and let the transition happen without collateral noise. The room is silent. Voss turns to Solene. You should know that Elena Vasquez is not finished. She has been building this operation for 7 years. I was one of her channels, but I was not the only one. Solene's throat tightens. What does that mean? It means there are other board members, other executives, other people in Declan's orbit who have been receiving her information. I do not know who they are. She compartmentalized her network. I knew only my own contact. Declan steps forward. You are lying. I am not. Voss's voice is flat. Elena Vasquez is patient, meticulous, and patient. She has been waiting for the right moment to move. Tonight, I am her sacrifice. She knew I would be caught. She told me I would be. She said it would not matter because the next move is already in motion. The door closes behind him. The room is very still. Declan stands at the head of the table, his hands flat on the polished wood, his head bowed. Solene watches his shoulders rise and fall. Then her phone buzzes. She looks down. One new message. Unsaved number. The glass roof is beautiful, but you already knew that. You are standing under it right now. Her blood goes cold. She looks up at the ceiling. The 4th-floor conference room has a glass atrium above it, a skylight that runs the length of the building's spine. She looks back at the phone. Did you think he was the only one inside? Chapter 59. The phone is still in her hand when the article loads. She sees it before Declan does. Before Des finishes packing his laptop. Before Merwin cancels the last call of the night. A notification from a news aggregator she installed years ago to monitor campaign coverage. Blackthorn Heir scandal. The wedding that never was. Her thumb moves before her brain catches up. The page renders old church photographs. Norfolk. St. Cuthbert's. The flower arrangements she never saw arranged, the pews she never walked. A file photo of Declan in morning dress, taken from an investor profile, his face young and unguarded and waiting. Beside it, a current shot of Solene at the gallery launch, her hand raised mid-gesture, the frame cropped to isolate her from the campaign images behind her. The headline sits between them like a blade. The groom left waiting, the child no one knew. The photographer who walked away with more than a broken engagement. Solene reads the first paragraph, standing up. 4 years after abandoning Declan Blackthorn at the altar, freelance photographer Solene Okwu has resurfaced as both his campaign creative and the mother of his 4-year-old daughter. Sources close to the family confirm the paternity filing that has shaken Blackthorn Holdings, raising questions about whether the original wedding was called off when the pregnancy became known. Her throat closes. Declan is at her side before she realizes he has crossed the room. Solene. She does not look at him. She keeps reading. The article moves through the timeline with surgical precision. The wedding date, the campaign launch, the paternity filing. It quotes an unnamed source describing her as a career opportunist who trapped one man with an engagement and another with a child. No names, just implication, layered and lethal. She reaches the end and scrolls back to the top. The church photo, the morning suit, her own face, isolated and scrutinized. She thinks about the woman in that image, how she looked 4 years ago, how she looks now. How little the distinction matters when the story frames her as a transaction either way. Solene. Declan's hand touches her elbow. Look at me. She cannot. Because if she looks at him, she will have to admit that he can see her like this. Caught, reduced, stitched into a narrative she cannot control. Who wrote it? Her voice does not sound like her own. Declan does not answer. He is already reading over her shoulder, his jaw tight, the muscle in his temple working. Declan? Who wrote it? A syndicate stringer. They must have had the church photos held in reserve. His tone is controlled, measured, the voice he uses in boardrooms. Voss said Vasquez has other channels. This is one of them. Solene sets the phone face down on the table. The glass atrium above her head is dark now, night pressed against it. The same glass the texter referenced. You are standing under it right now. She feels exposed, not because of the article, because the person who sent that text is still inside this building, watching, waiting. Des' voice cuts through the silence. There are 3 more outlets running the same angle. They went live within minutes of each other. Coordinated drop. Murrin is already on her phone, her voice low and rapid, the Welsh tightening at the edges. Solene stands very still. The article calls her an opportunist. It does not mention that she ran because she was terrified, that she stayed gone because she believed she had no right to return, that every choice she made was survival dressed as strategy. But those are not facts that fit the frame. Her phone buzzes against the table. She picks it up. Blythe. She stares at the name for a full heartbeat before she answers. Blythe. Are you sitting down? His voice is steady, deliberate. The voice of a man who has already read the article and is not calling to panic. I am standing in a glass conference room while someone inside this building watches me through the ceiling. A pause. That is not what I expected you to say. It has been a long night. I read the piece. His tone shifts, losing the professional distance. They are using the church photographs, the ones I told you about. They are stitching the timeline together to make it look like you left because you were pregnant and wanted financial leverage. Solene closes her eyes. I know. I have the preservation objection filed. The footage will not surface through ecclesiastical channels, but I cannot stop old wedding photographs from circulating, and I cannot stop reporters from writing the story they want to write. Then why are you calling? He waits. Because I am ready to make a statement. Her eyes open. What? A statement. With my name, my title, my account of the day you left. His voice is careful, measured. I can tell them that you did not leave for money, that no one paid you to disappear, that the wedding was called off for reasons that had nothing to do with leverage or exploitation. Solene's hand tightens on the phone. You would do that? I would have done it the day you told me the truth if you had asked. He pauses. I am asking now. Do you want me to make a statement, yes or no? But I need your answer before dawn. Once I speak, I cannot unspeak it, and the timing has to be deliberate or it looks like damage control. She looks at Declan. He is watching her, not calculating, waiting. The article frames her as a woman who uses men. Blythe is offering to tell a different story. The choice is hers. I need to think, she says. You have until 5 a.m. After that, the morning cycle sets the narrative for the next 72 hours. I understand. I do not need you to be grateful, Solene. I need you to be sure. He ends the call. The room is very quiet. Declan steps closer, not crowding her, just present. What do you need? She looks at him. The question is simple. The answer is not. Because what she needs is not something he can give her, not something Blythe can give her, not something the article can take from her. She needs to stop being the woman in the photograph. She needs to become someone who stays long enough to let the truth catch up. The glass roof above her head reflects nothing but darkness. And somewhere inside this building, the person who sent that text is waiting to see what she does next. Chapter 60. She calls Blythe at 4:17 a.m. The corridor outside the conference room is empty. The lights are on automatic dimmer, low enough that the glass walls reflect her own silhouette back at her, a woman holding a phone to her ear, waiting for a man in Norfolk to decide whether he still believes in her. Solene. His voice is rougher than she expected. Woken up or not yet asleep? I am going to say yes. A pause. She hears him set something down, a glass, a cup, the weight of a decision being placed on a flat surface. But I need to hear it once more first. The truth about why you did not tell me you were pregnant. She closes her eyes. Because I was afraid you would stay. Stay. Out of duty, out of Norfolk obligation, because you were the decent one and I was the woman who had already made a fool of you in front of everyone we knew. Her voice does not crack. I thought if I told you, you would marry me out of principle, and I would spend the rest of my life knowing you only did it because I left you no honorable way out. The silence stretches. And Declan? Blythe asks. Why did you not tell him? Because I did not trust him to want the child. I trusted him to want control. You trust him now? She opens her eyes. I am learning to. Another pause, then Blythe exhales, a sound she remembers from years ago, the sound he made when he closed a difficult file and decided the client was telling the truth. I will call my contact at the Church of England archives. I will give a statement to the Press Association wire service before the morning cycle locks. You will have my name, my title, my account of what happened the day you left. Blythe. What? Thank you is not enough. No, he agrees quietly. It is not, but it will do for now. He ends the call. Solene lowers the phone. Declan is standing at the end of the corridor. He has not crept up on her. He simply appeared, the way he does when he is holding space rather than demanding entry. Blythe will make a statement, she says. I heard. Did you listen to the whole call? I listened to enough to know you said you are learning to trust me. He does not move toward her. I did not need to hear the rest. She looks at him through the dim light. The glass roof above them is still dark. The texter is still inside this building somewhere. The morning cycle is still assembling its narrative, but Blythe Harren, the man she left at the altar, is about to tell the world she is not a transaction. That is a gift she never earned and cannot repay. Declan. Yes. If this backfires, if Blythe's statement makes it worse, if they spin it as a coordinated defense, it will not. You do not know that. I know that a man who is willing to spend 4 years hurt and silent does not make a public statement unless he is certain. Declan steps closer. He is certain, Solene. I saw his face in that coffee shop. He is not doing this for me. He is doing it for you. She does not have words for what that does to her chest, so she nods, and they wait. At 5:48 a.m., the Press Association wire releases Blythe Harmon's statement. It is brief, measured. It does not attack anyone. I was engaged to Solene Okwu in Norfolk. On our wedding day, she left the church before the ceremony. I did not understand why until recently, when she told me the truth. She did not leave for money. No one paid her to disappear. She left because she was afraid, and she stayed away because she believed she had no right to return. That is the person I knew. That is the person I still know. The suggestion that she exploited anyone for financial gain does not match the facts I have lived. It ends with his full name, his professional title, his contact information for verification. Solene reads it 3 times. Then she sets the phone down and presses the heels of her hands against her eyes till she sees stars. Mawen appears in the corridor, tablet in hand, dark hair escaping its clip. Morning shows are picking it up. The tone is shifting. Not completely, but the accusation that you were paid to leave is losing traction because no one can produce a payment trail, and Blythe's statement directly contradicts it. She looks at Solene. You bought us a window. How long? 48 hours before the next wave of speculation finds an angle. Mawen's jaw tightens. Unless something else breaks before then. Solene's phone buzzes. She looks down. An unknown number. Edinburgh prefix. She answers. Solene Okwu, Ms. Okwu. My name is Jude Mallory. I am a producer at Meridian Independent. The name stops her cold. Meridian Independent is not the shell company. But Meridian is in the name. Where did you get this number? Your mother gave it to me. The world tilts. Nika Okwu. She gave me your contact information approximately 20 minutes ago, along with permission to reach you directly. A pause. I have been interviewing her for the past hour. She has been very forthcoming about your pregnancy, your decision to raise the child alone, and the circumstances of your departure from Norfolk. Solene's hand goes numb. Put my mother on the phone. Your mother has already given her on-the-record interview. She signed a release. She wanted you to know that she did this because she is tired of watching you run. The producer's voice is measured, almost kind. I have a 7-minute segment that will air at the top of the hour. I am calling to offer you the right to respond on the same platform. Solene does not hear the rest. She is thinking about her mother, Nika, who held the postcard for 3 years, who sent it, who kept the secret, who is now telling a stranger everything. The glass roof above her head is gray, not dark. Morning is coming, and the person inside her family is not a spy. It is her mother. Chapter 61. The cab stops at the end of her street, not the front door. Solene pays and walks the last block with her keys already between her fingers, the metal points pressing into her palm. She does not know what she will find inside. She knows only that her mother gave a stranger the details of her pregnancy, her departure, her daughter's origin, and signed a release to let them broadcast it. The stairwell smells of cabbage and cleaning fluid. Mrs. Baird's door is closed. The 5th step still creaks. Everything ordinary and nothing safe. She fits the key into the lock and turns. The flat is quiet. Morning light spills across the kitchen linoleum. Nika sits at the small table with a cold cup of tea in front of her, both hands wrapped around the ceramic as if she is warming them on a winter night. She does not look up when Solene enters. You gave an interview. Nika's jaw shifts. She still does not look up. I gave a statement. Her voice is flat. There is a difference. You gave a stranger my phone number. You told her about my pregnancy, about why I left Norfolk. You signed a release, Mama. You signed a legal document giving them permission to broadcast whatever you said. Nika lifts her head. Her eyes are red but dry. I gave them the truth before they could sell the lie. Solene's hands are shaking. She presses them flat against her thighs. The truth. You told a producer at a news outlet that I was pregnant before the wedding, that I left Norfolk to raise Amma alone, that I have been hiding for 4 years. That is not the truth. That is ammunition. That is context. Nika's voice sharpens. That is the difference between them calling you a gold digger who trapped a man for money, and them understanding you ran because you were afraid and pregnant and alone. I did not tell them you took money. I did not tell them you planned it. I told them you were scared and young and made a decision you believed was right. Solene's throat closes. You did not ask me. No, I did not. Nika sets the cup down. The ceramic clicks against the table. Because you would have said no, and I was tired of watching you let other people write your story while you stood silent and let them. The words land like a slap. Solene takes a step back. Her hip hits the counter edge. You do not get to decide what my story is. No, but I get to decide whether I stand by while strangers call my daughter a whore in national newspapers. Nika's voice breaks on the last word. She stops, presses her palm flat against the table, breathes. Solene stares at her, and for the first time since the call, she sees what she missed. Nika is not defensive. She is not ashamed. She is furious. At someone else. What happened? Nika looks at her. The anger in her face is older than this morning, older than the interview. It is the anger of a woman who has been watching her daughter's life unravel through keyhole reports and knows exactly who turned the lock. Mrs. Baird's son, the one who visits on Tuesdays. Nika's voice is cold. He has been taking money from a freelance fixer to describe our routine, what time Amma leaves for nursery, which days I do the shopping, how often a dark car parks across the street. The floor tilts. A neighbor. 4 doors down. The boy who used to help me carry the shopping up the stairs. Nika's hands are shaking now. He told them everything. For 3 weeks. For cash. He described Amma's coat. He described the route you take when you walk her to the corner. He told them she likes strawberry ice cream and sings to herself when she colors. Solene's stomach turns. How do you know? Because Mrs. Baird found the cash envelope in his jacket pocket and recognized the logo from the man who left a card in her letterbox last month. She came to me this morning. She is the one who told me about the interview. She said her son confessed after she threatened to call the police. Amma, Solene's daughter. Described, documented, sold by a 19-year-old boy for pocket money. She is going to be sick. Ma, I tried to control the damage. Nika's voice drops. I called the producer myself. I gave them my name, my face, my account. I told them the truth so they would not have to buy it from someone else. I signed the release because I wanted it on the record that Solene Okwu is not a criminal. She is a woman who ran because she had no one to stay for. The kitchen is too small. Solene turns and walks to the bedroom. Amma's door is half open. She pushes it wider and stops. Amma is sitting cross-legged on the bed, fully dressed, red boots already on, drawing on a piece of paper with fierce concentration. She looks up when Solene appears. Mummy, there was a man by the bins this morning. The words land like stones in still water. Solene's blood goes cold. What man? Amma shrugs. He had a hat. He asked what Daddy's car looks like. I told him it is dark and shiny and has windows that go all the way down. He said thank you and walked away. The room contracts. Amma watches her with patient eyes. Did I say something wrong? Solene cannot answer. Because the man by the bins did not know what car Declan drives unless someone told him what to look for. And the only people who know which dark car parks outside the townhouse are the ones already inside the circle. Or the ones watching it. Chapter 62. The man by the bins knew what car to ask about. Solene stands in Amma's doorway, the words still settling like ash in her lungs. Her daughter watches her with patient eyes, red boots dangling off the edge of the bed, drawing forgotten in her lap. Did I say something wrong? No. Solene's voice scrapes out of her. No, baby, you did everything right. She crosses the room in 3 steps, kneels, takes Amma's face in both hands and presses a kiss to her forehead, hard enough that Amma squirms. Mummy, I need you to stay inside today. Inside this flat. No going to the bins, no going to the stairs, no opening the door for anyone unless I say so. Amma's brow furrows. Even if it is the man with the camera who looks like Daddy. The world narrows to a single point of pressure behind Solene's ribs. Especially him. She stays on her knees until her legs go numb. Mama picks up her drawing again, adding a row of jagged teeth to a stick figure with a hat. And Solene watches the crayon move and tries to remember how to breathe. Nika appears in the doorway. Her face is gray. I did not know they would approach her. Solene stands, turns, walks past her mother without a word and into the kitchen where her phone sits on the counter, still lit with the thread from Jude Mallory. She calls Declan. He answers on the first ring. His voice is raw. Tell me. A man approached Amma this morning, asked what your car looks like. she described it. Silence on the line. Then something that is not quite a breath and not quite a word, a sound that falls somewhere between rage and fear. I am coming. Declan, I am already in the car. The line goes dead. Solene stares at the phone. The screen shows 7:14 a.m. The day has been burning for over an hour, and it is not even fully light yet. She pours a glass of water she does not drink, sets it down, picks it up again. By the time Declan's car pulls up outside, 18 minutes later, she is standing at the front window with her arms crossed, watching the street like the surveillance operation has already won. He does not knock. He has the key. The door opens and he is there, dark coat, gray eyes scanning the flat before they land on her. He looks like he has not slept. He probably has not. Where is Amma? Her room. Drawing. He nods, does not move toward the bedroom. Instead, he crosses to where Solene stands and stops a foot away, close enough that she can smell coffee and cold air and the particular sharpness of a man who has been driving too fast. I need you to tell me everything she said, every word. Solene does. She tells him about the hat, the bins, the question about Daddy's car, the way Amma answered without hesitation because she does not know she is supposed to be afraid yet. Declan's jaw tightens at the word Daddy. Not in anger, in something else. When she described the car, did she mention where it parks at night? Yes. His eyes close, just for a second. They know the townhouse address. They already knew the townhouse address. Solene's voice goes flat. They knew what I said to you in the lockbox office. They knew Amma's drawing. They knew about the glass roof. They know everything, Declan. The only thing they did not know was which car was yours, and now a 4-year-old has told them. The silence between them is thick enough to drown in. Declan's phone rings. He pulls it from his pocket, glances at the screen, answers. Mywen. A pause. Send it. He holds the phone out to Solene. On the screen is a still from a security camera. Grainy, time-stamped 5:52 a.m. A man in a dark cap stands at the mouth of the alley beside her building. He is holding his phone up, angling it toward the stairwell door. Gregor's fixer, Declan says. He cased the building 2 hours before the man approached Amma. Solene zooms in on the image. The man's face is half obscured by the cap brim, but there is something familiar in the set of his shoulders, the way he holds his weight on his back foot like he is ready to move. Do we have a name? Not yet. Marwan is running facial recognition through the security firm's database, but it confirms what Voss told us. There are other channels, other operatives. Solene hands the phone back. Her fingers are steady. That surprises her. What now? Declan looks at her. The calculation in his eyes is gone, replaced by something rawer, less controlled. I need to ask you something, and I need you to hear it before you say no. She waits. I want Amma to stay with me tonight, in the country. There is a property near Kelso, 20 miles south, fully secured off every registry. No press, no watchers, no fixers. Just walls and land and a room I already set up for her. Solene's chest goes tight. Alone. If you came, the press would follow. The car, the route, the pattern. But if I leave before dawn with Amma, no one knows where I am going. She would be safe for one night while Maywin and I file the injunction and flesh out the rest of the operation. No. The word is out before she can stop it. Declan does not flinch. I know what it sounds like. It sounds like you are taking my daughter. It sounds like I am trying to keep her alive. His voice is low, controlled, but there is a crack in it, a seam where the control is fraying. The man who approached her this morning was not a photographer. He was not a journalist. He asked a 4-year-old to identify a specific vehicle so they can track me. That is not surveillance, Solene. That is preparation. She knows he is right. That is the worst part. Her hand finds the edge of the counter and grips it. She has never spent a night away from me. I know. Not one. Not in 4 years. I know. Declan does not argue. He does not press. He stands there and takes the weight of her refusal and waits. And that is what undoes her. Because he is not trying to win. He is trying to be seen. Amma appears in the kitchen doorway. Her red boots are still on. She is holding her drawing. Daddy? She holds it up. I made you a monster. Declan kneels, takes the drawing carefully like it is made of glass. Thank you. He is very frightening. He eats cars. Good. That is exactly what we need right now. Emma giggles. The sound is so ordinary, so brutally normal, that Solene feels her knees go weak. Mummy says I have to stay inside. That is because Mummy is very smart. Declan's voice is gentle. And also because monsters who eat cars live outside, and we want to keep you away from them. Amma considers this, nods. Can I have cereal? Neka appears from the hallway, face still gray but hands steady. She takes Amma's hand without meeting Solene's eyes. Come, child, I will find the strawberry kind. They disappear into the living room. The kitchen feels suddenly too quiet. Solene looks at Declan, still kneeling, still holding the monster drawing. If something happens to her, nothing will happen to her. You cannot promise that. No, he stands. But I can promise you I will die before I let anyone touch her. And I can promise you that the people who did this will not walk away from it. The words are not a threat, they are a fact. Solene's phone buzzes. She glances at it. A text from an unsaved number. You can run, you can hide her, you can lock every door, but he will always know where to look, because the blood is his, and blood calls to blood. Her throat closes. She turns the phone to show Declan. He reads it. The control in his face does not crack, but something behind it shifts. A door opening onto cold ground. Mawin. He is already dialing. We are filing the injunction now, full seal, no public docket, and I want to trace on the number that just texted Solene. He listens, nods. Send the car. We will be ready in 20 minutes. He ends the call and looks at Solene. The injunction buys us 72 hours. No publication of Amma's name, image, or location. After that, we have to argue for an extension, but it gives us time to find whoever sent that message. 72 hours is not enough. It is more than we had an hour ago. Solene's hands are shaking now. She presses them flat against her thighs. Kelso. One night. Yes. She closes her eyes, sees Amma's face, patient and trusting, drawing monsters for a father she has known for weeks. One night. And if anything happens, it will not. Blood calls to blood. She opens her eyes. Go pack her bag. I will tell Nika. Declan does not move. Solene. What? This is the hardest thing you have ever done. I know. And I am asking you to trust me with the thing that matters most. She meets his eyes. I know what I am asking. He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he turns and walks toward Amma's room. Solene stands alone in the kitchen. The glass of water sits untouched on the counter. The phone is dark now, the message burned into her retina. Blood calls to blood. She picks up the glass and drinks. The water is cold, her hands are still shaking. From the bedroom she hears Amma's voice, bright and unafraid. Daddy, can I bring my red boots? Of course. And the monster drawing? Especially the monster drawing. And Mummy? A pause. Solene's heart stops. Mummy will be here when we come back, I promise. The word hits her like a blade between the ribs. She sets the glass down, walks to the hallway. Her feet carry her past the kitchen, past the living room where Neka sits with her back to the door, past the coat rack where her go-bag still hangs. She stops at Amma's door. Declan is on his knees beside the bed, helping Amma zip a small pink backpack. Her red boots swing as she chatters about the car and the windows and whether there will be cows. Solene watches them, her daughter, her almost husband, the life they could have had. The doorbell rings. She turns, walks to the front door, checks the peephole. No one is there. She opens the door anyway. A piece of paper is taped to the stairwell door. White, standard printer paper, folded once. She pulls it free, unfolds it. Block letters, black ink. You are not the only door she can walk through. I will find her. Gee, the paper trembles in her hand. Behind her, Amma laughs at something Declan said. Solene reads the note again, then she folds it, slides it into her pocket, and closes the door. Declan appears in the hallway. Everything okay? She looks at him. I will find her. No, she says. It is not. Chapter 63. The car smells of new leather, and the strawberry hand soap Neka keeps by the kitchen sink. Amma's fingers have touched everything in reach within the first 3 minutes. The window button, the seatbelt buckle, the air vent, the pocket behind Declan's seat. Does this car have a name? Declan glances at her in the rearview mirror. It has a model number. That is not a name. Then no, it does not. Amma considers this. We should name it. By all means. She is quiet for almost 4 seconds. Sunshine. Sunshine. Because it is gray outside and the car should be the opposite of gray. Declan's mouth does something that is not quite a smile. Sunshine it is. Solene watches them from the passenger seat. Her hands are pressed flat against her thighs. The Counsel property is 40 minutes south, Declan said, fully secured, off every registry, with a room that has been ready for weeks. She knows she should be relieved. She is not. You have my phone, Declan says without looking at her. Yes. The security firm's number is the 3rd contact under emergency. The Counsel caretaker is Sheila McBride. She has been with the property for 12 years. She knows Amma is coming and has put fresh milk in the fridge and the good biscuits on the counter. You told me already. I am telling you again. He is not lecturing her. He is reassuring her. Solene turns her head and watches the gray fields slide past the window. The Counsel property is a stone farmhouse at the end of a lane that does not appear on any GPS. Declan pulls through a gate that opens before he reaches it, a camera mounted on the stone pillar rotating to track the car as they pass. Amma presses her nose to the window. It has a tower. It has a turret, Declan says. It was a mistake by the original builder. He wanted a castle, but only had a budget for a house. It is the best mistake. It is, isn't it? Solene follows them inside. The interior is warm, low-ceiled, with windows that face a field of sheep and a line of bare trees. A woman in her 60s appears from the kitchen, gray hair in a braid, flour on her apron. Mr. Blackthorn, and this must be the young lady who likes red boots. Amma looks down at her boots, then up at the woman. How did you know? Your dad told me. Said you would not wear anything else. He is not my dad. He is my daddy. The woman's eyes flick to Declan, then back to Amma. She does not miss a beat. Well then, your daddy also said you like biscuits with jam in the middle. I have a batch just out of the oven. Amma is already moving toward the kitchen. Solene stands in the hallway, her overnight bag still in her hand. Declan takes it from her without asking. I will show you where she sleeps. The room is at the top of the turret stairs, round-walled, with a window seat and a skylight, and a bed covered in a quilt that looks handmade. On the bedside table, a small vase holds a single white tulip. Solene stops in the doorway. Did you tell Sheila to put that there? No. Declan. I told her Mama was 4 and liked drawing and strawberry cereal. The tulip is her own doing. Solene sets her bag on the chair by the window. She checks the locks. She checks the window latch. She checks that the skylight does not open more than a crack. He has been doing this for years, Declan says from the doorway. She turns. Gregor Ilv. He photographs children of wealthy families. He photographs them at school gates and birthday parties and through bedroom windows. He sells the images to outlets that pay for the combination of access and vulnerability. I have been tracking his movements for 2 years. I have files on every property he has targeted, every editor he has sold to, every case where the family managed to bury the images before they ran. He holds her gaze. I built this room 2 months ago, not because I knew she would need it, because I wanted to be ready if she did. Solene's throat is tight. 2 months ago you had not even met her? I had known about her for 3 years. You had not met her. She was already mine. The words sit between them, not a claim, a fact. From downstairs, Amma's laugh rises through the floorboards, bright and unafraid. Solene closes her eyes. Follow the routine, she says. She eats at 7, bath at past, 1 story, no more than 15 minutes. She will ask for the monster drawing. Let her keep it on the nightstand. I will. If she cries, I will call you. She will not cry if you read the story right. What story? The one about the lighthouse keeper, if is in the side pocket of her bag. Declan nods. Solene opens her eyes. She looks at him, standing in the doorway of a room he built for a daughter he had not met, and for a moment, she cannot breathe. I should go. If you want to stay, there is a guest room. She shakes her head. If I stay, I will check the locks every 10 minutes and wake her by accident. Then I will drive you back. The car is here. The estate car is in the barn. I will drive you to Edinburgh and come back before she wakes. Solene looks at him. You would do that? I would do anything that makes this easier for her. She does not answer. She picks up her bag and walks past him, down the turret stairs, through the warm kitchen where Amma is sitting at the table with a biscuit in each hand and jam on her chin. Mummy, Sheila said there is a pony. A pony? A Shetland pony. She said it lives in the field behind the house and it likes apples. Solene kneels and wipes Amma's chin with the edge of her sleeve. Be good. Listen to Daddy. Do not open any doors. I know, Mummy. I love you. I love you too. Amma holds up a biscuit. Do you want one for the car? Solene takes the biscuit. It is still warm. She stands. Declan is already at the door, keys in hand. 20 minutes to Edinburgh, he says. I will be back before she wakes. Solene looks at her daughter, sitting at a stranger's table, eating biscuits, talking about ponies, unafraid. 40 minutes, she says. Take the long way, the road by the river. Declan's eyes meet hers. He understands. 40 minutes. The drive back to Edinburgh is quiet. Declan does not try to fill the silence. He drives with his hands at 10 and 2, eyes on the road, the estate car steady and sure through the gray afternoon. Solene eats the biscuit. It is good. The jam is raspberry. When they reach the flat, Declan pulls up but does not kill the engine. I will text you when I am back at Kelso, and when she goes to sleep, and when she wakes. You do not have to text me every time. I am going to text you every time. Solene gets out of the car. She watches him drive away, the estate car shrinking down the street until it turns a corner and is gone. The flat is quiet. Nika is at the kitchen table. Her hands are around a cold cup of tea. She does not look up. She is gone, Solene says. I know. With him. I know. Solene stands in the doorway. She should shower. She should eat. She should check her email for the campaign final proofs. She does none of these things. She sits on the edge of Amma's bed. The sheets still smell of her daughter's shampoo. Her phone buzzes. A text from Declan. Arrived. She is showing Sheila the monster drawing. They are naming the pony. A photograph follows. Amma in the field, her red boots bright against the wet grass. One hand reaching toward a small brown pony with a white blaze on its forehead. Solene stares at the image. Her daughter is smiling. She sets the phone down. 20 minutes later, another text. She ate all the biscuits. I made her eat a carrot too. She says I am a traitor. Solene almost laughs. Then her phone rings. She picks it up. Maywin's name on the screen. I thought you were filing the injunction. I am. Maywin's voice is clipped, professional, and something else. Something Solene has never heard from her before. But Gregor Ilves sent a courier to my office 10 minutes ago. What kind of courier? A sealed envelope, hand-delivered, with a note inside. Solene's hand tightens on the phone. What does it say? Maywin pauses. He has the paternity test results, not the sealed record, the lab copy. He is offering to hold them if Blackthorn grants him an exclusive interview with Declan and Amma. If we refuse, he publishes the full document with a timeline alleging that Declan paid the lab for a favorable result. The room tilts. Solene grips the edge of Amma's bed. Where did he get the lab copy? We do not know yet. Where did he get the lab copy, Maywin? The pause is longer this time. Someone inside the testing facility, Maywin says. Someone he has been paying for months. Solene closes her eyes. The biscuit sits heavy in her stomach. He wants an exclusive, she says. He wants an angle. He wants to be the one who broke the Blackthorn paternity story. It makes his career. And if we refuse, he publishes the results and the allegation. Either way, Amma's name is in every headline by morning. Solene opens her eyes. Amma's drawing is still on the nightstand. The monster with 3 eyes and a lopsided smile, drawn by a child who does not know she is a target. Tell Declan, Solene says. I am telling you first. Why? Another pause. Because I think you should be the one to tell him. Solene looks at the photograph on her phone. Amma reaching for the pony. Her red boots. Her smile. Blood calls to blood. What time is the deadline? Midnight. Solene stands. She walks to the kitchen. Neka is still there, still holding the cold tea. Solene picks up her keys. Where are you going? To Kelso. She does not wait for her mother to answer. Chapter 64. The headlights catch the stone wall before the gate, and Solene taps the code Declan gave her. The iron bars slide open. She drives through without waiting for them to close. The farmhouse is lit, warm light in the kitchen windows. A single lamp in the turret room where Amma is sleeping. Solene kills the engine and sits for a moment, her hands still on the wheel. The estate car ticks as it cools. Somewhere inside, her daughter is asleep in a room her father built 2 months before he ever met her. She gets out. Declan meets her at the door before she reaches it. He is not wearing shoes. His sleeves are rolled. There is flour on his forearm. She is asleep, he says. I know. Solene steps past him into the kitchen. The biscuits are on the counter, a half-drunk cup of tea, a crayon drawing on the table, a three-eyed monster with a lopsided smile. He sent a courier to Merwin, she says. Declan closes the door. The Vlock turns. I know. She called me. Then you know what he wants. Declan leans against the counter, arms crossed. His jaw is tight. An exclusive interview with me and Amma. Or he publishes the full paternity document with an allegation that I paid for a favorable result. Solene looks at the monster drawing. Amma drew this. Amma, who does not know she is a headline waiting to print. Can he prove the allegation? No, but he does not have to. The accusation alone is the story. The denial gets half the column inches. Then what do we do? Declan's eyes are steady. We go to court in the morning. Maiwen accelerated the injunction hearing. The judge will seal the records permanently if we can show active blackmail. And Gregor's copy of the results? Maiwen traced it. Declan reaches for his phone. The lab copy was printed from a secure legal printer queue in Rona Kilbride's office. Someone accessed the file, printed it, and walked out with it between the signing and the courier delivery. Solene's chest tightens. Someone inside Rona's office? Someone with access to the printer queue. The audit narrowed it to 3 people, Rona herself, her paralegal, and the office manager who handles the document server. Are any of them connected to Elena Vasquez? Declan's mouth flattens. The office manager is a woman named Karis Jenkins. She has been with the firm for 18 months. Before that, she temped at a property management company in Luxembourg. The name lands like a stone in still water. Luxembourg. The same building as the shell company tied to Elena Vasquez. Karis Jenkins is not her real name, Solene says. We are confirming that now. Solene turns from the drawing. Where is Maiwen now? At the office, preparing the injunction brief. We need to show the judge that the leak is part of an organized campaign, not a single rogue actor. The printer queue evidence helps. The note from G helps. The anonymous texts help. I did not show you the note. Declan's eyes meet hers. Merwin told me. She asked if I knew who G was. And do you? No. They stand in the warm kitchen, 5 feet apart, the silence filling with everything that has not been said. I should have told you about the note, Solene says. Yes. I was trying to protect Amma. You were trying to control the information. Declan's voice is quiet, not accusing. The same way you have been doing for 4 years. The same way I did when I built a campaign around your portfolio instead of telling you I knew about Amma. Solene says nothing. We are both learning, he says. She looks at him, flour on his arm, no shoes. The father of her child, standing in a farmhouse kitchen he prepared for a daughter he had not met. Midnight, she says. That is his deadline. Then we have 11 hours. The injunction hearing is set for 9 in the morning. Solene does not sleep. She sits in the rocking chair in Amma's room, watching her daughter breathe. The skylight shows a scatter of stars. The handmade quilt smells of lavender. Declan is in the kitchen, on the phone with Merwin, his voice a low, constant murmur through the floorboards. At 6, Amma stirs. Mummy? I am here. Amma's eyes find her in the dim light. She smiles, sleepy and unafraid. Did you see the pony? I saw the photograph. His name is Toast. Toast? Because he is brown like toast with butter. Solene leans down and presses her lips to Amma's forehead. Her daughter smells like sleep and jam biscuits. We have to go back to Edinburgh today, Solene says. With Daddy? Yes. Good. He makes good toast. They leave Kelso before 8. Sheila McBride waves from the gate with a bag of warm biscuits for the road. Declan drives. Amma chatters about toast and the monster drawing and whether there are cows in Edinburgh. Solene watches the landscape shift from farmland to suburbs to city. Marowyn meets them at the courthouse steps. She is wearing a charcoal suit. Her hair is pulled tight. She carries a leather folder and a tablet. Karis Jenkins is gone, she says. Her desk was cleaned out. The CCTV from the law office shows her leaving at 6 p.m. yesterday with a large tote bag. She has not been seen since. Do we have a warrant? Declan asks. Mounted this morning. Her flat is empty. The landlord says she gave notice 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Before the co-parenting agreement was even signed. It was planned, Solene says. Marowyn nods. But the printed Q audit shows the file was accessed at 4:47 p.m. yesterday, 16 minutes after the courier arrived with the envelope. She copied it before Ilvez made his demand. He needed the proof first, Declan says, to know he had leverage. The doors open. A court officer steps out. Blackthorn Injunction? Judge Corrigan will see you now. They move through the marble hallway, past the metal detectors and the security desk. Solene holds Amma's hand. Declan walks beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushes her shoulder. The courtroom is small, wood-paneled, a single window facing east, letting in the gray morning light. Judge Corrigan is a woman in her 50s with silver hair and a face that does not give anything away. Morellum presents the case in 12 minutes, the sealed paternity, the coordinated media drops, the blackmail demand, the stolen file, the anonymous threats, the man who approached a 5-year-old girl by the bins. Judge Corrigan listens without interruption. When Marowyn finishes, the judge removes her glasses. Mr. Blackthorn, I'm going to grant a full interim injunction. Publication of the paternity document, the lab results, and any identifying details of the minor child are restricted pending a full hearing. Breach of this order is contempt of court and carries custodial penalties. Solene feels the air leave her lungs. However, Judge Corrigan continues, an interim injunction is a holding measure. The full hearing is set for 7 days from today. Between now and then, I expect both parties to act with restraint. Mr. Ilvy's counsel will have an opportunity to argue against permanent sealing. Thank you, Your Honor, Marowyn says. They step out of the courtroom into the corridor. Amma tugs on Solene's sleeve. Did we win? Partially, Solene says. Declan is already on the phone with Des. His voice is clipped, efficient. Marowyn is typing on her tablet. Solene feels it before she sees it. A shift in the air. A presence. A man in a tailored suit steps out from the bench near the exit. He is holding a business card. Mid-40s, neat beard, eyes that have already calculated everything in the room. Ms. Okwu, Mr. Blackthorn. I am David Cross. I represent Mr. Ilves. Declan goes still. Your injunction does not cover everything. Cross holds up the card. Mr. Ilves has been retaining images from Skye. The morning after the storm. 2 figures on the rocks. Very clear. Solene's blood turns to ice. There is a timeline question, Cross says. The photographs suggest a romantic entanglement predating the paternity filing by several weeks. If published, they would reframe the narrative considerably. Declan steps in front of Solene. What do you want? Cross smiles. A conversation. A negotiation. The photographs are not covered by the current injunction. They are not paternity documents. They are not identifying details of a minor child. He places the card in Declan's hand. Call me when you are ready to talk. He walks away. The corridor is suddenly too bright, too cold. Solene looks at Declan. His hand is closed around the card. Amma tugs her sleeve again. Mummy, is that man bad? Solene cannot answer. Chapter 65. The corridor is too bright, too cold. Amma's hand is warm in Solene's, a small anchor in the white light. Mummy, is that man bad? Solene kneels. She keeps her voice steady. He is a man who wants something we have. and he thinks he can take it by scaring us. Amma considers this. Are you scared? Yes. The truth comes out before she can stop it. But being scared does not mean we stop. Declan is still holding the card. His knuckles are white. He has not moved since Cross walked away. Meyerwen appears at his elbow. We have 7 days. That is a window, not a wall. He has photographs from Skye, Declan says. His voice is flat, controlled, the same tone he uses in boardrooms. The injunction does not cover them. Then we file a separate motion. Unlawful surveillance, harassment, invasion of privacy. Meyerwen is already typing. But we need to know what he has first. How many images? What they show. They show us on the rocks, Solene says, after the storm. The morning She stops, looks at Amma. Amma is watching a pigeon on the windowsill. 2 figures, Declan says. Close, alone, before dawn. He turns the card in his fingers. He is right. It reframes the timeline. Solene stands. He is right that it is leverage. He is wrong about what it means. Declan looks at her. His gray eyes hold something she cannot name. What do you want to do? He asks. Not what should we do? What do you want? The question lands like a hand offered across a gap. Talk to him, she says. But on our terms, not his. Marwen looks up from her tablet. That is not how Gregor Ills negotiates. He sets the terms. You respond, or he publishes. Then we let him publish. Declan turns toward her fully. Solene feels the weight of the corridor. The cameras waiting outside. The journalists already circling the courthouse steps. The photographs exist. We cannot unmake them. If we negotiate, he sets the price. If we refuse, he publishes, and we control the response. He will spin it as a secret affair, Meyerwen says. That you were together before the paternity filing. That the campaign was cover. Then we tell the truth. Solene keeps her voice level. That we were estranged. That we found each other again under professional terms. That Skye was, she stops. That Skye was complicated. Declan's jaw tightens. They will not print complicated. They will print scandal. Then we give them something else to print. She watches him process this, the strategist in him already running scenarios, the father in him trying to shield a child from a storm that is already here. Amma tugs her sleeve. Mummy, can we go now? I want to draw the pigeon. Solene looks at Declan. He nods once. They move toward the exit. The courthouse doors are heavy. Solene pushes through them into the gray Edinburgh morning. The light hits like a camera flash. Because the cameras are already there, a dozen of them, maybe more. Photographers pressed against the barrier, journalists with microphones and phone cameras, and the hungry posture of people who have been waiting. MX, Okwu, is it true you concealed your daughter's paternity for 4 years? Mr. Blackthorn, are the Skye photographs authentic? Ms. Okwu, did you use the campaign to secure child support? Solene stops. The noise is a wall. Amma presses closer to her leg. Mummy, why are they shouting? Declan steps forward. His body moves between Solene and the cameras. Not a shield, a choice. He pauses, looks back at her. She meets his eyes, and she nods. He reaches for her. His hand finds hers, fingers lacing together. The contact is warm, deliberate, and it says nothing it could not unsay. The cameras fire, flash after flash after flash. Solene feels the shutter count like a pulse. Every frame a document, every image a story she cannot control. She holds his hand anyway. Mawin is already on the phone, voice low and fast. Des is pushing through the crowd from the left, his copper hair catching the gray light. He says something to the nearest photographer that makes the man step back. The car is 3 minutes out, Des says. We need to keep moving. Declan does not let go. They walk together down the steps, Amma between them. Solene's hand in Declan's, the cameras tracking every step. A journalist breaks through the barrier. Mr. Blackthorn, one question, just one. Declan does not stop. Is it true you built the campaign to trap her? The question hangs in the air like smoke. Declan's stride falters, half a beat, then he keeps walking. But Solene feels it, the pause, the weight of a truth he has not fully admitted out loud. They reach the car. Des opens the rear door. Amma climbs in first. Solene follows. Declan stands at the door. His hand is still holding hers. "Get in," she says. He looks at the cameras, at the journalists, at the pigeons scattering from the courthouse roof. He gets in. The door closes. The car pulls away from the curb. Silence. Amma is drawing on the fogged window. A circle, 2 dots, a smile. Declan's phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. His face goes still. "What?" Solene asks. He turns the phone toward her. A text from an unsaved number. The offer still stands, but the glass roof is not the only thing that can shatter. Chapter 66. The car moves through Edinburgh traffic in silence, broken only by Amma's marker scratching against glass. A pigeon on the fogged window. 2 dots, a circle, a smile. Declan's phone is still turned toward Solene. The offer still stands. But the glass roof is not the only thing that can shatter. She reads it twice. The words do not change. "Who is making the offer?" she asks. "I do not know." Declan puts the phone face down on his thigh. Yet. The car turns onto a side street. Des is driving. Merwin is in the passenger seat, her phone pressed to her ear, her voice low and clipped. Amma looks up from her drawing. "Mummy, is the man with the camera gone?" "Yes, baby." "Can we go home now?" Solene's chest tightens. Home. Which one? The flat with the glass roof that no longer feels like shelter. The townhouse with the safe behind the painting and the anonymous texter who already knows what is inside. "We are going somewhere safe," she says. Declan does not correct her. The car pulls up to a building Solene does not recognize. A sandstone mews off a cobbled lane. No sign, no street number visible from the car. "Whose property is this?" Solene asks. "Mine," Declan says. "Off all registries, like Kelso." "Another one?" He meets her eyes. "I own 17 properties across Scotland. 3 of them are off every searchable record. This is one. 17, 3, off record." He has been preparing for this longer than she knew. Merwin turns in her seat. The courthouse photos are trending. The first wave is speculation about the Skye images. The second wave is corporate analysts asking whether Blackthorn Holdings has a governance problem. The third wave is the tabloids trying to identify your daughter's school. Amma is still drawing. She has added a sun to her pigeon picture. Solene feels the math of it. Every outlet, every angle, every analyst, every stranger with an opinion about a child they have never met. "Get inside," she says, "before someone sees us." They move quickly. Des takes point. Merwin stays on the phone. Declan lifts Amma onto his hip without asking, and Amma does not resist. The mews door opens into a narrow kitchen. White counters, copper pans, a loaf of bread on the board as if someone expected them. Solene stops. "Who keeps this place ready?" "I do," Declan says. "I have a housekeeper who stocks it every Tuesday and Friday, regardless of whether I am here." "Does she know who you are?" "She knows I am a client who pays in cash and has never missed a payment in 4 years. 4 years. He has kept this place for 4 years. Solene does not ask what he built it for. She already knows. A bolt hole. A place to disappear when the world he built turned against him. Amma squirms down from Declan's arms. "Can I see the bedrooms?" "Pick one," Declan says. "There are 3. Amma runs down the hall. Solene watches her go. The marker on her hand, the red boots, the utter trust of a child who does not yet understand what her name means in the world outside this room. Declan's phone buzzes again. He looks at the screen. His jaw tightens. "What?" Solene asks. "Communications team. They want a video statement by end of day." "About what?" "The family narrative, cardhouse photos, the image of us holding hands on the steps. They want to spin it as a united front." "Spin?" Those are not their words, but that is what they mean. Solene crosses her arms. "What do they want us to say?" Declan reads from the screen. "That we are a family working through private matters with mutual respect, that our daughter's well-being is our priority, that the campaign continues as planned because our professional partnership remains strong." Not true. All strategic. He looks up. "They want Amma in the frame." Solene goes still. "No." "I told them no." "But they asked." "They are paid to ask." Declan puts the phone on the counter. "I am paid to decide." "Did you decide?" I told them I will approve every word that mentions her. If they cannot write a statement that protects a 5-year-old who did not choose any of this, they can find other work. The words land clean. No performance, no calculation. Solene studies his face, the exhaustion beneath the composure, the anger he is holding in check. "Show me what they wrote," she says. He hands her the phone. 3 drafts, each one polished, each one mentioning Amma by name. The Blackthorn family asks for privacy as we navigate this personal transition. Solene Okwu and Declan Blackthorn are committed to co-parenting their daughter, Amma, with mutual respect and shared responsibility. Our primary focus remains the health and happiness of our child, who deserves to grow up away from public speculation. Solene scrolls back to the top. Draft 3 is the least offensive, but it still uses Amma as currency, human currency. The kind spent to buy goodwill from people who do not care whether she exists beyond the headline. "Cut her name," Solene says. Declan does not argue. "Say our child. Say nothing that lets them search for her. No age, no school reference, no hint of where she sleeps." He takes the phone. His thumbs move across the screen. When he looks up, his eyes are steady. "Done. They will fight me on it. I do not care." "Good." They stand in the quiet kitchen. Copper pans, white counters, the smell of bread. Solene's phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. A message from an unknown number. No preview text, just a notification. She opens it. The image loads slowly, pixel by pixel. A woman walking away from a door. Dawn light. A white inn visible at the edge of the frame. Gray sea in the background. The woman is her. The door is on Skye. The timestamp in the metadata reads the morning after the storm. Solene's breath catches. She is wearing Declan's shirt. Her hair is loose. Her bare feet are visible at the bottom edge of the frame. The image is cropped. Intimate. Damning. She turns the phone toward Declan. He looks at it. His face does not change, but his hand moves to the counter and grips the edge hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "Who sent it?" he asks. Solene scrolls down, a line of text beneath the image. "This one did not make the first package, but it will make the second. Unless we talk." A second line. "No negotiation, no lawyer, just you. 1 hour. The observatory. Come alone." Chapter 67. The Muse kitchen breathes around them. Copper pans catch the low light. Bread sits unwrapped on the counter. The clock above the stove reads 9:47 p.m. They have been standing in the same positions for 3 minutes. Solene cannot stop looking at the photo on her phone, herself in Declan's shirt, bare feet, dawn on Skye, the door closing behind her. The timestamp is a weapon. Declan has not moved from the counter. His hand rests flat on the marble, fingers spread, as if grounding himself against the surface. "She wants me to meet her," Solene says. "The texter, the observatory, 1 hour. Alone. Yes." Declan does not say no immediately. That is new. He waits. He watches her face. "What happens if you do not go?" She releases the second package. This photo, everything it implies. It implies we lied about the timeline. It implies Amma was deceived of a secret affair, that I trapped you, that you trapped me. That every truth we told was strategy. Declan pushes away from the counter. He walks to the window. The Muse lane is empty. Cobblestones gleam under a single street lamp. "I told the journalist the truth today," he says, when she asked if I built the campaign to trap you. Solene's breath catches. "I said yes, because I did. I built it around your portfolio. I engineered the proximity. I told myself it was the only way to get close enough to know my daughter." He turns. "But I did not build it to trap you. I built it because I could not find another way back to you." The words hang in the air. Solene feels them land somewhere deep, somewhere she has kept locked since Norfolk. "That is the problem," she says quietly. "Both can be true. You trapped me and loved me. You planned and you hoped. The press does not have to choose which version they print. They will print the one that sells." Declan crosses the room. He stops in front of her, close enough that she can see the exhaustion at the edges of his eyes, the tension in his jaw. What do you want to do, Solene? Not what should they do. Not what is strategic. What she wants. She looks at the phone in her hand, the image of herself walking out of his room. We do not deny Skye. He does not flinch. If they publish, we say the campaign brought us back together. We say we found our way to each other on that island. We own it before they can make it ugly. And Amma? We say nothing. No name, no age, no school. We give them nothing that helps them find her. Declan nods. Then that is what we do. He reaches for his phone. I will call Merwin. We prepare a statement for the morning cycle. We get ahead of it. A beat of stillness, a promise forming. Then Des appears in the kitchen doorway. He does not knock. His face tells them everything before he speaks. He has already shopped it. Declan goes still. 3 outlets, Des says. Gregor's lawyer made the rounds an hour ago. They have the image. They want comment by 10 p.m. If we do not give them a line, they run it as an exclusive with the implication that we refuse to answer. Solene's hands go cold. The decision has been taken from them. The narrative is no longer theirs to control. We go early, she says. We release our statement before they can publish theirs. Declan's jaw tightens. We do not have a statement. Then we write one, now. She pulls out a chair at the kitchen table, sits, opens a blank note on her phone. Declan watches her for a long moment. Then he sits across from her. Des pulls out his own phone. I will call Merwin. Buy us time. The kitchen fills with the sound of typing, breathing, the tick of the clock. Solene writes 3 sentences, deletes them, writes again. Declan Blackthorn and I met in Edinburgh on a professional basis. The campaign brought us back into each other's orbit after years apart. What happened on Skye was private, but it was not a secret. She looks up. Declan reads from across the table. It is not enough, he says quietly. They will ask if we were together before Skye. They will ask if Amma was conceived while I was still a client. What do you want me to say? That we fell in love at a wedding I ran from? No. He reaches across the table. His fingers brush hers. Tell them the truth, that we found each other again, that we are building something real, that our daughter is not a headline. Solene feels the sting in her throat. They will tear it apart. Let them. His hand covers hers. I spent 4 years trying to control the narrative I could not touch. I built a campaign. I tracked a photographer. I kept a safe house stocked for years, and none of it prepared me for the moment I had to look at you and admit I was wrong. Solene's phone lights up. Unknown number. The kitchen falls silent. Des looks up from his call. Declan does not let go of her hand. Answer it, he says. Solene presses accept. The voice that comes through is calm, measured, female. Hello, Solene. A pause. My name is Elena Vasquez. I believe we have some unfinished business. Solene's grip tightens on the phone. You have the photo, she says. I have several. The one of you leaving his room on Skye. The one of your daughter waving at the man under the street lamp outside your Blythe flat. The one of Declan carrying her through the courthouse doors. Elena's voice is unhurried, almost warm. The first one makes you a liar. The second one makes her a target. The first one goes live in 1 hour unless you come to the observatory. Alone. Solene feels Declan's hand tighten on hers. And if I do not? Then the second photograph goes to a different kind of buyer. Someone who will not just watch her through a window. The line goes dead. Solene lowers the phone. The kitchen is too quiet. The bread on the counter, the copper pans, the clock reading 9:51. Declan's face is pale. His eyes are hard. We go together, he says. Solene shakes her head. She said alone. She has eyes on us. If she sees you, she sends the photo to, I do not care what she threatens. His voice is low, controlled, bedrock. I am not letting you walk into that room by yourself. She meets his gaze. The clock ticks. Des waits. Amma sleeps in the room at the end of the hall. Solene takes a breath. Then we go. Together. She stands. Declan stands with her, and they walk toward the door. Chapter 68. Solene sees it on Des's phone first, the screen tilted toward her across the Muse kitchen table. her own body frozen mid-step outside a stone door on Skye, Declan's shirt hanging past her thighs, her hair still wet from the storm. The caption reads, "Blackthorn's secret photographer leaves his room at dawn." She does not recognize the woman in the image. That slack-jawed exhaustion, that lack of care, that version of herself who thought no one was watching. Des pulls the phone back. It is on 3 sites already. The sidebar says exclusive. They are running it as a timeline piece. A timeline of what? Whether you were together before the paternity filing, whether Amma was conceived while Declan was still technically your employer. The word conceived lands like a slap. Solene's hand goes to her stomach, 4 years of muscle memory, as if Amma is still there, as if the speculation can reach backward and rewrite the moment she first felt her daughter move. Declan is on the phone with Merwin in the hallway. His voice is low, controlled, the tone he uses when he is calculating 3 moves ahead. She cannot hear the words, but she knows the sound. She has been on the other end of that calculated calm. She stands. "I need air." Des opens his mouth. She's already moving. The mews door opens onto a cobbled lane slick with rain. The street lamp at the end throws a pool of amber light across the wet stone. She stands in the dark, arms crossed, breath visible in the cold air, and watches the light. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. Unknown number. She almost answers, almost lets the voice on the other end tell her what she already knows. Instead, she watches the notification banner appear. "Your daughter's origins are now public debate." How does that feel? She does not respond. The door opens behind her. Nika, her mother, stands in the doorway, wrapped in one of Declan's coats, her face drawn and gray. She has been at the flat. Solene has no idea how she got here. Des must have called. "They will tear me apart," Solene says. Nika does not deny it. "They will say I trapped him. They will say I planned it. They will say I left Blythe because I found a richer mark. Some will. I will lose the retainer. Every contract I have ever held. They will look at my work and see a woman who sleeps with clients." Nika steps closer. The rain catches in her hair. "And if you run?" Solene's throat tightens. "I am not running. You are standing in a dark lane at midnight while your daughter sleeps in a stranger's house, and a photograph of you circulates on 3 continents. What do you call it?" Solene turns to face her mother fully. "I call it survival." "Survival is staying." Nika's voice cracks. "Survival is not disappearing when the story gets ugly. I know. I taught you the opposite. I showed you how to pack a bag and leave before the door could close. I taught you that silence was dignity." She takes Solene's hand. "But it was not dignity, Solene. It was fear, and I let you inherit it." The rain falls harder. "I gave that interview because I wanted to control the narrative," Nika says. "I thought if I spoke first, the truth would wear my face. But I did not trust you to handle it. I did not trust Declan. I thought I was protecting Amma by putting myself in the line of fire." She presses Solene's hand to her chest. "I was wrong." Solene feels the pulse beneath her mother's skin. Fast, frail, human. "If you disappear now," Nika says, "if you pull Amma out of school and cancel the campaign and go silent, they win. Not because they published the photo, because you made their story true. I am not running." "Then what are you doing?" Solene looks at the amber light at the end of the lane. "I am going to the observatory." Nika's grip tightens. "Alone?" "Together." She pulls her hand free and walks back toward the mews door. The kitchen inside is warmer than it should be. Declan is off the phone, standing at the counter with a glass of water he has not drunk. "Where is my daughter?" Solene asks. "Sleeping. Shima McBride came over. She is sitting with her." "Good." Solene picks up her coat from the back of the chair. "We are going. No matter what they publish tonight, no matter what Elena threatens, we walk into that observatory together, and we face whatever is waiting." Declan sets down the glass. "And if the photo changes everything, if the board uses it to force a vote, if the journalists camp outside Amma school tomorrow morning, then we handle it." She meets his gaze. "Together." He holds her eyes for a long moment. Then he nods. "Then we go." Des steps between them. "I have eyes on the observatory. No movement yet. But Elena knows you are coming. She has already shown she can track you. Then she will see us arrive together. Solene pulls on her coat. Nneka appears in the doorway, still wearing Declan's coat. I will stay with Amma. Solene stops. Mama, you do not have to. Yes, I do. Nneka's voice is steady. I cannot undo what I did, but I can stand guard over her while you face this. Let me do that. Solene nods. Declan picks up his keys. The kitchen feels smaller than it did. The copper pans gleam under the light. The bread sits untouched on the counter. Des checks his phone. The article is climbing. They have already added a line about the wedding. The headline now reads, Blackthorn Bride Scandal 2, The Conspiracy. Declan's jaw tightens. We knew they would twist it. Knowing and watching are different. Solene steps toward the door. Then let us give them something else to write about. She looks at Declan. Let us walk into that observatory and let them photograph us together. Not hiding, not running, choosing. Declan's hand finds hers. Together, he says. And they step through the door into the rain. Chapter 69. The observatory rises at the end of the road, its copper dome dark against the rain-washed sky. Solene's boots hit the wet pavement. Declan matches her stride, shoulder to shoulder, not touching, but close enough that she feels the heat of him through the soaked air. Des walks ahead, phone pressed to his ear. No movement on the perimeter, no cars, no watchers that I can see. Then she is inside, Declan says. Solene keeps walking. The observatory doors are glass and iron, a restored Victorian archway lit by a single amber lamp. The campaign shot the place 6 weeks ago. She knows every floorboard, every vaulted shadow, the way light falls through the dome at 3 in the afternoon when the sun breaks the cloud line. She knows it empty. She does not know it like this. Des stops at the entrance. His copper hair is plastered to his scalp. I sweep the interior. You wait. Declan starts to argue. Solene puts a hand on his arm. Let him. The steel in her voice stops them both. Des pushes through the doors. The amber light swallows him. For 3 minutes there is only rain and the distant hiss of traffic. Then Des reappears. His face is strange. She is not here. Solene's chest tightens. Then where? Des holds up his phone. The screen glows with a message. 20 minutes ago, she sent this to every outlet that ran the Skye photo. Solene takes the phone. The message is short. 4 lines. The observatory was a test. You passed it by coming together. The real meeting is when you are ready to tell the truth without a camera in the room. Solene reads it twice. She knew we would not come alone. Of course she did. Declan's voice is flat. She wanted to see whether you would run or walk toward her, and whether I would let you do either alone. Solene hands the phone back. Then we failed the test. No. Declan turns to face her. We passed it her way. She wanted to know if we would choose each other over obedience. That is exactly what we did. The rain runs down Solene's neck. She feels it pooling at her collarbone. What now? Now, we do not let her frame the answer. Declan's eyes are steady. She wanted you alone so she could control the story. We took that option away. So she released the photo anyway, because she knew the timeline was her only leverage. But she also knows the photo is weak on its own. She told 3 outlets she had it, and they ran it. But the narrative is still unsettled. The headline says conspiracy because they do not have proof of conspiracy. They have a photograph of you walking out of a room in my shirt. Solene feels the weight of the night press against her ribs, which looks exactly like what it was. Which looks like 2 adults who reconnected on a shoot. That is not a crime. That is not a scandal. It is a story, and we can tell it better than she can. How? Declan looks at the observatory doors. We record a statement, tonight, before the morning shows set the frame. We tell the truth. Solene's throat tightens. The whole truth? The version of it that protects Alma. The version that admits mistakes without offering ammunition. The version that makes Elena Vasquez look like what she is, a woman with a grudge and a camera, not a journalist with evidence. Des steps forward. I can have a camera and a light kit in 15 minutes. There is a production studio 2 blocks from here. I know the owner. Solene shakes her head. No studio, no lights, no makeup. Declan watches her. What then? My phone, the car, no filter. She pulls her coat tighter. I do not want it to look produced. I want it to look like what it is, a woman standing in the rain at midnight telling the truth because she is tired of running. Declan studies her for a long moment, then he nods. Des looks between them. You have 10 minutes before the morning news cycle picks up the photo for a second wave. If you want to beat the frame, you record now. Solene walks to the car. Declan follows. Des opens the back door and hands her his phone, already set to record. Start when you are ready. Solene stands in the open door, the rain falling past the frame. The camera catches wet pavement, a street lamp, the edge of Declan's shoulder where he stands just out of shot. She takes a breath. My name is Solene Okwu. I am a freelance architectural photographer. 6 weeks ago, I was commissioned to shoot the flagship campaign for Locke Blackthorn Holdings. I accepted the job because I needed the work and because I believed I could keep my personal history separate from my professional obligations. She pauses. I was wrong. The rain ticks against the car roof. The man who hired me is Declan Blackthorn. 4 years ago, I left him on the morning of our wedding. I did not tell him I was pregnant. I did not tell him where I was going. I made a decision about his life and our daughter's life without giving him a voice in it. Her voice holds. That was wrong. I cannot undo it. But I can say it clearly, without evasion, and without letting a stranger's photograph define what kind of mother or professional I am. She looks directly at the lens. The photograph circulating tonight shows me leaving Declan's room on Skye. It was taken the morning after the storm. We had reconnected during the campaign. The photograph is real. The context is not a conspiracy. It is two people who had unfinished history and chose, imperfectly, to explore it. She holds the silence. I am not here to defend that choice. I am here to say that whatever mistakes we made, we are making them together now, and we will not let a child be turned into clickbait to settle someone else's score. Another breath. My daughter is 4 years old. She has never asked for any of this. She deserves to grow up without her face attached to headlines written by people who have never met her. That is the only statement I will make tonight. I will not be answering questions. I will not be giving interviews. I will be at home with my child. She lowers the phone. Des stops the recording. The rain fills the silence. Declan does not say anything. He just stands there, wet and still, letting her have the moment. Solene hands the phone back to Des. Send it to Merwin. She can release it to the wire services. No embargo, no exclusives. Des nods and steps away, already typing. Declan moves closer. His hand finds hers. Cold fingers, steady pressure. That was brave. It was necessary. Both can be true. She looks at the observatory dome, dark against the clouds. She wanted me to crack. She wanted me to run. She wanted me to prove that I am exactly what the headlines say. And instead, Solene turns to face him. I told the truth, the part that belongs to me. The rain keeps falling. Des's voice cuts through. It is done. Merwin has it. She will push it to the wire in 3 minutes. Solene nods. The car door is still open. The interior light spills across the wet cobbles. Declan gestures toward it. We should get Amma. She will wake soon and she will want her mother. Solene does not move. She already has me. She has had me for 4 years. The question is whether I let her have you too. For real, not as a visitor or a legal name on a document. Declan's face does not change. Is that a question you are ready to answer? I am ready to try. She gets into the car. Declan closes the door behind her. Through the rain-streaked window, she sees him stand still for a moment, looking at the observatory. Then he walks around to the driver's side and gets in. The engine turns over. Des climbs into the back beside her, phone still glowing. Merwin says the statement is already being picked up. 2 outlets have pushed push notifications. The tone is neutral, leaning curious. Solene watches the observatory shrink in the side mirror. Good. Her phone buzzes. She lifts it. An unknown number. Your daughter has your voice. She will have your life if you keep choosing him. Solene stares at the screen. Declan glances over. What is it? She shows him the message. The car goes silent. Then Declan takes her phone, types a reply, and hands it back. Solene looks at the screen. She already has my life. The question is whether you are brave enough to claim yours without hiding behind a child's photograph. She reads it twice. Did you mean that? Declan puts the car in gear. Every word. The car pulls away from the observatory. Rain, streetlights, empty Edinburgh roads, and Solene's phone, still glowing, waiting for a reply that may never come. Chapter 70. The townhouse kitchen smells of coffee, and the rain still drying on their coats. Solene sits at the island, her phone face up beside her, the unanswered text still glowing in the dark of the screen. She already has my life. The question is whether you are brave enough to claim yours without hiding behind a child's photograph. No reply has come. Declan stands at the counter, pouring water into the kettle. His movements are deliberate, measured, the same precision he brings to every boardroom. But his hands are not steady. The kettle rattles against its base before he sets it down. She will reply, Solene says. He does not turn around. Eventually, but not tonight. The kettle heats. Steam rises. Merowyn's voice comes through the phone speaker Declan has laid flat on the counter. She has been on the line for the last 12 minutes, running through the morning's logistics. The interview request came through 30 minutes ago. BBC Scotland. They want the first joint appearance. Live, 9 a.m. Declan turns, finally. Emma's name stays out of it. Merowyn's pause is barely a beat. They have already agreed to that. No questions about the child, no photographs, no school references. They signed a rider. Show me the rider. I will send it now. Solene watches him cross the kitchen and pick up his own phone. His thumb scrolls. His jaw tightens once, then releases. Acceptable, he says. Solene feels the weight of the word. Acceptable. A contract term, a legal threshold. Not a measure of safety, not a guarantee, but the best that can be bought at this hour. She stands. I want to see it too. Declan slides the phone across the island. She reads the rider in 30 seconds. Clear boundaries. Emma's identity protected. No images of the child. No questions about her school, her routine, her relationship with Declan. The network has agreed to pull the segment if any host veers into prohibited territory. Standard, enforceable, fragile. It is fine, Solene says. Merowyn's voice comes through again. There is one condition they would not drop. Declan's hand stops mid-reach for the coffee canister. Which is, they want to ask about the campaign, directly, the timeline, the selection process. Solene's hiring. The silence stretches. Solene thinks of the journalist's voice at the courthouse steps. Is it true you built the campaign to trap her? Declan's stride faltering, the half-beat of exposed nerve. That is not about Emma, Declan says. No, Merowyn agrees. It is about you. Solene watches him. His profile is sharp against the dark window, the reflection of the kitchen ghosting over his face. She knows what was weighing, the cost of evasion versus the cost of honesty. The risk of answering a question that cuts to the heart of why they are standing in this kitchen at all. We can refuse the question, Merowyn continues. The rider covers the child, not the campaign, but refusing will look like confirmation. Declan sets the coffee canister down without opening it. What do you recommend? Merowyn's answer is careful. I recommend you decide, together, what you want the truth to sound like, because they will ask it, and the answer will become the story. Solene steps closer to the island. We answer it. Declan looks at her. Together, she adds. One version, one voice. His eyes hold hers. The calculation in them is not cold. It is something raw. A man trying to measure whether the truth will cost him the thing he has only just begun to hold. Say it, he says. She understands. He is not asking for a strategy. He is asking for the words she will stand beside. Say it, Solene. What do we tell them? She does not look away. We tell them the campaign approach was unusual. Des assembled a short list from across the UK. You reviewed every portfolio personally. When mine came through, you recognized the name and the work, and you made a choice. To hire you. To bring me into your orbit, yes. The work hangs between them. Orbit, honest, unsoftened. Declan holds her gaze. And why did you accept the commission? The question is not an accusation, it is preparation. He is walking her through the answer before a stranger's microphone forces the shape of it. Because I needed the retainer. Because the work was the best I had ever been offered. Because I thought I could control the distance. But you could not. No. She does not flinch. Because you are still the man I left, and I am still the woman who ran, and proximity does not erase history. It burns through pretense. Mirren is silent on the line. The kettle clicks off. Declan does not move. Is that enough? Solene asks. He reaches across the island and takes her hand. His palm is warm, his fingers lacing through hers without urgency. It is the truth, he says. That is enough for me. Mirren clears her throat. I will brief the producer. 9 a.m. They will lead with the statement and open with the campaign question. Do not let them separate you. Answer from the same chair, the same frame, the same breath. Solene nods, even though Mirren cannot see it. We will. The call ends. The townhouse settles into quiet. Rain against the glass, the distant hum of a city waking. Solene does not pull her hand away. 9 a.m., she says. Declan looks at their joined hands. 4 hours, enough time to sleep. Neither of us will. She almost smiles. The corner of her mouth lifts, then falls. No. The rain keeps falling. They stand at the island, hands linked, the coffee forgotten, and then Merwin's name flashes on Declan's phone again. He lifts it, puts it on speaker. I am here. Merwin's voice is different, tighter. The producer just called back. They have agreed to the writer, signed confirmation, but they added a second name to the guest list. Declan's grip tightens. Whose? A pause. Blythe Harmon. Solene's blood goes cold. He has been in Edinburgh since the statement. They have booked him as a secondary voice. They are not telling us what he will be asked, but they want him in the same segment. Declan is already shaking his head. Pull it. Cancel the appearance. We are not doing an ambush panel. Merwin's voice is strained. We cannot. They have already promoted it. The teaser went out 2 minutes ago. Blackthorn CEO and the woman who left him at the altar. Live at 9. If we cancel now, it looks like we are hiding something worse. Solene stares at the phone. Blythe Harmon, the man she told the truth to. The man who stood in front of the press association wires and cleared her name. The man who has his own version of their story. Declan turns to her. Did you know? She meets his eyes. No. But the question does not stop echoing. The rain falls, and the clock keeps ticking toward 9 a.m. Chapter 71. The production assistant appears in the doorway. 30 seconds. Solene watches Declan across the green room. His jaw is set. His hands are still at his sides, not gripping anything, but she sees the tension in his shoulders, the way he holds himself like a man about to step into a room where he will be measured and found wanting. She wants to tell him it will be fine. She does not know if it will be. The assistant gestures. This way. They walk side by side down the corridor. The walls are acoustic panels the color of slate. The floor hums with the building's electrical pulse. A door opens. The studio lights hit them like heat. Solene blinks. The set is a low-lit curve of glass and steel. 2 armchairs arranged at an angle, the host already settled in one of them. A woman in her 50s with silver hair and a face that gives nothing away. Blythe Harmon is not in the frame, but the second chair is waiting. Declan does not pause. He crosses to the chair nearest the camera and waits for Solene to sit first. A gesture of choreography. A statement. She sits. He sits beside her. The floor manager counts down on her fingers. 3, 2. The host's face shifts into a practiced openness. Declan Blackthorn, Solene Okwu, thank you for joining us this morning. Solene nods. Declan says, thank you for having us. The first questions are gentle. The campaign, the locations, the gallery launch. Solene answers in measured sentences, letting the work speak. Declan adds details without overriding her, his voice steady, his hands still. The host tilts her head. The selection process was unusual. A closed shortlist, no open pitch. Can you walk us through how Miss Okwu's portfolio came to your attention? Declan does not look at Solene. He looks at the host. Des Raffrey, our creative director, assembled candidates from across the UK. When Solene's work crossed my desk, I recognized her name and her eye. The decision was mine. Because of the personal history. Because of the work. He pauses. And yes, because of the history. I will not pretend my judgment was objective, but the work would have earned the commission regardless. The host lets the answer settle. Then she shifts. Solene feels the air change. Mr. Blackthorn, I need to ask you a direct question, and I would appreciate a direct answer. Declan's hand rests on his knee. Still, did you build this multi-million-pound campaign to trap the mother of your child? The studio goes silent. Solene's heart stops. Declan does not flinch. He looks at the host, then at the camera, then at Solene. Yes. The word lands like stone. Solene stops breathing. He keeps looking at her. I told myself I was being patient. I told myself I was leaving her space to choose. But I built a professional trap and called it opportunity. I told myself control was restraint, that if I could control the proximity, control the timeline, control the access, I could earn my way back into her life without forcing the truth. His voice does not waver. But control is not consent, and patience without honesty is not virtue. It is strategy. The host is silent. Declan turns fully to Solene. Apology without consent is only performance unless you feel the difference. The lights are hot. The cameras are recording. The whole country is watching. Solene's throat closes. She has heard him apologize before. In private, in the dark, in the spaces between fights, but this is different. This is him saying it where he cannot take it back. This is him surrendering the armor he has worn since the day she left. The host recovers first. Ms. Okwu, how do you respond to that? Solene turns to the camera, to the face of a nation she has spent 4 years hiding from. I left him at the altar, she says. I was carrying our daughter. I did not tell him. I chose silence because I thought it was safety, and I have spent 4 years convincing myself that isolation was strength. She stops. The studio breathes. I was wrong. Declan's hand moves, not to the armrest, not to his knee, across the gap between their chairs, open, waiting. She looks at his palm, the scar at the base of his thumb, the fingers that have held her, pushed her, waited for her. She takes it. The host's voice is careful. And the future? What happens now? Solene feels Declan's grip tighten. We figure out what happens now, she says, together. The host opens her mouth. A producer's voice cuts through the earpiece. The host's face changes. Forgive me, she says. We are receiving breaking news. She touches her earpiece. I am told that a shareholder group at Locke Blackthorn Holdings has called for an emergency review of Mr. Blackthorn's leadership. The review will examine whether personal scandal has compromised corporate governance. The studio tilts. Declan's hand tightens around Solene's. Mr. Blackthorn, do you have a response? He does not let go. I will answer every question the board puts to me, but my family is not a governance issue, and I will not apologize for protecting my daughter over optics. The host nods. The segment is closing. The floor manager counts down. The lights shift, and then they are off the air. The host removes her earpiece and looks at them with something that might be respect. That was brave. Declan stands. He helps Solene to her feet. Thank you, he says. For Solene, for the host, for the room. He does not let go of her hand. They walk off the set together. In the corridor, Des is waiting. His face is pale. The shareholder call, he says. It is already trending. They are saying the review will happen within the week. Solene stops. Declan stops beside her. Who called it? Des's jaw tightens. Helena Voss. The name hits like ice. Helena Voss. The woman who praised the observatory piece. The woman who warned the scrutiny was not about architecture. The woman who went to the mat for Declan at the investor dinner. Declan goes very still. She was the one who tabled the discussion. She voted with me. She also called the review, Des says, 10 minutes ago, via her counsel. The corridor hums. Solene feels the ground shifting beneath her feet, and Declan's hand, still holding hers, the only fixed point in a world that is falling apart. Chapter 72. The host's gaze shifts to Solene. The weight of it, of the studio lights, of the silence still ringing from Declan's confession. You told us you left him at the altar while carrying his child, the host says. You told us you chose silence because you thought it was safety. Solene's throat is dry. But you kept that silence for 4 years, Ms. Okwu. Long after the immediate danger passed. Long after you could have reached out. The question hangs. Solene feels Declan's thumb move across her knuckles. Not a squeeze, not a signal. Just the awareness that he is still there, still holding. Yes. The word costs her. I told myself I was protecting her. I told myself Declan's world was too unstable, too public, too complicated. I told myself that isolation was the only way to keep her safe. She stops. The host waits. But that is not the whole truth. The studio is silent. I used silence as control, Solene says. I convinced myself I was being a good mother, but I was being a gatekeeper. I decided who got to know her. I decided who got to love her. I decided that Declan did not deserve the chance to prove otherwise. The words are coming now. She cannot stop them. I told myself it was fear. Fear of his world, fear of being trapped, fear of what would happen if he knew and tried to take her. She swallows. But fear stops being the whole reason after a while, and I kept using it anyway. Declan's hand tightens. Because if I was the only one who knew, Solene says, I was the only one who could decide. I was the only one who could stay or leave. I was the only one in control. The host's face is unreadable. That is a hard thing to admit on national television. It is harder to live with, Solene says. Declan makes a sound, low, raw, almost wounded. She does not look at him. She cannot, because if she looks at him, she will break. And the Skye photograph, the host says, the one that was published this morning. Solene's jaw tightens. It is real. I slept with him. Not for the campaign, not for leverage, because I still loved him, and I was too afraid to say it out loud. The host leans back. So the timeline suggests. The photograph places you at his private residence the morning after the storm, before the paternity filing, before any formal recognition of the child you share. Solene does not flinch. Yes. Declan's voice cuts through. She did not sleep with me to manipulate the timeline. She slept with me because 4 years of grief and proximity and unfinished love broke through every wall she had built, and I was the one who built the proximity on purpose. The host turns to him. You are defending her. I am telling the truth, Declan says. Solene has spent 4 years believing she was the only one who made bad choices in secret. She was not. I built a campaign around her without her knowledge. I engineered our reunion. I answered her daughter's call before she was ready to tell me. He turns to Solene, and I would do it again. Not the strategy, but the choice to fight for her, the choice to believe that we could be different. The host is quiet. Then, Mr. Blackthorn, your counsel has confirmed to our producers that the interim injunction sealing your daughter's paternity documents was granted yesterday. The Skye photograph was not covered by that order. Is that correct? Yes. And the photograph was published this morning. Yes. The host sets down her notes. The public now knows that you shared a room before the paternity filing. The public also knows that Ms. Okwu concealed your daughter's existence for 4 years. What do you say to those who see this as evidence of a coordinated deception? Solene opens her mouth. Declan speaks first. I say they are not wrong to ask the question, but I say the answer is more complicated than conspiracy. He looks at her. We are not the same people who made those choices, and we are trying to become people who do not need to make them anymore. The host's earpiece buzzes. She touches it, listens. Her face shifts. I am told we have breaking news. The studio tightens. A shareholder group at Locke Blackthorn Holdings has called for an emergency review of Mr. Blackthorn's leadership. The review will examine whether personal scandal has compromised corporate governance. Declan goes still. Mr. Blackthorn, do you have a response? He does not let go of Solene's hand. I will answer every question the board puts to me, but my family is not a governance issue, and I will not apologize for protecting my daughter over optics. The host nods. The floor manager counts down. The lights shift, and then they are off the air. The host removes her earpiece. That was brave, she says. Both of them. Neither of them. Declan stands. He helps Solene to her feet. Thank you, he says. And then they are walking. The corridor is harsh light and industrial carpet. The door at the end is propped open by a fire extinguisher. Des is waiting. His face is pale. The shareholder call, he says. It is already trending. They are saying the review will happen within the week. Solene stops. Declan stops beside her. Who called it? Des's jaw tightens. Helena Voss. The name hits like ice. Helena Voss. The woman who praised the observatory piece. The woman who warned the scrutiny was not about architecture. The woman who went to the mat for Declan at the investor dinner. Declan goes very still. She was the one who tabled the discussion. She voted with me. She also called the review, Des says, 10 minutes ago, via her counsel. The corridor hums. Solene feels the ground shifting beneath her feet, and Declan's hand still holding hers. The only fixed point in a world that is falling apart. A phone buzzes. Declan's, then another. Des looks down at his screen. The board is convening an emergency session, he says. They want you in the room within the hour. Declan does not move. If I go, he says, they will ask me to choose. Solene looks at him. Choose what? He meets her eyes. The company or the fight for you and Alma? She opens her mouth. He lifts her hand, presses his lips to her knuckles. Do not decide anything about us out of guilt or gratitude, he says. Not while I may be losing everything. The words land. The corridor is silent, and Declan is already letting go of her hand. Chapter 73. The corridor hums with the sound of a building waking up, phones vibrating against desks, the distant clatter of a newsroom that has already repackaged their lives into bullet points. Des is still holding his phone. Helena Voss, he says again, as if the name itself is a wound. Her counsel filed the motion 40 minutes ago, before the interview even ended. Solene watches Declan absorb this. The stillness in his shoulders, the way his jaw shifts once, a single adjustment of the mechanism that holds him together. How many? Declan asks. 8%, Des says. But she has allies. 2 other institutional holders are backing the review. Combined, they can force a vote within the week. And the rest? Waiting, watching which way the wind settles. The wind. Solene thinks of the rain outside, the way it streaks the corridor windows, distorting the city beyond into something liquid and unrecognizable. Her phone lights up. 3 missed calls from Marin. A notification from a news alert she did not subscribe to. Blackthorn's CEO admits campaign was trap. Board calls emergency review. The headline is already in the world. Declan's phone rings. He looks at the screen. Answers. Pritchard. Marin's voice comes through, tinny and compressed. Solene cannot make out words, only the shape of them, fast and urgent. Declan listens. Send me the terms, he says. I will be there in 40. He ends the call. The board is convened. They want a preliminary session before the full vote. Non-binding, but they will read the room. Solene steps closer. Declan. He looks at her. Tell me what you need. He is quiet for a long moment. I need you to not disappear. The words land between them, unguarded and raw. I am not going anywhere, she says. He holds her gaze. Something in his chest releases, a tension she did not realize he was carrying until it eased. Solene's phone buzzes again, a push alert from a financial wire service. Blackthorn Holdings, BTHL, shares dip 4.2% in early trading following CEO's live confession. Analysts cite governance uncertainty as investors seek clarity on leadership stability. 4%. In a company this size, that is millions. Beside her, Des is reading the same alert. It will recover, he says, if the board holds. Declan's phone buzzes again. Then again. A cascade of notifications, each one a small incision. He does not look at them. The public response, he says to Des. What is the tone? Des scrolls through his feed. Fractured. Some outlets are calling it the most honest CEO admission in a decade. Others are running the conspiracy angle. The word orchestrated is trending in the comments on 3 major platforms. Solene feels the weight of it, the way their private agony has become public currency. Declan turns to her. Solene. She meets his eyes. Whatever happens in that room, he says, I need you to know I do not regret a single word I said on that set. The truth was the only thing we had left, and we told it. He lifts his hand, does not touch her but hovers at the edge of her jaw. You told it. She wants to say something, that she is proud of him, that she is terrified, that she does not know who she will be if the company falls and he has to rebuild from nothing. But what comes out is, "Come back." His mouth shifts, almost a smile. "I will try." Des clears his throat. The car is at the service entrance. Merwen has a driver waiting. "If we leave now, you have 10 minutes before the session." Declan nods. He looks at Solene one last time. "Do not decide anything about us out of guilt or gratitude," he says. "Not while I may be losing everything." She wants to argue, to tell him that guilt and gratitude have nothing to do with why she is standing here, in a corridor that smells of industrial carpet and old coffee, watching the father of her child walk toward a room that may strip him of the empire he built. But the words do not come, so she nods. Declan turns and follows Des down the corridor. Solene watches them go. The door at the end opens to a staircase, not the lobby. A deliberate choice. Maue's work, likely, routing him away from the press that is already gathered at the main entrance. The door closes. She is alone. The corridor hums around her. A cleaning cart rattles somewhere on the floor below. A television in a nearby office plays the morning news on low volume, and she hears her own name drift through the walls. Solene Okwu, the photographer at the center of the Blackthorn controversy. She closes her eyes. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A text from an unsaved number. She opens it. "The board is mine. The question is whether you will be there when he loses everything, or whether you will run again." The name at the top of the message is the same as before, Elena Vasquez. Solene stares at the screen. The corridor is empty. The door at the end is closed. And somewhere in this city, Declan is walking into a room full of people who want him to choose between the life he built and the family he just claimed. She looks at the message again. "Or whether you will run again." Her thumb hovers over the reply button. The corridor hums. The rain keeps falling. And Solene Okwu has a decision to make. Chapter 74. The boardroom is a glass box in the clouds. 22nd floor. Edinburgh spread beneath a gray lid of cloud. The table is polished oak, not glass, and the faces around it are the kind that have measured Declan since he bought his first property at 26. 12 of them. Helena Voss sits at the far end, 3 seats from the head, her hands folded on a leather portfolio. She does not look triumphant. She looks patient. Declan stands at the head of the table. He did not sit when he entered. He will not sit now. "I will not apologize for what I said on that broadcast." The first crack in the silence. A man in a charcoal suit, silver-haired, with the bearing of someone who chaired hostile takeovers before Declan was born, leans forward. "Then clarify it for us, Declan. Because what we heard was the CEO of a publicly traded company admitting he built a flagship campaign as a personal operation to reclaim a woman who left him. That is not governance. That is a liability." "Oswald." The man's name lands like a period. "I built the campaign around her work because her work is exceptional. The personal component was not a distraction from the campaign. It was the reason the campaign exists, but the work stands on its own. Every image in that launch speaks for itself." Helena Voss does not look up from her portfolio. 12-minute dwell time on the observatory piece, she says. The highest in the company's history. The work is not in question. "Then what is?" Declan asks. She lifts her gaze. "Whether the CEO can separate personal judgment from institutional risk. You did not disclose the conflict of interest when you hired her. You did not disclose the child when the paternity filing became public. The board learned about your daughter from a news alert." Declan feels the weight of the room shift. He does not look at Des, who stands near the wall, arms crossed, copper hair catching the dim light. He does not look at Maywin, who sits 3 chairs down with a tablet and the precise stillness of someone who has already mapped every exit. He looks at Helena. "I did not disclose the child because she is 4 years old, because her face had not been in any public record before a tabloid photographer put it there, because her privacy is not a governance variable." "And yet," Oswald says, "the share price dropped 4.2% in a single trading session. The market is pricing in the risk that your judgment is compromised." "Then let the market trade." Declan's voice does not rise. I will not stand in this room and pretend that protecting my daughter from public exposure is a lapse in judgment. If the market punishes a CEO for telling the truth about his family, the market is wrong. A woman in her 60s with steel-gray hair speaks for the first time. Her name is Marjorie Kellerman. She joined the board 3 years ago, and she has never voted against Declan. Declan, she says, no one is asking you to apologize for your daughter. But the optics of the broadcast, hiring the mother of your child, keeping her presence on the campaign off the disclosure forms, these are not trivial. I disclosed the relationship to Des Rafferty. He reported it in the campaign's internal risk register. Internal, Helena says softly, not to the board. Because there was nothing to disclose until the paternity filing, and by then, the board had other concerns. Oswald straightens his jacket. The board's concern, he says, is whether the CEO can be trusted to act in the company's interest when personal sentiment is involved. You have demonstrated that you cannot. Oswald, Des's voice cuts through. You have known Declan Blackthorn for 7 years. You have watched him build this company from a portfolio of 3 distressed properties into a multinational holding. You have watched him walk into rooms where the numbers did not work and make them work. Oswald does not turn. Rafferty, I am not finished. Des steps forward. The campaign launched to critical acclaim. The dwell times are record-breaking. The brand value has increased. The only damage to the share price came after a television interview in which Declan told the truth about a deeply personal situation. If you want to replace a CEO who tells the truth, go ahead. But name one other executive in this city who would have sat in that chair and answered that question the way he did. Silence. Moen speaks without looking up from her tablet. The procedural motion filed by Ms. Voss's counsel cites governance risk under Article 14.3 of the shareholder agreement. However, Article 14.3 requires evidence of material harm to the company's financial position or reputation. As of this morning, the campaign's performance metrics exceed projections. The only identifiable financial impact is a 4.2% dip in a single trading session, which analysts attribute to short-term uncertainty rather than structural failure. She looks up. The motion is procedurally valid, but the case for material harm is not yet established. Helena Voss's mouth tightens. Then we establish it. She slides a folder across the table. Gregors Ilves has filed a request for the full paternity hearing to be unsealed. He argues public interest. If the court grants it, every detail of Declan Blackthorn's private life becomes a matter of public record. The board will be asked to explain why it did not act when it first learned of the conflict. Declan does not look at the folder. The hearing is in 7 days. By then, the narrative will have shifted. Ilves is a tabloid photographer with a history of targeting wealthy families. The court will weigh that. Will it? Awad asks. Because the judge who granted the interim injunction is the same judge who will hear the full case. Judge Corrigan is known for strict adherence to public interest doctrine. If her view is that the public has a right to know about the paternity of a major shareholder's heir, she will unseal the record. The room goes still. Declan feels the floor beneath him thin. Ilves has a history. He does, Helena says. And Judge Corrigan will consider that, but she will also consider that the child's identity was already published by multiple outlets. The genie is not in the bottle. If the court cannot unseal what is already public, it will treat the sealed record as an obstruction rather than a protection. Mywin's tablet pings. She looks at it. A development, she says. Judge Corrigan has set a preliminary hearing for tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. She wants to hear arguments on the seal before the full hearing. Oswald exhales. Then we have a problem. Declan stands very still. He is thinking about Solene in the corridor. He is thinking about Amma's drawing on the fridge, 3 stick figures under a glass roof. He is thinking about the glass roof itself and how the light falls through it at this hour, and whether Solene has already seen the alert about Judge Corrigan. Tomorrow morning, he says, I will be there. Helena Voss closes her portfolio. That is not the question, Declan. The question is whether the board will be there with you. The room holds its breath. Oswald folds his hands. I propose a deferral of the vote until after the preliminary hearing. If Judge Corrigan upholds the seal, we revisit the motion with a clearer picture. If she unseals it, We reconvene within 24 hours to assess the board's position. Marjorie Kellerman nods. Seconded. Helena Voss does not move. Conditional, she says. If the seal holds, I will withdraw the motion. But if it falls, I expect the board to act decisively. No more deferrals, no more second chances. Oswald looks at Declan. Do you accept these terms? Declan stands in the glass box with Edinburgh below him and the weight of everything he has built pressing against his ribs. I accept. The meeting dissolves. Chairs scrape. Suits rise. The door opens to the corridor, where assistants and jeweler executives wait with phones and coffee and the nervous energy of people who know that something has shifted but do not yet know how far. Declan does not move. Des walks to the window and looks down at the street. Marwen, he says. How bad is the seal hearing? She does not answer immediately. Judge Corrigan is a strict constructionist. If Ylvis can show that the record has already been widely published, she will have a strong argument that sealing no longer serves its purpose. Des turns. And if she unseals it? Marwen meets his eyes. Then the full paternity file becomes public. Every document, every affidavit, every detail of the co-parenting agreement. Amma's name, face, and private arrangements will be in the permanent record. The room empties. Helena Voss stops at the door. She turns. Declan. He looks at her. I did not do this to destroy you. Then what did you do it for? She is quiet for a moment. I did it because no one else would. Because the board was willing to let the personal and the professional blur until there was nothing left but the blur. Someone had to draw a line. You drew it through my daughter's photograph. Helen's gaze does not waver. I drew it through the file. The photograph was already public. What I am forcing is accountability. She walks out. The door closes behind her. Declan stands alone at the head of the table. Des' phone buzzes. He looks at it. Solene. Declan's chest tightens. Des reads the message aloud. What happened? Declan takes his phone from his pocket. His thumb hovers over the reply. He thinks about the corridor where Solene stood. The way she promised not to disappear. The way she asked him to come back. He types. The seal hearing is tomorrow, 8 a.m. I am coming back, but I need you to do something for me. He stares at the words. Then he adds one more line. Do not watch the news tonight. Just stay with Amma. Stay in the light. He sends it before he can stop himself. Des watches him. You sure that is the right move? No. Declan puts the phone in his pocket. But it is the only one I have left. The glass box holds the silence, and somewhere below, the city keeps turning. Chapter 75. Solene wakes before dawn in Declan's townhouse, in the room that has become hers by unspoken agreement, and lies still while the light changes from black to gray to the pale gold of an Edinburgh morning that does not know the world is shifting beneath her feet. She turns her phone face down on the nightstand without checking it. Declan's text from last night is still open on the screen. Do not watch the news tonight. Just stay with Amma. Stay in the light. She has not watched it. She has not opened a single alert. But she has felt the weight of what is moving through the city without her. The board meeting, the seal hearing, the machine of consequence grinding toward 8 a.m. Amma is already awake when Solene reaches the kitchen. She sits at the island in her pajamas, legs swinging, a half-eaten piece of toast in one hand and a crayon in the other. She has drawn a house on a napkin, 3 windows, a door, a roof that curves like a glass wing. Mama, she says, without looking up. Can we go to the place with the plants? Solene stops. The Conservatory Cafe, where Declan met Amma for the first time. Why that place? Amma shrugs. I liked the ceiling. The glass roof. Solene stands in the kitchen of the man who built a campaign to find his way back to her, in a house their daughter has started calling home, and feels the old urge rise in her chest, the familiar pull to say no, to keep the child close, to lock the door and wait out the storm in a room with no windows. She does not say it. Okay, she says. Get dressed. The Conservatory Cafe is quiet at mid-morning. They take a corner table near the glass wall where the light falls in sheets across the white tablecloth. Alma orders a hot chocolate with extra whipped cream and a slice of lemon cake that she eats in careful forkfuls, counting each bite on her fingers. Solene drinks tea and watches her daughter, the child who has never known a father, the child who has started calling Declan Daddy in her sleep. Mama? Solene looks up. Alma has her fork suspended over the cake. She is not eating now. She is looking at Solene with the direct, unblinking gaze that always means a question is coming, one she has been turning over in her mind for a while. Is Daddy coming back? The words hit Solene in the chest like a stone. Of course he is, she says. He just has work today. Alma considers this. His work is mad at him. It is not a question. Solene sets her tea down. What do you mean? Alma draws a pattern in the condensation on her water glass. A circle, a line through it, a door. Nana said people are mad, she says. She said they want him to go away. The pulse in Solene's throat thickens. Alma, when did Nana say that? She tells Merwin on the phone, when I am supposed to be sleeping. The third party, the board, the machine that Declan walked into alone. Solene reaches across the table and takes Alma's hand. Daddy is not going anywhere, she says. Alma looks at her. How do you know? Because I asked him not to, because he promised. Because I saw him walk into a glass room full of people who wanted to tear him apart, and he did not turn back. But those are not answers for a 4-year-old. Because he told me, Solene says, and I believe him. Alma is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, Can fathers stay if they are scared? The question lands like a blade. Solene thinks of her own father, a man she never met, a man Neka never named, a hole in the shape of a person that Solene learned to walk around instead of filling. She thinks of Declan in the boardroom, stripped of his tie, his toddle, his certainty, choosing to fight anyway. Yes, she says. They can. Alma picks up her fork. Good, she says, because he looks scared. The afternoon stretches. They walk along the water of Blythe, Alma stopping to peer at every boat moored along the bank, asking questions about where they go when the tide pulls out, whether the ducks have names, whether the water remembers every shape it has held. Solene's phone stays in her pocket. She does not look at it. She does not open the news. But she feels the silence like a pressure against her ribs, the absence of information, the not knowing, the waiting. She takes Alma for fish and chips at a small table by the window. She watches Alma dip each chip into the pool of vinegar with the intense concentration of a child performing a ritual. Mama. Yes. Can we get Daddy some chips? Something cracks open in Solene's chest. Maybe tomorrow, she says. Alma nods, satisfied, and goes back to her vinegar ritual. By evening, Alma is asleep in the back of the taxi, her head against Solene's shoulder, her breath slow and even. Solene carries her up the stairs of the townhouse, lays her in the bed with the skylight, and stands at the door for a long moment, watching the rise and fall of her daughter's chest. The house is dark. The kitchen clock reads 9:47 p.m. Solene picks up her phone. No messages. She opens the news app before she can stop herself, and the headline hits her like a wall of glass. Judge Corrigan to rule on Blackthorn paternity seal tomorrow morning. Sources say hearing could reshape board leadership. She stares at the words. The seal hearing is tomorrow. The board's decision depends on it. And Declan has not called. She puts the phone down. She walks to the window and looks out at the street, at the empty pavement, at the light from the house falling across the stone. She is still standing there when the knock comes, 3 sharp raps. Not Declan's rhythm. She moves through the dark hall, her pulse climbing, her hand flat against the wood before she opens it. Gregor Ilves stands on the step. His collar is turned up against the cold. His camera bag hangs at his hip. His face is pale, and his eyes are the color of wet slate. Solene Okwu, he says. We need to talk. Behind him, the street is empty. The light from the house spills across the stone and stops at his feet. She does not close the door. She does not step back. She stands in the frame, her hand still on the wood, and feels the weight of every choice that has brought her to this moment. The running, the hiding, the silence, The fight. Say what you came to say, she says. Gregor Ilves looks past her, into the house, at the photographs on the wall, the drawing on the fridge, the small shoe by the door. Not here, he says. Not where she can hear. Chapter 76. She does not step back. The winter air moves past Gregor Ilves into the hall, cold and damp, carrying the smell of wet pavement and the faint chemical tang of developing fluid that has haunted her own hands for years. You tracked me here, she says. I followed the driver from the conservatory cafe. Then you know I have a 4-year-old asleep upstairs. I know. His jaw tightens. I have 2 of my own. They live with their mother in Dundee. I see them every other weekend, and I spend the rest of the time explaining what I do for money so they do not have to be ashamed of it. The words land like a punch she was not expecting. She studies his face, the pale skin, the mouth set in a line that is not quite a smile, the eyes that have watched her through a lens from half a kilometer away. Why should I believe anything you say? Because I am about to lose everything, he says, and desperate men tell the truth because they cannot afford the luxury of strategy anymore. The phrase cuts close to bone. She thinks of Declan in the boardroom, stripped of his tie, his title, his certainty, walking into a room full of people who wanted him gone. She thinks of herself in the corridor afterward, alone, Elena's text burning on her screen. 5 minutes, Solene says. She steps out onto the step and pulls the door closed behind her, muffling the latch so it does not click too loud. Gregor Ilves exhales. A thin cloud of breath hangs between them. The operation against Declan Blackthorn, he says, was not mine. I was hired. Fed locations, timings, documents. Someone has been building a file on him for years. I am the delivery mechanism, not the architect. Elena Vasquez. She is one name. He shakes his head. There are others, a board member, a law firm in Luxembourg, a data broker in the Isle of Man. The money moves through so many shells that by the time it reaches a photographer in Glasgow, the origin is untraceable. Solene's pulse beats against her ribs. Why are you telling me this? Because the paternity seal hearing is tomorrow morning. He holds her gaze. And if Judge Corrigan unseals those records, the full co-parenting agreement becomes public. Every clause, every schedule, every arrangement for your daughter's safety. I know what is at stake. You do not. He steps closer, lowering his voice. I have seen the full file. The third party has a custody application prepared. It will be filed the moment the seal drops. They will argue Declan Blackthorn is unfit, that the campaign engineered reunion proves manipulation, that your daughter deserves stability away from the media circus he created. The air leaves her lungs. They want Amma. They want control of Amma, Gregor says, because Amma is the leverage that will never stop hurting him. Take the company, he rebuilds. Take his reputation, he waits it out. Take his daughter, and he is on his knees forever. The street is silent. The light from the house pools around Solene's feet and stops at Gregor's shadow. Why would you help me? Because they burned me. His voice goes flat. The paternity filing, the court hearing, the Skye photographs. Every move I made was coordinated by handlers who promised protection and payment. This morning my lawyer received a call. The retainer is canceled. The sources are scrubbed. I am the exposed asset, and they are cutting the line. And you want revenge. I want to walk my daughter down the aisle without her having to explain that her father spent years being someone else's weapon. He meets her eyes. I will give you everything I have. The payment chain, the shell companies, the contact logs, the name of every intermediary who touched the operation. In exchange for what? Immunity. He says it without preamble. I will testify to the court tomorrow that I was paid to manufacture the paternity narrative, that the documents were obtained through a paid insider, that the public interest argument is a fiction designed to force the seal open. Solene stares at him. You would lie on the stand. I would tell the truth about who paid me and why. He holds her gaze. The lie was theirs. I was just the camera. The weight of it presses against her chest. She thinks of Declan, alone in a boardroom 2 miles from here, fighting for the company he built with his own hands. She thinks of Amma, asleep under the skylight, her breath slow and even, her hand curled under the pillow. She thinks of the grandmother she never met, the mother who taught her to run. The pattern that ends here, on this step, with a man who has just handed her the key to the lockbox. "I need to make a call," she says. Gregor Ilvevs nods. He steps back, hands visible at his sides, and waits. She leaves him on the step and walks to the kitchen. The phone is in her hand before she reaches the table. She calls Declan. It rings 3 times. 4. 5. She is about to hang up when his voice comes through, low and rough, the voice of a man who has not slept in days. "Solene." "Gregor Ilvez is at the door," she says. "He is offering to testify, to expose the payment chain, to tell the court the paternity narrative was manufactured." Silence. "He wants immunity," she says. "He wants to walk away clean. He wants to survive." Declan's voice is tired, but there is something else underneath it, something careful. And he is willing to burn everyone who used him to do it. "Yes." "Where is he now?" "On the step, waiting." Another silence, longer this time. "Keep him there," Declan says. "I am coming home." The line goes dead. She walks back to the door. Gregor Evils has not moved. His hands are still at his sides. His camera bag hangs at his hip like a dead weight. "He is coming," Solene says. Gregor Evils nods. The winter air moves between them, carrying the sound of a car engine turning over somewhere in the dark. Solene stands in the frame, her hand on the wood, and waits. She is still standing there when she hears it. A car turning into the street, the engine cutting, a door opening and closing, footsteps on the pavement. Declan rounds the corner, and she sees him for the first time. His tie is gone, his collar is open. His face is drawn and his eyes are hollow, and he looks like a man who has been pulled through a fire and come out the other side, because there was no other direction to go. He stops in front of Gregor Evils. The 2 men stand 3 feet apart, measuring each other in the dark. Then Declan says, "Say it again, in front of me." Gregor Ills does not flinch. He tells him everything. The payment chain, the shell companies, the data broker in the Isle of Man, the law firm in Luxembourg, the name of every intermediary who touched the operation. Declan listens. His face does not change. When Gregor is finished, Declan looks at Solene. "If he testifies," Declan says, "the seal holds. The custody application dies. The third party loses their best weapon. And you?" Declan's mouth moves, almost a smile, not quite. "I may keep the company," he says, "or I may lose it, but I will not use my family as a shield to do either." Solene steps off the threshold. She crosses the pavement and takes his hand. His fingers close around hers, tight, warm, alive. "Then we do it together," she says. They settle Gregor Ilves in the garden flat with a pot of coffee and a phone charger. Declan calls Mayran. The conversation is short, clipped, professional. By the time he hangs up, a statement is being drafted. A witness is being secured. The machine is moving. Solene does not watch the news. She does not check her phone. She walks up the stairs to the bedroom where Aman is sleeping, stands in the doorway, and watches the small shape under the covers. Then she walks to Declan's room. He is sitting on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, his shoulders curved forward as if the weight of the evening has finally found its resting place. She crosses the room and sits beside him. "Tell me," she says. He looks at her. "Helena Voss had already counted the votes," he says. "She had 7 of 12 board members ready to remove me by close of business tomorrow if the seal falls. 7, more than half. The sealing hearing is tomorrow." "Yes." He runs his hands over his face. "If Gregor testifies, the seal holds, and the board cannot act without evidence of material harm. But if he does not testify, if he changes his mind, if the third party reaches him before the hearing, he will not. You do not know that." "I know." She takes his hand. "He told me about his daughter, the one he wants to walk down the aisle. He is done being a weapon." Declan looks at her for a long moment. Then he lifts her hand to his mouth and presses his lips to her knuckles. The gesture is small. It breaks something open inside her. "Solene," he says. "Declan, I do not know what happens tomorrow. Neither do I. All I know is that I do not want to face it alone." She meets his eyes. "You are not alone." He pulls her toward him, and she goes. The kiss is not hungry. It is not desperate. It is the slow, deliberate meeting of two people who have spent years fighting the current and have finally stopped. His hand finds the back of her neck, warm and sure. She presses into him, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw, the hollow of his throat, the place where his pulse beats steady and strong. He lays her back on the bed, and the weight of him settles over her, not heavy, not restraining, just present. The room is dark. The only light comes from the street lamp outside, filtering through the curtain, casting long shadows across the wall. She looks up at him, at the face she has been running from for 4 years, and sees something she has never seen before. Peace. "I love you," she says. The words come out without thinking. He goes still above her. Then he lowers his forehead to hers and breathes. "I have never stopped loving you," he says. She pulls him down. They move together in the slow, patient rhythm of two people relearning each other's language. His hands on her hips, her fingers in his hair, the soft sounds of breath and skin and the quiet surrender of armor laid down one piece at a time. When he enters her, she gasps. Not from surprise, from the sheer weight of wanting, of being wanted, of choosing and being chosen back. He moves inside her slow and deep, his mouth at her throat, her shoulder, the curve of her breast. She wraps her legs around him, pulling him deeper, and feels the tension of the past month, the past year, the past 4 years start to dissolve. They are still moving together when his phone rings. The sound cuts through the dark like a blade. He does not stop. The phone rings again and again. On the 4th ring, he reaches for it, his body still pressed against hers, and glances at the screen. His arm goes still. "What is it?" she asks. He looks at her. "The deciding investor," he says. "He wants a private meeting. With you. With both of us." Chapter 77. The meeting is set for 11:47 p.m. Solene does not ask why the deciding investor chose a time that feels like the edge of tomorrow. She does not ask where they are going. She sits in the passenger seat of Declan's car with her hands folded in her lap and watches Edinburgh slide past the window, street lamps blurring into liquid gold, the castle rising dark against a sky that cannot decide between black and bruised purple. Declan drives with one hand on the wheel. The other hand rests on her knee, thumb tracing slow circles through her trousers. The gesture is not possessive. It is grounding. She covers his hand with hers and does not let go. They park in a cobbled mews behind Charlotte Square. A door set into a sandstone wall opens before Declan can knock. A woman in her late 60s with silver hair cropped close to her skull and glasses on a chain around her neck steps back and lets them inside. The flat is not large. It is not ornate. It is a sitting room with a fireplace, 2 armchairs, a side table with a decanter of amber liquid, and a window that looks out onto a walled garden, where a single light burns above a stone bench. The woman settles into one of the armchairs and gestures for them to sit. Declan does not take the other armchair. He stands beside Solene, his shoulder brushing hers, his hand finding hers again. "You are not what I expected," the woman says. Her voice is low and unhurried. She looks at Solene with the calm, measuring attention of someone who has spent decades reading people across negotiation tables and has learned to trust her own reads more than any balance sheet. "I am not sure what you expected," Solene says. "Someone smaller, quieter, someone who would sit in the corner and let him fight alone." The woman's mouth curves, not quite a smile. "You did not do that. No, you stood on live television and told the country you loved a man who built an entire campaign to trap you. That took a kind of nerve that does not show up on resumes." Solene holds her gaze. "I was not defending him," she says. "I was telling the truth. There is a difference." The woman's eyes flick to Declan. "She speaks for herself. That is rare in your world." "It is one of the reasons I built the campaign around her," Declan says. "Not the only reason, but one of them." The woman picks up the decanter and pours 3 fingers into a glass. She does not offer them any. She does not drink. She simply holds the glass, turning it slowly, watching the liquid catch the firelight. "The question," she says, "is whether you have blurred ethics beyond repair. You admitted on national television that you used a professional contract to engineer personal proximity. That is not a governance risk. That is a confession." It is, and you are not apologizing for it. No, Declan says. I am not. He does not shift his weight. He does not drop his gaze. I built something that should have been honest and used it as a lever. I spent 3 years planning how to bring her back into my orbit instead of walking to her door and telling her the truth. I told myself it was restraint, that I was protecting her, protecting my daughter, giving everyone time. But it was strategy, dressed as patience. I will not pretend otherwise. The woman studies him. And if I ask you to resign? Then I will resign. Solene feels his hand tighten around hers. I will resign, Declan says again, quieter, because I will not let the company become a weapon used against her or our daughter. If my presence at the table makes it harder to protect them, I will leave the table. The woman sets the glass down. Helena Voss told me you would say that. Did she? She said you would offer to fall on your sword before you let anyone touch them. She called it your most predictable weakness. The woman's voice does not change. She also called it the only reason she has not already called for a vote. Solene speaks before Declan can. What does that mean? The woman turns to her. It means I hold the remaining votes. Not as many as Helena's block, but enough to tip the balance if I choose to. I have been watching this company for 30 years. I have watched Declan build it from a single portfolio into a conglomerate that does not kneel to market cycles. I have also watched him spend the last 3 years rearranging his entire professional life around a woman he had not spoken to and a child he had never met. She pauses. That is either the behavior of a man who cannot separate judgment from emotion, or a man who finally found something worth being irrational about. I wanted to see which one was sitting in front of me. And, Solene says. The woman looks at Declan. You are willing to walk away. If I have to. You have spent 12 years building this company. You have no other life, no other identity. Your name is on the building. If you resign, you lose everything you have made. I know. And you will still do it? Declan is quiet for a moment. I have spent 4 years learning what losing everything actually feels like, he says. I lost Solene. I lost the first 3 years of my daughter's life. I lost the chance to be in the room when she took her first step, said her first word, learned what the word father meant. That loss does not get smaller because I have a corner office and a board that votes with me. It does not get fixed by a quarterly report or a successful campaign. It is a hole in me that nothing can fill. He looks at Solene. I cannot get those years back, but I can stop making the same mistakes. I can stop choosing strategy over honesty. I can stop treating the people I love as variables to be managed. If that means walking away from this building and every title I have earned, I will walk, and I will not look back. The silence stretches. The woman picks up her glass and drinks. Then she sets it down and looks at Solene. And you? Solene meets her eyes. I spent 4 years telling myself that running was wisdom, that silence was strength, that I did not need anyone, because needing someone meant giving them permission to hurt me. She takes a breath. I was wrong. I was wrong about Declan. I was wrong about what I could carry alone. And I was wrong about what it would cost my daughter to grow up believing that love was something you fled from instead of fought for. She stops. I am not running anymore. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the judge decides, whatever the board does next, I will be here. Not because I owe him anything, because I choose him, and I choose to stop letting fear make my decisions. The woman watches her, then she nods. Keep your seat, Declan. Declan's hand tightens around Solene's. The company needs you, the woman says, but it needs the version of you who is willing to burn it down for the right reasons, not the version who runs it like a chessboard. If you forget that, I will pull my votes and Helena will have her majority before you have finished drafting your resignation. I will not forget. You will have to prove it. The woman stands. The seal hearing is in 8 hours. If Gregor Vilves testifies and the seal holds, Helena loses her material harm argument and the board cannot move against you until she finds another angle. That buys you time, but not much. What do you recommend? Declan asks. The woman looks at Solene. Keep her close. Keep your daughter closer. And do not let anyone convince you that optics matter more than the truth. The truth is the only thing that has not been bought and sold in this fight. She walks them to the door. The succession question will come, she says quietly, as Declan steps into the mews. Your daughter is 4 years old and already the public face of your legacy. That will not go away. People will talk about heirs, about trusts, about dynasties. You need to decide now whether you are raising a child or grooming a successor, because the world will try to choose for you if you do not. Declan holds her gaze. I am raising a daughter, he says. The rest can wait. The woman nods once, then she closes the door. They drive back through Edinburgh in silence. The streets are empty. The sky has started to lighten, a thin strip of gray along the horizon that promises dawn in less than 2 hours. Declan pulls into the mews behind the townhouse and cuts the engine. Neither of them moves. 7 hours, he says. 7 hours. He turns to look at her. Whatever happens, Solene, I need you to know that She leans across the console and kisses him, soft, slow, deliberate. I know, she says against his mouth. I know. He rests his forehead against hers. We should sleep. We should. Neither of them reaches for the door handle. Then his phone buzzes. He pulls it from his pocket and looks at the screen. His face changes. What is it? Solene asks. He holds the phone so she can see. The text is from an unsaved number. 3 lines. Gregor Ills is gone. The garden flat is empty. He left his phone on the kitchen table. Solene's blood turns to ice. Declan is already opening the car door. Chapter 78. The garden flat door swings open under Declan's hand, unlocked. The room inside is neat, bed made, towel folded over the shower rail. A single coffee mug in the drying rack, washed and upside down. Gregor's phone sits in the center of the kitchen table, screen dark, no case, no cable. Solene steps past Declan and touches the ceramic. Cold. The mug has been dry for hours. He left it deliberately, she says. He wanted us to know he chose to go. Declan picks up the phone, presses the home button. The lock screen shows a photo of 2 children, a boy and a girl, ages she cannot guess, squinting into sun on a beach somewhere. His children, the ones he sees every other weekend. He would not have left that behind unless he was running from something worse than exposure, Declan says, or someone. He pockets the phone. They stand in the small flat, listening to the silence. At 7:50 a.m., they take their seats in Judge Corrigan's courtroom. The room is smaller than the one for the interim hearing, wood-paneled, fluorescent. The public gallery holds Des and Merwin and 3 reporters who type before the judge enters. Gregor Ills is not there. The third-party solicitor, a woman with sandy hair and a silk robe, stands to request default unsealing on grounds of uncontested material. She argues that since the petitioner has not appeared, the basis for the seal no longer holds. Declan's barrister, a gray-faced man named Harlow who specializes in privacy injunctions, rises slowly. Your Honor, the petitioner's absence does not establish standing for the respondent's motion. The seal was granted on grounds of minor protection, not evidentiary reciprocity. Judge Corrigan looks over her spectacles at the empty seat where Gregor should be. Mr. Alves has not communicated with this court regarding his absence? Harlow shakes his head. He has not, Your Honor. The sandy-haired solicitor presses. The public interest in this matter is substantial. The petitioner himself filed the motion to unseal. His withdrawal implies the material is either unreliable or that his handlers determined exposure would damage their interests more than silence. Judge Corrigan holds up a hand. I will reserve judgment for 72 hours to allow Mr. Ilves an opportunity to explain his absence. If he does not appear or provide sufficient cause, I will rule on the seal at that time. She taps her gavel once. Next, outside the courtroom, Solene leans against the corridor wall. 72 hours. That is the timeline we have, Declan says. Either Gregor comes back or the seal falls. And if it falls, then the board reconvenes within 24 hours, and Helena moves. They walk toward the exit. Des catches up, his copper hair catching the low light from the windows. Maren just got word from the board secretary. Helena has called a preliminary governance session for tomorrow morning. She is not waiting for the seal ruling. She is moving now. Declan stops. On what grounds? Failure of fiduciary oversight. She is arguing that the campaign structure, your personal involvement with the contractor, The undisclosed conflict of interest, all of it, constitutes a pattern of impaired judgment that requires immediate intervention regardless of the paternity outcome. Solene watches his face. He looks tired, not defeated, something between resigned and calculating. "Let her call it," he says. "I will be there." The boardroom at noon is the same room where Solene walked in 4 weeks ago and found Declan waiting at the head of the table. Now she sits in the observation alcove off the main floor, watching through the glass as the 12 members take their seats. Helena Voss at the far end, silver-haired, composed. Oswald beside her, reading from a tablet. Marjorie Kellerman near the window, her face unreadable. Declan stands at the head of the table. He does not sit. "You have my financials," he says. "You have the campaign metrics. You have the legal opinion from Merwin Pritchard confirming no material harm to the company's position. The question before you is not whether I made a personal decision. It is whether that decision compromised the institution." Helena Voss sets down her pen. "You admitted on live television that you engineered the campaign to bring a specific photographer into your orbit. That is not a governance failure. It is a deliberate misrepresentation to the board and the shareholders who approved the budget." Declan does not flinch. "I withheld my personal history with Solene Okwu. I did not misrepresent the campaign's creative merit or its financial projections. Every metric we presented to this board before approval has been exceeded. The observatory piece holds a 12-minute dwell time. The vault sequence has been picked up by 3 architecture journals for independent features. The brand valuation has increased 4% since the launch." He pauses. "You can remove me for failing to disclose a personal relationship, but you cannot remove me for failing to deliver." Oswald clears his throat. "The question is whether the two can be separated." "They can," Declan says. "And they will be, because I am not asking you to trust my judgment blindly. I am asking you to judge the results." The room goes quiet. Then Marjorie Kellerman speaks. "I move that we table the removal motion and impose a 6-month oversight condition. Declan retains his role, but reports all major campaign decisions to a 3-member governance committee before execution. If the seal holds and no further reputational damage materializes, the condition lapses. If the seal falls or new evidence of impaired judgment emerges, we reconvene." Oswald nods slowly. "Seconded." Helena Voss's jaw tightens, but she does not block the vote. At 2 p.m., Solene meets Declan in the corridor outside the boardroom. 6 months, she says. 6 months of oversight. But I keep my seat. It feels like probation. It is. He takes her hand. But Amma is still protected. Blackthorn is still stable. And I am still here. She squeezes his fingers. "Where is Gregor?" "No one has seen him since last night. Moraine has people checking his flat, his usual haunts, his ex-wife's address in Dundee. Nothing." They walk down the stairs toward the Mews exit. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her coat pocket. The message is from an unsaved number. "I am in the Mews kitchen, alone. Come without him first." She stops walking. "What is it?" She turns the phone so Declan can see. His face hardens. "Gregor." She finds him at the small table in the Mews kitchen, hands wrapped around a cold mug of tea, shadows under his eyes deeper than they were 12 hours ago. He looks up when she steps through the door. "You came alone." "Declan is outside. He will come in if I do not call him in 10 minutes. Gregor nods, accepts the boundary. "I did not run," he says. "I hid. There is a difference." "From who?" "My handlers. They found out I talked to you. They canceled everything. My retainers, my contacts, my access. I have nothing left." She sits across from him. "Why are you here?" He sets down the mug. "I can give you the name of the person who ticked me off originally. The first contact, before Elena, before the law firm, before all of it." "Who?" Gregor meets her eyes. "I want immunity from further pursuit. No civil suit, no criminal referral. I walk away clean." "Tell me the name first." He shakes his head. "Not until I have it in writing from your lawyer." Solene studies him. Then she pulls out her phone and dials Marwin. "I need a 1-paragraph indemnity letter. Personal, not corporate. No pursuit of Gregor Ills for any activity predating today." Marwan's voice is sharp. Solene, that is, write it. I will sign it. The line goes quiet. Then Marwan says, give me 10 minutes. Solene hangs up and looks at Gregor. You have 9. He pulls an envelope from his jacket, slides it across the table. She does not open it. Tell me. Gregor Ills takes a breath. The name that started everything, he says. The person who sent me the first photograph of you holding Amma outside the Norfolk surgery 3 years and 7 months ago. He pauses. It was your mother. Chapter 79. The envelope sits between them on the Muse kitchen table, unopened. Solene's hand does not move toward it. My mother. Gregor holds her gaze, does not look away, does not flinch. 3 years and 7 months ago. She sent a photograph of you leaving a medical center in Norfolk. You were holding Amma in a blue wrap. The timestamp matched a prenatal appointment. Solene's throat closes. Why would she? She did not give a reason. The message said you were hiding something from a man in Edinburgh and that the truth needed to find him. The words land like stones. Solene hears them, feels them settle in her chest. A truth her mother has been carrying for 3 years, 7 months, and however many days it took to turn a single photograph into a demolition campaign. She sent it to an address at the Leicester Mercury. Gregor says, I was freelancing for their investigations desk. The tip landed on my screen with no intermediary, just the image and a note. Did she use her name? No, but the metadata was untraceable. She knew enough to strip it. The message came from a burner account registered to a post office box in Norwich. Solene's hands are flat on the table now, palms down, fingers spread. 3 years. 8 months before I ever approached Declan, before I knew who he was, what he owned, what the photograph meant. I sat on it for months because I could not verify the claim. Then I found the paternity filing, the church footage, the rest. And you never went back to her? She never reached out again. The account went dark the same day. Solene stands. The chair scrapes the stone floor. She walks to the sink, braces herself on the edge, stares at the window above the basin where her own reflection stares back, hollow-eyed, unmade. Nika, the woman who taught her how to run, who said staying meant waiting for the blow, who built a life around protecting Amma and then handed the first weapon to a stranger. The kitchen door opens. Merwin steps inside, tablet in one hand, a single sheet of paper in the other. Signed and witnessed. She sets the indemnity letter in front of Gregor. He reads it. Once. Twice. Pulls a pen from his jacket and signs without looking up. Your turn, he says. Solene does not move. Before I put my name on that paper, she says slowly, you tell me everything. Not what you think I need. Everything. Gregor sets the pen down. The first contact was your mother, but the pattern, the piece that let me build a case worth selling, that came from someone inside Blackthorn. Solene turns from the window. Who? A junior comms contractor, 23 years old, assigned to the Edinburgh office 7 months before the campaign launch. She noticed Declan reviewing a single portfolio file every morning before anyone else arrived. She checked the access logs. The file was yours. She sold that information to a data broker in the Isle of Man, £300 for the observation, another $700 when she confirmed the file stayed open after hours, that he had bookmarked specific image timestamps. Mywin's voice cuts in. Name? Leanne Cross. Contract terminated 4 weeks ago for unrelated performance issues. She is in Manchester now, working for a retail branding firm. Solene picks up the pen, signs the indemnity letter, slides it back to Gregor with her fingerprints still wet on the paper. There, she says. You are clean. Gregor folds the letter into his jacket. You will not hear from me again. He stands, walks to the door, pauses with his hand on the frame. The photograph your mother sent, I never published it. I kept it as insurance, because it was the only piece that did not fit. A mother selling her daughter's secret. He looks back. That was the detail I never understood. Then, he is gone. The door clicks shut. Solene stands alone in the kitchen with Merwen, the cold tea, and the knowledge of what her mother did. She pulls out her phone. Nika's contact sits 2 names below Declan's. She does not call. She types a message instead. I know what you did. I need you to tell me why. Tomorrow, in person. She presses send. Then she turns to Merwin. Track the contractor, Leanne Cross. I want to know who else she sold to. Merwin is already typing. Done. Solene walks out of the kitchen, through the mews hall, into the narrow courtyard where Declan waits against the garden wall, hands in his pockets, watching the sky. He does not ask. She tells him anyway. Nika, 3 years ago, she sent Gregor the first photograph. Declan's jaw tightens, but he does not speak. I need to see her tomorrow, Solene says, alone. Then I will drive you. Declan, I will wait in the car. She holds his gaze, then she nods. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. The message is from an international number, a Geneva country code. Ms. Okwu, I represent the Fondation d'Architecture Contemporaine in Lausanne. We have followed the Blackthorn campaign with great interest. The observatory sequence has been nominated for the Foundation's annual European Architecture Prize. I am writing to inquire whether you would accept an invitation to photograph our permanent collection in Switzerland next spring. Full commission terms attached. Solene reads it twice. The word Switzerland hangs in the air like a door she did not know was opening. She turns the phone so Declan can see. He reads the message, then he meets her eyes. That is not a coincidence, he says. What do you mean? The Foundation's board includes a member who attended the gallery launch. A woman who asked me, privately, whether your contract with Blackthorn allowed independent work. Solene's chest tightens. Did you say yes? I said your contract did not restrict your creative freedom, and that I hoped she would ask you directly. The Geneva offer is still on her screen. A future, a commission that has nothing to do with Declan's campaign, his boardroom, his enemies. Work that belongs entirely to her. She looks up. Then why does it feel like another trap? Declan steps closer. Because you have spent 4 years expecting every door to close behind you. He does not reach for her. Open it anyway. The courtyard is quiet. The sky above the mews is the color of slate after rain. Solene looks at the message again. Then she saves the number. I will reply in the morning. She puts the phone in her pocket. She does not look back. Chapter 80. They sit across from Rona Kilbride in the Queen Street office, the co-parenting agreement spread across the table in 3 unbound copies. Solene's hand rests on the first page. The word living is handwritten in the margin beside Article 7, a clause about modification triggers. Rona's silver spectacles catch the low afternoon light as she waits. It is not a contract, Solene says. It cannot be. She will keep changing. Declan watches her. Then we change with her. Article 7 gives either of you the right to request review at any time, no cause required. Rona's voice is neutral, procedural. The dispute resolution pathway is there to prevent litigation from becoming the default. Solene reads the clause again. The parties acknowledge that this agreement governs an evolving family structure and commit to good faith renegotiation as circumstances require. She picks up the pen, signs her name, slides the document to Declan. He does not read it again. He has already read it 3 times in the hours before dawn. He signs with the same pen, his name beneath hers, the ink still wet where her fingerprint touched the paper. Rona stamps each copy, dates them, slides one across to Solene, one to Declan, one into her own file. You are done, she says. The words land like a door clicking shut, but Solene knows better. This is not an ending. It is a threshold. They walk out into Queen Street. The air is cold and clean, the sky a washed-out blue that suggests rain before evening. Declan does not reach for her hand. He walks beside her, hands in his coat pockets, shoulders squared but not rigid. I have to tell you something, he says. Solene stops. I am not going to Lausanne. She turns to face him. What? The commission. The Foundation. I am not going to pretend I have no opinion, but I will not ask you to turn it down. I did not think you would. I am telling you because I need you to know that I have already made peace with it. He meets her eyes. 3 months in Switzerland. Amma with you for half, with me for the other half under the rotation we just signed. I will not make her choose between us. Solene's chest tightens. Declan, I have spent 4 years trying to control the distance between us. I will not spend the next 4 trying to control the distance between you and your work. She steps closer. That is a gift. It is a baseline. He does not say, I love you, in the middle of the street. He does not need to. The shape of the thing is there, in the way he stands, the way he holds the space she occupies. Solene exhales. Then I will reply this afternoon. The restaurant is small and tucked behind a bookshop on Thistle Street, a place Neka recommended in another life, before everything fractured. Solene chose it deliberately, a place that belongs to her, not to the campaign, not to the boardroom. They sit at a corner table by the window. The light through the glass is soft, the street quiet. Amma is with Sheila at the Mews, eating shepherd's pie and negotiating an extra chapter of The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter before bed. Solene checked her phone twice in the first 10 minutes. Then she put it in her bag and did not check again. They order wine. They talk about the campaign, the observatory nomination, the Oversight Committee's first report due in 2 weeks. They talk about the Mews garden and whether the rosemary will survive the winter. They do not talk about Elena Vasquez. They do not talk about Neka. Those conversations are still waiting. But not tonight. The wine is half gone when Declan sets down his glass. I need you to know something. Solene watches his face. The restaurant light catches the gray in his eyes. I was not sure I could do this, he says. Share her. Share you. Let the terms exist outside my control. You are doing it. I am trying. He pauses. But I need you to know that if the foundation offer extends beyond spring, if it becomes a permanent role, we will have to rebuild the agreement from the ground up. Solene holds his gaze. I know. And if you take it, I will not stand in your way. I know that too. She reaches across the table. His fingers meet hers. The contact is light, brief, uncalculated. A touch that says, I am still here, without needing to explain. Solene pulls her hand back, smiles. Finish your wine. Amma wants to call before bed. They walk back through the cobbled lane toward the car. The street is quiet. A single street lamp pools light on the wet stones. Declan's hand brushes hers once, deliberately, then settles into his pocket. Solene stops. Wait. She pulls out her phone. The Geneva email is still open from this morning. She scrolls to the attachment, the commission terms, the travel schedule, the accommodation offer. She rereads the final paragraph. The foundation would be honored to host you and your family for the duration of the project. A dedicated studio space and childcare provisions can be arranged upon request. She turns the screen toward Declan. Family, she says. They said, family. He reads the line, then he meets her eyes. Then we will need to negotiate the childcare clause. She laughs. It is not a loud laugh. It is quiet, surprised, pulled from somewhere deep that has not been used in years. He is watching her. I love that sound, he says. She does not answer. She does not need to. The space between them holds everything that matters. The flashbulb pops from the far end of the lane, a single burst of white light that carves their shadows against the stone wall. Solene's body goes tight. Declan steps in front of her, his hand already reaching for his phone. Get in the car. The photographer is already gone, swallowed by the alley between the bookshop and the gallery. Solene's heart hammers, but she does not run. She opens the passenger door, slides in, and waits for Declan to tell her what comes next.